No, it's because I'm doing it to myself. I love this team, and they let me down my whole life. I set myself up to lose my mind. And yeah, there's a whole season. I know how this ends. This ends with this team breaking my heart at the end of the year.
Just go to Twitch or YouTube and search 957 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
It's the bottom of the 9th, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Odyssey celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month, honoring cultures from Spain, Mexico, Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, and more than a dozen Latin American nations. More on the Odyssey app, and celebrate the sounds and stories of Hispanic heritage at odyssey.com/HHM.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any maker model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer, tax extra.
In San Francisco, expecting cloudy skies, highs in the mid-60s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. Whether it's the news, the traffic, the weather, or your COVID-19 vaccinations, it's important to stay up to date.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. What up, roasters? Good morning on this lovely Tuesday morning. Good morning to Shasky. Good morning to Joe Spadoni on the pregame show. Good morning to Sam Lubman. He's still feeling the effects of that Hurricanes loss to Middle Tennessee State. Hurricanes 24.5-point favorites. They blow that game. What did they get beat by 3 touchdowns? They ain't no Florida State. We know that. Good morning, everybody on YouTube, Twitch, Comcast Business Text Line. Everybody getting off their graveyard shifts, getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Drive safely on those roadways. You know the drill. Niners, they lose to the Broncos. We know 11-10. And, you know, Shasky, yesterday we were very emotional. We were very angry. I was angry about the situation, the game planning, the decision-making of the quarterback, the decision-making of the QB, of the head coach. But today I do want to get in a conversation about Kyle Shanahan and about his decision-making and about his long-term prospects with the 49ers. And I'm not saying the Niners should be looking at other coaches or whether or not they should fire him, but I want to take a deep dive into who Kyle Shanahan really is as a head coach today, Shasky.
Yeah, I'm ready for that. It's interesting. Like, I feel when you bring up Kyle Shanahan, there's an instant panic from some people where they go flying to the opposite end of the room and they go, "Oh, who are you going to get that's better than him?" It's like, whoa, wait a minute.
When I say
wait a minute. Wait, just take a deep breath. I just want to talk about Kyle Shanahan and if he's any good or not. No one's saying that he's not done good things. Of course he's done good things. And let me just start here, B, and I'll throw this at you. Was Dusty Baker a really good manager for the Giants?
I think so.
I do too. You know, he should have went to the playoffs in 93, went to the playoffs in 97, okay? Went to the playoffs in 2000, 2002, went all the way to the World Series. Now, they didn't end up winning it all, but the team was very, very competitive.
Right.
It was one of the most sustainable competitive stretches that they've had in a long time.
No doubt.
And at some point, now, I didn't like how the Giants handled it, San Francisco Giants, and they got rid of him. But right after they got rid of him, they brought in Felipe Alou, and I didn't even think Felipe Alou was that good. But they went wire to wire the next year, the very next year, and they ended up losing. Jose Cruz Jr. drops a ball or whatever, and then the team would go through a different transition. But I think we look back and we're like, man, Dusty was really good with the Giants, and he was really good with the Giants.
Really good.
But when you compare him to someone like Bruce Bochy, you're like, oh, man, Dusty falls really short. Right?
It's really won 3 championships.
Really hard.
You know?
So, for the Niners, you look at like, no one's going to be Bill Walsh.
Nobody.
All right? It's not going to happen.
But how many are going to be George Seifert?
So now that's a legitimate question.
Because a lot of guys have fallen short of George Seifert.
I think it's really unfair the way we've treated George Seifert.
Very.
89, everyone's like, that's Walsh's championship. And I think I get what people are saying.
Right.
I get the point, and the team, such a well-oiled machine. You got to give the man.
California sending.
You got to give the man some credit, right? You got to give him some credit. He was also the architect of that defense all throughout the 80s. So I think it's really unfair to Seifert that he doesn't get the credit for 89. Clearly, 94, he gets the credit. And he lost a bunch of times, 92, 93, 95, 96. Like, he lost in the playoffs a lot. Looking back, in retrospect,
3 call.
Seifert was great.
Sorry.
We have technical difficulties over here. I'm looking at the soundboard here, and things are just flying off the handle. I'm sorry. Not to derail you.
Oh, no, that's all right.
Continue on, Shasky.
No, I was just getting at it. And so I look at Kyle Shanahan, and he did some really good things for this team and has done some really good things for this team. He's been to the 2 NFC Championship games, winning 1 and going to the Super Bowl. He was a quarter away from winning the Super Bowl. That doesn't mean that he was going to win the Super Bowl, but they did some great things. And I look at him today, and the number one...
Lazy boy.
Wow, things are just firing off left and right. I don't know what's going on here this morning. You okay?
I'm fine. It has everything to do with the computer here. That's why Spadoni's here.
Yeah, Spadoni's in
here.
I'll take people behind the...
What's this, pregame show stuff?
This is all your sound.
This is all my sound.
Oh,
there it
you
is.
go.
Soundboard was all jacked up. Well, I got my panels off here.
Okay.
So, see, if I put the panel on, it plays. It plays.
I got to talk to Tim Jordan.
All right, we got to talk to Tim Jordan. So, but 2 of my panels for the soundboard that we usually play. We play sound all the time.
You completely distracted me throughout that.
Yeah, I know. You can't
Apologies.
stay focused. Yeah, I know.
Well, you're
gotta
looking
work
at
on
me
that
like
one.
I was not on the air.
No. I was like, just keep going.
Oh,
keep
I didn't
going.
know. I thought you were saying we're off air.
So we have 2 panels. Usually, so to take people behind the scenes, I have a little board here, a council board. And we have 4 panels here that they're all on. They're all on. And we have a soundboard. That's how we play our sound through that. And so when I put on panel 3 and 4, that sound plays whatever the heck it is. So we don't know what it is, but it's playing. So now I have to keep those off, and Spadoni's going to have to play the sound, and I'll just have to point a hill when we get to the sound. That's all.
All right, so getting back to the whole coach thing, right? I thought that Seifert was awesome, right?
Seifert was awesome.
But it ran its course, right? We all agreed, like it kind of ran its course. He couldn't get through the hump of the Green Bay Packers. He could not beat them, and then they bring in Mooch, and I didn't think Mooch was all that great. Everybody loved Mooch.
Not everybody, no. I remember this fan base because at the time, I wanted Mooch out.
Did you?
Then, yes, absolutely. And then as time flew by, I was like, damn, man. We kind of forced Mooch out when they were a couple pieces away, and the dynamics of everything that happened, like they were done after that. They fired Mooch to bring in Dennis Erickson.
And, well, that was
that was a disaster. Then you fired Dennis Erickson to bring in Mike Nolan to give him full control of the football team.
And then say, hey, you know nothing about quarterback play, but why don't you select the quarterback?
You know what I'm saying?
Insane. It's absolutely insane.
It's insane.
And so where I'm going with this is that in real time, I feel like Kyle's a good coach. I don't know if he's a great coach. I don't know how we're going to remember him, but I have the same question today that I had when he got the job. And here's the question.
What's the question?
Can this guy get the quarterback thing right?
Well, he hasn't in 6 years. So as of now, no.
Right?
As of now, no.
And when I look at the successful coaches around the league, for the most part, they have either figured out the quarterback thing or they have found a way to run a winning organization and propping up whatever that quarterback is. So I look at someone like Mike Tomlin the last couple of years. We all agree. Even though Ben was a legend, he was a shell of himself the last 5 or 6 years. Right? And he's propped him up. You look, Tomlin's been, 15 years in the game, never had a losing record. I have a lot of respect for him. I don't even think he's one of the top 3 or 4 coaches in the league.
I don't either.
You know? I look at someone like McVay. He's done it with multiple quarterbacks now. I think he's great. He's got the Super Bowl. He's been to 2 of them now. He's in the playoffs every single year. He's done it in a variety of ways. I think he's great. Andy Reid, come on. I think we all agree he's great. Now, if you'd have asked me that question 6 years ago, before he got up with Mahomes, I think a lot of people would have different answers to that.
So here's where I'm at, Shasky. And I'm going to play a couple sound bites.
Yeah.
I'm going to have Spadoni play it because I'm scared to play it. There's a thing here with a few variables with Kyle Shanahan. One, the coaching turnover. They basically lost 14 coaches last year, and they brought in a bunch of dudes. And you think about the LaFleurs, you think about the McDaniels, you think about the Salahs. Now, D'Amico Ryan's done a great job to replace Robert Saleh, but there's been a lot of turnover on that coaching staff.
That's a good point.
You know, a lot of turnover. And I wonder if that's starting to have an effect on it, because Baldy, will play this out a little later, talked about McDaniel going out to Miami, how that will affect the 49ers. And so far, it looks like it's affected the 49ers. Then I look at the quarterback position, and I'm saying the decision with the quarterbacks have not been good. You know, Kyle, for whatever reason, we're still here with Jimmy Garoppolo, even though Kyle doesn't seem to trust Jimmy Garoppolo. And then you see the number 3 overall pick.
Yeah, it's a very
something that
abusive
Steiny said is sticking with me, where did they trade up to number 3 to have a selection of the 3 quarterbacks between Mac Jones, Justin Fields, and Trey Lance, or did they really love Trey Lance? The way Trey Lance was used, I have my doubts on if Trey Lance was really loved, but we'll see about that in the future.
Time will tell.
Time will tell. And then I look at the decision-making, and something we didn't really talk about yesterday because we were so hell-bent on Garoppolo missing throws and Shanahan calling up plays and Garoppolo missing the plays and the pick 8, people are calling it, the safety where it throws a pick 6. And I look at decision-making like that. Baldy, you talk about that play. It's a bad decision to run that play at that situation. Shanahan took accountability for it, but what about something we didn't talk about, the 55-yard field goal in the first half? Points are going to be at a premium in that football game. And yet he decides, you know what? I'm not going to push him back on 3rd and 18. I'm going to decline the penalty. McManus drills a 55-yarder, which is nothing at that altitude. We see kickers kick 60-yarders all the time in Denver. 3 points. 3 points came out of premium. It was an 11-10 football game. Situational football. Things like that where you decline the penalty. We've seen that over and over with Kyle Shanahan, whether it's a 4th and 1, a 3rd and 2, the reluctance to go for it.
How about the challenges?
The challenges.
He's had some wild challenges.
Wild challenges. The reluctance to say, you know what? I'm going to go for it on 4th and 8, but against Seattle, we're at the 2-yard line. I'm not going to go for it. And then you get a field goal blocked, and it goes the other way. And Seattle has a little life.
You go for it on 4th down last year against the Rams. It ends up being the biggest part of the game. Kittle runs in for a touchdown. Later on in the season, you run the exact same play you ran the week before, and everyone in the stadium knew it was coming with Trent Williams coming across the line, and you're handing off to Juice Check with the season on the line.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
So then I look at like the way the league is right now. It's a passing league for the most part.
Well, the rules are all in place to where more good things can happen when you throw the ball than bad because of the rules, because of how hard it is to defend. And this is where you brought up that 3rd and 18, that potential 3rd and 18. The only thing in my mind that would scare me off from accepting that penalty is the 5-yard bump down the line, because it happens a lot on the 3rd and forever. Automatic first down, and now I breathe life into Russell Wilson. So, for example, in that certain circumstance, I defend Kyle in the sense that I hate those 3rd and longs when you give them another opportunity, because there's always some little hands to the face down the field, and I hate that call.
Here's how I'm thinking it, though. I'm feeling at that situation, boy, the D-line is humming.
Yeah.
D-line is getting after Russell Wilson. They have no rhythm whatsoever in Denver. I don't want them getting any points. I want them to have a goose egg. I don't want them feeling good about themselves. Let's push them back and make them do something they're very uncomfortable with. So I didn't like the decision. And it's something we didn't talk about really yesterday because we're all angry and up in arms. But we're feeling emotional about this team because they have a really good team. But I'm looking at the head coach now. Now, this is where things get interesting. In the passing league, you look at pass attempts, and everybody's to say, well, the Niners run the ball. That's what gets them going. The one time they were in the top 5 in pass attempts was in 2017. Where they're behind all those football games, right? They were number 2 in the league in pass attempts.
Well, he had his guy. Brian Hoyer.
Brian Hoyer. Look at this. 2018, they were 20th in the league in pass attempts. 2019, 29th in the league in pass attempts. 16 in 2020, 29th last year, and so far this year, 29th. You got to be able to throw the ball at some point. Passing yards, real quick. 9th, 15th, 13th, 12th, and now they're 29th so far to start this season. So middle of the pack, really. What that tells you with the 12, 13, with the lack of attempts, it tells you they're getting the chunk pass plays, right? The big ones down, the yak bros, I will say, because you're not throwing the ball down the field with Jimmy Garoppolo, but you're getting a lot of yards after the catch. So, look, maybe some people aren't focused on that, but here's the other thing. One more thing, Shasky. No, I'm long-winded here.
No, I love it.
Points.
Yeah.
They're 28th in 2017.
See, this is the biggest one for me, points.
Points per game under Kyle Shanahan. 28th, 13th, 21st, 2nd, 21st, and 20th. The one outlier, 2019.
When they were awesome.
Well, so 20th, 21st, 2nd, and then 21st, 13th, and now 28th.
So I think that we can all understand that the measurements in football are hard. The margins to win are razor thin.
Right.
Okay? I can't say this enough to people. Everyone goes, last year you went to the NFC Championship game. You were on the brink of the Super Bowl. You almost didn't make the playoffs
You're down 17-3. You were down 17-3 at the half.
Both are true statements. You made the playoffs by the skin of your teeth here. All right? I look at that 2019 season. From start to finish, they were pretty dominant. That was a pretty dominant
2019,
season. You got to give. I give everything. They did a great
dominant.
job, both offensive, defensive, quarterback play, running the ball with a little bit of everybody. Because I believe two different guys had the same amount of carries to lead them as a team. They were outstanding, top to bottom. Last year, a little wonky. It got where we wanted it to go. You get tons of credit for that. Here's where I struggle with trying to figure out who's good, who's not from the coaching. Just because you get to the NFC Championship game, does that mean you're really, really, really good as a coach? Do you have to win a Super Bowl to be a great coach? Mike McCarthy's got a Super Bowl. Right. I don't think he's great.
No, he's not.
I mean, he won with his backup last night, and I thought that was nice for them, but I don't think he's great, and he's won a Super Bowl. So is the measurement only you have to win a Super Bowl? I thought Harbaugh was great.
Right.
But he didn't win a Super Bowl.
Do you think Brian Billick is great?
No.
And he's got a Super Bowl.
And that's what I'm saying. So
John Gruden, he's not great. He's proven that he's not great.
Exactly.
And he's got a Super Bowl.
Well, and then here's the other part. Not only, they might have been great in that season.
Right.
But then moving forward, did the game pass them by? Did they not evolve? Did they not add to their staff?
Exactly.
Did their staff get plucked? So Brian Billick had Marvin Lewis on that staff.
Rex
Mike
Ryan.
Nolan, Rex Ryan. He had all these different guys who would go on to become head coaches. So I guess the question that I'm asking this morning when it comes to Shanahan, where's he at right now?
He's got a lot of roster turnover. Just last year. Think about all the departures. Mike McDaniel.
It's a big one.
Richard Hightower, special teams, because I think we all,
Scangarello.
whatever. But John Embry, he was the assistant head coach and tight ends coach. He was not retained. He later joined McDaniels down in Miami.
There you go.
Wes Welker, wide receiver coach, now in Miami. Butch Berry was the assistant offensive line coach. He's now in Denver, coaching the Broncos offensive line. The assistant offensive line coach, Zach Yenser, he went to Kentucky. So they've lost a lot of coaches. Scangarello, who you brought up. And then Bobby Turner is not with the team now, his longtime running back coach. But here's the other thing. Under a head coach that I look at. Penalties, takeaways, giveaways. The Niners, under Kyle Shanahan, 2017, they were 20th in takeaways and giveaways. 2018, last in the league in takeaways, giveaways. Now we get it. Garoppolo got hurt in week 3. Mullins and Better played. 2019, the outlier, they were 10th in the league. Even though that they were the best team in the league, they were 10th in the league in takeaways, giveaways. The year after 2020, 30th in the league. Last year, they were 22nd in the league in takeaways, giveaways. Now, then you go to penalties. Penalties. Is your team disciplined enough? 29th, 20th, 9th, 15th, 17th. They've been in the bottom half of the league in takeaways, giveaways, and penalties. Is that a reflection of the head coach or the players playing a disciplined football?
The discipline, I believe, goes back to the head coach. Here's where I question, and this goes right back to the Shanahan thing. I think he's really good. But then I come back to this same equation. How much of this is he's propping up the quarterback? How much of this is he doesn't have one of the elite quarterbacks? I don't even know the answer to this, B. I don't know the answer to this because do I think that Jimmy Garoppolo is a good quarterback? I think he's average, slightly above average on his best days, right? He's a B minus, right, in terms of a quarterback. That's the way and I'm not knocking him. I'm just saying, I don't think he's one of the... A minus is like a Herbert, you know what I'm saying? Like in terms of prospect. A plus is your Josh Allen, your Patrick Mahomes, right? There's only a couple of those. I think he's in that B minus zone, right? On his good days. A game like the other day, that's like a D. I mean, that's a D version of Jimmy Garoppolo. What would Kyle look like with an A minus quarterback?
I don't know.
So I don't know either.
He's had chances to get A minus quarterbacks.
I do know this. He has. His takeovers and his giveaways, I think that ratio would look a hell of a lot better if he had a guy who protected the ball better, right? Like, that's not Jimmy Garoppolo's strength. So I guess where I'm going at is I have the same question that I have today as 2017. What are we doing at quarterback?
Yeah, but again, isn't that on Kyle?
At some level,
at the end of the day on Kyle?
He has to take some accountability.
Because he has told us that he doesn't trust Jimmy like that. He told us that in Super Bowl 54. He kind of told us that in the NFC Championship game, even though I agree with the game plan. He told us that he doesn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo with his actions. So now, we're now in 2022. And we're about to go into year 7. So if there's any reason to stick with the 49ers and watch, because the season may spiral. I have my thoughts on that.
Well,
Trent Williams,
they can win this week and
they
be
can
right
win
back
this week.
in it.
But listen, Trent Williams is out 4 to 6 weeks. Azeez Al-Shaair is going to be out for 2 months. Right? So now the injuries are starting to hit you.
The Trent Williams one's humongous.
Humongous. You don't have Elijah Mitchell. I don't know what's up with Danny Gray. I don't know what's up with the other wide receivers. Can you get some explosives down the field? Where's George Kittle at?
Yeah.
This season may go awry. But then Niner fan may say, why should I watch? I think we need to watch how Shanahan manages these games moving forward and whether or not he is the solution long term. I'm not saying fire him. Because another thing, though, I noticed, and I want to bring this up on the other side. 7 years, and you still don't have a quarterback. 7 years, and you're still in the bottom half in penalties and takeaways and giveaways and points per game. You're supposed to be the offensive coach, and it looks like you're behind the times. You know what I'm saying? You're behind the times when it comes to offensive football.
But what's so funny is you say that, and I agree with it because I'm watching. Like, it looks so bad. And then all the all-22 people come up and they go, plays are out there. There's a ton of plays to be had, and Jimmy Garoppolo can't hit him.
But
so
we
then I
knew
go back,
Jimmy couldn't hit him, though.
I know.
We know Jimmy can't hit him.
So then I guess my question is play design and all this stuff. We think he's really good. But in terms of putting together the roster for offense and selecting the quarterback, is the personnel guy letting himself down?
Right. I don't know. I don't know. We didn't see this. Some people want to see this playbook with Trey Lance yesterday or Sunday night.
Well, I did, yeah.
And the playbook with Trey Lance looked completely different than what we saw Sunday night against the Denver Broncos.
I would love to just inject some truth serum into Kyle Shanahan and go, dude, if you would have just got Brady, wouldn't things be just a hell of a lot easier on your plate? Wouldn't you just want to just scheme it up? Like, I mean, really, like if you had just gotten Brady, wouldn't all of this just been all been moot? Wouldn't you have one Super Bowl? I mean, I know Super Bowls are hard to get, but come on.
Maybe.
All the things we're questioning, you just give them. And I'm sure every fired coach, it's like going to prison. Every guy in prison thinks they're innocent. Every fired coach is like, if you had just given me Brady, but you literally had an opportunity to get him.
Well, I want to get into more Shanahan. We're going into year 7 next year, and right now the 49ers are 1-2. I just want to check the temperature of the fan base when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. Where are we at with Kyle Shanahan right now, with the Niners being 1-2, and he's 40-44 in his 6th year as a head coach of the 49ers? 40-44. Where are we at with them? That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Messenger helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Yankees can clinch just their 2nd division title in 10 years with a win in Toronto this evening. Toronto and New York each look to be playoff bound, and both teams are in top 6 in runs scored this season. Those offenses could be on display tonight with both starters sporting ERAs around. With possible history from the Yankees to judge and 2 elite run-scoring teams, the BetQL 5-star play of the day is the over between the Yankees and the Blue Jays.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds. And I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing that doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2022, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
Bart is turning 50 and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go!
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
We are on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health. Redefining possible.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Brian Baldinger, the smartest man in pro football, will break it down with us, and he has some thoughts on the safety that Jimmy Garoppolo took in the back of the end zone. He has some thoughts on that play call. Plus, we'll get into where the 49ers are at, Kyle Shanahan. And I want to start off with this because David Bruce said something yesterday that I'll get to in just a second about Kyle Shanahan. But remember back in August when Baldy joined us for the first time this football season, we're all excited. And then he dropped a little nuggy-nug about Mike McDaniel. And he said the 49ers will miss Mike McDaniel. I want to play the clip right here.
I could be wrong in this, so maybe I'm misspeaking, but I think he was the highest paid assistant coach in the NFL. Like, they didn't want to lose him. They never wanted to lose him. They didn't want to lose him in Atlanta. You know, like, he knew the value of Mike. Because he's like, look, it's Revenge of the Nerds with Mike. because he's willing to put 15 hours in a film room to find one motion that's going to work on Sundays that's going to take Luke Kuechly out of the mix, and you're going to run right by him. Like, his ability to see how a defense reacts, anticipate how a defense is going to react, and then you counter that reaction. Like, he just had this skill that not a lot of people have.
So Baldy was on top of that saying the 49ers would miss Mike McDaniel. We both kind of looked at each other like, what did Mike McDaniel really do with the 49ers?
Which I think is a fair point of view if you don't have any insight as to what's going on inside that room, which most of us don't.
Yep.
But I guess, because I hear this a lot, well, McDaniels and LaFleur and all these guys are running Shanahan's plays. That's what you hear a lot of. So Mike McDaniel, just to give people a little backstory, I was listening to a Dolphin Insider podcast where he was on there during the offseason, and they asked him that. Are you just running Shanahan's playbook? Or like, what did you do over there? And he's like, well, you know, a lot of people don't know this, but I'm the one who found Raheem Mostert.
Yeah.
I'm the one who found Matt Breida. I went out and I said, let's put these guys on special teams. I have an opportunity. I think I can get them on the field if push comes to shove. And not only is he trying to find ridiculous speed, he's trying to find someone who plays with ridiculous speed, but has great feel for hitting spots. And so I'm just using a couple of personnel decisions where his guys, his hand-selected guys were better than the hand-selected guys by other people on that offensive staff that wanted other running backs. For
Including
example,
Shanahan.
Yeah, well, Joe Williams is one of them, for example, in that first year where he found Breida, and he's like, I think Breida's the actual player here and not this fourth-round pick who you traded up to go get in Joe Williams. Now, that doesn't mean he's the architect of every single play, but I'm just giving you an example.
It's funny, Matt Breida with the Giants last night. Got a nice little jet sweep for a first down.
Well,
go on.
Look, say what you want about Breida. He's been in the league.
I like Breida.
He's an undrafted free agent. He's solid.
Breida was solid in 2019.
As a third running
back,
back, he's
the moments he had in 2019 was big time. Big time. He was a good player.
So, you know, and then I look at what he's doing right now. I mean, River Craycraft has done more in the Miami uniform than he ever did with the Niners.
More touchdown catches than Deebo Samuel right now.
You know, so now this is where I think it gets difficult because Bill Walsh, for example, everyone would say, anyone on Bill Walsh's offensive side, Bill's the architect. Well, think about it. Take a step back. Why have we talked 30 years now since Mike Holmgren?
He's going to join us today at 8:30. Mike Holmgren.
Shanahan.
Yep.
I mean, go down the list of people that have been on that offensive staff. Sam Weish, who ended up taking over the Cincinnati Bengals. There is a lineage from Bill Walsh. So now, I'm not here to say that Shanahan doesn't get credit. What I'm saying is I don't think any of us knows. And only time's really going to tell.
Well, it feels like Shanahan's now missing him, right? It feels like he's missing the LaFleurs. Mike McDaniel was his run game coordinator. Run game, he created a run game, and then he became the passing game coordinator. Then the offensive coordinator title that he had last season. And I thought, man, but Shanahan calls the plays. But the way Baldy broke it down, and what we hear now is that McDaniels was figuring out the spacings. He was figuring out the motions. Now, Shanahan, I'm not taking anything away from Kyle Shanahan, but it felt like McDaniels did a lot for Kyle Shanahan. And you got to remember, McDaniels been with Shanahan, since he was with them in Atlanta. He was with them in Washington. He was with them in Houston. He met the Shanahans in Denver. Mike Shanahan back in Denver in the mid-2000s.
So, but how much of this is on the quarterback? Because, again, I'm watching the All-22s creep all over my timeline. That's the film from the Niner game. And it looks to me like there are plays all over the field to be made, and the quarterback's not executing. Whether that you guys want to sit here and defend Jimmy, blame the offensive line, whatever. There are people open. So the question that I come back to, is it more on the coach? Is it on the quarterback?
Well,
is it somewhere in between?
It's on both. But I have a hard time, and we went at Jimmy, and Jimmy, we know who Jimmy is now. We know who Jimmy Garoppolo is.
Isn't it wild that 1 year ago, if you'd have asked me, Tua or Jimmy, I think 99% of people were taking Jimmy.
Yeah, now we're taking Tua.
And it's not even close.
Not even close.
Right?
Not even close. Jimmy didn't look like one of the best 32 quarterbacks in pro football last week.
It's kind of wild, though. I mean,
he did not look like it, right?
Yeah.
He looked like, oh, boy.
Cooper Rush looked better than him last night.
Cooper Rush looked way better.
And I don't say that lightly.
No, Cooper Rush did look better. Daniel Jones looked better than him last night.
Yeah,
Daniel Jones made plays despite being under siege all night. Here's what Damon said. I want to pick this up, and I want to get to Anthony Eselier on the other side. But here's what Damon said yesterday with Damon and Ratto. 95-7 the game from 3 to 6. Here's what Damon said about Kyle Shanahan, which I thought was very, very intriguing.
And I'll just tell you right now, the 49ers aren't wasting this defense on a rookie quarterback. The 49ers aren't wasting this defense on Jimmy Garoppolo. 49ers might be wasting this defense on Kyle Shanahan. And if that's what's going on here, we got a problem that is too big to overcome without radically redoing a lot of things.
I disagree with Damon. I respect Damon like crazy. I understand where he's coming from on this. If you want to sit here and argue with me that personnel Kyle, relationship manager Kyle is kind of sabotaging schematic offensive mind Kyle, I'll listen to that. To say that Kyle's offense or whatever by his design is what's holding back the entire team, I would say quarterback play in general is holding back the entire team and has been for quite some time.
What if I came back at you and said the defense carried them to a Super Bowl appearance and an NFC Championship game?
I think
when I give you these numbers,
I think
offensively, the penalties,
you have a great
the
argument.
takeaways.
I think you have a great argument, and I'm probably losing it. If I were to weigh it out, I'd say you're probably 60-40 defense to offense in the years that they've won.
I'm going to pick this up on the other side.
Meaning the defense was more impactful.
Spectacular.
But I also think that discredits how great their run game was in those games to
really
close out playoff games.
No doubt.
How dynamic Debo was, how dynamic George Kittle was in a lot of playoff games. So I don't think it's fair. I'm still going to defend Kyle Shanahan.
I'm going to pick this up on the other side. Anthony San Leandro, hang tight. We'll get you on the other side. More coming up on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service baking, no compromises.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
But Kyle, because he knows more than everybody else in the room, now says, let's just go out and get Jimmy as a backup. Just because Jimmy's playing as your backup does not leave Kyle Shanahan off the hook.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yep.
95.7 The Game.
The Grand National Rodeo is making its triumphant return to the Cow Palace on October 7th and 8th. Don't miss the awe-inspiring action of the Bronco Bucks of bareback riding, steer wrestling, bull riding, and all that you love about the rodeo. Get your tickets now at cowpalace.com and click Grand National Home. The anticipation is high for the 2022 Grand National Rodeo, October 7th and 8th.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life. Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal
nerves? Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
O'Reilly! Improve fuel mileage with Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system can increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage. Get Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner starting at $9.99 and earn 10 times O Rewards points on your purchase. Get the most out of every gallon. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Loyalty Lab Interview 6. Subject, grandmother's loyalty. Margie, what do you do when your grandson misbehaves?
Angels don't misbehave.
Here we study the most loyal, like you and... Oh, there goes the lamp.
You shouldn't have put it there.
Shell and the Fuel Rewards program has our members' backs too. It's super easy to save on every gallon. Loyal, just like how you acted like that wasn't his fault.
Someone should clean that up before he gets hurt.
Yes! Loyal, just like that.
10 years of FR.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Oh my God! Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Welcome back to the Morning Roast here on a Tuesday morning. Baldy at 7:30. Brian Baldinger joins us every single week at 7:30. He'll break down the latest loss for the 49ers, an 11-10 loss to the Denver Broncos in what may have been one of the uglier football games ever on primetime television. Also, Mike Holmgren, 8:30, former assistant coach, offensive coordinator for the 49ers, won a Super Bowl as head coach with the Green Bay Packers. City guy. We love Mike Holmgren on the roast. He'll break down what he's seen from Jimmy Garoppolo and what he thought of the usage of Trey Lance as Trey Lance is out for the year. Also some injury news, Niner fans and roasters. Trent Williams out 4 to 6 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Trent Williams sprained his ankle on that safety. DJ Jones got thrown into him. Thankfully, it's not nothing more serious, but Trent Williams, star left tackle, one of the best players in football, out for 4 to 6 weeks. So the protection for Jimmy Garoppolo is not going to get any better.
No.
Azeez Al-Shaair is going to be out for a couple months. He's got an MCL sprain. He's got something going on with his knee. So the injuries are starting to pile up for the 49ers as they get ready to host Monday Night Football against the LA Rams. And we're talking about Shanahan.
Yeah.
Look, we're not saying that Shanahan should be on the hot seat. But I wonder, where are we at with this franchise right now? As we look at the 1-2, and I don't care about last year going 3-5 and then going to the NFC Championship game because we know how close they were to not go into the playoffs. The Houston game at home, they were down at halftime. They could have lost that game, and there would have been no playoffs with Trey Lance at quarterback.
Down in the Rams game in Week 18,
17-0.
And things had to fall their way to get into the playoffs.
No doubt. So let's go to Anthony Andrew. He's been on hold for a second.
Okay.
I want to get his feeling on Kyle Shanahan because a lot of people are down on Shanahan. I just want to know what that means. Does that mean you want him out? Does that mean you think he's a long-term solution? What does that mean? Let's get to Anthony Andrew. He's listening via the Odyssey app. What's up, Anthony?
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing this morning?
I can't complain, man.
Good, man. Appreciate both of you guys. So I actually put some notes down because I just wanted to make sure I stayed on point. So to answer your original question, I personally think Kyle Shanahan is exactly who he's always shown us. When things kind of fall in place perfectly on the field, he looks like the quote-unquote boy genius that people say he is. But I think as a coach, I don't believe he makes anyone better. I also don't believe that he empowers his players. I just don't see that from him. And then the other part is I don't believe that he plays to his players' strengths. Like, I think that he doesn't set them up for success by putting them in position to do what they do best. Sometimes I feel like he limits his players, whether it's asking them to do something they don't do very well or he's not putting them in position to do things that they do very well. But the other part of my call is I think that I hate to say this, guys, but I really think the 49ers Super Bowl window is closed. And the reason I say that is because teams that usually get to the Super Bowl, in my opinion, from what I just see when I watch football, are teams that get better in the offseason. And I did not see the Niners honestly get better in the offseason, but I've seen other teams in our division get better. When you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, and I believe Miami's the NFC team as well. They've gotten better, and they've gotten significantly better, whether it's on the offensive side and then, of course, on the defensive side as well. Like they put key players in positions to make their quarterback better as well. Like you look at Tua getting Tyreek Hill, and then you also look at Jalen Hurts getting that my guy from Tennessee. So I look at those things, those factors, and I look at the Niners. I don't see them. They didn't get better in the offseason. And the other part is that Kyle said that the league knows what they're going to do now, which means that unless everything is perfect when that play is called and it works perfectly, everybody knows what we're going to do. And so there's not really a lack of it has to be like a perfect execution. And if it's not, we get what we got on Sunday. So I know I said a lot, but you guys can
we hear you.
Their opinions on that.
You're right. A.J. Brown goes to Philadelphia. Now, all of a sudden, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith look like one of the sickest duos at wide receiver in the NFL. So there's that. I wonder what the feeling is. Where are you at with Shanahan? Because you've been a big Shanahan backer.
Yeah. It's
a big-time backer.
I think where I'm at today is there's a couple of things. The first part is quarterback, which is we can't talk about good coaches around the league without talking about quarterback. Very few coaches in the history of the NFL have had sustained success, multiple years of success with multiple quarterbacks. It's really hard to find one good quarterback.
Joe Gibbs did it. He's like the outlier. He won 3 different Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks.
But I'm not even saying Super Bowl. I'm just saying being good. Like Bill Cowher did it with a couple different quarterbacks, but it felt like he couldn't do it back-to-back years.
No, he's got the one Super Bowl. And even then, Ben Roethlisberger was so young that they used a great defense and a strong running game and gadget plays with Hines Ward and Antoine Randall and Willie Parker, of course, to win that Super Bowl against Seattle.
I mean, it's a very short list of people. Like Andy Reid is clearly Bill Parcells clearly. Like you got obviously who you referenced, Joe Gibbs, who's up there. Don Shula,
Rippon, Joe Theismann, Doug Williams under Joe Gibbs.
Yeah,
John Shula. As
Don Shula. But those guys coached for 20 years plus each of them. Now I don't know how long Shanahan's going to coach. Some guys, like we were talking about earlier, go their whole career and can never find one quarterback, or for whatever reason things don't work out for them with that quarterback. I believe that Kyle Shanahan, through smoke and mirrors, has made Jimmy Garoppolo so much better than what he truly is. If I would have just plopped Jimmy G, and I'm not taking anything away, I think Jimmy is very average at a lot of things. If we were just ranking skill sets, we can sit here and argue about it like, oh, he's got a quick release. He doesn't see the field. He's not mobile. I don't think he throws guys open. I think he has to see the wide open throw before he can make it. I think his accuracy is wildly overrated. Like, I don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo, people are knocking their door down to go acquire him. And I think Kyle Shanahan deserves an absolute ton of credit for propping him up. Now, the other side is true as well. Shanahan can't win without Garoppolo. Like, that's a fact right now in terms of the record. But I do believe Shanahan deserves a lot of credit there. I was so looking forward to seeing whether him and Trey could work. That's what that was going to be the ultimate litmus test for me. Was it going to work? So I feel like I have to reserve my judgment on completely crushing the guy until he gets a chance to work with his dude.
Yeah, but you know what? And that's where, whether everything you said is on point. But we're like, we have to wait to see him work with Trey Lance. Well, part of the reason why we're not seeing Trey Lance right now is because the way he utilized Trey Lance, Kyle Shanahan. It felt like, man, he doesn't want to let Trey Lance throw. And when I throw these numbers at you, looking at pass attempts, last year the 49ers were 29th in pass attempts. Well, they're on track to be one of the worst teams in the league when it came to pass attempts this season. We saw 3rd and 6 run plays.
But would you throw with Jimmy?
I'm saying throwing with Trey.
Oh.
Throwing the ball with Trey.
Yeah.
Like, Jimmy, I'm saying, well, now with Jimmy, I would like to see him throw with Jimmy just to be like, okay, look, management, John Lynch, Adam Peters, Jet York, Parag Marate. I can't win with Jimmy. I opened up the playbook. I can't win with Jimmy. We saw that at the end of the Super Bowl when he dialed up 4 pass plays in a row at midfield with the minute 49 left and 3 timeouts. I'm thinking, Shanahan, run the ball. Remember I was in that room. Run the ball, Shanahan. Run the ball. You don't need to throw it. You don't need to leave time for Mahomes. Run the ball. Not only that, because Garoppolo's off right now. You got to take the ball out of his hands. There's so many games where I've seen Garoppolo throw an interception and the Niners come back that next offensive possession, and they just stick to the run. They maybe throw one pass play in there. I remember the Cincinnati game back in 2019. Garoppolo throws a pick. There was like 5 Bengals there. Remember that? It was like, what the hell is going on here? The next possession, Shanahan goes right down the field. It was like 6 run plays, 1 pass play. That's what we do. You got to take the ball out of his hands. But with Trey Lance, the playbook and the game plan, we're all waiting to see Trey Lance throw that ball. That's what we've been waiting for, right? A deep, down-the-field, accurate passer. We're all excited about that with Trey Lance. And then we saw him running the ball. And we saw him running the ball over and over and over again. And we're thinking, where's the boot action? Where's the passing plays on 3rd down? Why? Unleash him. I get he's young, but unleash him. How much better did Jalen Hurts get last year, taking all those bumps and bruises, throwing all those interceptions, going to the playoffs, takes that tape, goes into the offense, you add A.J. Brown, and now look at Jalen Hurts. He looks like an entirely different quarterback.
You're 100% right. But Jalen Hurts has the luxury of 25 career starts.
Yes, no doubt.
And now it's starting to pay dividends. Too many people are so quick, he's not ready. We do this crazy thing, Lance not ready, which you're listening to idiots who weren't at practice watching people throw footballs.
I thought Lance was ready. I thought Lance was literally ready to go last year, and he could have worked out the kinks,
it's going to be a work in progress. Like, that's what people don't understand. It's going to be, is their center ready? Is Jake Brendel ready? No. He doesn't look like he's ready. Like, this thing that people aren't ready is just ridiculous. You got to play and have an opportunity to grow. And I feel like they've totally pinned themselves in. So if you're asking about Shanahan, the biggest problem right now for Shanahan is his own, whether it's him, Peters, Lynch, I don't even know. Some of their own stubbornness on personnel has boxed them in terms of their game-to-game operations. And that's the way I truly believe. I think when it comes to opening up the playbook, setting people up for success, I think he's really good at that. Where I think he struggles with the relationship portion, game management situations, and his own personnel decisions.
Right. So a lot of people talk about Jalen Hurts playing at Alabama. I actually thought he got better when he played at Oklahoma.
No, he played way better. He could not throw at Alabama.
Alabama got his job took by
Tua.
Tua Tagovailoa took his job at Alabama. Oklahoma's where he started to thrive with CeeDee Lamb and Lincoln Riley. Now, you talk about game day decisions, roster management. Again, giveaways, takeaways. The Niners have been in the bottom half with the exception of 2019. 2019 is the outlier for everything. Offensive ranking, points per game, all that stuff. 2019 was a special year. Hands down, the best team under Kyle Shanahan. But you talk about relationships. You talk about communication. And that's why I see D'Amico Ryans on that sideline on Saturday. And I'm saying to myself, and everybody, you heard Mark Willard, you better not get used to D'Amico. He's going to be gone. To me, Shasky, that's a guy I don't want to leave the building. I don't want him to leave the building. I don't. I see him, and it's contagious. His energy is contagious towards that defense. He's jumping up and down. He's high-fiving. They're flying to the football. This defense has gotten better under
Didn't
DeMeco.
we say that about Saleh?
We did.
And they found a guy unknown out of nowhere. To give Kyle credit.
But DeMeco's been in the system for a while.
No doubt. He's found great coordinators.
Yes.
And I questioned Saleh for like a whole 2 years. I questioned Saleh, and I was wrong on Saleh. Saleh did a great job. DeMeco may be better. He may be worse than Saleh. I'll give Kyle this. He's replenished that defensive side of the ball in terms of the staff.
No doubt.
So in terms of building a staff, he does a great job there.
But you talk about relationships and communication and all that jazz. Doesn't it feel like DeMeco communicates a lot better than Shanahan right now? I know it's tough as a coordinator because we see him. He's calling the plays. He's into his defense. It just feels like he's a guy I don't want to leave the building. And then I look at all the other coaches around him and the coaches that have left Shanahan. And I look at Anthony Lynn. We all think highly of Anthony Lynn. But then you go back to his Charger days. Why did Anthony Lynn get fired? Spinoni knows. He's a Raider fan. He sees Anthony Lynn in the AFC West. Decision-making. 4th and 1s, goal to goals, when to go for it, when not to go for it. That destroyed Anthony Lynn with the Chargers. Destroyed him.
Andy Reid is still having problems, but he has the one Super Bowl, and so he's above criticism.
But here's what I'm getting at with Anthony Lynn.
People were going crazy when him not taking a timeout with Mahomes the other day.
No doubt. Here's what I'm getting at.
Him and Bieniemy were arguing as they were coming off the field.
Yeah, no doubt. Here's what I'm getting at with Anthony Lynn, though. Who's the guy to help Shanahan on game day with these decisions? Who's like McVay? Remember he first came out, he learned the game. He had Wade Phillips.
Yeah.
He had
the clock management guy.
He had so much experience on that coaching staff in the front office. We got to remember, John Lynch is a first-time GM. Shanahan is a first-time head coach.
Yeah, but they're 6 years in.
They're 6 years in.
I wipe that away.
But who is helping these guys with decision makings? There's still nobody telling Shanahan, hey, you need to do this, you need to do that, because he has full autonomy in the team. Full autonomy in decision-making and the personnel and the play calling.
The game situation or the situational management game to game, it leaves a lot to be desired.
It's a nightmare.
You know, like here's a great example. Just the other day, okay? It's 3rd and long with 10 minutes to go, okay? You have to understand you're in 4-down territory, all right? You're down by 1 point. You're at the 47. And you throw an underneath pass that gets knocked down, and it's just, to me, that's 4-down territory. Get me 3 or 4 yards right there. And again, we could argue about the quarterback or this, that, and the other, but you end up punting from your own 47. When you went for it the week prior against Seattle, now you can say, Joe, circumstances were different. You know, the settings were different. It's not Russell Wilson. But like that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of inconsistencies within the own game of going for it and when not to go for it. Kyle, it feels like he's flipping a coin out there at times. Like the short yardage situation stuff, I can think on my head, there's been 2 times he's won a game. One of them was the Ram game last year where he threw to Kittle on a 4th down, 4th and 2, and ended up changing that game, where he's won a game being aggressive. And I wish that he would be more aggressive, and I understand why he doesn't, and I feel like it goes right back to the confidence in the quarterback.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. But it
also feels like a crutch. It also feels like a crutch.
How long can you use that excuse? Hold on. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. YouTube, what is happening? Twitch, what is happening? Comcast Business Text Line, I see ya. And good morning to everybody out there calling, getting ready for work. 888-957-9570. Keep going back to the quarterback. I'm tired of hearing about the quarterback because we know who he is. How long are we going to use this crutch that Jimmy G isn't the answer? Jimmy G's not the answer. Why is he still here? Why is the head coach telling everybody on a Friday he's one of the best throwers on the planet?
Well, he's trying to prop him up.
It's too late for that.
He's trying to prop him up.
That relationship is damaged. Here's what Steve Young said yesterday.
I don't dismiss that.
Here's what Steve Young said yesterday about the relationship between Kyle and Jimmy.
The trust between head coach Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo has never been what it needed to be. How do I gain trust? Because how did he try to manage the situation? I managed with a great, innovative running game. It's really one best in the league.
Exactly. Yes.
They don't have the runner now. They've got people hurt. So there's no way to not expose this lack of trust. It has to come out now, and they have to see if they can work it out.
They've never had trust between each other. Or Shanahan hasn't trusted Garoppolo. So the Garoppolo excuse saying, I don't trust Garoppolo. Well, you know what, Shanahan? You had many chances to move off of him. Many. And yet he's still here. You don't get that excuse anymore. So, I can't go there anymore. We know who Garoppolo is. We know he's a game manager. We know he's going to miss throws. We know the Jimmy O'No throws are coming. I know all that stuff. But part of the reason why he's here is because of the head coach.
I can't argue that part. I really can't. I mean, I really can't. But going back to like the trusting thing, at some point, like Jimmy's just got to make some plays, for crying out loud. Guys are open. Not all the time, but there are guys open, and he just skips balls. Or he makes horrible decisions. I mean, Mark Willard, to his credit, I'm listening to him yesterday saying it over and over, and he's so right. It's first down. And Jimmy, not Kyle, Jimmy, first down, is throwing into triple coverage to Debo, who's not open at all. Like, at some point, we got to look at some of these players and say, dude, you got to play better. Now, look at the screenplay from the one.
That's on Shanahan.
Agreed. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. But there's other times in the game where you're like, come on, guys, make a play for me here.
Right. See, and I agree with that. Garoppolo's got to make plays, but he hasn't made those plays.
I know.
He hasn't made those plays. After the 2019 Super Bowl, or 2020, early February, the 2019 season, Shanahan basically told us in that game he doesn't trust Jimmy Garoppolo. So he's back for 2020, 2021, and 2022. We knew 3 years ago he didn't trust his quarterback. Yet he's still here?
Well, it's hard to move off people when you have guaranteed money. I mean, that goes back to the personnel.
They had opt-out clauses, though.
I know.
April 1st, they had opt-out clauses for Jimmy. They could have moved off this guy forever.
So we're hearing a lot about Sean Payton, though, B. Right? We've heard a lot about Sean Payton. If I just took Drew Brees away from Sean Payton, does everyone still want him? They won the one Super Bowl, and I'm not taking it away from them.
Sean Payton was really good as a coordinator with the New York Giants.
Horrific losses.
You know what, though?
Horrific losses in the playoffs.
You know what, though? Sean Payton had really good seasons with Kerry Collins in New York. Dallas, they made some things happen. In Dallas, as an offensive coordinator, New Orleans, he built that team up, and they were one of the most potent offenses throughout his tenure. They were one of the most potent offenses. Yes, they have a lot of playoff failures.
Huge ones.
Huge gaps. Huge ones. That's what happens in the NFL. Andy Reid has them. Belichick has them. Bill Walsh has them.
So then
George Seifert has them.
Why
Mike
can't we
Holmgren
extend that to Shanahan?
We do.
You think we do?
We do. But he's had 4 losing seasons out of 6. Or excuse me, three losing seasons out of 5 so far.
Mm-hmm.
And so far they're 1-2.
Like if I were to flip it and say, hey, they had Drew Brees here on this offense, I feel like a lot of the issues that we've got with Shanahan go away.
But I go back to, you could have had Tom Brady.
I can't be. That's the guy I wanted. I know. It drives me nuts.
A lot of people wanted him.
Nuts.
But he could have had Tom Brady.
I know.
And he could have had Deshaun Watson.
And they whiffed.
He could have had Patrick Mahomes.
I know.
He could have maybe traded for Matthew Stafford. He had Trey Lance. And he ran him like a fullback. So all these excuses we keep going back to, it goes back to Shanahan. And that's why my faith in him, long term, like I'm going to watch this season no matter what. The Niners could be 1-10. I'm going to be locked in on Shanahan.
Yeah, that's obvious.
No, it's not obvious because some people will tune out.
Okay.
But I'm going to be watching and saying, does the team quit on him? Do they get better when it comes to committing penalties? Do they get better when it comes to takeaways? Okay, they lost a takeaway game against Denver on Sunday night.
I know.
They lost a takeaway game again. And they've been in the bottom half of the league when it comes to takeaways, giveaways throughout his tenure. That's a trend. Yeah. This is a trend, Shasky. The pass attempts.
I can't argue those trends.
The points per game. The points per game, they've been in the 20s 4 times now in the last 6 years. So far, they're in the 20s.
Look, this is why I'm so conflicted with Shanahan. Because I do believe the guy does so many great things out on the field. Because I see guys open and you're like, wow, this guy's a stud, and this guy's a stud, and this guy's a stud. And then I go back to this basic question. Joe, are you more confident in him and quarterbacks in fixing that situation now or when they started in 2017?
You were more confident in 2017, huh?
I feel like I was.
You're not confident now. I know you're not. And I know a lot of Niner fans aren't.
There's just so much unknown. I feel like there's more question marks.
A lot of question marks.
I mean, they had nothing. They were starting from scratch. And I feel like nothing's changed. And that's the biggest disappointment. And they've had so much success. And they've had some down years. They have had so much success. But the biggest frustration is you don't have the quarterback spot fixed. And that's the thing that's like,
He hasn't fixed the quarterback spot. And it's year 6. AJ Freeball before we hit the break. AJ Freeball, what's happening? He's listening on his car radio. He's on the Russ. What's up, AJ?
Guys, good morning, and I'm always, on this morning, and
Thank you.
I hear you guys all the time. So two things, right? I mean, one thing is we all know that DeMarco Ryans will be gone end of the season. He goes, he's going to take few good, people with him. Now, the way offense is going down the hill, we have defense is gone, so we're not going to have a defense guy sitting on the team with us. And Kyle Shanahan is Kyle Shanahan from last, history speaks for himself. So what happens to Jet George? Do you really think that he's going to sit back and say, oh, wow, I got to rebuild the team again? That's my first question. Second thing is that the way Jimmy handled the media, that was highly unprofessional.
What part?
I mean, blaming the people. When he said, I was not in sync with these guys.
Oh, yeah.
Their team. This was his team from 5 years. This is his team. I mean, he was never off. I mean, I understand he went through all this kind of stuff, but you can't blame on these people at all. Be a man, take responsibility, and say, guys, I screwed up. I got to fix my game. Period.
Yep, no, you're right.
Emotional intelligence is the number one attribute in sports for my leaders, right? You look at Steph Curry, emotional intelligence. Josh Allen, you see him, self-awareness, emotional intelligence.
I saw a little bit with Trey Lance.
When I look at Jimmy Garoppolo, the last thing I think about is emotional intelligence. He just be saying stuff.
Yeah, hey, I'm not in game shape, yada, yada, yada. Last week it was like riding a bike, you're comfortable. This week it's,
and it wouldn't matter if he was
OTAs.
spectacular,
right?
But he's not spectacular.
No, he's not. All right, Duke of the City, we'll get you on the other side, plus Brian Baldinger at 7:30 here on the Morning Roast. That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
First thing you want to bring up is Kyle. Nice going, dingus. It's all Kyle. Every missed receiver is still an uncoached, unimproved upon Jimmy Garoppolo. Coach your team up.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Oh, bite me.
95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world. Right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is here to keep your car on the road with our free loaner tool program. Your local store has more than 80 specialty tools available to rent for your next repair. Refundable deposit required. Ask our professional parts people about the loaner tool program today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Boom, 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 boom. Brian Baldinger coming up in 12 minutes on the Morning Roast to break down what happened in Denver between the Niners and the Broncos. Niners dropped to 1-2, losing 11-10. 11-10, and today we're talking about some of the questionable decisions, not only in that game, but some of the questionable decisions Kyle Shanahan has made, because there's a lot of talk. Damon Bruce said, the defense is getting wasted, not by Garoppolo, not by the rookie quarterback, but maybe by Kyle Shanahan. Baldy mentioned this back in August. It's like, they're going to miss Mike McDaniel. And then I hear Mark Willard, and he said, hey, if the Niners ever fire Kyle Shanahan, there will be a line around the block waiting on Kyle Shanahan to hire him. Now, personally, I wouldn't care about that because we'd all be fixated on who the guy is for the 49ers. At that point, it'd be like, hey, Shanahan, happy trails. Good luck to you in the future. We're on to the next. But I'm not there with Shanahan. I'm not there on the firing or whatnot. But I'm seeing some alarming trends with Kyle Shanahan, Shasky.
Well, okay, just one thing.
Alarming trends.
I'm not here to fire Shanahan.
No,
at all.
we're not. We never said that.
I want to ask you a question. Remove Shanahan. Just remove your emotion and your attachment to Shanahan. In terms of, there'd be millions of people lining up to go get him. Okay, fine. When you've decided to move off someone, in general, whatever industry it is,
you move off.
You can't worry about that person remarrying.
No doubt.
Right? You just can't. You have to worry about who you're going to marry next. And I just look at where the Niners are now versus where they were when they hired Shanahan. I feel like they're viewed around the league much better today than they were then.
No doubt.
You were coming off of 4 different head coaches in 4 years, leaks like crazy. No one wanted the job. You had to overpay. I mean, people were declining to even talk to you. I don't think that's the case now.
No.
So you cannot, if they I'm not saying they're going to get there, and I don't want them gone, but I'm just saying in terms of it being a desirable job, I think it's much more desirable today than it ever was when Kyle Shanahan was a offensive coordinator looking to interview for the job currently.
I'm with you. Here's what RG3 said yesterday about Jimmy Garoppolo, the 49ers. RG3 on Monday Night Countdown.
So, Steve, to your point, does Jimmy still give them the best chance to win? That question to me is very simple. Yes, he does, but it's only because Trey Lance is no longer available. All you guys said that Jimmy G was going to make them a better team right now than Trey Lance would, and I disagreed with you. And what you saw in that game is exactly why. The man went full Orlovsky. And you never go full Orlovsky.
And then throw the pick six.
Listen, I don't know what was worse, that or the pick six that got called back. So listen, their recipe for success has always been protecting Jimmy by running the ball and getting it into Deebo Samuel's hands early so he can go get that yak yardage. Right now, without Trent Williams, that's going to be...
they're bringing up something that I kept saying the whole time. Well, we're watching Jimmy G, and during the summer, like this thing that we do this thing in sports. We listen to the dumbest argument, and we prop it up. Trey's not ready. I hear that I'm out at a golf tournament yesterday, okay, for a fundraiser for the Benedetti family, and it was an awesome day, and for the Junior Giants. And the amount of people, Trey's just not ready. Yeah. And I'm like, based off what have you seen?
Based off what?
What have you seen? So, but here's my kickback. Okay, Trey's not ready, which fine. You can have that opinion based off the 5 quarters, fine. Throw that to the side.
Does Jimmy look
Garoppolo
ready?
is a 9-year veteran who does not see the field.
Right. Does Jimmy Garoppolo look ready?
His football IQ is horrific.
Horrific. So let me jump in here because that's the thing I think people misunderstood from me yesterday. I was irate, not about the game, but about everything leading up to the game and the aftermath of the game.
Like what? The way we talk about?
The way we discuss Trey Lance saying, number one, he's not ready. I'd never believed that. I believe Trey was more than ready. What I saw in Chicago, I said, this is my guy. This guy's ready to take off. Now things went awry in Chicago. Monsoon hits, game over. We forget the first 2 drives against Seattle. The Niners moved the ball like it was nothing. But the problem was Trey kept running. My biggest beef with what happened last week, and it started during the game, where people said, boy, Bonte, you got to admit, the Niners did look better with Jimmy Garoppolo under center. And I'm like, how are we going to determine that after just 5 quarters of football?
Because people, and I've now realized it, people are comfortable with what they've seen before, and they associate disproportionately Jimmy Garoppolo's impact on success. And they're like, well, he was the guy who was there while we were successful, hence we have to do this transitive property thing where he's part of the reason, and so he stays there.
We did the same thing with the Warriors last year. People say, boy, Wiggins getting to the playoffs. I don't know. Jordan Poole gets into the playoffs. It's his first go-round in the postseason. I don't know. Is Looney going to hold up? Is he going to be ready?
You're right.
A lot of people said the Warriors wouldn't be ready. A lot of people said the Wiggins wouldn't be ready.
Well, it's these casual,
Poole didn't get ready.
It's these casual opinions. Like Steph Curry wasn't good. I mean, again, take Jimmy G off the side.
Right.
We said for how many months, years, as a national media, not you and I, but nationally, Steph Curry's done nothing in big games. When we all knew the data points and all the games, you and I have cited him over and over and over and over and over again.
He's been more than ready.
Yet the loud noise now supersedes the facts.
Right.
It's the same thing with Jimmy G. We have pounded in the head of people the win-loss record.
It's just, it's not only that.
It drives me crazy.
What else drives me crazy, too, is that we all salivate over Josh Allen now. We all salivate over Lamar Jackson now. They weren't ready when they first played.
No.
Well, they got better with reps. And then how many people go ahead and they put Herbert on this pedestal, and they put Herbert in the same class as Mahomes and Josh Allen, and I'm saying to myself, Kyler Murray's been to the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Now, I'd probably rather have Justin Herbert, but Herbert, he hasn't been to the playoffs yet. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Lamar Jackson's been to the playoffs. Why don't we just elevate Herbert because we see a couple of national TV games and he throws the ball all over the place? They've lost a lot of big games. And the game they lost last Thursday night, he threw the game-winning 99-yard pick on the back throw.
Well, what's crazy? No, you're right. You're 100% right. What's crazy is that we do this thing like, well, Jimmy was under center when they went to the playoffs. They don't even get to the playoffs last year without the Trey win.
No.
It's as if that game didn't even happen. It's as if that game didn't even happen.
And so part of my frustration yesterday was,
and it wasn't a perfect game.
No, it wasn't a perfect game at all. It was
he was
until
good.
the two halves.
He was good
in the second half. He adjusted, and the Niners won that football game to give them a chance to go to the playoffs. The thing. And people were doing this in the thread. They were posting preseason highlight packages of Trey Lance against the Texans. And I'm like, why don't you post week 17 from last year against the Texans in the game that mattered? All right, let's get to Duke of the City. He's been waiting on the car radio. Duke of the City, one of our favorites here on the roast. What's up, Duke?
Yes, good morning, y'all, man. Beautiful show, man. My brother and nephews, man. This is a great show y'all having this morning, man. My issue, man, is with I know, Shafky, you got Shanahan back, man, but the play calling is becoming predictable, man. You know what I mean? Everything that Shanahan does, you can see it's like the defense knows what they're getting ready to do before they even do it, you know? And then the relationship with him and Jimmy G, they don't have a relationship. That's why our offense is looking sputtered like it's looking, because the quarterback and the head coach gotta have some type of relationship together, you know, and they don't have no relationship at all. You know, Jimmy overthrowing people, he underthrowing people, he's throwing in the double coverage, he's backing out the end zone, he's doing nothing that an experienced quarterback should be doing after playing for 9 seasons, stepping out of the back of the end zone. I mean, come on, man. Mm-hmm. Now you can see why everybody won't Trey in there. Yeah, we won't Trey, but we stuck with Jimmy. That's what it is. We stuck with him at this point.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then that's just what it is, y'all. So hopefully that defense catch up. The offense catch up to the defense, because it's going to be a shame to see the Super Bowl defense go to waste with an offense that's sputtering like they sputter, man. They averaging 15 points a game. We 27th in the league in scoring, y'all, man. I'm out of here, man. I love y'all, man.
And they were 20th last year, Duke. They were 20. They were 13th last year and 21st the year before. They've never, outside of 2019, if you take 2019 away, because that was a spectacular season, they've never been higher than 13th outside of 2019. They've been 13th, 20th, 21st, and 28th so far this year. And you could say the quarterback, you could say the injuries, you could say all those things. But we hired Shanahan because he was a great offensive mind, right? Mm-hmm. And his offense has been anything but great. It's been, hey, let's play smash mouth football. Let's not turn the ball over. Let's hand the ball over to our defense and stuff it out. Does that sound like a great offensive philosophy?
No, but it also feels very limited because of the guy that you got pulling the trigger. And it's hard for me to sit here and visualize what it would look like with a better quarterback. I don't know. I don't know what it would look like, B. Here's the biggest issue.
And again, part of that is on the coach.
That's the personnel.
For having think about this. We're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo in 2022 when since 2019, really since 2019, midway through.
The Viking game.
Not even the Viking game. The first Packers game when somebody called the post-game show from Oakland and said, Bonte, the game should have been a bigger route, but Jimmy missed throws in the first half. I said, they won 37-8. What are we nitpicking for? We're not allowed to nitpick when we have been garbage for years. I'm saying that about the 49ers. Yeah. We've talked about Jimmy for 2019. And how long have I yelled, Shanahan, go get your guy? Been doing this since 2019.
Isn't that easier said than done? Like, the Jets have been trying to get their guy for 60 years.
Yeah, but you know what? They take chances on other guys. They pivot really quick.
Yeah, but they're also dysfunctional. And
they are dysfunctional.
You're trying to win at a high level and not get fired.
But they pivot quickly.
No, that's true.
On the quarterback.
The biggest problem with Jimmy, like I've talked about, the football IQ, it just drives me nuts. When you play a veteran, okay? The cliche is, well, the veteran's going to minimize the amount of horrific things that can happen on the field. And yet when I watch Jimmy, more times than not, I feel like he is not minimizing turnovers at all.
Right.
Like, he's one of the reasons why they put themselves in very disadvantageous situations on the field.
Yep.
And that's the biggest problem that I've gotten. I feel like we've assigned all of the veteran attributes to Jimmy, yet I'm not getting all of the veteran output that I'm looking for. Reducing turnovers, putting this team in drivable situations where they can throw down the field, minimizing sacks, all of the big-time net loss plays.
Making third down throws.
He didn't make any.
No, let's not. Let's get Baldy in the minute and a half. Let's get Vince for 30 seconds. Vince, you got about 30 seconds here before we get to Brian Baldinger. Vince in the city on his radio. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, so real quick, just wanted to say I think this is on Kyle because we had a chance to get Tom Brady, but his ego was too big to let someone else take over the offense. And just a kicker, I said last week that Jimmy G was the Andrew Wiggins, but he's playing more like Shane Falco. Thanks, guys.
Any problem, Vince? Good call there.
Replacements.
Good call there. Brian Baldinger joins us every single week at 7:30 here on the Morning Roast. He has some thoughts on the game in Denver Sunday night. One of the uglier Sunday night games we've seen in a long, long time. Broncos win 11-10. Niners dropped to 1-2. And it's a lot of doom and gloom this morning here in the Bay Area. Let's get to Baldy, Spadoni.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
Baldy on the roast, looking dapper as ever. On Twitter, at Baldy NFL. We love talking. Look at the collar. Look at the blazer. He's ready to roll here. And look, Baldy does it down. I was loving his breakdowns of the Jacksonville Jaguars. I was like, damn, look at the Jaguars flying around. Look at them play offensive football. They're running the ball, throwing the ball. Well, let's stick with the Niners here. And Baldy, right off the rip, I'm going to play a cut from what you said back when you first joined us for this football season back in mid-August. Here's what you had to say about the 49ers losing Mike McDaniel.
I could be wrong in this, so maybe I'm misspeaking, but I think he was the highest paid assistant coach in the NFL. Like, they didn't want to lose him. They never wanted to lose him. They didn't want to lose him in Atlanta. Like, he knew the value of Mike. Because he's like, look, it's Revenge of the Nerds with Mike. Because he's willing to put 15 hours in the film room to find one motion that's going to work on Sundays that's going to take Luke Kuechly out of the mix, and you're going to run right by him. Like, his ability to see how a defense reacts, anticipate how a defense is going to react, and then you counter that reaction. Like, he just had this skill that not a lot of people have.
So I want to ask you, Baldy, right off the rip, through 3 games, how much are the 49ers missing Mike McDaniel? When the Dolphins are 3-0, Niners are 1-2, and they look very, very predictable on offense.
I agree. I mean, I thought they would miss him, and I think they are. It just looks very beige, this offense. You know, I mean, if you've had to put a color to it, it's just flat. I think Mike McDaniels is a big loss because what Mike does, nobody's really willing to, even if you're willing to put the time in, you don't know really what you're looking at. He just has that skill. And I thought you can replace a running back coach. You can replace a run game coordinator. I mean, they get replaced all the time. But now somebody that is willing to do what Mike did. And so I thought it would show up. And look, you had one explosive run by Wilson. You're on your 3rd running back. We understand that. One explosive run. Otherwise, I mean, they were struggling to get 2 yards a carry. And so it has looked like that for much of the season so far.
You know, Baldy, it's just so many places that I want to start. Let's start with the play. You're at the 1 yard line, and I don't know if it's designated as a screen type of a play or not, but from the rip, I'm like, what are we doing? Like, why are we doing this? Now, Shanahan has run a play-action play with Trey Lance at quarterback in the preseason from his own end zone, and that's aggressive, and I know a lot of coaches would never do that, but from the rip, that play felt like it was doomed. Break down that play for us.
Well, it was a play action. I mean, you know, there's a couple things if you're going to do that type of play. I mean, there's 2 things that I wouldn't do if I was a coordinator. Now, obviously, Kyle's, he's the real guy. But, you don't run screens typically, and you don't run play action because any kind of an offensive penalty in the end zone is a safety. Mm-hmm. You don't have to, put your foot in the back of the back line. You have an offensive tackle that just grabs somebody who's getting beat, and it's a safety. Like, there's just too many danger points about a play like that. That's why most teams, they'll even quarterback sneak from the 1 just to get you some breathing room, just so that what happened doesn't happen. And so, Purcell, split him inside right there. He got pressure right up the middle. He was a hard guy to block for him all night as it was. So there wasn't great protection, but that's one of the things that you really fear. Your quarterback turns your back to the defense in that part of the field. You can't afford a mistake. And honestly, the safety was better than throwing the interception and the pick 6 that Bradley Chubb had. So it's like, pick your poison. Would you rather give up 6 points or give up, 2 points and then the ultimate field goal. A 5-point play for the most part.
Well, and so obviously we can.
And they lost Trent Williams on that play.
Well, that's where I want to go. Like, obviously we can rip the quarterback. He's got to know where he's at on the field. The coach, why are you calling that? You lose Trent Williams. That play felt like it changed the game completely. Obviously, the momentum of the safety, but then Jalen Moore comes in and he can't guard nobody, and they're just searching right now. How big of a loss is the Trent Williams one? Because I just don't know how they're going to be able to operate.
Well, even if they're a left-handed team, they like to run to the left because Trent's there.
Mm-hmm.
And just because you just never know, like, how many different people he can eliminate on any given play just because of the style of play. But even when they cut back, even when they run to the right, I mean, Trent's ability to just take guys out of the picture on the backside opens up cutback lanes. So, and then, if you're down there on the goal line, and you want to try something like that, at least if you have Trent, on a play, like, you feel a little bit better about turning your back to the defense if he's kind of anchoring your left side. I mean, he's the highest graded offensive lineman in the league last year, Like, there's no backup. Now, so Jalen Moore comes in and another play action pass, which I didn't agree with him out there. And Randy Gregory, their best pass rusher, beats him cleanly. So now you put McKivitz in there. Now you're on your third tackle. Like, it's just, every step you just kind of, you just weaken the group up front that was already trying to find their feet and trying to come together as a group with 3 new starters in there right now.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game joins us every single Tuesday at 7:30, and we love Baldy because he breaks it down better than anybody out there. You talking about the decision-making of Kyle Shanahan, the play-action passes, and we've questioned the decision-making since he started with Trey Lance to start the season and some of the plays that he ran with Trey Lance. But I want to get to Jimmy Garoppolo because he is a veteran. And last week, Baldy, when he replaced Trey Lance after he suffered a broken ankle, Jimmy said after the game, it was like riding a bike. I felt comfortable. The players felt comfortable. Huddle felt comfortable. This week it was, not having training camp and OTAs and, I'm not really in game shape. We don't really want to hear that. But what about the decision-making of Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback for a veteran? I saw a guy look like a rookie out there on Sunday Night Football.
Well, when you can't convert a third down like they did until, I don't know, maybe the second to last drive, that's bad offense, period. Now, it was a bad offensive performance all night, but, it always falls on the quarterback. It's the reason why they're the highest paid people on the field. The quarterback has to make decisions. The offense has to move. You have to fix things. Like, even if the play isn't right, like, you've got to make it work. Your decision-making, your accuracy, what you do with the football in your hands is why we basically watch the game. If you get backup scrub quarterbacks, it's unwatchable football in this league. So you saw it last night to a degree, from the Giants. Your quarterback running around scrambling isn't offense.
No.
Like, you might get first downs, but it's not offense. The offense, the quarterback's job is to get the ball to your wide receivers. They're the second highest paid players. They're playmakers. You got to get the ball to them. Like, even when it's 11-10 in the bottom of the ninth, with 2.5 minutes to go in the game, like, just go down. You're at midfield. It's first down. You can't throw the ball where he threw the ball in the middle of the field like that. Like, he knows that. Now, the left tackle, they couldn't pick up a Josie Jewell blitz to save their life all game long.
3 for 3. I saw your breakdown. 3 for 3.
The guy struck gold on 3 basic blitzes. They just picked him apart. Like, you can't let that happen. So, but you can't throw the ball in the middle of the field. Like, throwing the ball in the middle of the field into a crowd is you get done exactly what happens. The ball gets picked. It could have been picked a couple more times. Like, every time, as a fan, you guys, and me too, you see a ball tipped in the middle of the field, the first thing you think of, here we go. Yeah. Bad play, interception. Like, almost always. So that's why some guys don't throw the ball in the middle of the field, unless they have a wide open target. Like, don't throw the ball outside the numbers, all that. They won't even try it because of all the different hands that are in the way sometimes.
Baldy, I'm watching Jimmy G the other night, and I'm saying, God, he just can't see the field. And it's like the decision-making. It's just, it's so erratic. And we do all these, like, winner attributes. He's a winner. He wins games. And, like, to me, the thing that we always talk about, he's physically limited. What about his mental makeup? What about his decision-making on the field? For someone who's played as long as he has in this system, am I right to say, like, what is he thinking out there? How are they not getting the ball to some of these playmakers? Ayuk, Debo, Kittle, like they got guys out there, and yet I feel consistently the defense is 2 steps ahead of him.
Well, I mean, you just go back to the last interception. I mean, that interception, like I've seen, like I was just in Tampa this weekend, Brady and Rodgers going at it. Okay, the ultimate decision makers. But I saw like that was the first down throw that Jimmy had intercepted at the 47-yard line. Like I saw both Brady and Rodgers when there wasn't something there, just throw the ball on the ground. Like literally, I'll go to second down. I'll throw it into the seats. Like I'm not forcing the ball. If that's the only place I got to go right now, I'll throw the ball into the ground and I'll go to second down. And I felt like sometimes that's the best thing to do is just throw the ball away and go to the next down. Yeah. And the other thing is, I mean, this has been going on now for a while, not just this, since George came back this week. But, like, I just don't feel like they call his number and they have plays for George. Yeah. Like, what am I looking at, Joe? Like, I just don't see – I see these tight ends in the league.
Thank you, Baldy.
I mean, it starts with Travis Kelce.
Yep.
Like, I see these guys, and they're calling plays that everybody can watch. Clear outs, 3x1s, flex them, in motion, delay, tight end delays. Like, I see these plays for tight ends around the league. Now, you made him the highest paid tight end for a day in the whole league. And I don't feel like they use them at all.
I'm totally with you, and it drives me kind of crazy, to be quite frank. I'd love to see him used more in the red zone and just in general more. But, like, the big counter-argument is he's such a great blocker, and, they don't have great protection, so you have to keep him in. And I'm like, I understand there's a balancing act here. He just doesn't get targeted enough for me. Like, they don't run specific plays to free him up because he is a mismatch nightmare.
When teams are in man coverage and you get them into man coverage, whether it's first down and they got the safety down to try to stop the run, whatever, and you're in man coverage, like you got to call plays for George. You just do. Like he's too good with the ball in his hands after the catch. I don't care if it's rub routes. I don't care if it's delays. I don't care if it's tight end screens. Like I just feel like even though he was active and healthy last week, I understand the injury, but like he seemed like he was just invisible. Yeah. But it's not just last week. I felt like that for much of the season last year. And really, since he set the receiving record for, yardage record by a tight end, I felt like they've kind of just gone away from him.
Yep.
And it's not because there's Ayuk and Debo. They get their targets. Like, look, Patrick Surtain threw a blanket over, Ayuk. I mean, he's that good. All right. So if you know that, well, where's Kittle? All right, if Surtain can like just basically blanket your ex receiver out there, then like let's start calling some plays for Kittle. I just feel, and I know George's a team player to never say anything, but it seems like they're not taking advantage of a really good player.
Yeah, no doubt. And I got some numbers here for Kittle just on Sunday, Baldy. 51 of 56 snaps. 51 of 56 snaps. He lined up on the line of scrimmage next to a tackle 38 times. He was only in the slot 8 times, lined out wide 4 times, once in the backfield. That's not enough. You got to move him around here. Like I saw your breakdown with Kyle Pitts. He's in the slot, running wheel routes and mossing guys down the sideline. We want to see that from George Kittle. And then we want to see a little more from Debo. Shanahan talked about how teams are stuffing Debo in the run game. They look predictable, and they've got to make an adjustment. The cat's out the bag. The cat's out of the hat, right? Everybody knows when Debo is freaking in the backfield, it's a run play. How do they get more creative with getting number 19 the ball instead of just at the line of scrimmage on either smoke routes, wide receiver screens, or just straight up handoffs?
Well, it would help if they could keep running backs healthy. So, Mason gets a carry, goes 7 yards. I just think you got to get some healthy running backs so you're not putting him in that position where he is so predictable. And it can kind of change up. Put him back there, but still throw the ball. Have different formations with him and a running back in the backfield. Him and Juice in the backfield. Various combinations where it's not so predictable. And then they just got to do a better job blocking up front. But you're right. If I'm defending the 49ers and I see Debo back there, I got every alert in the world going. The ball's going to 19. I got it. All right, we're going to treat him like a running back. We're going to, we'll be in our gaps. We'll be gap sound. And we're not going to let him get these splits and hits that we saw him get through the second half of the season last year.
I want to ask you about the defense, Baldy, because they are playing lights out, and we should be spending more time talking about Hufanga, Fred Warner Jr., Drake Greenlaw, this defensive line.
Jackson's first sack.
His first sack. Kinlaw's playing well. Givens playing well. Bosa's Bosa. The two corners on the outside. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't want D'Amico Ryans leaving after the season because he's got these guys humming, Baldy.
They're as good as anybody in this league. And I just saw Tampa. They're awesome. Green Bay is very good. Philadelphia's playing lights out, good defense, right? There's a lot of teams that are playing. The defense is way ahead of the offenses in this whole league right now. But the 49ers, when I watch them, I don't think there's a faster defense in the league. I mean, their speed at linebacker is second to none. There might be a faster linebacker than Fred Warner, but nobody reads a play faster than Fred. You watch them on the defensive line right now, like they are chasing everything down. They are so good. They've given up one touchdown in 2 weeks right now. And really the only time that they have really gotten beat, and it started in Chicago, is when they go up against a quarterback like Fields or Russell, where they hold the ball for 5 or 6 seconds, and they kind of take a nap. When the guy's just kind of running around out there. That's how that receiver, what was the kid's name?
Hinton, I think.
Yeah. Number 9.
Yeah.
That kid Hinton, like Emmanuel Mosley kind of went to sleep a little bit. Russell's out there running around, and they got a 27-yard play on that drive that they end up scoring on. That's how Dante Pettis scored against Chicago. Like, the only time they have broken down is when these quarterbacks extend the play for a long time. And then they kind of blink. They don't plaster the receivers. And that's how these plays have happened. Other than that, and it's happened 3 or 4 times this year, other than that, they're as good as anybody in this league.
Baldy, on your way out the door, what's the identity of this offense? Like this year, if you were just looking at it through 3 games, like, because I know we want to run the ball. I feel like they got a couple of chunk plays and then a whole lot of nothing. Like, what's the identity of this offense right now?
I think the identity of the offense is their defense, just giving them good field position and getting the ball back to them. Wow. I mean, you think about this. Just on 12, they had like 15 possessions. But on 12 possessions on Sunday night, they had a first down or less. 1 or fewer first downs on 12 possessions.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
So if you ask it, what's the identity? The identity is, you fumble the ball at midfield on a quarterback center exchange, the most basic play in football, and the defense gets you the ball back in 3 plays. Like, their identity right now is their defense. If the defense takes the ball away, forces a punt, like they've been doing for 3 straight games in a row, that's when the offense is basically feasting. Other than that, I can't give it to you, Joe.
Wow, that's unbelievable. Real quick, Baldy, before we get you out of here, Monday Night Football, Rams-Niners, rematch of the NFC Championship game. People have kind of fallen asleep on the Rams after they got blown out by Buffalo in the season opener. Got back-to-back wins. Held on for dear life against Atlanta. Atlanta's a sneaky team. And then, of course, beating the Cardinals down in Glendale, Arizona. Where are the Rams at right now? How are they looking to you over the last 2 weeks?
They got flaws. I mean, they're not great right now. But they went through a dip in the middle of the season last year where they didn't get a win for a month. They lost 3 games, had a bye week. They didn't win a game in a month. And they came out of it. But the one thing I think you can count on, and this is just who he is, like, Stafford's going to give you 2. Now, they had the ball on the ground all day the other day. They couldn't recover a fumble. Like, the ball's just dribbling in front of them. They couldn't get it. There are going to be opportunities for loose balls and interceptions, and they have to take advantage of it. It's like watching the Warriors play basketball. Like, if there's a loose ball, the Warriors get the ball. Like, that's what they do. Like, it's more than just Steph hitting threes. It's more than fast breaks. The ball's on the ground. The Warriors get the ball. And if I was the 49ers and I was coaching that team, I would show them Golden State Warrior clips of them getting every single loose ball and keeping balls alive. Like, because it's the same thing. The ball's on the ground, it's your ball. Like, get it. Recover it. Like, and so Stafford's going to give you 2. You've got to catch it. And so that's how the game is going to flip, and that's how they win the game.
Baldy, I'm now envisioning you, me, and Bonte courtside with Bob Myers going to a Warrior game when the NFL season is over, and I want Baldy to do some Baldy breakdowns on Draymond Green's pregame routine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll do that. And I'll break down every single shot in pregame from Steph because I've been watching it now for a decade.
Oh, man.
Like nobody takes as many shots in a pregame than Steph Curry does.
Oh, man.
From every angle. I've seen him off the court.
Yes.
Hitting balls
In the
from
tunnel.
behind the backboard.
Yeah.
Oh, he's unreal. And the champs are back. They
We
had
gotta
media
make
day
that
on
happen.
Sunday. We got to make that
We're
happen.
gonna make
Make it
that
happen.
Champs are back
Make
on
it happen,
Sunday.
Joe.
Let's do it.
I'll make the special trip.
I know.
I do that in a second.
House of Prime Rib.
You know, I love. You know
I'm
what?
ready.
I love to ask you, Baldy, because I know you were in Tallahassee. See him on Nose last week. Snuff out Boston College. You were in Tampa Bay. Where are you at this weekend? Where's the double dip happening?
I'm right in Vegas this weekend. Denver and the Raiders desperate. If they go to 0-4, I mean, just bury them. Just put them in. Just put them in the crypt. So they're trying to dig themselves out. Max Crosby and company. The quarterback's got to get a little tougher in the pocket, man. He's just got to stay in there.
No doubt, no doubt. That's a big one.
Good.
Our technical producer, Joe Spinoti's a big Raider fan. He's depressed right now.
Ready to
He's
run
ready to fire
McDaniel.
everybody. He's ready to fire everybody, Baldy.
I understand. The relationship between Carr and Josh isn't off to a great start right now.
No doubt. Baldy, you're the best, man. We always love your breakdowns.
See
We'll
you,
do it
bud.
again next Tuesday.
Have a good one.
See you, man.
All right, Baldy. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast. And there's so many things we can react to
What was the
from
biggest
that clip.
for you?
The quarterback decision-making, no doubt.
He seemed so flabbergasted by how bad some of the decisions.
But he also said the offense, he said if you had to name it a color, it'd be beige. It's flat. It's nothing.
So when you
It's
see
stale.
all the all-22 film that goes out and everyone's like, this guy's open and that guy's open, and like I don't even know, because I think it's so easy for me to sit and go, that guy's open, throw it to him. It's a lot harder to actually see that guy.
Right.
Is he the primary? Is he the secondary? Do I have time to step into my throw? Can I make that throw in that angle and dipping it over a lineman? But like when he was just talking about George Kittle in particular, we have talked about George Kittle in the Bay Area. George Kittle stands at a podium. He's wearing his little glasses and everything. He's doing his little thing. It gets 50,000 views from every single one of the beat writers.
Yep.
And we target this guy 4 times in a game, and that's it?
I've been saying this
He's
for
a
a long
glorified right tackle.
But this is why I've been saying this for a long time. It's like you look at the way Kelsey's used. Darren Waller, Kyle Pitts, Dallas Goedert in Philadelphia.
I mean, Goddard, yes. I mean even
he's a
Schultz for the Cowboys when he's healthy.
when he's healthy. The way they use him. Even the Rams tight end. Who's the backup in the NFC Championship
Everett,
game?
And now they got the Higbee.
Yeah, but it was somebody else because Higbee got hurt. And they used the other guy, and he had like 7 targets.
Yeah, he killed
I'm like,
us on
damn,
the
can
screens.
Kittle? Like, they go to Kittle once in the NFC Championship, and I know he scored a touchdown in the third quarter to make it 17-7. And then it feels like they just stopped going to him.
Yeah.
And stopped going. Like, at some point, I'm almost going to go look at the players and say, Tebow, Kittle, Ayuk, you need to go up to Shanahan and say, hey, give me the freaking ball. It's go time. Like, remember Debo in the wild card game? After they got the, the interception, K.Y. Williams, the interception against Dak Prescott, and Debo said, Kyle, get me the damn ball. And Kyle gave him the ball, and he scores a touchdown to give him a commanding lead, which they held on. It's almost like Kittle needs to be, hey, let's go. I need a touch.
Yes, and it's easy for us to throw the ball around, but like the quarterback turns it over and is such a bad decision maker.
But you know
like
what?
They're going to turn it over. But
then what are you going to do then? Then go find a new quarterback. Are you ready to go see Brock Purdy? If Jimmy Garoppolo can't get it done, then find somebody to get it done. That's why I'm losing my mind right now, and I'm about to lose it again, like yesterday. We keep talking about Jimmy, and I get who Jimmy is. But damn it, Jimmy is here because of Shanahan. For 3 years, we've been saying, go get your guy. And he finally moves up to number 3 to go get Trey Lance, and we see Trey Lance, he's already done. He's already done. Jimmy's still here. That's on Shanahan. Shanahan has to take accountability for this. Like, I'm tired of yes, we know who Jimmy is. He couldn't even fire Garoppolo. They botched the entire offseason by bringing number 10 back.
But I think where I get frustrated is that I see other quarterbacks get slightly better, even the ones that aren't very good. Even Flacco's having moments this year. Flacco, Cooper Rush won last night. Now I think their team is
Giants
better
are a little
than the Giants.
overrated.
No, I agree, but it's like I feel like I'm not seeing any progress in the right direction. It's like the same dude, and I don't think he's as bad as what we saw on Monday or Sunday night. Excuse me, but how much better can it get?
Again, Baldy just said it. This offense looks stale. That's on the head coach.
Well,
that's on the play caller, Shasky.
The one big takeaway that I've had that I'm at the point of now, I am sick of doing the roulette at running back situation. They have got to find a guy to play running back, and they have to find someone who can take 20 carries a game,
I'm glad
who can withstand this. If you're going to be a bell cow offense that's going to slam the ball down people's throat, get a damn bell cow.
Screw this. This is what I've been saying for years.
And I'm not saying you got to pay him.
Yeah, I've been saying this for years, and I know Mark Willard's going to.
Find the guy.
I know what Mark Willard's going to say about the running back stuff. I already know it.
Yeah, but they don't have a 1,000-yard back.
This is what I've been saying. This is what I've been saying for a couple years now about that. I'm watching Saquon Barkley yesterday. When Saquon goes out and run a route, do you have to account for him?
Oh, of course.
When Saquon's lined up in the backfield, do you have to account for him?
You're marking him up no matter where he is on the field. It's the Marshall Faulk.
How many defenses fear Jeff Wilson Jr. coming out of the backfield?
Not many.
And I'm not trying to disrespect Jeff Wilson Jr.
He's a solid
fine
number 3
player.
or 4.
But teams are like Jeff Wilson Jr., yeah, we'll stick our linebacker on him. If Saquon's out there, Saquon's running a route, teams are saying, I need a safety. I need a hybrid linebacker /safety. I need Derwin James on Saquon Barkley. We cannot let this guy beat us.
Kamara, same thing.
You put all the running backs on the wall right now. And we could do a little fantasy football here. Yeah. Where's Jeff Wilson Jr. going?
Oh, he's in like the 40s or 50s. I'm just being real.
So I've been yelling to the high, get a threat in the backfield. Somebody who can do multiple things.
I mean, I'm taking 2 Lion running backs before I take 1 Niner one.
Look pretty damn good. Jamal Williams is Swift.
Yeah.
You look pretty damn good. Even the third stringer looks good.
Listen to what I just said.
I know. You would take them. All right. You know what time it is, Spinoni.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right. The 49ers lost another starter to injury this week. We know that Trent Williams, he's out 4 to 6 weeks with a high ankle sprain. But linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair suffered a sprained MCL in his right knee Sunday night. Head coach Kyle Shanahan said the injury could keep Al-Shaair out for about 8 weeks. The 49ers also announced again, Trent Williams, he's out anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, depending on how quickly the swelling subsides. Neither injury is expected to require surgery. Thank the heavens for that. But the Niners without their left tackle and one of their linebackers, that is a problem for the Niners. Moving forward, the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up? Your phone calls, 888-957-9570, plus Mike Holmgren at 8:30 to talk about the performance of Jimmy Garoppolo and the performance of the head coach, Kyle Shanahan. That's coming up at 8:30, but your call's next, 888-957-9570. That's sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Listening to the morning roast is easier than ever. Show me the play from yesterday's game that you haven't seen from this team over the last 6 years. I saw the same crap, not one clever play. Not one clever play. I'm so done. This guy's such an offensive genius. This quarterback. No, because I keep doing it to myself. I love this team, and they let me down my whole life. I set myself up to lose my mind. And yeah, there's a whole season. I know how this ends. This ends with this team breaking my heart at the end of the year. Just go to Twitch or YouTube and search 957 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Donate your car today at CarsForKids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at CarsForKids.org to donate today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to OnDeck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah chartered industrial bank, member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click on Virtual Tours, and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy-efficient appliances. You can also save with a smart thermostat. Right now, select Google Nest Learning thermostats are $60 off. Plus, find other great energy-saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Oh, yeah. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, been a fun morning. 2 hours down, 1 hour to go before the changeover with Willard and Dibs. Here on a Tuesday. Good morning, everybody out there on YouTube, Twitch, and, of course, the Comcast Business text line. Good morning, everybody. They're getting off their graveyard shifts. The truck drivers out there doing the damn thing. Everybody at work. If you're at work, what is up? If you're getting ready for work, good morning to you as well. Spadoni Lubman and you, Joe Shasky III. We just had Brian Baldinger on. We'll play some of those highlights. And today's show has been focused a lot on Kyle Shanahan coming off that loss to the Denver Broncos. A lot of bad decision-making, right? The decision to run whatever the hell they tried to run on the goal line, which resulted into a safety that could have been a pick six that lost Trent Williams. The decision to decline the penalty and allow Denver to kick a 55-yard field goal where points was going to come at a premium. Why not accept the penalty, push the Broncos back, maybe you chance it, who knows what happens there. But the Broncos get 3 points there. They end up winning 11-10. Decision-making in critical situations, when to go for it, when not to go for it. It's been the trend under Kyle Shanahan, and the numbers do not look good there. So we'll continue that conversation. Plus, Mike Holmgren at 8:30 coming up on the roast. But your phone calls next, 888-957-9570. What's your biggest takeaway from Brian Baldinger?
Well, it's how they're utilizing Kittle. And you and I did a video last year where I said, you got to target this guy. I mean, I think it was our Xfinity Flex in the middle of the season last year. You got to target this guy 5 times a half. I don't think that is egregious.
No, it's not.
You know, when you have great playmakers, I'll go back in time. When you look at the T.O. 49ers, okay, when T.O. was on the team. And
Rice was gone?
Yeah, Rice was gone. And he was said to Greg Knapp, who was the offensive coordinator at that time, I should be getting 15 looks a game. I'm the best player on this team. And I agree with him for a variety of reasons. Number one, you put the ball in the best player's hands because they give you the best chance to win. Number two, you don't have a lot of other playmakers outside of him. And number three, it puts pressure on the other team to guard that guy, tackle that guy, find out where that guy is at all times. When you have Marshall Faulk, for example, you are trying to get Marshall Faulk the ball 20 to 25 times in a variety of ways. Okay? When you have Devontae Adams and you're Aaron Rodgers before he went to the Raiders, you're trying to get that guy the ball a dozen times a game. Kelsey, you watch Kelsey? How many times is he trying to get the ball?
He's getting the ball a lot. A lot of targets.
When Tony Gonzalez was the tight end for Kansas City.
But even when those guys aren't getting targets, they're attracting so much attention that it's opening up the game for, say, McCole Hardman.
Exactly.
Juju Smith-Schuster, who's number 84 on the Kansas City Chiefs. He's getting targets.
Whether you're being utilized or being used as a decoy, like you bring value to the field because you're accounting for the team having to guard you. And then when the ball's in your hands, you're a stud for a reason.
Right. You make plays happen. You could turn a 10-yard hitch into a 70-yard touchdown. That's how special George Kittle is. He can break tackles and make things happen.
I know everyone says, we're so vital to the run game. I hear you. But there's a reason backup tight ends exist, to maul in the run game. These guys that are pass-catching tight ends, can that, being an inline blocker be a part of their repertoire? Of course. Do you know why Antonio Gates is going to the Hall of Fame?
For catching passes.
Do you know why Kelsey's going to the Hall of Fame?
For catching passes.
Now, the extra stuff is great. It's gravy. I love it. It sets the tone. It's all those things. But I'm paying this guy $12 million, $15 million a year, whatever it is after the bonuses and whatnot, to catch the ball down the field and be a dynamic playmaker who teams can't guard. And it makes it easier for my quarterback.
Now, I will say it's only one game, and it's his first game back. Let's see how he gets used.
There are stretches over the last few years.
There are. Well, I look at last season, and I think I went crazy one week. I went crazy. I was like, get George Kittle. I was yelling, screaming at the top of my lungs because I wanted to see him get the ball. But then he had that stretch against Seattle where he goes for 9 for 181. He has a big game against Cincinnati. Remember that? He has a big catch in overtime. He has a big catch in the fourth quarter. George Kittle was all over the place. But I look at him in these games and the targets. Those are outliers, right? Look at the targets, all right? George Kittle against Seattle back on December 5th, 12 targets. The next week against Cincinnati, 15 targets. Then after that, he gets 6 against Atlanta. 3 against Tennessee. 3 against Tennessee on the Christmas Eve game. 2 against the Texans. 7 against the Rams. And then you get in the playoffs. Get to the playoffs. 3 targets against Dallas. 6 targets against Green Bay. 5 targets against the Rams. 5 targets. I need more. I need 10 a game.
I know.
But now, again, they're not throwing the ball like that. So where's Debo at? Where's Ayuk at? Those guys aren't getting targets. Tawad Jennings has probably got more targets than Debo, without even looking at the stats. Tawad Jennings probably has more targets than Brandon Ayuk so far this season. That's criminal.
Well, and I look at it this way, like, you don't always, like you were saying, you don't always have to get the ball on the target. So, like, the year that Randy Moss came to the Niners, 2012, Michael Crabtree had his best year. Vernon Davis also had a monster year that year, and so did Frank Gore. So if you say to me, hey, Joe, Randy's only going to catch 38 passes or whatever it was. I think it was 35 passes that year. But all these other guys are going to flourish. I'm like, all right, that works. That works for me, But I'm looking at this offense. Who's flourishing right now on the offense, B?
Nobody.
So if you're not going to target George Kittle and you're going to be impotent on offense, well, now I've got a problem.
So Deebo Samuel so far 21 targets. How many of those have come at the line of scrimmage?
Lots.
Brandon Ayuk actually has 19 targets now, which is surprising to me.
And why does it feel like it's not enough?
Yeah, 10 catches, 142 yards.
It feels like that's more of a byproduct of this offense being so run-based heavy.
Danny Gray, 2 targets. Tyler Kroft, 2 targets. George Kittle to 5 targets. Ray McLeod, 5 targets. Kyle Juszczyk, 4 targets. And, of course, Jawan Jennings with 11 targets. Maybe that's on the quarterback. Maybe it's on the play calling.
I don't know.
I have no idea. Let's go to Ray in Vallejo. Ray in Vallejo watching us via YouTube. What's up, Ray? How you doing? You're on the roast.
How about them Cowboys?
Good for you.
That's all you got?
Come on.
You guys lost to us.
No. Hey, guys, just curious, man. I'm just curious. You guys are in a tough spot. We were in a tough spot. But what would you give up for Cooper Rush?
Not much. Not much.
Great job letting that call.
I just don't even know the point. Now you're excited about Cooper Rush. Okay. Guru is excited about Cooper Rush.
Is he?
That call is dedicated to Guru, by the way.
Okay. That's a good call. So we got a couple things here with Baldy. One, we got the offense looking beige. But here's what Baldy said about George Kittle needing more targets.
We are on fire.
I just don't feel like they call his number and they have plays for George.
Yeah.
Like, what am I looking at, Joe? Like, I just don't see. I see these tight ends in the league.
Thank you,
Right.
Baldy.
I mean, it starts with
Baldy.
Travis Kelce.
Yep.
Like, I see these guys, and they're calling plays that everybody can watch. Clear outs, 3x1s, flex them, in motion, delay, tight end delays. Like, I see these plays for tight ends around the league. Now, you made him the highest paid tight end for a day in the whole league. And I don't feel like they use him at all.
So when we think about not using him at all, he was on the field, again, for 51 snaps. 51 of the 56 snaps, Kittle was on the field. 38 of those snaps, he was next to a tackle. Lined up in line, blocking. Or running the routes, right? But think about that. 38 times, you know where he's at, okay? He's right next to the tackle, whether it's the left tackle or the right tackle. One time he lines up in the backfield, 8 times he's in the slot, 4 times he's out wide. Now, on the 33 pass attempts, Kittle ran 27 routes. 6 of the times he stayed in the block. Part of the problem on the Super Bowl, though, we were like, man, Kittle's in a lot to block.
Yeah.
Because the offensive line hasn't gotten better. That's where it goes back to Shanahan, who has power to pick the players, to figure out who he wants. Why isn't the offensive line better? I've been yelling about the offensive line. Part of the reason why Kittle has to stay in the block, some of the reason why you get the ball out so damn fast, where everybody salivates over Jimmy Garoppolo, this quick release. Oh, he's getting the ball out so quick where you're not letting plays develop. Part of the problem with the quick release is you're not allowing guys to get downfield and run their routes. But part of the problem why you don't do that is because the offensive line stinks. And you don't upgrade the offensive line. And that's where I go back to Kyle Shanahan saying, you knew going into the season you were starting Trey Lance. Then you sign Jimmy Garoppolo and say, boy, we got Garoppolo as a backup, but you look at the protection up front, and the protection up front is not good. So that all falls on Kyle Shanahan. Targets for Kittle, play design, running plays, decision-making. It all falls back on the head coach.
Well,
it's a trend of him making bad decisions over the years. It's a trend.
That goes back to the personnel, right? I mean, and they've overrated certain players throughout their time, and it feels like McGlinchey's one of those guys that they've overrated. They underrated Laken Tomlinson's value. I think that's easy to say.
Yep.
They went up and they got Aaron Banks in the second round, to be determined. And then at the center position, they tried to overpay for Weston Richburg in free agency. I hated that move the day it happened. It didn't really materialize into anything because he was hurt the entire time. They got Alex Mack for 1 year, and they had no long-term solution. And now you got Jake Brendel in there, and I've asked this since day one. I went and saw him the first practice we went to. I said to Sam Lubman, and Sam, for 1 second, Sam, what was my first observation on Jake Brendel? The first time I saw him when we looked up at, and we were watching him in the drills.
Well, no, you and me, we both had the same reaction. It was just like, this guy is so much smaller than everyone else on the offensive line.
I was like, oh my God, center's a problem.
So it looked like they
just looking on the field.
But doesn't that look bad on the front office in Kyle Shanahan?
Of course.
Alex Mack, we had no idea who was going to retire. You don't draft a center in the draft. You don't go out there and acquire a center. You don't draft a center. Instead, your solution is, Let's let Jake Brindle run it. And then you get a fumble snap in Denver, and you have a turnover.
Back-to-back. Remember, they fumbled on the goal line against Seattle as well.
Back-to-back weeks. So a trend under Kyle Shanahan. If you take away 2019, if it's 20th, 32nd, 30th, 22nd, and so far 19th when it comes to takeaways, giveaways. You're the bottom half of the league. Bottom half of the league when it comes to takeaways and giveaways. That's a trend.
I know.
And it looks like it's going to be going the opposite direction again this season when it comes to interceptions and fumbles. Like it's a trend under Kyle Shanahan. Penalties, points per game. You're in the bottom half of the league under Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I just look at like how they've allocated their resources, right? So the money that you pay people, and I get positions are valued differently, but I look at like how much money have they invested into center? How much money have they invested into guard, right and left? How much money have they invested into the running back position? And it feels like it's a constant evolving, a revolving door at all three of those or all four of those positions, doesn't it?
Yep.
And yet the entirety of this offense is based on running the ball and controlling the line of scrimmage. And yet I feel like we've been they've been underwhelming on the offensive line and pass protection. And running back.
Yep, and running back. Let's go to Baldy here on the offense, looking flat without Mike McDaniel.
I mean, I thought they would miss him, and I think they are. It just looks very beige, this offense. You know, I mean, if you've had to put a color to it, it's just flat. I think Mike McDaniels is a big loss because what Mike does, nobody's really willing to, even if you're willing to put the time in, you don't know really what you're looking at. He just has that skill. And I thought you can replace a running back coach, you can replace a run game coordinator. I mean, they get replaced all the time. But not somebody that is willing to do what Mike did. And so I thought it would show up. And look, you had one explosive run by Wilson. You're on your third running back. We understand that. One explosive run. Otherwise, I mean, they were struggling to get 2 yards a carry. And so it has looked like that for much of the season so far.
There's a lot of changes to the coaching staff this offseason. A lot of coaching changes. And that one is the one everybody's pointing to saying, boy, it'd be nice to have Mike McDaniel here. Dolphins are 3-0. Niners are 1-2. And they look beige on offense, according to Brian Baldinger.
Well, I think the biggest thing for me in terms of the offense and my frustration is how are they going to, like, moving forward, how are they going to open up Debo in the passing game?
With no Trent Williams.
Just in general, like it feels like they haven't been able to get him the ball down the field.
Nope.
Now there was one play Jimmy found him
last week. It was good, nice little dig route, right?
It was a really nice play, and he settled down and he got wide open. It just feels like him in the passing game is an afterthought, and I don't know how you open that up.
Is the passing game ever going to evolve under Kyle Shanahan?
Well, I want to see some trips, bunch formations off to the right or the left.
We don't see 3x1.
But the reason why I like that formation is because it automatically gives a free release to somebody, and you're going to get an open route. It's a concept that Andy Reid uses a lot. Three guys, whether it's a tight end and a couple of wide receivers, all kind of together. Sometimes one guy's lined up behind the other, and you can't get your hands on them as a DB.
Well, Jacksonville ran a lot of 3x1 formations, and when I mean 3x1, trips right, trips left, receiver off to the other side. You got 3 on one side. I love that formation. It's a great formation.
But it's just an easy way to...
Jacksonville ran it all day long against the Chargers.
Well, the Rams do it too.
The Rams do it a lot. They do it a lot under McVay. It's how Cooper Kupp gets open. You get the pick plays. You get a guy going to the flat. You can do so many things out of the trips formation. They look very bland and predictable. And then when I look at pass attempts per game, now a lot of things is Niners are blowing guys out, right, and they're running the football.
Well, they want to get to 30-plus rushes.
Want to get to 30-plus rushes.
That's their goal.
They've been in a lot of tight games. And you look at their pass attempts per game. They're at the bottom of the league. Bottom of the league all the time. 29th last year, 16th the year before, 29th in 2019, 20th in 2018. Why do they have to be hell-bent on having 30 rushes per game when you don't have that guy at running back?
But that's his philosophy. That's Shanahan's philosophy. And,
is his philosophy outdated?
I always like zigging when everyone's zagging. Like the whole league is throwing the ball. I truly believe McVay doesn't run it enough. That's my opinion. But I feel like they do overcorrect in terms of their stubbornness in the run game. You can be an aggressive run caller. Like Harbaugh talked about this when he was the coach. 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, spreading it out and then running it, up the gut.
Right.
You can be aggressive with the run game. It feels like to me they're very stubborn with the run game when it's not going anywhere and you got a guy going east and west and they should be getting north and south.
Let's get to the calls before we get to Mike Holmgren. Dave at Fresno, what's happening? You're on the morning roast via the Odyssey app. He's listening via the Odyssey app. What's up, Dave?
Every morning, I'm on that Odyssey app.
Thank you.
Listen to you guys. Give us to us raw, you know what I'm saying? So, no, I was just going to say, it's just funny listening to everybody, talking about Jimmy and, this is Jimmy. And I've been saying for years, I've been telling my friends, I've been calling this radio station, not necessarily this show, but even after losses, hey, this is Jimmy. And the difference is they're not winning because before they were winning and this kind of play was acceptable. And he's been this way this whole time. And you guys make great points about Kyle Shanahan, the personnel. I've been saying that as well. Like, you've been drafting running backs in the 3rd round for, like, every year he's been here and then nothing to show for it, where you could have been investing in the offensive line, the center, like some of these positions that they just be overlooking and missing. And to have the success that they have in this short time, the NFC Championship, the Super Bowl, despite all this personnel miss and not finding the running back and not finding the groove, I find quite amazing. But, he's a 500 coach. He should be under the gun. Jimmy's under the gun. They're going to be looking at him. So right now it's not looking good, but you guys are hitting all the points.
Yeah, no doubt.
The overall record of the head coach, to me, lacks
context.
Yeah.
Because the first year you throw it away.
I mean, that was a 10-loss team, even if Bill Walsh came and I put Joe Montana at quarterback. That was like a 10-loss team. And you can say, Joe, they were in a lot of games. That team had not one building block moving forward. We didn't know DeForest Buckner would be DeForest Buckner. Jimmy Ward didn't have a position. Eric Armstead didn't have a position. And those guys evolved under this regime.
They lost 5 straight games by 3 points or less that year.
I mean, it was bad, dude. That team was horrible.
All right, 2018, you lose the quarterback in week 3.
Yeah, I don't know how many teams are going to have a winning record when they do that.
They're 4-12. So then you get 13-3, then you get 6-10, and then last year 10-7. Last year 10-7, which looks great when you consider they started 3-5.
Would you be surprised that Jimmy Garoppolo had just a bounce back performance this week? Because we've been lamenting about how bad he was in this game. I mean, do you expect a good Jimmy game?
I don't know what to expect. Shasky, that's where I'm at, which is why I'm watching. I do not know what to expect from the 49ers offensively moving forward. I don't know what to expect. Are they going to protect Jimmy Garoppolo? Is he going to throw the no throws? Is all of a sudden he's going to find Ayuk down the field? All of a sudden is he going to hit Danny Gray for 40 yards?
That would require Danny Gray to line up.
I don't know what to expect from this offense. Is that fair? I don't know what to expect.
I don't know. When I saw there's a video circulating across the internet right now, did you see this?
About Jimmy Garoppolo complaining about the play calls?
Yeah, coming off the field.
Yeah, saying, I don't like these play calls.
Yeah, in essence. What do you think of that when you saw that video?
Say, Jimmy, you got to hit some throws. but at the same time, I'm with them. Sometimes I don't like the play calls with Shanahan. I don't like the decision to throw the ball on first down at the 47-yard line with 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. We had control of the football game. What are you in a rush for? Decision-making. Bad decision-making.
We were just talking about how few times that they throw the ball, and that's a situation that they throw it. But I think that's where we talk about context, and that's where I get frustrated with Shanahan. It does feel like in certain game situations,
he rushes for no reason.
Or becomes really, 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 really scared. Right. You know what I mean? And it's
You're when I think of great offensive coordinators, I think of them as killers, guys who go for the throat. Moment. Like Holmgren, he's going for the throat.
Think about Andy Reid when Patrick Mahomes went down in that playoff game and they went for it with Chad Henne.
He's going for the throat.
Think about what he did on that 4th down play where he brought up that old school Yale play against the 49ers in the first half when they were dead in the water.
Going for the throat.
Yeah.
Great offensive coordinator. Phil Walsh is going for the throat.
Your boy Sean Payton going with onside kick.
Going for the throat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Norv Turner, when he was a Cowboys offensive coordinator, he was going to Alvin Harper deep down the field for deep post saying, I'm going for the jugular. I'm ending this now. That's what we think. Sean McVay, going for it. Zach Taylor going for it on the first drive of the Super Bowl. Said, the hell with this. I'm going all in. It's all that effort mode stuff. Like, you know what? I'm going full YOLO as an offensive coordinator, and we're doing whatever we got to do to put up points on the board. And Shanahan, for being all this offense, we give him credit for being the offensive guru and genius and all. We're not calling him that now because it doesn't look like that, but he coaches scared at times. Coaches conservative. And maybe it's because of the quarterback.
Well, it feels like it is.
But you know
I
what?
think that's where, as a Niner fan, I'm just so tired of watching mediocre quarterback play.
Well, that's the thing.
God, it's just so bad. It feels like we did a deal with the devil and we got Montana and Joe. And even I would long for Jeff Garcia at this point. I am so tired of watching mediocre quarterback play. I would, honest to God, I mean this sincerely. For years, it was like, oh, defense. I love a good defense again. I know a lot of people do. Man, I miss the days when our quarterback would throw us to wins. I want to see, screw the defense at this point. If you told me, look, and I love defenses, and defenses win championships, all that stuff. Can I just get one full season? You know what? Who cares about our defense? I want to be in a bunch of shootouts. I want to be in 40 to 35 games every week. Let me ask you this.
Well, that's selfish because I just want to win games. I don't care about winning 17-13.
I'm exhausted by watching mediocre quarterback play.
Let me ask you this.
Exhausted by it.
Let me ask you this. Who's more boring? The 2022 San Francisco Giants or the 49ers offense from the past 2 seasons?
Well, the 49er offense is always going to be more exciting in the sense that, like, I'm ready to rip my hair out or go,
they are boring.
Nice.
They are boring, Shasky. This offense is remedial. It is boring. Let's get to Scott real quick in Livermore. Scott.
Hi, Scott.
You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game. He's listening, by the way, on the Car Radio.
Guys?
What's up, Scott?
What was that? What's happening? Man. All right, I got like 6,000 points, but I'll try to do it in like 30 seconds.
Okay.
One, like we talked all off season about the marriage between Jimmy and the divorce and Trey Lance, right? And then all of a sudden, Jimmy had nowhere to go, so we're like, hey, you can sleep on the couch still. And then all of a sudden, Kyle's dipping back into the sauce and getting Jimmy pregnant, and now he's got to do the right thing because Trey Lance is no longer available. It's just the situation is killing me. Second of all, Jimmy sucks. He always sucks. If you watch the tape, he is throwing the ball, not in stride, he's throwing it behind. We had Debo wide open, and Debo had to stop to catch the ball.
I know.
We had Debo open on another route, and he didn't even look his way. His awareness was horrible. Stepping outside on that safety, and then coming into the press conference, he's like, we played sloppy. We had no rhythm. We couldn't do anything. It's like, no, dude, you played sloppy. You had no rhythm. You created a fumble. You threw an interception that didn't even deserve to be thrown. You stepped out of bounds. And then he says, well, it's my first week out here with these guys. I almost lost it. I was like, you've been playing with these same three playmakers, all these playmakers, for 3 seasons. It's Kirk Cousins in disguise. I hate it. Kyle Shanahan is living in his dad's shadow, and that's why he went out to go get Trey Lance to try and get out from that shadow. Now he can't. He's been losing for so long. He's no longer trying to win games.
We got to go, Scott. Good
call,
points,
Scott.
though. JD and George will get to you on the other side, plus Mike Holmgren. That's coming up on the roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Kirby! They are your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and more. And they've just added an eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water, and it makes your car look brand new. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, servicing your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides. Direct access to your mechanic. Friendly and reliable service, no middlemen, and no upsells. $50 off. That's what I'm going to give you right now for your first oil change. Here's the code, OIL50. The code, once again, OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Something you probably do know. Progressive can not only offer you a great price when you bundle home and auto, they offer you round-the-clock protection. Something you probably don't know, the average garage door is made up of 1.3 millimeter aluminum panels. Something you probably do know, your neighbor likes to tinker with his dirt bike. Something you probably don't know, a runaway dirt bike can take out your garage door and a good portion of your car bumper. Bundle your home and auto with Progressive and get more than a great price. Get round-the-clock protection. Something you know for the things you don't know. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers, and subject to policy terms. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
How do you make the most of your land? Everyone has their way. The Nelsons depend on their John Deere Gator XUV 835R to get
from point A to point B with decoys and the dogs.
As much as we got going on, it's all about efficiency.
And if you ask the Mosers what they use their Gator XUV 590M for, they tell you.
The most fun we have on the Gator is just ripping around the property.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just 1 pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
In San Francisco, expecting cloudy skies, highs in the mid-60s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
JD, Cliff, George, we'll get to you in a second. Hang tight for us. We appreciate your patience. We promise to get to you after we talk to Super Bowl head coach Mike Holmgren. We love Mike. He's a city guy, Sacred Heart Cathedral, Lincoln High School. Of course, longtime offensive coordinator with the 49ers under Bill Walsh. And, of course, won the Super Bowl with the Green Bay Packers in the mid-'90s. Mike, good morning. Welcome back to the Russell Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill out here in San Francisco. And a lot of doom and gloom right now with the 49ers as they're 1-2. They lost their franchise quarterback. They stunk it up on Sunday Night Football against the Broncos. But I want to start here, Mike, with Trey Lance. How did you like the way the 49ers utilized Trey Lance? Were you in favor of the quarterback runs? What did you think of the overall game plan for Trey Lance in those 5 quarters that he played this season?
Well, I kind of understood it. First of all, thanks for having me on, guys. But I will say this, that if you have a quarterback, like as much as they put in to work with him to make him the guy, prior to the opening of this season, I would not have chosen to have runs with him. He's going to make it happen naturally, but they started off, and you always run the risk of that guy getting banged up, and then the worst thing could possibly happen. I remember with Steve Young, when he came to the 49ers, and he's a great runner as well as a quarterback. And then Coach Walsh put in runs for him, actual quarterback runs. And then Steve would come to me in the quarterback room and say, Mike, when you call a run to me, all it is 12 guys meeting close to you on the sideline. I run over there. They know it's a run. We're all there. Then we go back to running regular football. It was better when he just improvised. And so, you know what? You run you don't. It was a shame. I felt so bad when he got hurt.
Yeah.
And I don't know the young man, but I know he's a talented guy. But I would not have done that.
Yeah, Mike, I'm 100% with you. I'm not a big believer in just running the quarterback up the gut. I know that there's guys that are out there, but like my big thing, just watching the game my whole life, I'm not a coach like you. He was just getting hit too much, and it felt like this guy's not going to last the year taking these kinds of shots. But the bigger question that I have is like trying to get a young man to feel confident. Let's say, because there's a lot of people, he can't throw, he can't do this, he can't do that. How do you balance it out as a head coach, trying to get a guy to feel some positive momentum early on in his career by utilizing some of the things that he does do well, but also minimizing the hits and the exposure? How do you balance that out as a head coach?
Well, that's the trick. I mean, if you're committed to him as a quarterback, and obviously they did, then you're going to play to his strengths. And also you're talking to him, and he has to know this is a growth period for him. You're not going to shoot lights out right away. And I know that. I mean, I'm your coach. I know that. So what I'm asking you to do, let's try and eliminate as many mistakes as possible, and I'll try and help you become the best player you can be. So hang in there with me. And then, little by little, if the talent is there, and the talent is there, then you're seeing him develop as far as learning the game and his mental reaction to different things. And that takes a little time. That takes some time. I always thought if you had the same coordinator, play caller, and system, that it would take, you really have something special in your third year of playing. Otherwise, with Favre or even Joe Montana, when his first couple years with the 49ers, or Steve or the guys I had, Hasselbeck, they all of a sudden it clicks in. It clicks in, but during that growth period, you're hanging in there with them. And they have to understand, and you let them know that you're with them.
How do you? I'm going to jump in. I'm sorry, B. How do you balance that with the win now? We got to win right now because this roster is ready to win now. Because we've heard a lot about the conversations between Kyle and some of the leaders on this team, and how they're trying to balance that out. How do you, as the head guy, how do you work with all those people and those layers of trying to balance out winning in the locker room and developing the young man? Because it seems so much easier to say and so much harder to execute.
You know what? You're right. It is a pretty easy thing to say, and then what you have to make sure is your owner is on board. That's hugely important. And then you kind of explain. I remember Paul Allen telling him, he goes, Mike, when we're developing Hasselbeck and developing things in Seattle, and the owner, Mr. Allen, came up and said, Mike, when are we going to really hit it? And I said, Paul, it'll be about a year and a half. And no one wants to hear that. I mean, certainly your fans don't want to hear it. But, if you're being honest about it, that's what it takes. That's what the development takes. The thing with the 49ers, in watching them, and I haven't studied them, but in watching them, is they have really great talent on offense. I mean, Kittle is one of the best. Samuel's one of the best. They have a good offensive line. I mean, their fullback is. I love the fact that they play with a fullback. I love that. Not many teams do that anymore, but they're good on offense. And so, bringing a young quarterback along now's the time to do that because the other guys can really help them.
Well, we're talking to Mike Holmgren, longtime head coach in the NFL, two-time Super Bowl champion as an assistant with the Niners, won the Super Bowl as head coach of Green Bay, got national championship, should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We got to make that campaign happen, Mike. But to that point about everything, you talk about year 3 and it popping. How much does coaching turnover affect that process? Because Shanahan has lost a lot of assistants. Mike McDaniel now in Miami, 3-0. A lot of people say, boy, that's a tough loss for Shanahan. He's lost to LaFleur's. One's an offensive coordinator in New York. One's the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. How much does the coaching turnover affect that?
Well, it can affect it. I mean, you have to, but the thing is, in Kyle's case, he calls the game.
Right.
If you're hiring coordinators to do that, then I would say you go through growing pains because they come in, they might have a little wrinkle to the system, they might have a different system. Maybe you hired them to get a different system, but that's not the case with the 49ers. So I think even though he's lost good coaches, okay, the fact that he still calls the plays and so that's going to be pretty solid. They shouldn't suffer because of that.
Right, Mike, did you call the plays your entire tenure as head coach in Green Bay and Seattle? And if not, should maybe Kyle look to somebody to call the plays and he can focus on other things, including, maybe looking at the offensive concepts, but maybe taking a step back? Did you call the plays your entire time as head coach?
Yeah, I did. When I got a chance to call the plays in San Francisco, and then went to Green Bay, I was going to call the plays. I wanted, look at being a head coach, as I learned, and when you're assistant coach, you don't really know, but when you can be a head coach, there's all sorts of stuff going on. So I still wanted to have fun coaching, and fun for me was calling the games and doing that stuff, not the press conferences and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So I did that. There was only in the 17 years I was the head coach and a little bit more before that with the 49ers. I only stepped back one game, and that was in Seattle. We were struggling in the first couple of years, and I said, I'm not helping. I felt that way about myself. So I turned it over to a coach to call a game. I didn't like how that went, that game. I didn't say it at the time. No one knew about it. But then, and the coach that I had do that knew that it was kind of in a little bit of an experiment, and then I took it back. So yeah, I did it my whole time, and I think in Kyle's case, as an example, he's proven to be an excellent play caller, and an offensive guy. The problem is, I told this to Mike McCarthy when he won in Green Bay once. He said, I'm backing away and not calling the games. I said, don't do that. You felt bad because you lost this game to the Seahawks in the playoffs. Don't do that because you're a good play caller, and what'll happen is you turn it over, and then all of a sudden down the road you'll want to take it back, and then when you take it back after a few games, that's disruptive.
Yeah.
So I would hang in there, and if that's what you like to do it.
Yeah. Mike Holmgren talking with us, San Francisco legend, NFL legend. He helped groom 3 different quarterbacks into the Hall of Fame. Montana, Young, Brett Favre. I mean, the guy's legendary, and just knows how to treat people in and out of football. And so, Mike, I'm looking at it from a coach's point of view. You have a game like you did on Sunday night. It's in front of the entire country. Quarterback looks completely shaken. Clearly, their relationship has been very rocky, to say the least. How do they get this thing back on track? How does the coach, the quarterback, the rest of the team button themselves up and get ready to play the LA Rams, your rival, in McVay this week? It just feels like they're really on the mat right now.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking about that when I knew I was going to visit with you guys. Because look, if the game is 11-10, you don't have to be a football nut to say what was wrong with that. Something's wrong with that. And so I'll tell you what. Yeah, I think when they lost this is one man's opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I think when they Trey Lance and Jimmy, they're two different players. And going into this season and all the stuff that went on in the off season when Lance was going to be the guy, they developed an offense for him, is my opinion. And then when he got hurt, they had to change and go back to certainly they're two different styles, and they had to go back to something that they probably hadn't practiced and developed in the entire off season. So to think that you're going to hop into a game and after one game, although Garoppolo, he did play well against the Seahawks. The Seahawks are struggling, as you know, but he played well. But to think it's going to be just like business as usual, you're making a mistake. There's going to be growing pains here. And I think transferring from a style of play that was Trey Lance oriented to now what they have to play again, plus Jimmy coming off that shoulder thing and all that kind of stuff, there's going to be some tears shed. Let me put it that way.
How much does the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have a training camp, didn't have the playbook, although he's been here since midway through 2017, how much does that really affect his play and his decision-making on the field? Because there's a lot of bad decisions that he made on Sunday night against the Denver Broncos. How much does that affect him, Mike?
That part of it is a little bit of a puzzle. I mean, physically, and getting back in the groove of playing, coming off the injury, that's one thing. But his decision making, he's played a long time. He's played enough football to make good decisions. And if that's been a problem, then that has to get fixed right away. Because the team is good enough, the defense is good enough, the surrounding guys are good enough. The quarterback, in my opinion, in this case, doesn't have to be the star. He just has to make plays he should make.
Yeah.
And if all of a sudden that's not happening, then that's a serious look-see now. Let's see what's going on.
Mike, we could talk to you all day. I got so many questions for you. You're just spitting knowledge right now, and we're loving every second of it. In the game, you're the play caller, and this is why I'm at. I know it's evolved a lot. There's analytics, and there's probably more people in the headset these days than ever before. But when you are calling plays and you're being the head coach, how are you coming to decisions within 30 seconds in, hey, we're at the 41, we're up 3 points, we should go for it, we shouldn't go for it? Did you guys prepare for those situations? Did you have a certain point person who would maybe get into your head, a play or two before? Were you thinking 3 spots ahead? Kind of just walk me through your process when you got to certain spots in the game on when to go for it, when not to go for it, because I feel like it's so easy for us to rip it, and it's just so hard when everything's being balanced and you're trying to call plays in real time.
No, that's the responsibility of the play caller, and that's why I like to do it. In fact, I had a rule, but keep in mind, now there are 26 coaches on each staff. We had 8. So upstairs, and I had my button. I could go on listen to the defensive coaches or the offensive coaches. You can do that. Okay. But I also had a rule that when we were on offense, I didn't want to hear anything. No one talks. No one talks except for one guy, and that guy would talk if I asked him a question. No one offers opinions. No one says, do this, do that. That was my job. And so that I was able to keep, I think, a little clearer head that way. And then as you do it more, you're thinking a couple plays ahead every time. You're thinking field position. You're thinking clock. You're thinking all those things. But that's your job. That's what you're paid to do. The hard part was when you have a coordinator, like in Seattle. I use Seattle as an example. They have a coordinator who calls the offense, but Pete Carroll is a defensive head coach. Now, if the defense, you call a play. This happened to me in San Francisco near the end. You call a play, and the head coach goes, no, call something else. I go, well, gee, it throws off your rhythm.
Was that Seaford?
It had to be. Of course, it was
Seaford, right?
Yeah, you didn't know names. No names, Shasky.
I love
Snitching Shasky over here.
Paulie
we all love
High.
Shasky. Go ahead, Mike.
No names.
Gosh, Shasky.
Hey, Mike,
you're trying to put Mike on a hot seat here.
My bad. Before you get on out of here, you had a lot of personnel decisions as well. You had a lot of authority as you grew later in life. If you could look back and talk to someone like Kyle, who we believe has final say on a lot of the personnel things, what is maybe a couple of rules that you have learned or created for yourself over your time being the head coach and the personnel guy?
Well, one thing, when I came to Seattle, when I had all the responsibility, I was able to hire Ted Thompson. And Ted went on to be the president of the Green Bay Packers for a long time. And I trusted him. He was smart. He was good. And so I would listen to him. And he was in charge of personnel, bring me what he wanted to do. And then, of course, I had to make the final call and say no. Very rarely did I trump him. I wouldn't do that. Same when I learned that from Ron Wolf. You know, when I came into the league first as a head coach, and Ron was my boss in Green Bay, he would listen. He was really good at that. He really listened, and at times I could talk him into things. But I also knew he was my boss, and so coaching to me was I wanted to coach. You know, and I loved the personnel part of it, but coaching was what I wanted to do, so I hired a great personnel person. Jimmy Johnson, I remember, was the other way. He wanted to be a personnel guy, so he hired Norv Turner and Dave Wanstead to be his coordinators and be the brains behind the coaching part of it. He wanted to do it a different way. So it's kind of what the coach wants to do. It's very hard to do it all without help. That's for sure.
Mike, it sounds like you need to be back on the sidelines.
Or just be a part of a team and be like the consigliere. Yeah. We need you back in the red and gold.
Well, you know what? Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm enjoying my retirement, my grandkids right now. I don't need to. I've lost all my hair, so I can't lose any more hair.
You can wear a hat. They have cool hats now in the NFL, Mike.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not going to wear one like Kyle. I will tell you that right now.
No flat hat for
no
you,
flat brim, huh? Mike, you're always good to us, man. We appreciate it. And we're going to start. How are you not in Canton, Ohio?
Yeah.
Seriously. No, honestly, we're not even just being homers here. It's a joke.
Hey, I appreciate it, guys. I know that. And so we'll see. You know, if I can hang in there long, my birthday's coming up, I'll be 75. I'm going to hang in there. If Vermeil got in at 85, I still got a shot.
We got to get you in.
Yeah,
we're going to make that the mantra of the morning roast.
No doubt.
Thank you for spending some time with us.
All right, guys. Take care.
Anytime. Mike Holmgren, national champion, best. Super Bowl champ. Should be in the Hall of Fame. I wish we had time to react to that. We'll do that tomorrow morning. I wanted to do
3 hours with him.
Yeah, we could do that tomorrow morning because there's a lot there with Jimmy Garoppolo. He said it's puzzling. Doesn't know whether or not training camp or OTAs matter. Like, it's puzzling because he's played a lot of football. Like, he played like a rookie on Sunday night, and he's been in the league for 9 years.
Did you hear about when he was talking about, like, the running of the kid? And he's like, I was sick to my stomach for that.
Well, that's number one. And we need to play that for a lot of people who said, everybody does it. Go watch Buffalo. Go watch Philly. You ran the kid into the ground.
Well,
you drafted him to be a pocket quarterback. Let him struggle from the pocket. Let him learn from the pocket. We know he could do all those other things with his legs.
Well, he's going to run naturally on the scrambles.
You heard Mike say that?
And you're going to have a natural, ability to be able to escape. I mean, the first drop back in the Arizona game last year, he had to scramble because Chandler Jones was in his lap.
Right. Well, he didn't have to throw George Seifert under the bus. Was that George Seifert? We all know who it was, Shasky.
That's okay.
We all know who it was. It's Shasky, a little bit large.
How fascinating was it when they went from 8 guys on a staff
to 26.
He would have no one talk during those situations so that he could think clearly. Yep. I mean, this is clearly an individual in Mike Holmgren who has forgotten more about football than any of us will ever know. Dude, I just found that fascinating.
Right off the rip, he would not have ran Trey like that. Right off the rip. He would not have ran Trey Lance like that. Let's go to JD and San Mateo's been waiting on hold for a while.
So
and then we'll get to Cliff and Vallejo. JD, listening on the car radio. You're on the roast. What's up, JD?
Yo, what's up, man? I love the last call.
Holmgren.
Yep.
The best.
Yeah, man. But I'm going to have to say that I'm tired of seeing this 49ers offense. You know what we look like? A Pop Warner football team on the offense. I don't want to see Shanahan on that sideline. I'd rather see him up in the office box looking down on the field so he can get a little more view of the field and see what we're doing and what we're not doing right on offense. It's just crazy how Jimmy G was playing. I'm a Jimmy G fan, man. They need to play more better, and Charles Shanahan need to get his head out of you-know-what and open up that playbook. I don't care how many picks Jimmy G throws. He can throw 5 picks, but, man, open up that playbook and utilize your playmakers.
You know what? Open it up and just say, hey, look, this guy can't make the plays. At least do that instead of just limiting him if that's the case. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. But, Shasky, you hear me what I'm saying? Throw it at him and say, you know what, Jimmy? You want freedom to cook? You want to do all these things? Here you go.
But okay. these two concepts cannot work in tandem. So just hear me out for 1 second. When you run the ball a lot, the clock keeps ticking, and you limit the amount of possessions. So when you do that, and if that's what your ethos is going to be, and you turn the ball over and are not explosive, that is a recipe for being let down. So, for example, we talk about the Warriors and their turnovers. Yeah. How many times have we said, well, it really doesn't matter how many times they turn it over because they play at such a great pace and they'll be able to overset it and overcome it.
And it's all about the shots they get and the passes they get, and they end up getting more shots than other teams.
So when you run the ball as much as they do, and you have Jimmy turning it over, it's a recipe for being let down and losing because you're throwing it all around. You're not going to make up for it with explosive plays. So I guess what I'm saying is I'll defend Shanahan. If his ethos is going to be running the ball, him throwing it around all over the place when he's not running it is probably a nightmare because that one turnover is the difference of losing.
And it was a difference in losing on Sunday night. However, when you run the ball, and as Baldy said, they had one big pop, and everything else was like 2 yards of carry. There was nothing creative in the run game on Sunday. So your running game is not creative. It looks very predictable. It looks very predictable in the way you utilize Deebo Samuel. It looks very predictable in the way you utilize George Kittle. Then what's next? This offense needs a jolt badly. And I just wonder, has Shanahan evolved as an offensive play caller? Has he? Because yesterday you were screaming, and I agree with you 100%. Nothing looks spectacular. The screens look very bland. When they throw the ball, it looks very bland. There's a lot of 3 wide receiver routes, a lot of 4 right. It just doesn't look creative whatsoever.
And I'll defend him on this one. I'm talking about Shanahan and the play calling. When you have Jimmy out there, there's only like 4 spots on the field he's throwing to. A power slant, maybe a dig route here and there, and a bunch of smoke screens.
I understand all that.
I think it's very easy to know where the ball's going.
I understand all that, but Jimmy's here because of Shanahan. You could have moved out them 3 years ago.
I know.
So it's tough for me to keep blaming Jimmy when the guy who hand select the quarterback, it's saying to myself, well, he's not my guy, yet he's still here 3 years later. I've been yelling for 3 years on the station.
It just feels like the book is out on Jimmy, and more than anything.
The book's been out on Jimmy, yet this guy is still with Jimmy Garoppolo. He's still here, and that's on the head coach. That's on the head coach.
I have no rebuttal.
You had chances to go get other guys, and you finally go get your other guy, and you run him like an Air Force quarterback. You just heard should be a Hall of Fame coach, Mike Holmgren, saying, I would not have used Trey Lance like that. Mike Holmgren's an offensive guru. That's an offensive genius.
Oh, he's one of my favorite coaches of all time.
That's an offensive guru.
I wanted him to take over the Niners in 2005.
Let's get to Cliff real quick in Vallejo before we get to the flex. Cliff, what's happening? You got about 30 seconds until the flex moment of the show. What's up, Cliff?
What's going on, fellas? Top of the morning to you guys.
Top of the morning.
Hey, I have the perfect analogy. The Niners fans and my man Gucci Man, who made this rap about him and his relationship with his other girl while he's having his relationship with his woman. And the other girl keep asking him, what are we about? What are we about? Who are we? Am I your friend? Am I this? Am I that? And Gucci Man said, I still don't know. I don't know who Kyle Shanahan is after 6 years. You understand what I'm saying?
I know where you're going,
I have
Cliff,
no idea what you're saying.
But we got to the end road,
but it was funny.
In the end game, and you mixed in some Gucci Man. I'm not mad at that. Now let's flex.
I believe that Kyle Shanahan, through smoke and mirrors, has made Jimmy Garoppolo so much better than what he truly is. If I would have just plopped Jimmy G, and I'm not taking anything away, I think Jimmy is very average at a lot of things. If we were just ranking skill sets, we can sit here and argue about it like, oh, he's got a quick release. He doesn't see the field. He's not mobile. I don't think he throws guys open. I think he has to see the wide open throw before he can make it. Yeah. I think his accuracy is wildly overrated. Like, I don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo, people are knocking their door down to go acquire him. And I think Kyle Shanahan deserves an absolute ton of credit for propping him up. Now, the other side is true as well. Shanahan can't win without Garoppolo. Like, that's a fact right now in terms of the record. But I do believe Shanahan deserves a lot of credit there.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
This morning they fly by. So the book is out on Jimmy Garoppolo. We've been known that. We've known that for a couple years now.
Is it a bestseller?
But no, it's not. But is the book out on Kyle Shanahan? We've had Baldy this morning say the offense looks beige. called it color, and it was beige, flat, and said he really misses Mike McDaniel. Then we have Mike Holmgren just on, who should be in the Hall of Fame, a great offensive coordinator, great head coach, won multiple Super Bowls, got national championships, saying he would not have used Trey Lance the way Kyle Shanahan did. Is the book out on Shanahan? Is the book out on him? Because I keep hearing you, Mark, and I listen. I'm not trying to get on you, but I've heard you say if Shanahan gets let go,
you can jump into my lap if you want to.
No, I won't do that.
You're wearing some good-looking pink shorts today.
I mean, little palm trees, little Hawaii.
Flexing on the world champs, too.
Come on.
Come on. Party.
Come on.
The championship franchise, not the 49ers.
I'm just sitting down. The seat's just getting warm. You say whatever you want to me.
No, but it's a combination of things. Shanahan, Damon Bruce saying that the Niners have a Shanahan problem. The defense is getting wasted by Kyle Shanahan.
He overdid it yesterday, which we'll get to, but go ahead.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Mark Willard, you said that if Shanahan gets fired, there'd be a line around the block for his services. My rebuttal is, who cares? We're moving on to the next. Who cares? He could be the next North Turner as a head coach.
Okay,
for
so
all we know. But I'm saying all that to say there's some alarming trends under Kyle Shanahan when it comes to points per game, when it comes to takeaway giveaways, when it comes to penalties. They're the bottom half of the league under Kyle Shanahan during his 6 years. Now, if you want to throw away the first year, that's fine. You even want to throw away the second year, that's fine. The fact is, they are heavily penalized under Kyle Shanahan. They turn the ball over Kyle Shanahan.
Go through those years, though. Go through those years.
I get
because
there's context.
Right. There is. And it's
Kenny Rogers.
It's very A to B when you have your quarterback and when you don't. But like, for instance,
Shanahan hasn't had his quarterback.
I know. And who's to blame for that? I don't know. We can get into that, and we have. But
it's like every guy in prison.
I'll give you an example.
I'm innocent. I would have been free if I had a real lawyer. I'd still be coaching if I had Rodgers.
I'll give you an example. Let me ask you guys this.
I'm teasing.
Okay? Bill Belichick's career record
without Brady
will be affected this Sunday in Green Bay with Brian Hoyer as his quarterback.
Yeah.
Are we holding this game, which hasn't even been played yet? Are we going to go, see, that's a loss?
But he did get Vinny Testaverde and Bernie Kosar to the playoffs with the Browns when they had a long record of not getting there.
No doubt.
Like,
so he got to the playoffs.
He was a Super Bowl coordinator with the New York Giants in the 80s.
Look, we get it, right? So that's kind of my point, though, is that I think we can do overall numbers. There are plenty of questions. I did a deep dive on this injury thing and found some really fascinating stuff under the Shanahan era. Just like, there's that perception out there. In fact, I had a good buddy text me during the show yesterday, and he was like, hey, the 49ers get hurt more than everybody else. And I go, do they, or is that just what every fan thinks? Because it's football. Yeah. So I did a dive, and actually, the 49ers get hurt more than everybody else.
What's the stat? What's the acronym? So is it AGL?
Yeah. So adjusted games loss.
Oh,
under the Shanahan era
of the NFL.
I will circle back and answer your question.
Okay,
but adjusted games loss under Kyle Shanahan for 5 years running, they have been in the bottom third of the league every single year. Go to more recent times. In 2020, they were 32nd out of 32.
They lost like three guys on consecutive plays.
But last year, a good year, 29th out of 32. So they have been one of the most injured teams. And then we don't have data yet for this year because we're only 3 weeks in.
It feels bad.
But how we doing?
Yeah, Jimmy Ward, Trent
Williams,
George Kittle,
George Kittle. So I can't. It's football, so I can't sit here and tell you why that is. I also can't just dismiss it. I can't categorically be like, bad luck for the 6th year in a row. I don't know.
Every team, like I watched the Green Bay Packers in the Super Bowl lose their entire secondary. And they held on to beat Pittsburgh.
But they had Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but he wasn't a Hall of Famer yet.
No.
He wasn't there yet.
Really good.
He wasn't there yet.
09,
you know what I'm
08.
saying? But like teams have injuries. And I can't use an injury. We're 6 years in. And you talk about all these coaches having their quarterback. Well, Kyle, you've had multiple opportunities to go get your guy.
Yeah.
To go get your guy. And we're back with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, he got his guy. And then he got his guy hurt.
He got his guy hurt. I'm with you.
No, and so
what does he really want?
He wants Trey Lance to be the quarterback that he thought that Trey Lance could be, which is a runner-thrower, but he didn't let him be a thrower. He only trusted him to be a runner, and this is where Mark and I have gone back and forth on the Kyle Shanahan question, because to me, it's not just the play calling, it's the trust. It's being able to trust your team to go out there and play the way other teams play, because this offense, and beige is a great way to describe it. I've used the word flaccid and boring.
I like that word.
Their offense, when you watch this Niner team, I'm waiting for the defense to come on the field for some excitement, because the offense is just so boring.
What about decision making for Kyle Shanahan?
I don't love it. And Steiny had a line yesterday that he actually borrowed from me when I was on paternity leave, because I texted him, I said, I want one time in my life to watch a Niner game and say, Kyle, you're being too reckless. You're taking too many damn chances. He coaches scared, is what Steiny said. And I firmly believe that. He coaches not to lose instead of to win.
Wow.
So we need to make it.
It's always chicken to the egg, though, because, and this is what I'd love to every fan, and you can all come up with your own answer to this, but in the same sentence, we'll say Kyle coaches scared, and then we'll go, and Jimmy sucks. Well, maybe that's why Kyle's coaching scared. Or is it the other way around, right? Like we all have to answer that. But if you have those opinions simultaneously, then you've sort of answered your own question.
Well, Mark, here's a great example. Me and him watching the Super Bowl here for the station. There's like 50 million of us here watching the game. We're doing the pre and post right before halftime. And I said, and we to our deathbed, I believe that I was right, and he'll believe he was right. I didn't want Mahomes to get the ball back before the end of half. They had suffocated him, and I feared him so much. I was like, I'm okay with them trying to click the clock. And him and John Lynch, because John Lynch was in the booth, are screaming tight end, and he's screaming at me, you got to be aggressive. And I'm like, dude, they are shutting down Mahomes right now. Yeah. It's good. Like, I understand. But
you played scared.
And they lost.
And we can still have this debate 3 years later. And I think you can make both cases.
Right.
Kyle came out after the game and was like, that's a no-brainer. He thought it was a no-brainer.
Anytime you can keep the ball out of Mahomes' hands, in my opinion, that's how you play.
But how long can you do that? And how big of a lead do you need?
And also, it was a 10-10 game.
I'm trying to echo
Kansas City, 10-10 game. Kansas City had a terrible defense. You have 3 timeouts. You're an offensive guy, right? Offensive guys like Holmgren, McVay, Zach Taylor. These offensive guys were like, I'm going to be aggressive, and I'm going to score points because I'm arrogant enough, and I know my offense, this defensive coordinator, Spagnolia, cannot stop me.
But they did that. They did that against in the overtime game in 2019, that same year against the Rams, or to me, against Seattle, and they lost. Remember, they went 3 and out, and it was like, they should be playing for the tie.
Yeah.
You guys remember that game?
That was the end of the game. That was the end of the game. Different situation. But then in that same game in the Super Bowl, midfield, and I'm saying to myself, okay, there's 1:49 left and 3 timeouts. Mahomes cannot touch this ball again. Their offense is rolling. So we're either going to lose the game with us having the ball, or we're going to win the game, and we're going to bleed all the clock. And that midfield, he did the same thing in Denver. Which we didn't talk about enough. So he threw it 4 straight times at midfield when you could have been running the ball. And then in Denver, you're throwing out first down when you got the ball at the 47-yard line and over 2 minutes left. You got the game in control.
I'm going to admit that I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit for a second here. But everybody you just mentioned about this guy's aggressive, that guy's aggressive, they all have good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So if your point is that Jimmy stinks, let's visualize it now.
Yeah.
Now,
this is what I'm coming with.
Kyle goes for it. You're at your own 20. It's almost halftime of the Super Bowl. Let's get aggressive. And Jimmy goes, oh no. What are you going to say about Kyle?
I'm going to say, I'm not going to say anything about Kyle. I'm going to say a lot about, no. I'm going to say a lot about Jimmy. I'm going to say a lot about Jimmy. You know, this is why. This is why I would say. But this is why I'm going to go at Kyle. No, excuse me, at Jimmy Garoppolo. Because then, if you're Kyle Shanahan, you can go to John Lynch and say, I tried it with this guy. We lost the Super Bowl. Let me go get somebody else. And that was the offseason of Brady. No, they flirted and decided, we're going to stick with Jimmy Garoppolo. When it was obvious in the Super Bowl, you did not trust him. So that's on Kyle for Jimmy still being around.
But we also...
He got burned by Brady, because I don't think any of us thought that Brady would immediately go to Tampa and win a Super Bowl.
He looked cooked.
I didn't know he was going to win a Super Bowl.
I thought he was worse of his career in New England that year before.
He looked worse than Jimmy the year before. And you also...
To my point, Kyle Shanahan has had a chance to go get his quarterback starting when he first got the job.
He got his guy.
He first got the job. And with Holmes and Watson, he decided, I'm not even going to scout them.
But I don't think I don't want to defend Kyle Shanahan, but in that moment, that roster was so devoid of talent that they were not ready for the franchise QB. He built the roster up. He got to a point, and this last draft 2 years ago, there were so many quarterbacks. That was the moment. He seized the moment. He traded up. He got his guy, and he had a year to coach up his guy, and then his guy wasn't ready to throw. That's where I have the most issue with Kyle Shanahan, because week 2, You already weren't ready to let him throw the ball. You weren't ready to let Trey cook, which is what we all talk about with quarterbacks. Right. And instead, you made Trey, go out and run the ball, pound the rock, and he got hurt.
I think the hardest thing, and I never went to practice as a fan, ever. I've never went to practice. So I think it's hard for a lot of people that are watching the game on the Sunday, and they're like, well, what's going on in practice? Right, for the backups. Develop this guy on the side. That's what people, he'll be the backup and he'll develop. I don't think people realize how few reps and opportunities to actually sculpt someone when they're not the starter that you can get. And there's a ceiling on development on the side when you're the backup. I just think it's easier to say, develop the guy for another year under the radar.
But he gets reps with the scout team. And, Jimmy G was emulating Seattle.
It's just different.
It is different, but at the same time, it's at least a chance to throw against a real defense.
And you're in the building, and
I get it. You're going against the Niners defense at
that. But you need live bullet reps.
Yes, no matter what you could develop. I mean, Trey could sit there for 5 years.
Exactly.
The whole contract, and we'll be like, we're going to give you every first-team rep in practice.
Jordan Love.
I don't care until you play.
Exactly.
There's not a one of us that you have to go play actual NFL games.
That's my point.
And so Trey was going to go through a developmental process this year, no matter how ready or unready or whatever he was. And now he doesn't. And that is probably the largest disaster of this entire story so far.
I keep going back to the coaching scare thing, Dibs. We talked about the Super Bowl. How many offensive coordinators or offensive coaches, like Mike Holmgren just joined us, you think he's letting time run off the clock at the Super Bowl to run a 2-minute drill? You imagine Brady being told, hey, we're going to just milk the clock. Brady would have threw his helmet.
Kyle doesn't have Brady. I mean, again, my question is...
Kyle doesn't trust who he has, and that's my greater point.
That is very fair.
And yet the guy he didn't trust 3 years ago is still on his football team.
Well, right. Although he didn't want him to be. He did not want him to be the starter. He fired him, and here we are, and we all know that story. I think this video, and I heard you guys bring it up about an hour ago, this lip reading of Jimmy Garoppolo.
What do you make of that?
Well, I can't read the full sentence, but there is a part.
In layman's.
Play sucks, man, is definitely what he says at the end of that sentence. Your plays suck, man.
He just went to Kill a Mockingbird the night before. That's what he's talking about. Come on, guys.
This is a thing.
I thought you were going to go...
This is a thing,
Abraham
and I will.
Lincoln.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
Lincoln.
Let's go back.
That's where I thought you were going for a second.
Too soon.
It's red.
It's only been 200 years. Fuck 80, whatever.
If you go back to the day that Jimmy Garoppolo was brought back, and I still think, as a 49er fan, you have to be more happy than not with what's taken place because Trey's hurt. I'm glad Jimmy's here. But if you take me back 3.5 weeks ago, I'll say the same thing I said that day.
You were right.
Don't do this because there's too many things in the way. There's too many potholes on the road, and you have no idea what you're going to hit.
In my lawn.
And now look at this.
I underestimated. You were 100% correct.
Look what we have here. Yeah. And Dibs, you just said this in the other room. Do you know what we have here?
What?
Jimmy Garoppolo, for the first time in his career, is going to start bucking. He's like a teenager that just turned 13. He said it to Chris Collinsworth before Sunday Night Football. Chris said to him, hey, is there a piece of you that's like, oh, you need me now? And Jimmy looked at him and went, a little bit. So
do you blame Jimmy?
What's
you blame Jimmy?
Not
for
a
that?
bit.
Because I've been yelling. Because I'm on the hype that Jimmy's been too nice. Everybody's been taking shots at you. Jimmy, stand up for yourself.
So you say to your teenager, go to your room. You go to your room.
Exactly. What do you what
that's
interesting.
Totally. That's interesting with the whole bucket. And you know what? Can you blame Jimmy if he did?
You cannot blame him one bit. But here's what we've got.
Blow up, man.
We are at an absolute crossroads already after 3 weeks. Because which way is this going to go? Are these two going to get on the same page? Or is Jimmy Garoppolo going to be a defiant teenager all year long? Because everybody's got a breaking point. Think of what, and I know we all want to go, he made $100 million. I don't feel bad for him. I'm not asking for you to feel bad for Jimmy. But let's acknowledge this guy has been taken on a road and a ride that no player in the history of this league has ever experienced ever before. And he's got a massive ego, and so's Kyle, and so's everybody in the room. And we're acting like this is just easy to navigate. It's not.
No, I believe Jimmy Garoppolo has been the most disrespected 49er over the last 30 years. Easily. He's been a good Niner. He helped this franchise become relevant again. He had a big part of that. Now, he has his limitations, right? And we've all cited his limitations. And the head coach cited his limitations and said, you know what? I need to move multiple picks that could get my guy. And then you get your guy, and all of a sudden he's not, quote-unquote, ready. And all of a sudden the locker room is talking about, well, we're better off with Jimmy Garoppolo. And after 1 week, Jimmy Garoppolo's pouting off. Fan base is pouting off. He's missing throws. This has the makings of a disaster this season.
Totally.
And that's why we're going to all be watching all year long.
I can't wait. Monday night is going to be everything.
Fascinating.
Because if it's a similar look to the Denver game, let's say the Rams beat them 13-12.
Okay.
Let's say the defense again balls out.
You don't think that's going to happen, though?
I'll let you know, Mark, because I believe I had it right in this last week.
You did.
I think I had 12-11 and turned out 11-10.
You were way off. Right.
Yeah, my fault. I need to be better.
Your fault.
Shout out to 11-5 in our little contest, but we'll get to that. But if this week turns out to be like another 11-10 game that they lose, and Jimmy Garoppolo in the offense looks beige again, and they're 1-3.
But
this thing pops up even more.
But don't you understand the soap opera by now? And Vegas is telling you with the spread, the 49ers will win on Monday because that's the way this story goes. That's the way this story always goes.
Cut.
As soon as you're ready to go all in, they make you want to spit them out. And as soon as you're ready to spit them out, they suck you back in. The 49ers are the tee on the 18th hole.
This feels
when you've been playing
Mark.
terrible.
Hello, friends.
And you hit the damn drive right down the middle, and you go, oh, gosh, I got to make another tee time for tomorrow.
Hey, this feels different, though.
Maybe.
This offensive line, with the lack of running backs, this feels very different than last year.
We'll see.
We'll see. So my question is this then. Because Garoppolo, we're going to beat on him till we're blue in the face. We're going to say, oh, he can't make these throws. We've known that for 3 years now. When does this fall on Kyle Shanahan? Because I keep hearing you say, and I'm not saying fire him. I haven't said that one time. I don't think he's ever been on the hot seat. I don't think he's on the hot seat.
Well, he's accountable for a lot of the things. I don't think no one has said he is like just above the whole. Like, of course,
at some point,
and he was not good on Sunday night.
You look at the offense; it hasn't evolved. It doesn't look creative. The decision making, the decline the penalty and allowed Denver to kick a 55-yard field goal. To call that play at the goal line, to make the decision to say, hey, we're going to throw it on first down. Even though we have the ball around midfield, we could run it a couple times and run this clock and ensure that Russell Wilson doesn't touch the football again. Kyle's got it. Like, I'm looking at Kyle saying, this is all on you.
It doesn't fall on him until we see Trey Lance, and Trey Lance is not what they all thought that he was. So this year, and it's not a popular opinion, this year Kyle Shanahan gets a mulligan because he got stuck with Jimmy.
He gets another mulligan.
Kyle Shanahan is always going to be linked to Trey Lance, and I said it when he made the move to draft up and get him, trade up and get him. Until Trey Lance is proven to not be the guy, Kyle Shanahan gets a pass because he didn't want Jimmy G, and now they have all these injuries. So if they end up going 8-9 this year, and it's an up and down year, and it's a soap opera, honestly,
I know that's
Kyle Shanahan does not get called on the carpet until Trey Lance is proven to be a bust.
Well, here's the other thing, though, and this is what they
Shanahan's going
welcomed.
to get at least 7 years.
But this is what they welcomed
10.
into the room. This is what they welcomed into the room, and we're 3 weeks in, and actually only a game and a half in of the next Jimmy era, and we're already here. Whether we mean it, whether we think it, whether we'll say it out loud, every fan has already been painted into a corner of when there's a problem, is this Kyle or Jimmy? And both of them are now low-key pointing at one another.
Yep.
You're seeing it with Jimmy. What happened after the Seattle game? Man, that was fun. I got to sling it around.
Yeah.
We don't get to do that around here.
It was
very
like riding
often.
the bike.
Okay, and then what happens after Denver? We got video. These
bike on a flat tire.
These plays suck. And what about that safety, Jimmy? Well, I was put in a tough situation. No. Yeah, so we are all now being put in a position of who's the problem. This is like a poor man's Tom or Bill.
You're right.
Who is it? Is it Tom or Bill? Yeah. No. Is it Kyle or Jimmy? And now, with these two pitted against one another, have fun with that.
You're right.
That does not lead to successful football.
Kyle is signed through 2025.
I know.
And think about the way that the Yorks go about their business, because ultimately this is a Jed York thing. So Kyle Shanahan's got 22, 23, 24, and 25. Well, we know in pro football, you don't get into 25 in a lame duck year and coach that year. So he's got 22 this year, 23, and 24. 22 is a wash.
And that's Trey's contract, too. That's Trey's contract.
Right. So in 2023, if Trey Lance is healthy and Trey Lance plays, if Trey Lance is not good next year, then you make a move. So Kyle's got this year, and he's got next year, and that's next year is when the hot seat really begins.
I agree with
facts.
you. I agree with you, but it's also getting way ahead of ourselves.
No, it is.
You have to know, again, what are the results and what got us there.
And how does this
we
year
know that
end?
better than anyone, because listen to the context we're sitting here talking about. It is year 6 of Jimmy and Kyle, but this is a very different Jimmy and Kyle than we've ever had before.
And how does this year end? With the first-time head coach and the first-time GM, how do the players start to react? Because we've already got leaks. 2.5, 3 weeks into the season. It's already been leaks. Whether or not we agree with Michael Silver or not, players going to him, coaches going to him, we've already had leaks. What if this spirals out of control? What happens in November? What happens in December with the players and with Jimmy and with Shanahan and with this fan base saying, you know what? At one point, Jet York was paying 3 different head coaches. The hell with Shanahan, pay him and go get somebody else in. Because it feels like we're headed to that if they don't start winning some football.
It would have to be complete anarchy. It would have to be anarchy of the highest level to where, more than just 1 or 2 players whispering to Michael Silver. It would have to be a multitude of guys and some on-field histrionics and Brandon Ayuk going off the field and spiking his helmet.
Right.
Can I get a target?
Because receivers start complaining. We know Debo will start complaining. Debo's already waving his hands in the air saying, what's up, man? I'm not getting the ball down the field. I'm getting all these smoke routes and carries where everybody's stuffing me 1 yard behind the line of scrimmage. At some point, the Willigans have to stop with Shanahan. That's where I'm getting at.
Yeah,
how many Willigans does he deserve?
So what covers up any problems in football? Great quarterback play. Great quarterback play.
Winning.
Which leads to winning. Right.
Exactly. Winning is the bottom line.
Here's where you're right, Dibs, on the timeline, but it's maybe not just about the final record. Trey Lance will come back, and it's contract year 3. Then after that is year 4. That would technically be extension year. That's also decision.
Exactly.
So we pick up the 5th-year option at that point. If at the end of that year, if you're still sitting there going either A, I don't know about Trey, or Trey didn't work out, he's not the guy. If any of that is the discussion in 2024, the question you would be asking yourselves is, okay, now you need a quarterback again, and who do you want picking that player? And Kyle would be in a very tough spot by then.
Gone.
For the 49ers to say, this is who we want to pick our next quarterback.
Can you give a guy to pick his quarterback? He's had multiple chances.
You get one chance when you use 2 first-round picks. 3 first-round picks, and that's always a semantics thing.
Pick.
Yeah. Whatever they use to move.
Get really upset about
that. 3, but they got 1 back.
So,
I don't know why this is so hard.
It's really
for
not
people.
that hard. It was a net 2.
It's a net 2. Yes, but they did give up 3.
They sure did, Mark.
Sure did.
So you give up 3, you got the 1, you picked your guy, and if he's not the 1, well, then you got to go. It's one thing if you have the 28th pick and you pick a guy in the first round and say, hey, we anointed him and he's not the guy. Okay, he was the 28th overall. Yeah. You moved up.
But what
you
if
traded 3 first-round picks?
But here's why you got to wait for context, because we're all sitting here. Jimmy got replaced, except for he got replaced off of the NFC title game. What if Trey's got an unbelievable defense and the Niners are in the NFC title game, but we're having the same conversation of, boy, this guy, I'm just not sure about him, but they're winning. Do you fire Kyle? Do you bring in a different personnel?
Trey's only 24 at that point. Jimmy Garoppolo's in his 30s.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Big difference.
Yeah. No, there's a big difference, but you're going to make a decision on a guy year 4. That's what you watched the New York Giants last night. Why did they not pick up Daniel Jones' option?
They want to see it.
Because they're like, they're 2-1. Right? They were in.
He got outplayed by Cooper Rush.
Yes, he did.
But again, this is where teams, and this is where I got to get back on Kyle, they know they have Daniel Jones. Their offensive line stinks. You have a young quarterback, built the guys up front. That's one thing in the offseason the Niners failed at. Let Lincoln go. You didn't know about Alex Mack. You don't draft the center. Now we got Jake Brindle fumbling snaps, knowing, hey, the count's on 2 or the count's on 1. Jake Brindle thinks it's on 2. You don't fix the offensive line knowing that Trey was going to take the keys to this Porsche.
Totally
That's
with
the
you
problem.
on this.
That's roster construction.
Totally with you on that. And by the way, I heard Baldy and you guys were talking about the whole Kittle comment. I thought this was super interesting. Why don't the 49ers do with Kittle what the Chiefs do with Kelsey? Why doesn't he set up wide, flank out, go deeper? And I would agree on all of that, except for I would have loved to have had that conversation prior to Trent Williams getting hurt. Because now just a word to the wise. If you've got Kittle on your fantasy team, go ahead and bench him for October because George Kittle is now needed to be the second left tackle.
I'm in a league where blocks count, though. You get half a point per block.
Now he's
full point for pancakes.
I'm going to block you. We saw the numbers for George Kittle. Saw the numbers for Kittle. 51 to 56 snaps on the field. 38 times he was lined up next to the tackle. 1 time in the backfield. 8 times in the slot.
You saw
4
it right
times
away.
out wide.
You saw it right away. Trent Williams went out of the game, and they put Kittle right over there next to whoever they're going to stick.
He's going to be blocking.
McKivitz, Jalen Moore, whoever you're going to stick at left tackle. They're like, put 85 next to him and help him out because he's going to need it.
What about the loss of McDaniel? Because Baldy's been on this multiple times saying that's a big, important piece.
I had it yesterday, and this guy mocked me.
Well,
you ridiculed me, Mark, and now I've been validated.
No.
It's a validation sensation.
He said it back in August, too. He said it back in August.
I said it in July.
I said it first.
Any good coach is a loss, but here's what I'm trying to figure out. Are we saying
moment of the day?
Are we saying that even if McDaniel is right? I heard you guys this morning. He found Mostert. He found Matt Breida. Okay, fine. He's brilliant. Okay, let's reverse it. He's actually the one calling the plays. Kyle didn't learn anything from him.
Right.
Like, we're acting like Kyle's like, boy, I don't even know what to do now because Mike McDaniel's not here. I have a hard time believing that. The 49ers have largely looked the same with a ton of coaching turnover the entire Kyle Shanahan era.
And is that a problem? Because they haven't evolved offensively. It's the same thing we've seen.
It's why they tried to get a different quarterback.
McVay
why they
evolved, and now the quarterback's out. And, hey, this is going to be Monday Night Football against the Rams. We'll break that down a little bit later in the week. What else you guys got going on today?
You guys will be down there, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're
we'll
broadcasting down there. We'll be down there for the game.
Okay.
I'm trying to get in the heat and maybe have us broadcast there the next day. Maybe
the next day.
I love
the next day. That's a good idea.
Get up in the hotel
That's a good
room.
idea.
Sell out
hotel,
lounge.
motel,
Wake up about
Holiday
5:30. Walk downstairs at 5:50. Boom. Do the show for 3 hours and be on my way.
Trust me, it's. I was down there last time with Kyle and the great engineer Tim Jordan. Tim Jordan held court for about 2 hours. We were talking about old Bay Area radio stories. The next thing you know, you check your phone. It's like, damn, dude, it's damn near midnight.
Got to go.
You boys got to go. You boys got to go.
But no, we are definitely doing our show down there next Monday.
Can't wait.
That I know. So if I
can wake up in time.
Yeah, exactly. If anybody is staying down there,
just kept coming.
If anybody's staying down there the night before on Sunday night, or if you want to make your way down early, we would love to hang out with you at the Hilton as we get ready for that football game. But I'm still stuck on that Vegas number. It keeps going up. It was one thing before the two teams played. It was another thing that was even higher after they played, and then it's been bet up even higher. I don't know what is going on, why the 49ers are a rising favorite in this football game, but I'm not going to dismiss it.
Well, Baldy mentioned that the Rams and Matt Stafford will give you a couple turnovers.
No doubt. And the 49er defense against Matt Stafford right now is a Quiznos unfair matchup.
Yes, they are going to dominate
and following
defensively.
the money always works. I mean, it sure worked in Denver.
You know what? Now that I think about before I leave.
If you bet them before the injury, you won.
But the money moved to the Niners and
plus 3. Holmes, they were plus 3. Think
about it. How's ESPN feeling right now? They just watched the Niners on Sunday Night Football, punt the ball a ton, convert 1/3 down, and now they got them on Monday Night Football. It looks like the formula is going to be the same. It's going to be a lot of punts. A lot of
ESPN's thrilled. LA and San Francisco. I mean, that's the ratings will be great.
The ratings will be great. The game be great.
Well,
Just wait till Jimmy finds a rhythm, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Rhythm is going to get you.
Jimmy.
Look at you.
Any guest?
Today, yes, JT O'Sullivan. JT O'Sullivan, who, by the way, not only watched a bunch of film on Trey and Jimmy, he is doing a deep dive on Jalen Hurts today, which I think is super relevant just because of the way we've all talked about the usage of Trey Lance, but also Jalen Hurts, I don't know, is he low-key now the NFC favorite already? I mean, they look the best.
Look good.
They look the best out of any NFC team so far.
And we're going to reach out to a professional lip reader to get exact definition on what was said in...
Are we?
You had to.
You kind of spoiled the tease.
Yeah, see, man.
But probably should.
Let's just go to break. Dibs, that was a 4. I love you. Willard dropping the ball here. Come on, man. Willard and Dibs coming up until high noon before Steiny and Guru. Have a good day, everybody.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
But Kyle, because he knows more than everybody else in the room, now says, let's just go out and get Jimmy as a backup. Just because Jimmy's playing as your backup does not leave Kyle Shanahan off the hook.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yep.
95.7 The Game.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at CarsForKids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
O'Reilly. Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Like 5 quarts of Mobile One Full Synthetic, now just $33.95, plus earn double O Rewards points. Extend the life of your vehicle, improve performance, and protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobile One Full Synthetic at O'Reilly Auto Parts and O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Grand National Rodeo is making its triumphant return to the Cow Palace on October 7th and 8th. Don't miss the awe-inspiring action of the bronc and bucks of bareback riding, steer wrestling, bull riding, and all that you love about the rodeo. Get your tickets now at cowpalace.com and click Grand National Home. The anticipation is high for the 2022 Grand National Rodeo, October 7th and 8th.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something. Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside. Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
Well, nobody said sports radio was fair, so the social media viral video of the day has a quote above it that says, "All your plays suck, man," with a rolling video of Jimmy Garoppolo, and it's reading his lips. All your plays suck, man. Gosh, in the last 2 minutes, we've been able to come up with all kinds of alternatives, possibly. You're a Ducks fan?
Yeah.
We do have Sharks tickets coming up in an hour. But if you're a Ducks fan, maybe you don't want them. So those of you who are Ducks fans, stay away. But for the rest of you, it's almost hockey season. More on this in a second. And we've got Sharks tickets. You thought maybe he was talking to the defense and said, "You're in luck, man."
Exactly. I'm about to throw this to you guys. I haven't given you one yet in this game. Hey, linebacker, you're in luck, man.
I'm not a good runner. You're in luck, man. You're going to get to me in the pocket, and I'm going to be right here, just waiting for you. You're in luck, man.
I can't believe that this is even a thing, but when you look at the video and you look at the lip reading, and this is one reason why I've really enjoyed the mask era here in the pandemic, post-pandemic era.
Really?
Well, I'm refereeing high school volleyball now.
Okay.
And, you're refereeing volleyball, and maybe a player will do something that maybe doesn't agree with the call that you made. I got a mask on, so I can just mouth underneath my mask, "Come on, number 11. Yes, we both saw it. You hit the net. You netted. I saw you net. Don't stare at me."
That's a long sentence to just mouth to yourself under a mask. I understand that.
You got, volleyball players retrieving the ball. We're getting set for the next point. And so there's a certain amount of self-dialogue. You know me, Mark. I'm a little bit of a weird character. I talk to myself a lot.
Well, you're a radio host.
But when you have the mask on, and like on Bart, it's like, "Move over, you jackhole." And, you can mouth these things under the mask. And so Jimmy Garoppolo, maybe he should think about a KN95.
I mean, he did have a mask on. It's just unfortunately it was a face mask. It's got holes in it, and we can see. But here's the real issue. And I know that we don't know exactly what he was saying, and we may not know the context, but we also kind of do. He's on the field in Denver, and he's walking off the field. I think we can probably put two and two together and think that was maybe after a third down that didn't work, or maybe it was after he walked out of the back of the end zone and felt like, "Why you're calling a screen pass at the one? These plays suck, man." Like, that's absolutely possible. But the bigger issue is not that a quarterback was frustrated walking off the field in a football game. We see that all of the time. Tom Brady is screaming at people on his team and on the sideline pretty much every single Sunday. We're not worried about that. But combine it with two things. A, they're 1-2. But more importantly, I think you nailed it in the other room, bud. This is a new Jimmy. This is the Jimmy that's not the starter. This is the Jimmy that does not have the backing of his coach. This is the Jimmy that was forced into a press conference where he said, see ya. This is the Jimmy that's only making $6 million, not $26 million. This is the Jimmy that has been fired, as Steve Young said. And therefore, this is a Jimmy that after a game and a half has had 2 press conferences. In one of them, he said, yeah, that was kind of like 2017 when I got to throw the ball around all over the place. But we don't get to do that around here. We haven't done that the last 5 years.
In a win, it's like riding a bike.
And then in the next press conference after the loss, hey, Jimmy, why'd you walk out of the back of the end zone? Well, it was a tough situation. And, you know,
these plays suck,
and
man.
I haven't been allowed to be with my teammates for the last 6 months. And so everything is totally out of sync. We've never heard stuff like this from Jimmy. And if you think it's going to get better as the season goes on, especially if they're losing, that's not how this works. This is the soap opera I didn't want. This is why I said the day after they brought him back, be careful. That sounds like a bad idea to me.
You better be careful. And that was the day my daughter was born, and I got a text from Morning Roast producer Sam Lubman. Congratulations. Sorry the birth of your daughter got upstaged by the Jimmy News. And I said, Jimmy News? What? And then I started to chase it after the fact. But this is exactly why I wanted him brought back, because I'm here for the soap opera. I'm here for all of it, because Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and all the rest of them and the Players Council and the meeting they had, they didn't have to bring Jimmy Garoppolo back. They could have still said, sorry, Jimmy, we don't want you. But they brought him back, and they didn't think that after 3 games it would have devolved into this, into where he's mouthing, your plays suck, man, on the field. And I think that happened after he threw the interception that ultimately ended the game.
Maybe. There's no, like, it's a very up-close video, so there's no way to know exactly when this was. But then
after you see the video, you see a cut to Deebo Samuel lying prone on the ground, and it appears that was after the interception. Hard to know exactly when that happened, but what we do know from any amateur lip reader is that he basically says, your plays suck, man. And I don't think he's talking to his teammates like, you know, the way you're playing sucks. He's talking about the play calling.
There's only one person in the 49ers organization who, quote unquote, has plays. There's only one person who's got plays, and we know exactly who that is. So here we are, and I hear what you're saying. Gosh, the 95.7 The Game host in me loves that Jimmy Garoppolo's back. The 49er fan in me is now officially split in this way. I'll describe it because I don't want anyone to be like, wait a minute, you said last week you were relieved that he was there when Trey Lance went down. Yeah, if you want to root for the 49ers to win this year because of what's happened, because Trey broke his ankle, I do think there is still a better chance for a successful season with Jimmy there than there would be with Brock Purdy. Some may disagree with that. I get that, but I believe that right now. However, if you go back to the day they re-signed Jimmy or restructured the deal, as we should more accurately say it, I said, this is not something I would have done. This is not a good idea because there are so many dramatic negative turns that can now unfold, and a bunch of them have. Even the most pessimistic person would not have thought this would have unfolded within the first 3 weeks. But here we are. And so the 49er fan in me, while I still think there's openness for a good season for Jimmy, the developments I'm looking at, this is not good. Because what do we already have? We have a bunch of stuff we've never had into the Kyle Shanahan era. Whispers in the locker room.
Dissension at quarterback.
Discord, right? A quarterback not wanting to just fall in line and do whatever Kyle Shanahan tells him to do. He's bucking. He is bucking.
Careful.
He looks like a teenager.
He's bucking mad.
Right?
And he should be.
He's like, Kyle, what the buck are you calling right now?
That's a 3. I
Thank
like
you.
it.
So
you don't normally work edgy. I appreciate you.
Well, you know, look.
I'm rubbing off on you a little bit.
Desperate times, they're 1 and 2.
And to your point, though, if they win, like you've already declared, you've locked it up on a Tuesday lock.
Yeah, they're going to win
that
Monday
they
night.
will. So if they win Monday,
that's just the way. It's not me. That's not me breaking down football. That's me just looking the way this story goes.
But the story didn't go that way on Sunday when the line swung to the Niners and they still lost.
No,
so
totally,
it doesn't always go that way. And quietly, I don't want to tip my hand, but I like the Rams, especially if come pick time on Thursday, I'm getting 2 and a hook. Good Lord, give me the Rams and the points.
You might be getting 3 and a hook the way it's going right now.
It's not going higher than 2.5. I don't believe, but we'll see. I have a feeling that the money's going to swing back LA's way.
We'll see.
Not only in light of what we are now seeing from Jimmy Garoppolo and those lovely, lovely, luscious lips and his mouthing of "your plays suck, man," but to your point, you invited this drama when you brought him back as your backup quarterback. Ideally, you brought him back as an insurance policy. You wouldn't need the insurance policy. Trey Lance would start all 17.
You knew
You'd
it
have the
wasn't
most
happening,
handsome
though.
back, but you didn't think it would happen in week 2.
No,
of
course not.
Happen in week 2.
No, and I never would have thought, because I will always bet against any player having a season-ending injury, where a bone is pointing the wrong way. Like, can we all agree that is usually not what happens? There are a lot of injuries in football. They're usually not that dramatic. But we also sat here, and again, this is what I mean by sometimes just feeling the soap opera. Like, if I had said to you, because Larry and I had this conversation, like if I had said to you, as soon as the season started, over/under on Jimmy starts this year, 1.5, what would you have said?
I would have said over.
We all did. Because it was like, of course he's going to start some games. Whether it be because of injury, there were rumors right away of, well, they're going to just make the switch if they're 1-3 or whatever. You just felt like Jimmy, I didn't think he'd play this many games. Who knows how many he's going to play. But, I mean, right now he's slated to play 15 more. 14 more? 14 more.
14 more.
14 more.
Yeah. I still put the over-under on Brock Purdy starts. I had it at a half a start. That line's moved to a start and a half.
Oh, has it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Especially if this season continues to devolve the way that it might devolve. If you wind up and let's say you're 4-8, which would be a nightmare scenario. But if it is 4-8, right, and the way things are going right now, you lost 2 games right now that you should have won. You should be 3-0 right now. You should not have lost to Chicago.
Totally agree.
You should not have lost to Denver. If you're 3-0, let's say Trey Lance still gets hurt, but you're 3-0. Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan, you find a way to beat Chicago in a monsoon. You should have. And you find a way to gut it out over Denver, and you should have. Even at 3-0 without Trey Lance, you're feeling good still about Jimmy G.
Totally.
At 1-2, though, this feels closer to being not on the brink of a disaster, but you're seeing cracks in the dam, fissures in the support system to where if you do get to 4-9, it's going to be Brock Purdy time.
Well, right. If the season's gone, then it's Brock Purdy time. I just don't think they're going to do that unless the season truly is gone. And I just have a hard time believing in the NFC that the season will ever be gone, because there just aren't going to be 7 teams that run away and hide.
But at 4-9,
in the NFC.
you'd be dead in the water at 4-9.
Yeah, at 4-9, I would
over
think.
under 1.5 Brock Purdy starts.
I'll take the under.
Over under a half a Brock Purdy start.
I'll take the under.
Okay.
I'll take the under.
Okay.
Yeah. Ask me again on Tuesday. 888-957-9570. And we are reacting to this video, and I do want to be mindful that some of you may not be in a situation where you've seen the video yet. There are a number of places where you can go find it. It is certainly trending all over Twitter. I have retweeted it, Mark_T_Willard. Have you retweeted it at Dan Dibley?
No, but I will. One B, too, for all of you double Bs out there. Just this one B. It's not Dibbly.
No, I know, but you call yourself Dibberclaws, and that's spelled with 2 Bs, and so people get confused.
But do you see the difference? It's not confusing. I'm not Diberclaws.
I don't find it confusing at all.
Right.
Right, but I can see how others would, because you call yourself like 5 different names. You are Dan, you're Dibs, you're Dibberclaws, you're Nostradiblis, and some of them have 1 Bs, and
Sam
some
Sherpa,
of them have 2.
Don't forget Sam Sherpa.
Right, I mean, some of them have no Bs. So, anyway, 888-957-9570. The Comcast Business Text line is wide open. Or, check this out. You could watch us on Twitch or YouTube. I don't suggest this, but you could turn the sound down and read our lips.
Oh.
And you can decide what we're saying. You can almost make up your own show. Did you hear what Dibs said? He said bleep Jimmy and Trey and fire Kyle, even though maybe you didn't say that.
I just mouthed, your teases suck, man. Which
that wasn't a tease. We got all kinds of time right now.
Your promos suck, man.
So anyway, Twitch and YouTube and the comment section on YouTube, which has been tremendous. ever since the 49ers started playing football is hot and heavy today, and so keep that coming.
And did you mention Sharks tickets, Mark, that we're giving away?
I did mention Sharks tickets. I can mention more if you'd like.
Well, I want people to know that there'll be a sounder that they can hear, and when you hear the sounder, that would be your cue to call.
Well, remember, it is almost hockey season. This is not for people who are a Ducks fan. This is for people who just think that your plays suck, man, okay? We want to send you to see the San Jose Sharks. Keep listening for this sounder today at 10:30.
Go.
All right, for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Sharks play in their home opener October 14th, SAP Center, courtesy of the San Jose Sharks.
It's big.
Yeah. You made a weird face with that sounder. You didn't like it?
No, I love the sounder.
Okay.
Well, there's actually 3 different versions of, because that's Guru impersonating Dan Rusanowski, the great Sharks play-by-play guy.
Well, no, all sound effects on this station are Guru. Do people not know that yet?
Hello?
I mean, right.
But there's 3 different versions of the Guru doing Rusanowski. So Kyle and I spent about half an hour before the show debating which one we'd go with.
Also want to remind everybody, and Dibber Clause with 2 Bs, this is where you can flex a little bit if you want. We're 3 weeks deep into the NFL season. How have your bets been doing?
I've been crushing it.
How have your bets been doing?
My bets have been doing great.
Have you actually been putting money on this or just handing them out to the people?
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
This is the normal way. You go on a hot streak, and then you go, you know what? I should start betting
I should
these.
get back into it.
You need to bet, and that's the end of the hot streak.
Yeah, basically. And I'm enjoying our contest because I have investment to the extent of we make picks. It's called Spread Formation, the 4 of us, and that to me is fun. No money involved, bragging rights. I don't have to worry about, because diapers are expensive.
But the loser is coordinating the end of the year listener party.
Right.
We're going to involve everybody on this.
And I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come January when this all goes down.
So not just how have your bets been doing, but what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Anyway, the BetQL app uses proven data and analytics to help you make smarter bets. BetQL looks at every bet from every game, ranks them on a scale to 1 to 5 stars, with those 5-star bets being your best chance to cash in. Losing money, not fun. Winning is. So get started today. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com. Hi, Jonathan in San Francisco. You're on with Willard and Dibs with 1B. What are you doing?
I'm about to serve the community with pleasure. Guys, I rewatched the game last night, and it wasn't as bad as I would react to yesterday because I'm still hot with what happened, and all of the above is true. Jimmy was pretty stupid stepping on the line, bad calling by Kyle, and then the defense again melted at the wrong time. Playing very solid all throughout the game, but just a little bit of meltdown at the end, and it's all true, but. The problem with the game is using Trent Williams. It's going to be so monumental. And also because you already have a spotty line and you're going to be missing your best guy for an extended period of time. I don't know, guys. Under Kyle Shanahan, we only have, there's only 2 ways the 49ers season ends. And it's either deep in the playoffs or top 5 pick in the draft.
Well, this is interesting, Jonathan. Appreciate that. I mean, no, there's obviously all kinds of places in between. I don't think there's any chance that the 49ers end up with a top 5 pick in the draft because, I don't know, just look around the league. I don't know if you watch Carolina play football. I mean, there's just too much mediocrity out there, and maybe the 49ers are going to end up being a part of that. I don't know.
Do they even have their first-round pick?
No. There's the other thing. No, they do not.
Awkward.
They do not have their first-round pick.
So tanks for tanking.
I want to know how you rewatched the game the other night and decide that it's not that bad. It's totally that bad. I haven't rewatched it. I'm not going to rewatch it. I don't want to do that to myself. How on earth can you step a few hours away from that game and decide that it was not that bad?
The defense is nasty, and defense is a third of the team. Low kneel, it's a famous low kneelism. Offense is a third, defense a third, special teams a third. Special teams is a little hit and miss.
It's also not a third, like just by rule, by time, by amount of time on the field.
You can take this up with low kneel.
Okay.
In terms of impact in the different 3 units, yes. Like, for example, the game against Denver, offense was more than a third in the first half, and it was less than a third in the second half because they only had the ball for 10 minutes out of 30 minutes in the second half.
Yeah, but it's still more than the special teams.
Right, but
special
in
teams
terms
is
of
20%
impact
at most,
and field position, but again, you can take this up with Lone Neal.
Yeah.
The point is, this defense is so good that that's something that you can lean on and say, yeah, I still feel good about this team. The defense is healthy. The defense is nasty. The defense has allowed the third fewest points in the National Football League. So as much as the offense is beige, shout out Baldy for a great color call on the offense, the defense is nasty.
Listen,
now.
I do love, if you want to dive into that number for a second, I love the matchup right now of this defense against Matt Stafford. I love it. Absolutely love it. Keep in mind now, the 49ers have not faced a traditional pocket quarterback yet this year. Look at the way this pass rush works and realize that when they get to the quarterback, Justin Fields was there, or Geno Smith was there, or Russell Wilson was there. Matt Stafford is not those guys, and he has been leading the league in interceptions over the last year plus. He also won a Super Bowl, I get it, but if you've watched the Rams play this year, he does not even look as good as he did last year. So if you do want to spotlight one matchup, that's one that I think is very heavy in the 49ers' favor. Kyle and I were also talking about this before the show. This is wild that the 49ers didn't win on Sunday night just by virtue of a turnover. Like, how did they not get a turnover in that game? The Broncos fumbled 3 times. Russell Wilson threw at least 2 or 3 balls that bounced off shoulder pads and went flying straight into the air. If they get one turnover, they win the game. They clearly win the game, and they got none. So their defense is that good. If it does fall into your style of game you've been talking about so much, you're 12-11.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I mean, that favors them in a way. It favors them. They're going to have the better defense almost any time they play this year.
Right, and they've had the better defense all 3 games, yet they're 1-2. And against Chicago, they had the better defense, but you got into a spot where you weren't aggressive enough when the weather was good. You fell behind. The defense had 1, maybe 2 miscues, and then that was it. And against Denver, the defense was the better unit. The defense was the best unit of the 4 units on the field, and yet it wasn't enough because your offense is too flaccid.
So,
what's wrong with my unit?
This is setting up a fascinating next handful of weeks because what we have is Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan, and we thought for the last few weeks, oh, well, even though Trey Lance is out, well, now we get to just go with what we know. Nope. No, you don't, because this is not the Jimmy Garoppolo that you knew. This is the Jimmy who's starting to buck. This is the Jimmy who's starting to talk out loud and actually express his own opinions and his own feelings, which he hasn't done for 5 years. He's finally starting to get mad, and that changes everything. So we can get into that. 888-957-9570 for sure. There's Jerry Jones sound on the Dallas quarterback situation that is relevant. You need to hear that. Plus, what I found about 49er injuries in the Kyle Shanahan era last night is also a head scratcher and deserves discussion. So that is all coming up next. JT O'Sullivan in an hour. Glad you're with us today. Twitch, YouTube, continue there. Glad you're with us. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
First thing you want to bring up is Kyle. Nice going, dingus. It's all Kyle. Every missed receiver is still an uncoached, unimproved upon Jimmy Garoppolo. Coach your team up.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Oh, bite me.
95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome Rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, get your butts back to your favorite platform right now. YouTube, Twitch, just listening on the radio, calling us, texting us, whatever it is. It's all welcome. We want the interaction. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. I'm reading a tweet from Doc Pandia, who will join us tomorrow. This is 1 minute ago. 1 minute ago. So this is his retweet of Jimmy Garoppolo's statement that he made coming off of the field, which appears to...
He's a doctor. He's a lip reader. He's a Warriors fan. He joins us tomorrow at 11:30.
He's an institution, is what he is. Not institutionalized. That's Shawshank. He is an institution. He is Dr. Nervive Pandia.
He's a bald-headed role model for those of us who are bald.
Yeah, exactly. You just love bald
Go ahead and cut that for tomorrow.
So...
Thank you.
His
clean in, clean out.
His statement on top of what Jimmy is screaming in his helmet, which says something about your plays, your play calls suck, man. Your plays suck, man. Like that part is clear. Can't really tell what he said exactly before that. But Doc writes, let's recap the past year for Jimmy G. You win at about a 70% rate in your career, but the 49ers draft your successor. Then take the team to the playoffs while battling major injuries. Then they try to trade you and then blame you for getting surgery. Then they don't release you, and now they need you. So, and this is where I am too, set aside, just if you can, I want you to grab your right hand, maybe your left hand, and grab your left hand, and sort of visually wipe to the side for a moment your thoughts on Jimmy the player. Forget that for a second. And let's go Jimmy, the person. And think how you'd feel if... No, don't do that. Because this is very, very real. And it's relevant to the 49ers this year. This is not a sympathy play. If that's what you thought I was about to say, that ain't it.
I was looking for the Sally Struthers music.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
We may need it.
No, don't do it. Because this is real now. This is not for sympathy. I don't want... Oh, but he made $100 million. I'm not... Nobody feels bad for Jimmy.
You're taking my best bit, but go ahead.
There's plenty of time. There's plenty of time. This is real. This guy...
So put aside the player who's not very good.
Forget the fact that you're mad that he walked out of the back of the end zone. I am too.
We're talking about the man. One man with feelings and emotions.
One man.
Totally. With the feelings and emotions.
At what point are you going to be like, you know what, Kyle? You know what? How about if you take a bleeping run through traffic? How about that? When is Jimmy allowed to be like, you know what? Bleep you! Bleep you! Running me on a screenplay at the one. Boy. No, for real, bud.
No, for real, pal.
Okay, Chief.
He could have done that, buddy, when he decided to re-sign for $6 million.
So, but look at his situation. He is now thinking, I'm not a 49er next year. You got to let me cook because that's what he wants.
You can't cook, though, bro.
Exactly. So this is the problem. We all agree he can't cook. You know who doesn't agree? He doesn't. He thinks he can cook. And so I'm wondering if Jimmy is actually playing for the 49ers this year. Or is Jimmy playing for the contract that he's trying to get somewhere else next year? That is a huge problem.
Well, if he's doing what you're saying he might be doing, then the two things go hand in hand because you don't get the next big contract unless you play for the 49ers. You can't go rogue, shout out Rogue One, you can't go Rogue 10 and still go out and get the contract because you can't cook. It's not like he can go full Lamar Jackson and to take over a game. So the play call comes in and Jimmy goes in the huddle and he calls the play. But in his own mind, he's like, this is Jimmy time. I'm going to go ahead and beat the other 11 guys on my own. He can't do that.
But you know this. There's never been a professional athlete in the history of ever who's like, you know what? I'm just not very good at this. Like, that's not how they think. How do you get there? You don't get to
you've
this
got a
level.
big ego and you're an alpha male.
Every point guard in the NBA, if you ask them who's the best point guard in the NBA, they raise their hand. Even the ones who are 28th. Russell Westbrook still thinks he's the best player on the planet. That's how they think.
I don't think Chris Chiozza raises his hand, by the way.
He thinks that he hasn't been given the opportunity.
Perhaps.
To show what he can do. I promise you. Who doesn't think that about themselves? We all do. We all think that if given the opportunity, we could thrive in a way that has not been realized as of yet. Jimmy Garoppolo, as Kyle said, one of the best throwers on the planet.
Right.
He is not, maybe he's like, well, yeah, Tom is Tom. I'm not Tom. But if this whole idea, like, you know who you are, you're Tim Rattay. No, he'd be like.
He's Tim Rattay plus. He's Rattay plus. And JT O'Sullivan joins us coming up at 11 o'clock.
Take it easy.
It was a quarterback transition. Tim Rattay, former Niner. JT O'Sullivan, former Niner.
Gotcha.
Jimmy Garoppolo, former Niner, current Niner, future former Niner.
Right.
It all works, Mark. I don't need to have to hold your hand and tell you how to do radio, but that was a beautiful transition.
You'd be nice to JT.
Can I bring Jimmy Garoppolo's poor play back in because we've spent enough time on his feelings and his emotions? The poor guy got $100 million.
Here we go. I don't want sympathy.
For just $100 million, Jimmy G.
There we go.
You can mouth bad things about the coach. You can throw ill-timed picks. You can drop the ball when Jake Brundle hikes it between his legs, Jimmy.
By the way, that wasn't his fault.
Whose fault was it?
Kyle Shanahan even said it was Brendle's fault. Said the whole team went on one and Brendle went on two. Direct quote.
Anyway, 3, 2, and 1. For just $6 million, Jimmy, you can put your emotions aside and you can be mediocre. Your coach has supported you, and yet you blast his play calling. You mouth bad things about Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy. But you know what? There's brighter things ahead for you. You can be a backup quarterback for the Jets. You can hold Zach Wilson's lunch bag as he goes out and plays mediocre football.
Hold on a second.
For just $100 million, Jimmy, we're going to protect your little feelings and emotions.
Hold on a second. Did you just say that your coach has supported you? Did you just say that?
He brought you back.
He fired you.
And rehired him.
No, he didn't rehire him. He was never gone.
How did he get re-signed?
He didn't get re-signed. He got restructured.
Well, how did he get restructured?
Because nobody else wanted him after shoulder surgery. Or, as I'm now learning, Jimmy thinks, you want to know why no one else wants me?
Because he stinks.
He doesn't think that. We do. He thinks.
You know who does think that? His teammates outside of George Kittle.
Clearly not. Clearly not.
See. Brandon Ayuk.
Whisper.
You think Brandon Ayuk is Team Jimmy?
Oh, because he was really putting up numbers with Trey. Listen, and I know that's not fair. I know he got a game and a quarter, and one of the games was in a monsoon. We haven't seen enough of Trey to know what that would be, but based on the play calling, it wasn't going to be a lot. He wasn't throwing the ball enough for a wide receiver to put up numbers. So, listen, I know what Jimmy thinks, and it's not that he stinks. Don Yee and Jimmy Garoppolo do not think Jimmy stinks. That's why I wanted all of us to put it aside for a second. You can think he stinks. I can even admit that he's mediocre. We can all think what we want. Jimmy doesn't agree. And what is coming very clear now is that Jimmy thinks that Kyle has held him back.
That's hilarious.
He has, listen.
No, it's hilarious.
It is
a hilarious
notion.
notion.
Of course, but it is what he thinks because he's him. I'm very confident that Jimmy does not walk around and be like, yeah, I am super mediocre at this. He is one of the 25 best quarterbacks on planet Earth right now. Do you know
That's
what
a stretch?
No, it's not.
That's a stretch.
It's not a
on
stretch.
planet Earth.
He's not one of the 25 best quarterbacks on planet Earth.
I'd put him in the low 30s.
Great.
I'd take about 7 college guys over him right now.
Great. He's one of the 35 best quarterbacks.
Arch Manning is a better quarterback than he is.
If any of you were one of the 35 best anythings on planet Earth, you would have an ego that couldn't be held in check by the clouds.
And I do.
Okay.
And I am.
Congrats.
You're welcome.
Is your boss holding you back?
I mean, look.
Who doesn't think that about themselves?
You
We
have to
all
think that
do.
about yourself.
Exactly. So I don't blame him for it. This isn't for sympathy. This is for the reality of this situation. And if Jimmy Garoppolo wants to sling it a little bit more, and he thinks that your plays suck, man, this is a major problem for the 49ers because it tells me that Jimmy Garoppolo might have an eye on the future more than now, and you can't win that way.
But the only way he gets to the future that he really wants is to play ball in Kyle Shanahan's offense.
Are we sure about this?
Well, how else is he going to do it? He's not going to go rogue.
But check it. He's done that for 5 years, and what do we all think? Oh, look, the league doesn't want you. They all think you're a concoction of Kyle, and it won't work without him.
And that's most likely the truth.
And he's trying to disprove that theory
Well, the only way to disprove it is by going out and winning football games. Because he's not going to have the opportunity to throw it 45 or 50 times. That's not going to be the construct of the offense. And let's just say Jimmy G decides to start going rogue and rejecting play calls that come in and running his own plays. Well, he'll be pulled off the field and he won't have the opportunity to go out and get that next gig. So Jimmy Garoppolo has had plenty of time, plenty of opportunities to show that he's the kind of quarterback who can go out there and dominate with his play. He wins, but not because he goes out there and throws the ball a ton or makes plays on his own a ton. He's a system quarterback. He's a product of Shanahan and his system. That's why he wins.
I don't disagree with anything you just said, but I'm starting to think he does.
Well,
he disagrees.
Here's the way it goes.
He disagrees, and he's the one that's calling. He's the one who's snapping the ball. He's the one who's got the ball in his hands.
He's the one who's dropping the ball and throwing it away to the other team.
So it doesn't matter in the end what you think or what I think. It doesn't matter what any of our opinions are about Jimmy. He has been forced into duty as the starting quarterback for the 49ers this year, and he appears to be a different person. He appears to be a different person in post-game press conferences. He appears to be a different person on the field. He appears to be a person who now, for the first time in his life, has an opinion. When has Jimmy ever had an opinion before?
Well, I'm sure he's had an opinion, but he hasn't voiced it. You're right.
When have we ever seen him express an opinion? Ever. He's Tom Brady, Bill Belichick schooled. He does not share his opinion.
And to your point, when he did get fired and then he got rehired by the same team, when he came back in this new realm and then Trey Lance gets hurt and he comes on and he helps the team win that game. Trey Lance gets credit for the victory as the starter, but Jimmy G runs off the field and he's beaming. And it's just like riding a bike. I'm back, baby. Feels great, baby. And all the rest of it. And now you go out and you lose in an embarrassing fashion. National TV, your offense has been described as beige by experts.
Yeah.
And now, all of a sudden, Kyle Shanahan, your plays suck, man. Well, now what happens this week when, by the way, Kyle Shanahan's not going to see that video and say, man, Jimmy, you're right. My plays do suck. Who do you think's more arrogant and more egotistical, Kyle Shanahan or Jimmy Garoppolo?
Kyle Shanahan.
So, and who's in charge?
How many times the last 5 years has Kyle, when cameras aren't around, been like, dude, Jimmy, you're terrible. He's so
They traded up to get his replacement.
He's so furious that they gave up 3 first rounds of assets to get out from underneath him. That's what Kyle thinks of Jimmy.
Exactly. And yet, you're in a spot where you feel like you have to go back to Jimmy, hat in hand. Jimmy, can we please restructure? We need to keep you. Nobody wants you. And you know what? I guess we kind of do want you, Jimmy. Would you stay for $6 million in incentives? And Jimmy's thinking, well, I got no other option. $6 million sounds pretty good. Sounds good, baby. And so now he's back. And it's a relationship of mutual reluctance.
Listen.
And regret. And animus.
There was 100 ways this could go. So I want to make sure that I am not using the phrase, I told you so here, because that's truly not how I feel.
It feels good to say it, though. You can say it.
No, because I'll say it this way.
Just say it, Mark.
Say it! I feared when they brought him back that many people who stated at the time, this is great.
I thought it was great.
I mean,
still do.
The insurance.
Oh, yeah.
And the love.
Mutual love.
Are you all under the impression that we got to this point and you're believing that they're telling you? I mean, our relationship has just been perfect the whole time. Like, we love Jimmy.
Feels great, baby.
Jimmy loves us. And so, he was just standing there. And then John was like, I don't know, maybe you should play for us. And then I was like, whoa, that's some stuff I hadn't thought about and stuff. And then, hey, Jimmy.
That's your little Kyle in there.
You want to stay and stuff? Like, I hadn't thought of that, but do you want to? And he's like, whoa, man, you guys are so great. This has been so fun for the last year. I can't think of a better idea. Wow, I would love to sit here as a backup with a headset on and watch you play football for the next
$6 million. I mean, let's not weep for him too much.
You all thought that happened with a smile? You all thought that this didn't happen with people yelling at each other in closed doors? Is that what you thought? You're seeing it. They're furious with each other. Whispers in the locker room. Kyle's facial expressions on the sideline. Jimmy's on Twitter. Your plays suck, man. We're in front of microphones and podiums after games, and we're going, gee, tough situation I was put in. And, I remember 2017. That was fun because that's when I got to actually play like a quarterback. That's what we've got in 3 weeks, and you all thought this got here by kumbaya. Come on.
Mark,
it's not how it works.
Just say it, Mark. Say it. It'd be a lot quicker. It'd be a lot easier if you just came out and said it. Don't stop dancing around it. It's just 4 simple words. And, sip on the water, rear back. You didn't bring your water bottle today, which is okay. I want you to just take a deep breath and let it out, because what you just went through in 2.5 minutes can be boiled into 4 easy words.
Let's go to phones.
No, you're such a coward.
Phil, Mo, Mike.
Come on, bro.
Is on the line.
Captain Save a Jimmy.
Come on, Phil, Mo. You better bring it now. What are you doing?
I'm out with Dibs. I wasn't going to say that, Dibs.
Do it, Phil, Mo. I need you.
Okay, I got you.
Come on, Giants hosting the Rockies, 7 o'clock. Here we go. Big game tonight.
You coming with the captain Saber Jimmy G. Look up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. What's that sucker name? Captain Saber Jimmy, man.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Monday Night Football. Here come the Rams.
Jimmy can't cook. He can barely boil water.
I agree with you.
He ain't never be able to cook.
I agree with you.
Let Phil Mo eat.
I don't know when maybe he could eat, but you got to get a ball to Debo, get a ball to Kittle. You got to get a ball to your playmakers. We're not getting the ball to our playmakers. These people are paid a lot of money. George Kittle, $20 million, Debo Samuel, $25 million to make plays. Allow Brandon Ayuk to get a big contract. The way they're using him, he ain't gonna get paid. And like you said, Dibs, he not happy with that. My last point is this. You know how people be like, you can't waste Steph Curry's prime. Our defense is at a prime right now.
Yeah.
We can't let that go to waste, man.
This is
true. For real.
No, these are facts. Phil Mo, thank you so much. That's big.
Look in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's my favorite bit. And by the way, on YouTube, even before he got started, there was a lot of Captain Save a Jimmy that poured in. So.
Let's go.
Yeah,
listen. On this, I think we can all agree, and we know the story of Jimmy in this city for a number of years now, and who's on his side and who's not, and the receipts have all been kept, and no one's going anywhere on that. But if we're all in agreement on this, whatever you think of Jimmy, and each individual who's listening to my voice now, I'm talking to you. Whatever you think of Jimmy,
he stinks.
Jimmy thinks better.
That's great.
That's it.
And we all, honestly, Mark.
But that matters
no matter
right
what
now.
You think of whatever I think of you think better of yourself. That's 99.5% of all of us. Other than people who have low self-esteem.
I hope for everybody a healthy ego.
No, we all think that, like, whatever you think of me, I think 10 times of myself, and it's because we all need to have that.
You got to have a healthy ego.
Yes. And if you're somebody, especially in our business, where, for 3 hours a day, 3+ hours a day, it's the sound of my voice that helps me feed my growing family. And so how do you not? And, Jimmy Garoppolo, the same thing. I grab this piece of leather and I run around in a uniform and throw the ball. I'm a quarterback in the NFL. I'm one of 32 starters. How do you not have an outsized ego?
Can you imagine, just for a second, after we did this show and the show was over, if you walked into the next room, changed clothes, and then came out of that room, and there was a throng of people with cameras and recorders and pens and all that. Jimmy, Dibs. What about at 10:22? Remember that point you made at 10:22 where you said that you think 10 times more of yourself than other people think? What were you saying?
It's like riding a bike, guys. When you've done radio as long as I have, and honestly, I would. And coming up today at 12:15 when I have my one-on-one with look.
Oh, you got a one-on-one?
Of course, it's weekly.
Yeah.
It's weekly. It's the best hour and 22 minutes of my week. But
perfect.
That's akin to me facing the flash bulbs and the throngs of media, where it's Dibs, I felt like at 9:06, you normally were funnier. You weren't very funny today. Look. So we do have that level of scrutiny in this job, but I would love to have press conferences.
We do not. We do not have that level of scrutiny.
Let's go to Nahigian in the back.
These are massive celebrities. How could you keep all of that in check and succeed at this job? Okay, my son's got an Oculus. You know what that is? Those little things, those little VR deals.
Yeah.
So they got this new football game on the Oculus where you are basically at the POV of a quarterback.
Yeah.
So you get the ball, right? And it's very dangerous in your house because it's like a 15-year-old 6-foot kid who's just waving his arm through the living room and he can't see dogs and other people and tables.
My God.
It's ridiculous.
It's funny because my neighbor behind my fence, I can look out into their living room
so ridiculous.
And one of their kids who's a teenager is like doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, he looks like he's doing Tae-Bo without direction.
Thank you, Billy Banks.
Unbelievable. So here, now you feel like the pass rush is coming and you're watching everybody run routes and you see exactly through the point of view. It's terrifying. It's terrifying to think that there are people who actually do this with real 300-pound trained just killers to come get them and take them to the ground. My point is, in order to be able to succeed at that, you have to have such confidence, such unbelievable confidence. And so what I'm trying to get to here is you can think Jimmy stinks.
I do.
And that's fine. What I am sensing is an issue now that we've never seen before between Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo.
There's a divide.
Because
a schism. A rift.
Jimmy would like to be allowed to do some things that he's never been allowed to do. Kyle's going to say no. And the more losses only empowers both of them in the opposite direction.
We don't do that here, Jimmy. If I can be Kyle Shanahan and stuff, and Jimmy comes to me and says, Kyle, I need you to, or I'd like you to let me cook. And to Philmo Mike's point, he can't even boil water. So we're not going to let you make Thanksgiving dinner when you can't even boil water. You can't even make cereal without mucking it up. So no, Jimmy, you don't get to cook. And so Jimmy G, to your point, is in a spot where, all right, I know Trey Lance is the future again, and I know I'm on my way out again. I'm 31. I still want to be a QB in this league, and the best way for me to get that next big contract, that next big gig, is to showcase my ability outside of the run, yawn, punt Kyle Shanahan offense. So I understand Jimmy G's side of it, which is, and I'm sure Don Yee's like, Jimmy, tell Kyle it's time to throw the ball.
Right, and look at very small sample size data, okay? Jimmy, you're thrown into the game This is Trey Lance's game plan, but go just do some stuff.
But to that game plan,
27-7.
Right, but that game plan, 80% of it was no longer going to be allowed because these are Trey Lance's plays, which involve Trey Lance being run into the ground.
Right, but he also said when he got out there, he's like, he called some plays that I knew.
Yeah.
He called some new ones. It was very improvisational. We win 27-7. Now we got a Jimmy game plan. And we lost 11-10, and I ran out of the back of the end zone.
11-10.
11-10. So Jimmy's like, I don't know, Kyle. Which one looks better to you?
Your plays suck, man. Think about that, Mark. You're on your own 2-yard line.
Big statement.
1st and 10 from your own 2, and you haven't really been able to run the ball. Jeff Wilson Jr. had 2 big runs. Otherwise, your run game's been neutralized. So Kyle's thinking, we can't run it because I don't want to take a safety. I'd like to throw it here, but I don't trust Kyle. I don't trust Jimmy to just take a snap, drop back, and actually throw it. We got to run a screen here. Imagine the mindset of a head coach.
And the mindset now of your quarterback, who's like, this dude.
Your plays suck,
Your plays
man.
suck, man. All right, it's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. This is Willard and Dibs. Keep it going on Twitch and YouTube. Comcast Business Text Line. Your phone calls continue at 888-957-9570. JT O'Sullivan is coming up in just about a half hour. You're going to want to hear what Michael Irvin said about Kyle Shanahan, the coach. You're going to want to hear what Brian Baldinger said about the 49ers' current play calling. You'll hear all of that, plus what I found on those injuries. We'll get to all of that coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Captain Shaman Jimmy G.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Wildfire is coming. Get set by knowing what to take and where to go. If you need to evacuate, go early to protect your family and community. Wildfire is coming. Do you have a plan? Learn more at readyforwildfire.org.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to get conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hockey season is here, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets to check out the San Jose Sharks in their home opener against Carolina on October 14th. Listen to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Where are we at in society today?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. We're here. You're here. So let's have some fun. 888-957-9570. Sharks tickets are literally seconds away. And actually, they were only 1 second away. So that means right now, fifth caller, contest line, please. Contest line. Okay, that number
please
is 415-951-2386. I think I'm a big believer in please and thank you. So please call the contest line because that's how you win. You call the regular line, then you just get us. And then we talk to you, and that's fun too, but you don't get to go to a Sharks game. Call the contest line, 415-951-2386. One more time, 415-951-2386. The fifth caller gets a pair of tickets to see the San Jose Sharks play the home opener October 14th against Carolina. That is caller 5 at 415-951-2386, courtesy of the San Jose Sharks.
Looking forward to that season coming up. They're getting better. It's going to be better this year.
Okay.
No, it's in a rebuild. Year 2 of a rebuild, without a doubt.
I just can't. I hate that word, rebuild. I can't. I just can't.
Well, when you're terrible and you have young players who aren't very good, and you go from being really good with veterans to a young team that's not very good, it's a rebuild. It's okay.
Yeah, no, you have to do it. It's just, and I know it's kind of hard for teams to sort of
let me try this on you just to bring it home. Just to bring it home for you. Your Giants?
They're not in a rebuild.
What are they in then?
they're in about to be in the offseason, and then they're going to try to win the whole damn thing next year.
Okay, they're in a rebuild.
Yeah, no, they're not. They won 107 games a year ago. How can you be in a rebuild?
A year ago?
That
was an eternity ago.
I don't want to go on this tangent, but how do you define the word rebuild?
You have older players who you're trying to move on from.
Every offseason, you've got XYZ as an assignment. I'll grant you that their assignment is much bigger this offseason than it is in some others.
It's a rebuild.
But you try to go fill those holes and get better. They're not in a position of like the Pirates or the Marlins.
Well, those teams are on eternal rebuilds.
Fair.
This team is in a rebuild. It's not a total teardown, but it's a rebuild.
Yeah, see, that's what I view a rebuild as when you start selling off assets just in order to be like, we're good. Here comes the farm team. They're not doing that.
I think in terms
that's what a rebuild is.
I look at a rebuild in terms of when you look at a roster and you look at their roster right now, and of their top 8 highest price guys, probably 4, if not 5 of them will be gone. And the ones who will be back, like Crawford will be back, Longoria maybe back, Rodon likely gone,
right?
Belt gone. DeSclafani and Listella, you wish they were gone.
Listella will be.
Yeah, I thought he had one more year.
He does.
But they're just going to buy him out. And so
he's not going to be back.
It's a rebuild. You got young guys still coming up.
I don't see it that way. But again, you can define that word however you want, like we do in MVP awards with the word valuable. I mean, I'm big on what Farhan said when he weighed in on the American League MVP. Of course, it's Aaron Judge. Like, we can talk about Ohtani all day long. It's absolutely been epic, incredible, never seen it before. All of that's true. But in order to be valuable, it has to be valuable toward something. Like, what did you...
Toward a winning team?
Yeah, you did what with all of that? You finished in 4th place or whatever they are and just completely irrelevant. So there's no value there. There's, like... outstanding. There's eye-popping, but you don't. So Shohei,
I feel the same way about MVP.
You get most eye-popping award, but you do not get most valuable.
MEOP?
Yeah, exactly.
Meop.
You the meop. All right.
All right.
So what about all this? I want to get to some of the sound from yesterday. Michael Irvin, Brian Baldinger, 888-957-957. You can definitely weigh in. But I'd love your perspective on this because I don't know what to do with this information. So yesterday, and a lot of you have said this, but a friend texted me and says, hey, the 49ers get hurt more than everybody else. And I go, maybe it does seem that way, but I don't actually know if that's true. Maybe it's just that fans only know about all of their injuries. Like, maybe the Lions have lost their linebacker, too. Like the Niners lost Azeez Al-Shaair. I have no idea what the heck's going on with the Detroit Lions and their linebacking core, even though I did see some Hard Knocks. Good show. But he says, okay, do the 49ers get hurt more than everyone else? And I go, you know what? I really don't know. And he goes, well, if you don't know, then who the hell knows? Nice. And I go, maybe God? Does God know? So I did some digging last night. And I found this website. Football Outsiders did this thing on AGL, adjusted games lost. Last year, the Baltimore Ravens, by far and away, got crushed more than every other team. They were 32 out of 32. But here's what I got out of the 49ers over the last 5 years. The Kyle Shanahan era, the 49ers have been in the bottom third of the league every single year. And if you just want to go over the last 24 months, in 2020, they were the 2021 Ravens. 2020, they were number one. Like number one in terms of games lost. The most injured team in the NFL. And last year, 29th. So they've been in the bottom third 5 years running. They were dead last in 2020. They were third from the bottom last year. And you know exactly how this year has started through the first 3 weeks. I have a really hard time blaming human beings for injuries on a football field, but I also have a really hard time dismissing data like that. And I don't have any answers here. I can't figure out what that is, but it feels like something.
It's absolutely something, and that's why they changed their strength and conditioning program a few years ago, because it's a problem that has been going on. It's been a trend, and when you look at the different types of injuries, we talked about this last week. To me, if you're dealing with soft tissue injuries, pulled muscles, muscle strains, things of that nature, a lot of times that comes down to strength and conditioning. When you have a player like Nick Bosa tear his ACL on an ill-suited MetLife Stadium turf, that to me you can't put on anybody other than Roger Goodell and the National Football League for allowing these players to play on surfaces that are patently unhealthy for them to play on. But when you look at the pattern and you look at the trend over time, if you're constantly among the teams suffering the most injuries, it's got to be more to it than just bad luck.
But I don't know. Like, I could guess. Like, it sounds funny to say that the 49ers play a physical brand of football because everybody is hitting and tackling, like it's all incredibly physical. Sterling Shepard, my goodness, last night tore his ACL or did something there to that knee that's really, really bad, and all he was doing was jogging down the field. So everything is incredibly physical, but we do know the 49ers even pride themselves on physicality, on the physical end of physical, if you will. They run the ball more than most teams. They've got a star player like Deebo Samuel, who's the anti-Isaac Bruce. He's not going to fall down. He's not going to run out of bounds. He's going to try to truck you between your shoulder blades. And it feels like Deebo, like he was on Sunday night, a few times a year, he's going to be down on the field, and hopefully he gets up most of them. But I don't know if it's that.
It's a piece of it, I think.
Yeah, like that's the first thing that comes to mind, and I don't know what you do about that. What are you going to do? Coach your team to be less physical?
Well, when you run the ball a lot, too, running plays are generally going to be more injury-producing than passing plays, because when you throw a passing route, even if you throw it over the middle, let's talk about a square in or a slant, at most, you're going to get hit by 3 guys, let's say, on a play over the middle. Maybe the linebacker, the safety in the corner, they all converge and you get hit. When you run the ball inside the tackles, you're likely to get contacted by upwards of 5 different players, and that's where I think you're more susceptible to a variety of injuries. So if you're going to run the ball more than other teams, and that's where Baltimore last year was the most injured team in the National Football League. What do they do more than anybody other than the Niners? They run the football.
Well, and it was their running backs who got hurt. I mean, J.K. Dobbins, obviously, that was that was a terrible, terrible injury. I actually don't know the data on what you're saying. Is a running play more dangerous than a passing play? It is for running backs,
right?
But like an offensive lineman and a defensive
run,
I mean, I don't know that. And again, we're talking across the board. All players on the field. Is a passing play safer than a running play? I don't know. Offensive lineman would probably be like hell, every play stinks, right? We're just banging ourselves against another human being the whole time. So I don't know, but there's got to be something going on here. We can't just flip it in the air and go bad luck, can we?
No, I don't think so. And I'm just looking at your stats here from Football Outsiders.
Yeah.
They looked at the most AGL, average games lost per 16 games over the last 20 years.
Yes.
The Niners had the 3rd worst year in 2020 over the last 20 years.
Of all years.
5 of the 10 worst years due to injury were suffered by teams who play their home games at MetLife Stadium.
Wow.
The Jets are on there twice. The Giants are on there thrice. So I do think there are some field factors that come into play.
No doubt.
And I know the Niners don't have that, although the Niners lost 3 guys in like a quarter in their trip to MetLife Stadium last time they went there.
Oh, it was brutal. Absolutely brutal. And then, through the years, if you're going over the last 20 years, there are fields that have turf. There are fields that are natural grass. That's very different. I think the league has finally started to move away from what, the former artificial turf that we used to know, which was often described by NFL players as playing on your front asphalt. You know what I mean? Like that. So yes, there are all kinds of factors, but the 49ers don't have an obvious one like that. Yet somehow end up as one of the most injured teams every single year.
I think the obvious one is the one you just pointed out, which is the physicality with which they play. I'm looking at their average games lost, according to Football Outsiders, by unit last year. The offense ranked 19th. The defense ranked 29th. So that's to say the defense suffered the 4th most injuries, the average games lost, due to the way the defense plays. We know that back to the Robert Saleh days, all gas, no break.
Yep.
The DeMeco Ryans defense, what do we say about like going back to Dante Hittner and Hufanga, he plays physically. The linebackers, Nick Bosa's a physical player. It's a very physical defense, and offensively, they do look for contact. Deebo Samuel led the league last year in YAC, yards after contact. So I think when you play a physical style, you are going to sustain more injuries.
JT O'Sullivan in 15 minutes. What about this? Driving around yesterday, and I hear...
Is Abe driving and you're in the passenger seat?
No, we don't do that in the daylight hours. We wait till there's nobody on the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has he been out on the road yet?
Yes.
Any freeway time yet?
No.
Okay, we're not.
No, yeah.
That's okay. In baby steps. It's not a race.
Yeah, no, sometimes you're like, people have asked him, why are you driving at 10:15 at night? I'm like, because we're waiting for everybody else to go home. Right now, we're going to start out with don't hit anybody else.
That's good.
And then we'll go from there.
That's good.
So, this was earlier in the day. This was during Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto and their radio program. And I'm listening to Damon put it all of it.
All of it?
Your blame pie is 100% Kyle Shanahan.
And I'll just tell you right now, the 49ers aren't wasting this defense on a rookie quarterback. The 49ers aren't wasting this defense on Jimmy Garoppolo. 49ers might be wasting this defense on Kyle Shanahan. And if that's what's going on here, we got a problem that is too big to overcome without radically redoing a lot of things.
So, you can certainly have that opinion, and that's fine. But he said one thing that I wanted to bring back, because what he also said was, I'm listening to people put up the all 22, and they're showing all the wide open receivers that Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't see. And Damon goes on to say, well, whose fault is that? That, too, is Kyle Shanahan's fault, because in 5 years, how have you not coached Jimmy Garoppolo to be able to see the receivers? And I thought to myself, and I asked you this morning, I go, hey, remind me, how old are Damon's kids? I think
3 and 1.
Perfect.
Somewhere in there.
That's what
Maybe
I thought.
4 and 2.
And my guess is Damon is going to change his opinion on Kyle Shanahan, but he may not do it for a decade. Because his kids, his 1 and his 3-year-old, someday are going to be 11 and 13. And at 11 and 13.
21 and 19.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
know this. You can coach them up all you want. And it doesn't mean they're just going to go out there and do what you tell them to do. Am I supposed to take from this opinion that we can just put anybody with arm talent out there, and if you give me 5 years to talk to him, he's going to go be a successful NFL quarterback? Are you telling me that Joe Montana and Steve Young and Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers don't have a special gift? It's just that somebody coached them up? Like, you can't just tell Jimmy, hey, Jimmy, go see it. He doesn't see it.
But he's got to learn to see it, and he's got to get better at it.
No.
I don't think that's something you either see or you don't see. You can get better as a quarterback.
Of course.
And Jimmy G has not gotten better as a quarterback.
And Matt Mayoko's got a great article out right now that talks about that fact that in 5 years he's not gotten better.
Mayoko says his 2017 stint was the best of Jimmy. So that's on Jimmy, but it's also on Kyle Shanahan. Because as the coach, you do have to have your player get better.
See, I don't see it as on Kyle Shanahan because a year and a half ago, Kyle said, you know what, this dude doesn't get better. He's out. But we're here based on circumstance, and I know a lot of you want to respond to that going, it's Kyle's fault that we're here. Fine, I hear you and I've heard you. But Kyle did move on from Jimmy. He did decide.
Kind of.
He did. Kind of. 3 first-rounders. He did.
But then he went back to him and restructured his contract. He didn't fully move on from him. Jimmy Garoppolo is starting as the Niners quarterback. If you move on from somebody...
But he didn't hire him as a starter. He hired him as a backup.
I had a job in this town on another radio station.
You did?
I slid a letter across the desk. I moved on from that radio station. And that's me moving on. Then I went to another radio station. They moved on from me, but not really because...
Then they restructured you.
They restructured me. God, I wish they wouldn't have, but I came back, and here I am.
But we had this conversation about the exact same thing the other day. They did not bring you back in the exact same position.
No, but they didn't move on from me.
No, but they didn't ask you to come back and do your former role. They brought you back and asked you to do a different role.
They asked me to be a backup, and then the starter got hurt, and then now I'm the starter again. So it's the exact same thing as Jimmy Garoppolo.
Except for in your case, a completely different head coach made that decision. So
a couple head coaches ago, quite frankly.
All right, so let's talk.
Tom Sula figure. Boy, we had a Tom Sula era here, too, which we won't discuss.
So, speaking of the head coach, because I've also had this, has anyone brought up the name Sean Payton to you in the last couple of weeks?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Of course. So, what about Sean? Would you rather just have Sean Payton as the head coach of the 49ers? That came up on Damon and Ratto's show with Michael Irvin.
I don't know that I'm willing to trade Kyle Shanahan for Sean Payton right now. For your situation, to be totally honest with you, and for your talent. It works, that system, for that talent. You start tinkering around with systems and talent, you can almost get that mess. I know they just beat you, but it looked like a mess right there in Denver.
This cracks me up that we do this. Why is Sean Payton a great coach? Answer that for me.
Because he won and because he had a great quarterback.
Okay. So, correct. Which of those is more important, or which one led to the other?
Probably having Drew Brees led to.
Thank you.
I mean, once Drew Brees was gone and he had, Taysom Hill and the rest of it, it wasn't so successful.
Listen, NFL coaches are incredibly important. This is Bill Walsh's city. We understand that. But by the same token, don't get it confused. Tom Brady just told you who's more important between the quarterback and the coach. If you got a great quarterback, and we can blame Kyle, and there is absolutely accountability here for the fact that the 49ers don't have a great quarterback. So that part is fine. But let's stop acting like coaches. Oh, my gosh, he just came in here, and all of a sudden they started winning. They just had little Billy be quarterback, but the coach was so great that they beat all of the other teams in the NFL. It doesn't work that way. Sean Payton's great because he had Drew Brees. That's why Sean Payton's great.
McVay got better when he went from Jared Goff to Matthew Stafford.
Bring in Payton and give him Jimmy. What do you think is going to happen? The same thing. In fact, I think it probably gets worse. Well,
I don't think he would have the same patience for Jimmy as Kyle Shanahan has had.
Kyle didn't have very much patience for Jimmy. He fired him.
Well, then he rehired him.
Yes.
You always say that he fired him.
He did.
But then he rehired him. You always leave that out because now he's the starting quarterback.
But that's not what he hired him to do.
Whatever. We can have this argument every day until the cows come home. You're so flat, patently wrong. It drives me bananas.
Like, I could not be more resolute in how right I am on this. He was not hired to be the starter.
But he was hired to be the backup who is the starter, who's one play away from being the starter.
Yes, but that now we're going to hold on every coach's head across the NFL who they've hired as their backup.
Exactly.
We don't even know who the backup is.
Cooper Rush was hired to be the backup, and now he's the starter, and now we have a quarterback controversy in Dallas.
Do we? Because I'll bet you $1 bajillion that as soon as Dak's healthy, he's quarterbacking that team.
Do you have $1 bajillion? Because if Dallas continues to win, and you're talking about
I don't even know if that exists. Is there a bajillion?
I think it's more than a trillion. I think it's trillion, quadrillion, then you get to bajillion.
Listen, the bottom line is the bottom line, okay? He was not hired to be the starter.
Bottom line is he is the starter.
Yeah, but it was not hired to be that, and it is very, very relevant.
It's wildly irrelevant.
I sat here on this chair while you were gone and questioned the move to bring Jimmy back.
Was Jeff Wilson Jr. signed to be the starting running back?
No.
He wasn't even signed to be a running back. He was a special teamer.
Correct.
And now he's your featured back.
Right. And so if the running back situation was awful, we would be saying one of two things. Either get somebody else in there.
They need somebody else.
But we would not be going like, I can't believe this Jeff Wilson guy. I can't believe they made the decision. He's an undrafted free agent who was not asked to be the starter.
But he is the starter.
We're not going to hold people accountable for that. It's like I said, Bill Belichick this weekend in Green Bay. I'm not holding you accountable if you lose that game. Of course you're going to lose that game. Brian Hoyer against Aaron Rodgers.
You find a way to get it done.
Are you going to hold Bill Belichick accountable?
You're supposedly the best coach in the National Football League. Exactly.
Yeah, no, you're not. You're not, and no one is.
So why show up then? I mean, why even fly to Green Bay?
They'll show up, but we're not going to hold him accountable as if he had his full complement, as if he had his starter. We're not.
Got to hold him accountable. Everyone gets held accountable. Otherwise, then don't even go to Green Bay.
No, that's not what I said. Of course you go. Of course you try. But that's not how this situation works. We're acting like Kyle Shanahan didn't move on, and he did. Facts.
He tried to move on.
He did.
He couldn't find a taker, so he didn't move on.
No, he had Trey Lance.
And he iced him on the B field and didn't have him in meetings and didn't give him a playbook and then went back hat in hand and said, "Oh, Jimmy, now we need you, bro."
No. I hated it then. There's a piece of me that hates it now, but Kyle Shanahan sat there in front of everybody and made sure that everyone said, Trey Lance is our starter. This was not the plan. We can't hang that on. That's not fair.
Who's starting Monday night?
Don't do that. That's like that. You can't play exact words. That
Absolutely.
No.
Jimmy Garoppolo is their starter.
Okay, so the Patriots wanted Brian Hoyer to be their starter.
No, but they have Brian Hoyer in case Mac Jones got hurt. Now Brian Hoyer is the starter.
Can't tell. Which side of your mouth do you want me to listen to?
Straight out the middle.
Yeah, no.
Brian Hoyer is their starter.
No, he's not.
Who's starting Sunday? Thank
really?
you.
Yes. So Joe Flacco is the starting quarterback for the Jets.
He might not lose his job, quite frankly.
Yes, he will. Zach Wilson's starting this week.
Zach Wilson's terrible.
Everybody has hired someone to be their starter, and they've hired someone to be your backup, and sometimes you got to use your backups, okay? That's just, I mean, I am not willing to hang that around Kyle Shanahan's neck this year. No way, no how. JT O'Sullivan joins us next. 888-957-9570 is the number. Keep it coming, Willard and Dibs.
You can watch Willard and Dibs on twitch.tv and on YouTube.
If Jimmy stinks at quarterback, I'd like you to explain to me how this stinker, how did he end up in 2 NFC title games?
An elite defense. That's a big part of it.
Buddy, they were number...
Buddy, how?
Hey, Chief, they were number 2 in offense in 2019.
Great, kid. That's 3 years ago.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and other suppliers have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Additionally, Golden State's state-of-the-art Stockton location is fully equipped with a wall panel production facility. Golden State can help you save space, labor, and time with prefabricated walls delivered directly to the job site. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, or in some cases, the same day. And remember, the best tool you can use on the job site is the Golden State app, which provides greater access to their industry-leading service team. You'll have access to resources like important zoning regulations, permitting details, and hundreds of user guides at your fingertips. The Golden State app is available at goldenstatelumber.com, Google Play, and the App Store. Supplying the Bay Area since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, I'm Ben Kaspick, host of the Locked On Giants podcast, a daily podcast covering your favorite team. The Giants are all in on analytics, and on this show, we talk about the Giants in a way that's data-driven and rational, but also simple, passionate, and accessible to all. We understand sabermetrics, but we also understand what it's like to play this game. Listen to the Locked On Giants podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You don't like Kyle? Fine.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So we got a lot to still get into. JT O'Sullivan's going to connect with us here in just a sec. He's doing a deep dive on Jalen Hurts. We're also going to talk about Jimmy, Trey. What about Jimmy saying something as he's coming off of the field? Is it okay to smile after a loss? That was a controversy.
Man.
So much to get into with JT O'Sullivan, and we're going to do that in a second. But Doc Pandia has also weighed in on our 49er injury conversation and said these are the things that basically indicate risk factors for injury in the NFL. Risk factors, and there have been a couple of studies on this, he says. Previous injury history, increased age, years of playing, artificial surfaces. So another thing we didn't bring up, are the 49ers taking too many chances on players with a previous injury history?
Well, that was always their thing where they would draft guys who had ACL reconstructions. And, if you just look at injuries right now, Trent Williams, he kind of fits all of these factors. He does have a previous injury history. He does have an increased age,
sure.
A lot of years of playing. Artificial surfaces, maybe not so much, but George Kittle, same thing. He's got an injury history, and now he's quietly getting up there in age a little bit. So I think a lot of these factors do play into what the Niners are going through.
It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. How about somebody who's done all of this stuff, okay? Reading defenses, playing NFL football, getting injured, throwing the ball, all of that stuff, and now breaking it down on the QB school. It's JT O'Sullivan on Willard and Dibs. Hey, man, how you doing?
Fellas, what's going on? I was never fortunate enough to get very injured, so walked away from that part of it. Nice, but man, it sure has hit the 49ers hard, it seems.
Well, is there something we can take from that, by the way? What's your expert opinion? Can we ever look at a system, a team, a process, and blame injuries on something going on with the team?
I think that there probably is some level of variable to that, but unless the building, I'm not sure you would ever get a complete kind of snapshot of what the workload looks like, what they're being asked to do, what the rehab, prehab, training, strength, all that type of stuff looks like as a comprehensive program. But yeah, I think if there's a place with a long history of seemingly significant or substantial injuries, you almost have to look at whatever the procedures and systems are in the building.
And the Niners have been near the top of most injured teams over the past few years. This year, the biggest injury, the Trey Lance injury, which has given rise to Jimmy Garoppolo back as the starting quarterback. What have you made of Jimmy G and his next and latest tenure as the Niner quarterback, most notably the way he played on Sunday night?
Well, I think everybody's going to be a little frustrated walking away from that game, to say the least. I think when you go back and actually watch the All-22, like most situations, it's probably a little bit better than you would have guessed. Now, it doesn't mean that it's good, but I think that the performance had some flashes, probably that y'all are used to with Garoppolo, but certainly some head-scratchers that really seem to turn the tide. But, and I think it's fair to acknowledge that Garoppolo has to play better. I think it's also fair to paint the full context of coming back from an injury, not getting, training camp work, all of those excuses, but also add that everybody around him didn't seem to play very well. And I'm talking from the top down, from the play caller to the offensive execution to the pass protection to injuries around him, maybe not allowing him to flourish and throw the ball where he wants. So it can be everything. And, playing quarterback, you're going to get, the heap of the credit and take the majority of the blame as well. So that's just part of the ride.
JT, everybody is very focused on the play calling. So I'd love to know what you saw there. What was lacking on that front?
Well, it's one of those things for me. It's almost like a chicken or an egg type thing. So we're either not calling certain stretch the field vertically at some level. To me, I think of the big shots in that game were almost like, Juszczyk on the sideline with a great kind of toe tap. But I'm talking about just getting people off of us so that it doesn't feel like they're sitting on all of our routes in the passing game. Now, we're either not calling that because we can't throw it, and we've established that we can't do that, or we don't have the perimeter weapons to create space. There also wasn't a lot of space, even on plays where you think, man, we got to go out there and beat some one-on-one coverage. There aren't a bunch of winners when you turn on the film, and he's just turning down winners. Now, did he hit every open receiver? No, absolutely not. But it can be both of those things. So for me, I'd want to see some double moves on the perimeter. I'd want to see some blocked-up shots. I think that it feels like Kittle is certainly dealing with an injury, but he's not stretching the middle of the field either. And so when you get all those things together, and then you have a left tackle injury that probably results in a few sacks over the pressures over the course of the game, well, now everything is hard. And that's just what it felt like. It felt like everything was harder than it had to be.
With an offensive line that is really a little bit beleaguered, you mentioned the Trent Williams injury, but the idea of blocked up shots, I love. And you're talking about maybe keeping 7 into block and throwing just 2 into the pattern and really taking deep shots down the field. Is that something that you think that they can do with an offensive line that has struggled?
I think that's what you have to do. And I think it's not that they didn't do that. It's just when you do that, you have to hit. I think there was, in the second half of the game, there was a 3rd and forever, like a 3rd and 18. And they did that. They blocked up both edges. They ran double post and an over. And Garoppolo just misses the over. So, it's got to be both of those things working together. But for me, like the block that, one of the plays that certainly will get a significant amount of attention is just the Orlovsky kind of lucky safety, no pick six situation. For me, that's obviously on Garoppolo to know where the hell he is on the field. But if you're the play caller, that play, he's taking a shot there by running essentially what most people in the league call a leak play, where you run that tight end on the fake shallow and then up the other side that the 49ers have used forever. Well, that's a big, heavy ask ask down there, because it does take a lot of time to develop. You do have to take a deep drop. So is he hanging him out to dry? Maybe a little bit, but it's still on Garoppolo not to panic and do the safety and the whole Orlovsky thing.
So, I wanted to
dive like Orlovsky. That's so funny.
The full Monty or the full Orlovsky.
Totally.
I wanted your opinion on that play, and it sounds like you're saying plenty of blame to go around, Shanahan and Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously the majority of it is on Jimmy. But as someone who's called plays, you have to be able to. I also don't want to feel like I'm talking out the side of my mouth saying, hey, we need to block it up and take a shot. Well, that's kind of what they're doing there. Now, you're kind of, it's not as traditional as I would love as far as just a perimeter double move, one-on-one on a corner. It's kind of like a trick 'em. But we're blocking them up, taking a shot. But it feels like those types of gimmicky plays, sometimes did they drop back and throw a go ball besides for the one that Garoppolo put in the first row, threw it out of bounds, a never in history ball? Those types of, when you call a shot and your quarterback throws it outside the white of the sideline, that's a bad feeling as a play caller. So I get why you're not doing a lot of it, and I can, you can feel the frustration between those two. But, man, it just feels like...
Let's see if we can get JT back. This has been a little bit in and out, and it finally, it's kind of like the Jimmy-Kyle relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it had been, a little bit in and out.
Your phone line sucks,
mostly
man.
good. 70% of the time it was good. 30% of the time it was a little shaky. And then finally, after a while, the two sides just decided to break up.
Yeah.
But... then get back together.
Hopefully we can get back together with JT momentarily. I do have a question about.
I got more.
Well, and he was doing a deep dive on Jalen Hurts.
Want to get into that for sure.
I wanted to use his deep dive on Jalen Hurts to ask about the development or lack of development on Jimmy G.
For sure. And I also want to get into what is the importance and the norm in a quarterback-head coach relationship. Because I think you and I we have both sort of got the feeling right now that this relationship between Jimmy and Kyle is very different than what it has been in the past.
Definitely.
We're now starting to put puzzle pieces together. We don't have a big sample, but here's what we've got. We've got, after the Seattle game, Jimmy publicly stating, I got to just go throw the ball around, which I haven't really gotten to do since 2017 because we don't do that around here. And then the very next week, you get a highly unsuccessful game. And you get a podium situation where, after running out of the back of the end zone, you agree, as Kyle did, I was put in a, quote, tough situation. And now you get today's video going viral on social media where it appears on some level he's saying the plays suck, man. Jimmy is, as he's walking off the field.
And JT was making a great call and a really good analysis of that play, the ill-fated safety, where it's a leak play where basically the tight end leaks out into the flat and then the tight end goes deeper down the field, and it's a play that requires the quarterback to take a deep drop to allow it to develop. You don't often find slow developing plays when you're backed up against your own goal line.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that's why Kyle took the blame. That's probably what was in the back of Jimmy's mind, even though he didn't want to say it. He just he said twice, it's a tough situation. Tough situation. But I'm glad JT said what he said, because I'm sure quarterbacks have been put in tough situations in their end zone repeatedly through the history of the NFL.
Right.
Only twice has the quarterback decided to run out of the back of the end zone.
Pulled an Orlovsky.
Well, by the
way,
go back, because I bet there are a lot of people watching who are like, I didn't see the Orlovsky. Go watch the Orlovsky.
It's hilarious.
It's way worse than what Jimmy did.
Way worse.
It's like
he takes about 14 steps out of the back of the end zone.
Not only is he so far, he's so out of the back of the end zone, he then takes off on a rollout to the right.
He's trying to buy time.
He's like, man, we're going to find somebody if I roll out to the right. The defense just stops. It's not like, oops, I accidentally stepped on the white line. It's like, no, both feet are about 3 yards out of the back of the end zone. JT, we're just talking about how we're glad that you sort of phrased it the way you did.
He pulled Orlovsky.
JT O'Sullivan is back. Like, I get Kyle Shanahan put Jimmy in a difficult situation, but that does not mean that quarterbacks are put in difficult situations all the time. You can't lose awareness to the point where you walk out of the back of the end zone.
No, you certainly can't. But I mean, it's one of those things. Like, not only is that a rough play call for me, but you also take an L at right guard and right tackle right in front of you. And so, and I think the thing that makes that play the worst is that really the safety was lucky. You know, how rare, you know, how awkward is that you're like, thank God it was only a safety. And so it's just it's at that point it felt like a comedy of errors.
It was a complete comedy of errors, and it's one of those plays where fortunately he stepped out because it would have been a pick six. It seems like, JT, that Jimmy Garoppolo hasn't gotten a lot better from when he started in 2017 till now. Where does the responsibility for quarterback improvement fall?
Well, I mean, I think first and foremost it falls on Garoppolo, but then it falls on the entire building. And, you know, if you have an offensive head coach and play call, going to be part of that process as well. So it's got a collective effort. But for me, you know, at this point, everybody knows what Jimmy Garoppolo is, right? Like, I mean, I don't think you can be upset that he's not stretching the field vertically, or he's not necessarily pulling the trigger on throws outside the numbers. And so being able to... Yeah. And really, do we even know what he is? Because he's coming back from an injury. I mean, I think it's still kind of determined what exactly he is at this moment in his career. And so being able to evolve and change, but be dynamic enough to take advantage of the playmakers. But I mean, just the array of this, the kind of array, like everything that did go wrong.
Yeah. JT, we're going to reconnect with you sometime soon. Appreciate it so much. The phone just not letting us get enough of what he's saying, and it's a bummer too. JT, thank you so much. If you can even still hear us, really wanted to get to some of the Jalen Hurts questions.
Yeah.
I can pass along because I've watched his video, and I'll just sort of do a little bit of a synopsis of what he said about Jalen Hurts, which is fascinating. He said, if you're an Eagle fan, you got to be really, really excited because on one front, this guy, I mean, I'm glad you just asked about quarterback improvement.
Right.
This guy is doing what we, A, would have hoped Jimmy did, and B, we're hoping Trey is about to do, which is that, remember, Jalen Hurts did not come in and was not given a starting job. Jalen was not expected to be the franchise. He worked his way into it, and even when the Eagles moved off of Carson Wentz, there were plenty of people that are like, yeah, is Jalen the guy, or is this kind of just going to be a placeholder for a little bit? Well, it is defined now. This is that dude. And JT says, oh, he's not even done getting better.
Right.
There's more out there for him. This is someone who has the arm talent, someone who has the leg talent. This is someone who has the cerebral talent, and it's going to keep going. What I really wanted to ask him, because I know that this is relevant for a lot of us with what we've experienced the last 2 years, I watched a lot of Eagle ball the last 3 weeks, and Jalen is by far and away leading the NFL in quarterback runs.
Yep.
Many of them designed, many of them up the middle.
A lot of zone read.
Many of them in the red zone. And you know, people, he's got bigger legs than Trey. I get it. He's actually a smaller person, though. But they are doing successfully in Philadelphia, at least what the 49ers were trying to do.
Yes, for the most part. I haven't seen a lot of Jalen Hurts running, quote, QB power, but that's just, that's just play calling and semantics. What Jalen Hurts is doing a lot of is what Trey Lance is doing a lot of, zone read. Either give it to the running back or keep it yourself. Jalen Hurts is finding gigantic seams, in part because he does something that Trey Lance was not able to do, and that's throw the ball, and that's throw it vertically. So when you have a quarterback who is a threat to throw the ball down the field, the defense is going to be more stretched out. Trey Lance was not given the opportunity to throw the ball, so the safeties were able to cheat closer to the line of scrimmage. Therefore, Trey Lance had more bodies to deal with when he actually ran the ball. The biggest piece in all of this, and this is where I think Jalen Hurts is a much better comp for Trey Lance and his upside, better than Josh Allen, certainly better than Lamar Jackson. Trey Lance, or rather Jalen Hurts, has gotten a lot better.
Yep.
His first year, 56% completion. He wasn't accurate. He didn't look like he was going to be a starter, to your point. And then 61%. This year, 67%. And obviously, he had more high-level D1 experience than Trey Lance does. But this is the trajectory you're hoping for when you talk about Trey Lance. And this year has been taken from Trey Lance due to injury.
Which is huge. Yeah, as far as Jalen is concerned, and I know we want to do this. Is Trey Josh Allen? Is he Mahomes? Is he Hurts? No, he's Trey.
Yeah.
But here's where I will compare it. And by the way, see a lot of the stuff coming through on YouTube about this. RJ Money just said, is Hurts going up the gut? Yes. Yes, he is. Watch the Eagles play. If Kyle had said that rather than watch the Bills, I actually think that would have been a less controversial statement. Jalen is running more than Josh. Yes, he's running more physically than Josh. He is running up the middle and doing it with a very, very high level of success. To me, I compare the situations and what you just said. The arc of Jalen's career is what we want to see for Trey. We want to see you quickly show that you can get better. And the Eagles as a whole, actually, to me, look like what the 49ers are trying to do. If you think about Jalen Hurts, okay, you got a quarterback who is going to use his legs a lot. They're going to use a lot of read option, zone read, all of that. What did you do in the offseason? You paid a receiver, A.J. Brown. Same agent, Deebo Samuel. Oh, but do you also have a speedier, good route running, smaller second receiver, Devontae Smith, Brandon Ayuk? Okay, what about your tight end, Dallas Goedert, George Kittle? What the Eagles have that the 49ers don't right now, a couple of things. One, their quarterback's healthy. Two, he's more years in the system. Three, they're getting better play from their offensive line. And look at the results. They look fantastic. Right now, if I'm doing a power ranking and I'm solely talking about the look of a team.
Look.
It's the Eagles, man. Like, I know the Bills at their height have looked the best, but they had a dog.
NFC-wise, you could easily say Philadelphia looks to be the best team in the NFC right now.
Most balanced, most got answers at every position. Their defense is messing with people. Darius Slay took Justin Jefferson out of a game. I mean, they have got a lot, and they are, like, if you just look at the way they've conceptualized that team, I think it's very similar to what the 49ers are trying to do.
And many on the YouTube chat saying they have a better coach than the 49ers, which you conveniently left out of the conversation. And right now you look better at 3-0 than you do at 1-2.
How many people on YouTube could even name the Eagles coach?
The biggest piece of this, though, is the fact that Jalen Hurts has gotten a lot better, and Trey Lance now will be 2 years down in his 5-year contract if you pick up his 5th-year option, which I thought that was going to be a no-brainer. Now, all of a sudden, it's not a no-brainer for Trey Lance because next year is the prove-it year.
You got to play. Yeah,
exactly.
We haven't seen you play.
But the fact that Jalen Hurts now in his 3rd year, this is his prove-it year, and he is quietly an MVP candidate. If you were to give out the 3-game MVP, it would be Josh Allen or Jalen Hurts. I mean, maybe Mahomes gets a chance, but honestly, Jalen Hurts is either number 1 or number 2.
Lamar. It's those 3. It's Josh.
Fair enough,
It's Josh, Lamar, and Jalen now.
But to that point,
3 weeks in
his 3rd year, the 3-week MVP, the week 3, the MV3 award, it might be Jalen Hurts, but
might be.
To that point, in his 3rd year, this is a huge year. If he continues on this trajectory at the end of this year, they'd probably try to extend him.
Oh, gosh. Jalen Hurts is going to get that bag.
Major bag alert.
Absolutely. Although,
he could pull a Lamar and say, I'll wait.
Well, I mean, it depends on how the Eagles want to play this.
Right.
The quarterback, I mean, just a quick aside, the whole quarterback contractual thing in the NFL right now is sideways because of Deshaun Watson. And so what you have is a little bit of a standoff, and Lamar Jackson just happens to be the poster guy for this, partially because he's his own agent, partially because he's just the next one that's supposed to get an extension. But Lamar's going to be the poster guy for this because owners, GMs around the league are mad at the Browns for what they did with Deshaun Watson going all guaranteed, especially at a time where there's so many questions about Watson. He hasn't started a football game in a year and a half. If not more, almost 2 years since Deshaun Watson has played football. So if you hand out $250 million guaranteed to Deshaun Watson and you're Lamar Jackson, how on earth do you not walk into the Ravens and go, well, he got that, and I definitely get more. So mine's guaranteed and higher because look what I'm doing while what he's been doing. He's been getting massages for the last 2 years. I've been winning football games. Easy, you owe me more. And the Ravens are like, yeah, but the Browns messed up. And Lamar's like, too bad.
Right. He wants 275 guaranteed.
Right. And so you have seen a couple quarterbacks take little less. They did not force the full guarantee. Their names are Russell Wilson, much older.
Yeah.
By the way, doesn't look very good. And Kyler Murray, also not as good, and side questions about, are you even watching film? So that's what's going on. And Jalen Hurts, after Lamar Jackson, he's going to be one of the next guys that gets into this conversation. It's going to be fascinating to see who sort of wins that standoff.
And who blinks first, because you're right about the Deshaun Watson contract. And even before that, when Kirk Cousins, a smaller number, but when he got a fully guaranteed deal, that kind of set this whole thing into a new light. But you're right about the Browns giving Deshaun Watson that massive haul. And, we don't know if Deshaun Watson is going to be the same player he was or how quickly he can be that same player as he was early in his career. But you draft these guys and you're in a spot. Kyler Murray is a perfect example. You can't afford to pay these guys, but you can't afford not to pay these guys. And that's where the Cowboys with Dak Prescott, you're in the same spot where, Dak was just good enough to command that extension, but you don't want to pay him that much. And now Dak's been hurt a couple times and you have a backup who might be outplaying him when Dak gets back, and yet you have all this money invested in Dak, and now you've got a real conundrum.
888-957-9570. You can absolutely weigh in on the lines. Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube, and Twitch. We're keeping the chat going there, connecting with you every single possible way that we can. Brian Baldinger weighs in on Jimmy Garoppolo's decision-making. So we'll get to that and much more coming up around the bend. It's Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
This is Michael Jenkins helping you beat the books with BetQL. We have an AL Central matchup in the Twin Cities today. Lance Lynn and Bailey Ober toe the slab tonight, so expect some runs to be scored. In Lance Lynn's last 12 innings, he's given up 8 runs. The last time he faced the Twins, he gave up 6 runs in 5 innings. Bailey Ober gave up 3 runs in just 5 innings to a weak Royals offense his last time out. With the total set at 7, look for the big bats to show out and for the over to be the right play.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take-Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycle.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc., subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Great Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boosts that make you feel like
I like to boost it, my vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it, we like to boost it.
Boost effervescent vitamins turn your H2O into H2O to give you a fizztastic feeling like
I like to boost it, my vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it, we like to boost it.
because it's not just vitamins, it's Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boost.
Boost it.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Have you ever hired a commercial painting company, then been stuck managing your own project? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. We know how busy you are and that you need professional painters who are actually professionals. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done. If you've been waiting for the right time to paint, this is it. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Potato chips. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, glad you're with us. It's Willard and Dibs. Steiny and Guru, less than a half hour away. So get on over to YouTube and Twitch because that's always fun on the change over. Am I right? Am I right? So here's kind of my point. You and I look at it different, and that's fine. It doesn't really matter how you look at it. Is Jimmy the starter or is Jimmy the backup? To me, here's why it's relevant. You and I started off this show talking about the fact that Jimmy appears to be different. He appears to be bucking a little bit. He is not just going to be the good soldier. He's not going to just go do what Kyle tells him to do. He's going to go to a podium and say, hey, 2017 was fun. Wasn't that fun? Remember when I could just run around and make plays? That's kind of what it was like against Seattle. Maybe we should do that more. And they follow that up with Sunday Night Football, 10 points, and just a gross performance by everybody involved. And now we got a video of him saying, plays suck, man, as he walks off the field. What this says to me You can call him the starter. I can call him the backup. Jimmy does not feel like he has been given the backing of the organization, and he hasn't been. And so that's why it's relevant right now, because we're starting to see what could be the whole thing gone wrong if Jimmy is, in effect, playing with a different angry streak, feeling like they should be doing something different on offense that they're doing. He's thinking more about the contract that I'm going to get next year, who I'm playing for next year, than he is about this. That's what's relevant to me. I mean, I think we can agree on that, right? Jimmy does not feel like the organization is like, yes, we are all in on Jimmy, because they're not.
Right, and I wonder, and I don't disagree with anything you just said, but I wonder how long has this been going on, if I may quote the old 70s tune, because it didn't just happen in this one game where all of a sudden now he thinks your plays suck, man. That didn't just happen in the span of one game, one quarter, one drive, one evening in Denver. This has all been built up and pent up. And you mentioned it from the press conference after Seattle. It was really fun to just go out there and throw it around. And, you know, it's like riding a bike, and it was all the joy. And he's now, I think, sharing his feelings and emotions much more than he previously did, because now he knows he's got nothing to lose. No matter what happens this year, Trey Lance is the starting quarterback again, and Jimmy Garoppolo is gone again. And Jimmy also knows that the best way for him to go out and get that bag alert, that major bag alert, is for him to win, but also to showcase that he's healthy and he's able to cut it loose and make all the throws and see the field and all the rest of it. So when it goes bad, when you lose a game like you did in Denver 11-10, your frustration is going to start to show more. And so I think that when I see him mouth those words and the way you laid it out, it made me think, how long has he felt this way? Because it's not like Kyle Shanahan all of a sudden has squeezed the play calling down to where now his plays suck. His plays have always been this way.
We've always wondered aloud. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo has got to feel a certain way behind closed doors. And in fact, admit it, every single one of us has been amazed that at some point this guy didn't go full Baker, right? I mean, we made this comparison last year. Baker Mayfield dealt with what Jimmy has dealt with for 24 hours. And lost it on Twitter. 24 hours. Jimmy's been dealing with it for 2 years.
Or longer, yeah.
2 years, and he's still sitting there smiling. Like, yeah, I mean, you know, we got Rams, and I mean, we just, you know, it was a tough situation.
Right.
And
he's been a good soldier. Ever since they called him and said, hey, we're trading 3 picks to get your replacement. Right. Ever since then, he's been great. At least, you know, outwardly, he's never once grumbled, groused, pouted, or leaked information that he's unhappy. He's been a good soldier.
Yeah, to the point where sometimes we want to poke him.
Right.
Like,
are you alive?
Are you there? Like, you're mad, right? Like, you should be mad. And so I think, yeah, he finally is. And I chuckled when you were talking, because I've shared this story with you before. It just keeps making me think, and I've only done this once in my life, and it was a stupid waiting tables job. It doesn't matter. But right out of college, I'm waiting tables, and when I finally got a job to go be a broadcaster in Idaho with the Hawks when I was doing minor league baseball, I was leaving the job. And
see ya.
Except for doing see ya. I'm like, you know what? It's my last day. Gosh, I'm watching all my friends here who I work with are complaining about the boss because she was mean to people. She was just mean. It's like, fine, you can be the boss, you can be a disciplinarian, you're mean. And so I just walked upstairs on my way out, and I'm like, so nobody likes you. And
you unloaded?
And you're mean.
Mark Willard?
And those are my friends, and I don't work here anymore, but you should be nicer with the way that you treat people.
Look at you.
Because sometimes you're borderline verbally abusive. And I left. And I was like, man, whew.
You don't do that.
I feel good about myself. I drove home with the window down and the music loud. Until I found out about 2 days later that my friends who still work there are like, yeah, thanks a lot, dude. Because now we're all having to go upstairs and do interviews because we're being asked if anybody's going to launch a lawsuit because of verbal abuse.
Oh,
so,
my God.
Way to go, dude.
Yeah.
So I learned my lesson there. But
Up in 15 minutes, I confront somebody who snitched on me.
My point is that
lay off.
If Jimmy feels like he's on his way out the door, he's going to speak more. Because as you just put it, nothing to lose.
Right. But now Kittle and Ayuk and Debo are going to have to go into Kyle's office and say, Kyle's going to ask him, hey, Debo, sit down. Do you really think my plays, do they suck and stuff?
Not going to say it that way. It's going to be like, if I see you on camera one more time, I got this guy, he's super purdy. He's real purdy sitting right over. You think you're purdy? He's purdy. And he's going to play if I see you do that in front of a camera again.
I think that he's going to bring in, much like your analogy your story, though, about leaving and, filleting the boss. Once Jimmy leaves, Kyle's going to call all of them in and ask him, hey, guys, do my plays really suck? Or was Mark wrong about me being a bully? Let me interview you.
Do you guys like my plays and stuff?
Totally.
Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Hey, Rob, you're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Rob?
Just rolling around San Mateo. But, look, man, we don't care about feelings. At the end of the day, this is a business. There's been greater players, Hall of Fame players who were traded and let go by Niners, who did more than what Jimmy did for the Niners. Hall of Fame type guys. We can name them. So at the end of the day, it's about going out there and playing better. The plays were there. The plays were there for you to hit. You didn't hit them. You got to crawl before you walk. Don't be be big dog when you can't complete the little dog plays. So make the plays that are there, then complain, because you can't complain about the play calling when you missing wide open dudes.
Rob, it's totally fair. Yeah, Rob. Thank you so much, Rob. It's totally fair. What you're saying, Rob. And I'm not here to say that anybody needs to care about anybody's feelings. I'm telling you that we have a situation, at least through my eyes, that is starting to bubble. It is starting to bubble.
It percolates more if you lose on Monday, certainly.
For sure. And I think that, as you're pointing out, this has probably been true beneath the surface for some time, but now it's coming to the surface.
Well, imagine, in meetings where Kyle and the rest of the offensive staff is with Jimmy and the quarterbacks. It's like, Jimmy, how are you not seeing it? Jimmy, you got to see it. And then Jimmy's probably like, yeah, you're right. These are good points. And then you come out and it's 1st and 10 from your own 2, and he runs the leak play where it's going to take some time. And it's like, that play call sucks. We all see it. But now for the first time, Jimmy Garoppolo is actually mouthing the words, your plays suck, man.
Yeah.
And it's, wow, Jimmy, you're actually starting to emote and share your true feelings.
I promised Brian Baldinger on Jimmy's decision-making. We have that in a moment. Your phone calls, those of you who are on hold, stay right there, plus Steiny and Guru, all moments away. It is Willard and Dibs, all sponsored by Innova International on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by OnDeck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
The first thing you want to bring up is Kyle. Nice going, dingus. It's all Kyle. Every missed receiver is still an uncoached, unimproved upon Jimmy Garoppolo. Coach your team up.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Oh, bite me.
95.7 The Game.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him. Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Is your old bulk tank water heater dying? That's a good thing, because now you have the perfect excuse to get that Navien tankless water heater. Hot water as much as you need, only when you need it. Your old tank hot water heater kept pouring your money into itself. A Navien only heats water when you need it heated. Rest of the time, you're just saving the bucks. Put new life into your hot water. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com today and check out Navien's strong warranty too. Water, heat it only when you need it with Navien.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take-Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
In San Francisco, partly cloudy skies today. Highs in the mid-60s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Potato chips. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Who doesn't love potato chips? I mean, what are we doing here?
Right?
Ridges or no?
Ridges.
Yeah, that's also a correct answer.
Man, thank you. Ruffles over Lay's. Lay's are good. I prefer the Ruffles with the Ridges.
And most underrated ad campaign of all time is the Ruffles Cajun guy. Ruffles got ridges.
Oh,
yeah,
a little bit
guy.
of Bochi in your cage.
Potato chips.
Totally.
Delicious.
Sour cream.
Sour cream and onion. You want a beer? Farhan. All right.
Far gone.
No, he's not. You stop.
Not yet.
888.
See how the rebuild goes.
957-9570. That's the number. Okay, I promised it. Here we go. Baldy, this morning. Bonte, Joe, Jimmy, Garoppolo. Does he make good decisions? Give it to me, B.
But, it always falls on the quarterback. I mean, there's a reason why they're the highest paid people on the field. Quarterback has to make decisions. The offense has to move. You have to fix things. Like, even if the play isn't right, you've got to make it work. Your decision-making, your accuracy, what you do with the football in your hands is why we basically watch the game. I mean, if you get backup scrub quarterbacks, it's unwatchable football in this league. So you saw it last night to a degree, from the Giants. I mean, your quarterback running around scrambling is an offense. You might get first downs, but it's not an offense. The offense, the quarterback's job is to get the ball to your wide receivers. They're the second highest paid players. They're playmakers. You got to get the ball to them.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. And that's why, and if you missed JT O'Sullivan, he added to this with regard to that safety. Was it a bad play call by Kyle Shanahan? Yeah, probably. We can go there. Kyle even said it himself. But does that mean that Jimmy gets to run out of the back of the end zone and be like, well, that was a terrible play call? No, you got to be a football player. You got to be an athlete. You got to have awareness.
Yeah.
You've got to adjust on the fly. When does life not go wrong? Every day.
Yeah, and you have to be able to make those adjustments.
I mean, my gosh, you've got a little baby at home. You're ready for this. Anytime you tell anyone, I'm going to be somewhere at such and such a time, better be ready to adjust.
Yes.
Because you might not be.
Well, that's the thing. And I've always prided myself on being very prompt. And, my older kids know that. Hey, let's meet for dinner at 6. They're there. I give you a 5-minute grace if they're there at 6:02. They're apologizing to Dad. It's just the thing that I've always held near and dear. But now with the 4-week-old, if it's, hey, I'll be there at 4, and it's a 15-minute drive, you better leave at 3:30 because you get ready to put her in the car seat at 3:30, and you're one squinty eye away from an absolute storm out the backside, and then the mid-diaper change, storm number 2. Now you need a new outfit. Now we're running late.
Brother.
Dude, you have no idea, Mark.
You will be there when you get there.
Pretty much.
That's when you're going to be there.
When Mila decides that we will leave after all of her movements, because when she moves, I move. Just like that.
She's like Maverick in Top Gun. I will fire when I am damn good and ready.
Basically.
You got that?
Let's
go to...
That's too accurate.
Let's go... Let's go to Austin and San Jose with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Austin, what are you doing?
Hey, fellas. Good morning. Sitting here having right before 11 little lunch, man.
Atta baby.
Good. Hey, Willard, good comments today, man. I'm glad you brought to the forefront exactly what I think fans or nobody's been saying. This is dysfunction. I mean, in my mind, I would just say it outright. I think that Shanahan mismanaged the whole Trey and Jimmy thing anyway. Even before him getting hurt, I thought the whole thing was mishandled. I've always wondered about the veterans and what they thought about how Jimmy was handled, being exiled, basically away from the team, and then all of a sudden now Shanny needs him in order to win. Yeah, it's awkward. I'm not surprised that Jimmy's acting the way he is. Put yourself in this situation. Would you be comfortable? This whole thing about mentoring and being nice to guys that are going to take your job. I've never bought that, Willard. So I just wanted to get that out there, man.
No, I agree. Yes, put myself in Jimmy's position. Would I feel the way he probably does? Yep. And I probably would have gotten loud about it a long, long time ago. So that's what you get. Go back to Mike Silver's comments. Mike will join us Thursday, but Mike's article that's gotten so much talk with regard to whispers in the locker room that the team and the coaches weren't totally in concert with the idea of letting Trey Lance start. Go back to that. Okay, how do you fix that? I'll tell you how to fix it. Don't bring Jimmy back. Don't bring him back. And then you've got concert. That's why you don't bring him back.
But you've got concert and then he gets hurt and your season's over.
Right. I understand that. And
so that's why you bring him back.
That's how all the other NFL teams operate. They all do. If Tom gets hurt, they're done. If Aaron gets hurt, they're done. If Josh, if Pat, if Justin gets hurt, look at the Chargers last week. Even a compromised Herbert and the whole team crumbles.
But you had a situation where you have a guy who you've won with 2 out of every 3 games, and he had nowhere else to go all you had to do was sit down and restructure and bring him back, and you had the ultimate insurance policy, and you needed that insurance policy.
I get it, and I'm not saying that I don't acknowledge that as a fan, I now believe the 49ers certainly have a better chance to save this season than Brock Purdy would. I acknowledge that. I'm just telling the 49ers the same thing I told them 3-4 weeks ago. Don't be surprised when this turns into a soap opera.
Yeah.
You can't be surprised.
You can't be surprised, but you have to deal with it. And you mentioned it the day after Trey Lance got hurt. Their Super Bowl odds went down. They became a more likely Super Bowl team when Trey Lance got hurt, and that's according to odds makers. I don't know if they're going back up.
Actually, yeah, can we check that? I have not.
I'll punch it up.
Can anyone check that?
I would imagine they didn't go up dramatically if they went up at all.
I'd be interested based on that Sunday Night Football performance. Meantime, Darren, next up on Willard and Dibs. Steiny Guru going to get in here in about 2-3 minutes. For those of you who especially love to go to Twitch and YouTube for that, get yourself all dialed up. Let's go. Hey, Darren, what are you doing?
Oh, how you doing? I'm a Garoppolo fan. I don't understand how people can say Garoppolo ain't a winner. The man is a winner. In 3 years, he went to 2 NFC championships, a Super Bowl. Since we had him, if we go back to Steve Young, we had a winner back there. All of other quarterbacks wasn't winning nothing. Trey Lance, when we drafted him last year, I seen the way he throw the ball. I said, I don't like him. He don't throw the ball right. And I was right about that. The man been winning. Kyle Shanahan blew that Super Bowl. It was 154 left. Why would you throw a bomb to Sanders when we on a 42-yard line with 2 timeouts? That's all he had to do to tell Jimmy Garoppolo, take what they give you. They was getting scared. Kansas City was panicking, moving around.
So, Darren, a few things. First of all, this is sort of the dynamic that now has suddenly been created in 3 weeks that I think the 49ers don't want, which is every fan of this team is now deciding, are you a Kyle guy or are you a Jimmy guy? You've now pick one in terms of who gets the credit and whose fault it is. I would be careful with the whole, hey, Kyle, why'd you call a long pass to Emmanuel Sanders? We never have any idea who called what. We do if it's a run play. We do if it's a screen pass at the 1-yard line. But if Jimmy just drops back, I don't know if option 1 was Emmanuel Sanders over the top in the Super Bowl. I have no idea.
Normally your check downs you don't check down to the deep ball. No, it's not a check
down, but who knows what Jimmy saw? The idea, what Kyle does want, what every coach wants, is a quarterback who can survey the field, look at multiple options, and then pick the best one.
Make all the throws, too.
Exactly, and then execute. So I have no idea what's going on there. Look, Jimmy.
Niners, by the way, now 20-1.
What were they?
They were 16. They were 20-1, and then Trey Lance got hurt. They went down to 16-1.
And now?
Then they lost. It's back up to 20-1.
So
and this is according to Jimmy Shapiro in the emails that he sends us every day.
Yeah. So, and of course, yes, Jimmy's a winner.
He's a winner.
He is. That's just a data fact. But this is now the conversation that's gotten started. You sort of have to pick a side on Kyle and Jimmy, which is exactly where the 49ers did not want to be at this time. The opposite of us, though, because we love our changeover segments, and here we go, Steiny and Guru.
We do, or you do?
I do.
What?
You don't?
No.
Oh, why?
Because I had a friend, and there's a friend I've had for a long time, Matt Steinmetz, and I did him wrong yesterday. I was not aware of it being his birthday, and you know what? I should have reached out. I should have taken the high road, and I should know. I mean, Matt and I have been friends for damn near 20 years, and I was feeling bad about missing out on the birthday. Come to find out that my other friend, who I haven't known for quite as long, took me by the scruff of my neck, saw a bus passing by, and just threw me right into the path of that oncoming bus.
Who was that other friend?
Daryl Johnson. Daryl Demetrius Johnson III.
I did see your tweet.
Man.
And it took me, I'm so used to calling you Goo now. It took me 5 minutes. I'm like, why is Dan calling him D?
Wow.
Why? I go, oh, that's right. His name's Daryl.
But the video was so damning because I mentioned it's like, Dib should have known.
He called me Dibley, too.
I was embarrassed.
He's like, and Dibley should have known.
Were blowing up, man.
Even Dibley didn't know. And I'm like,
I kept replaying it like, he's got
blew up, Mark. I'm holding my baby girl. I'm trying to say
happy
goodbye.
birthday to the man.
Yeah. Happy birthday one day late. Steiny.
I'm trying to cradle my 4-week-old, and all of a sudden my phone is zzz, zzz, zzz. How those tire tracks feel, Dibs? How's that bus taste, Dibs? I'm like, wait, what? What the heck? Wait. And then come to find out, the brother from another mother, Daryl Johnson, man.
I don't have any stats for you because yesterday was a debacle with my favorites. I ain't forgot that one. I'm going to make it up to you. But I got a bone to pick with you, too, and I told my man I gave him heads up.
Which one of us, or both of us?
Both of you.
Okay.
In the morning, guys, too, my guys. Is this where we're at in sports?
Where we
we're
at in
saying
society?
Jimmy said something that we don't know what he technically
we
said.
know what he said.
But Willard, if he said it into a mic after the game, I told Steiny, okay, it's on. But he didn't say it. He said it on the field, and we're acting like he said it.
Who's going to do that?
Hold on.
Who's going to say
what bothers me, though.
But who's going to say that into a microphone?
Oh, okay. Well,
like
we're reacting like he did, though.
Right?
That's my thing.
I had this conversation.
It's good conversation.
Like Dibs, we talked about this yesterday. That we get so many callers who go like, I want these guys to have accountability, and if it's like they should go say, if Jimmy stinks, then they should say it. I'm like, you guys, you're not like, are you asking Kyle Shanahan to go to a press conference and be like, well, I tell you what, we would have won the game, but our quarterback's not very good. Good night. Thank you. This is not how it works. They're not here to sell each other down the river in front of all of us. However, they do have egos, lives, and very, very rich jobs, and a lot of emotion goes into this. And that's kind of like saying, if we see two guys yelling at each other on a sideline, that's real.
Yeah. Mahomes and Bieniemy.
Right, but they're not going to talk about it in a microphone after the game. They're going to say, look, emotional, football, it happens, and it does.
Yeah.
But do I know the full statement that Jimmy made? No. I do know this. The words plays suck, man. That is done. He
Do you
said
remember
that.
Kevin Durant and
Thank
Draymond
you.
Green?
He said that.
We did 2 months on that. And I jokingly at the time said, that's why I'm out here, man. But really, he probably said, that's why I'm out of here, man. And we all went through that, and that became the moment, the nadir, if you will, the low point of the breakup of Kevin Durant and the Warriors, and it's because we read his lips and we saw him say, that's why I'm out of here, man. So if Jimmy G is going to say, these plays suck, man, and he's going to say it to where we can read his lips, I'm sorry, that becomes a part of the unofficial record.
Steve Kerr.
I'm
so bleeping sick of Draymond. And I love that Steve came to the microphone. He's like, well, I'm not going to wiggle out of that one. So, look, I think it's a thing because I pair it with what we heard Jimmy say.
He's the bucking teenager. Dibs, that's a 5. I get that. But divorce papers were served. So we shouldn't be shocked. Kyle said, bye-bye. The world knew you were gone. And now I just feel like Jimmy, good or bad, is like F you. F all you guys. You need me. And I told Steiny, I'm doing Westbrook. I'm going to pass it. I told Steiny, this reminds me of the Giants season, this season, to where, hey, Goo, why do you think they're a contender? Because they won 107. Why do you think the Niners are Super Bowl contenders? Because they were at the NFC Championship and they got defense. But, Bonte, you guys were saying it earlier, I call it ingredients for a disaster. And that's what I think we're watching 3 weeks in.
I'm not there. It's a 17-game season.
14 now.
They were significantly in worse shape last year at 3-5. The NFC, I still don't think is very good. Oh. I think they're going to be able to. They're going to be in it all year. I heard Mark say something like it's just they're not going to go 1-16, and we're going to have an easy story to write. This is something, though. This is absolutely something. And to me, what it is, there's something about Kyle Shanahan that looks at all his players as expendable and almost robots. Just do your job, and everybody can handle it. And I think Garoppolo's showing him the human side a little bit about where he's at. And yes, this took a toll on Jimmy Garoppolo. And I'm not asking anybody to feel sorry for him, but he's got a little bit of an I told you so. And these are two guys that have to be on the same page or this team's going nowhere.
Well, and go back to Chris Collinsworth on-air comment. I spoke to Jimmy, and I said to him, okay, come on.
That blew my wig.
Is there a little bit of you that's like, oh, you need me now? And Jimmy looked at him and went, yeah. Okay, so let's put all these puzzle pieces together. What he told Collinsworth, what he said at the podium. Boy, 2017 was fun. Remember when I got to throw the ball around a little bit? I haven't got to do that since then because I'm a robot. And then now we get this video. Is that a thing in a game and a half? You damn well better believe that's a thing. So, look, this guy comes from the Belichick school. And, you know, because like the show I did in San Diego was with a former Patriot and all of his friends and all of that, like I feel like I've talked to a bunch of guys who came up under Belichick. And is there a moment in their career, like at the start, you're like, well, that's Belichick. So I'm going to do what Belichick says and we're going to follow and we're going to win and we get it and we're all going to. Is there a point in each guy where they're like, get me the hell out of this jail? Because that's about enough of that. Yeah, some of them can make it the whole career, even Brady at a certain point when, you know what, that's about enough out of you. I'm going to go do this my way. Everybody's got their line, even Jimmy.
And my point was that,
even Jimmy.
You know, this moment of your plays suck, man, this is not the first time he thought that. He didn't just all of a sudden decide, I'm no longer happy. How long has this been going on to where he's been unhappy? That's what I referenced it earlier.
Who did you, the group?
I don't think it's
How long?
Is it
Hall & Oates?
Player? No, I don't think so, but it
has
fell
this
on deaf
been
ears with this zygote over here, this whippersnapper.
I have nothing. Yeah,
I mean,
let you guys guess it.
Demographically, your music is. I'm usually
Cool
more.
in the game.
That's why I love doing a show with you
My
two.
first concert.
Because
Wow. Yeah, first concert. Circle Star Theater, Redwood City.
My first concert,
Rest
New
in peace.
Edition.
Oh,
so great.
My mom tried so hard for New Edition tickets. She called for. Remember when you used to just get on the phone and redial. She never got them.
Ticketmaster.
That's a rough one.
Anyway, go ahead.
I just don't think that this is the first time that has come up for Jimmy Garoppolo. But, you know, you look at the situation, I don't think it's a disaster because they're favored on Monday. They're going to be favored in Carolina. They're going to be favored in Atlanta. Okay. So they are just a couple of good defensive stops away from being 4-2. And then all of us will be changing our tune, including Jimmy Garoppolo.
We all know fans' best friend is the backup quarterback. I was telling Steiny again, you guys had J.T. O'Sullivan, who yesterday I saw looked at Purdy and all his college tape. You had him on today. When is that noise going to pick up? I'm telling Steiny, like 2 more outings like that from Jimmy. Talk to me.
I mean, the noise is always there. I don't think that Kyle Shanahan would make that decision.
No chance.
Until the season is truly just about lost.
I think the bye week at the earliest. You're not going to bring a rookie in just off of, if Jimmy loses 3 or 4, if they lose 5 of the next 6, and you go into the bye week and you are 2-7, then maybe coming out of the bye week. But I don't think even, like Mark's saying, if you even have a sniff, and by the way, the NFC, 9-8 might be good enough to get you the 7 seed.
It really might.
10-7, I think you're going to be safe.
Give me 7 teams in the NFC, they're going to run away from you.
No, you see, it's parity.
Give me 7 teams that are going to run away. You know what I mean?
I mean, even your Dallas Cowboys, who are hot
lead the league
right
in
now,
sacks.
Yeah. And do you think there's a QB controversy with your Cowboys?
Do. I really do.
I had the same thing. Mark didn't
you don't have to be John Elway or Ron Jaworski to know a quarterback's mannerism when he has that ability to throw guys open, throw the ball to where the receivers catch it and keep running. There's a difference when you don't see that, and his balls are better than Dak's.
Well, but now let's remember,
you guys.
Oh boy,
come on, really? All right. Willard, what are we doing? Like, for me to say that's beneath me. What are we doing?
I can't save you, man. I'd love to try to save you on this one. There's nothing I can do. So that's over my pay grade. But no, let's remember now, your opinion, though, is coming from someone who you're not a Dak fan.
Right.
My point is there a quarterback controversy? You can say that. You can feel that.
I got you.
But how many dollars did Dak get?
A lot.
They're not benching him when he comes back.
You sound like the coach, but the owner was playing.
Right.
You don't know if he was playing.
Well, but the owner, Jerry Jones, and again, you don't wish for a quarterback controversy. I don't know if he was being playful or what his deal was. I understood at least what I think he was trying to say was, if there's a quarterback controversy, that means we won a bunch of games while Dak was out.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's what I want.
1 + 1 = 3 right there.
Right, but I like
2 scoreboards.
Like, no, you do not. And it is why, like we were on this side of the fence the day after they re-signed Jimmy. No, you don't want to sign up for quarterback drama. You don't. Because this is what happens.
Oh, this is what we need, though.
Yeah,
so who's going to ask Jimmy, what did you say during that? Are we in the market where nobody will ask Jimmy this week, hey, what did you say?
Somebody will ask Kyle, ideally.
Yeah.
And he'll downplay it as emotion.
But like they asked Kirby, they got to ask Jimmy.
Here's the thing that I think is interesting.
Totally.
Guru doesn't think it matters, that Garoppolo thing. I actually think it matters a lot because it's the first tangible, one of the first tangible signs of a rebuke.
Yeah.
However, they're 1-2. They were 3-5 last year. So I'm like, they're fine right now in terms of the season and making the playoffs. Guru doesn't think that was a big deal with Garoppolo and Shanahan, but he's talking about having a Giants type of year. So we got trouble today because we're not really disagreeing with a lot.
They dissed him and told him to go over here. Don't even practice with us.
Right.
So now the relationship to me has really been severed.
Oh.
How can you expect all that we're talking about now that's already happened to me?
Well, it's like they got divorced, and then the one spouse was like, "That's it,
stay in
I'm
the
moving
garage."
out." And, yeah, but then you go to stay in the garage, and turns out you got mold, you got rats, and you know what? Neither one of you can afford to have the one move out, so now you got to live on the couch, and so now, we split up, but now you're still here, and now you're living on the couch, and you're under the same household, and darn it, I need you to pay the rent. So,
good Lord.
It's messy.
What do you think Kyle feels about that video if you guys are right? What do you think he knows?
He knows.
What's he saying, though?
Like
Because I would be pissed off.
Whatever's being said on the field, they've yelled at each other in a back room 1,000 times. But, Dibs, this is why our semantics argument over whether Jimmy is the starter or a person who starts is so important. Because last year he was the starter.
Yeah.
And this year he's a person who starts. And that is very, very different when you're an employee and you know that your organization doesn't really like you and didn't wish for you to be in this situation versus when you are. It is so important to the way Jimmy feels in his job right now and the way he's going to react when it doesn't go well.
Here's the way it happens today. He shows up to practice, and Kyle Shanahan getting ready to start practice. Guys, just real quick. Jimmy, come up here. Hand him the whiteboard marker. Jimmy, draw me a play. Jimmy, draw a play that doesn't suck.
Not going to do it like that.
Hey, Jimmy, tell me, Jimmy.
In a perfect world,
Jimmy, and stuff. Yeah, Jimmy, this is Kyle.
If this was Playmakers on ESPN, that's exactly what would happen.
One of the all-time greatest
But it's
shows.
not.
Yeah.
Jimmy, do me a favor. Tell me what play doesn't suck. And you know what? The only plays that don't suck are the ones that involve you handing the ball to somebody else.
But Jimmy, the Cheech and Chong throws, you can't blame that on Kyle. So that's why he is a teenager that's bucking, because you are sometimes not at your best, and it's obvious. Throwing high on receiver screens, that ain't Kyle's fault, but he's hurt.
Have you had that where you're a teenager? We've all had teenagers. You have one now. Steiny's got a teen. You have almost out of the my kid's 19. I still have a teenager. Yeah. But when you get into a dispute and they storm off to go to their room and they say something under their breath, and it's like, wait, what did you just say to me?
Right.
What did you just call me?
No, it's real.
No, and
chase them down into their room.
And then you hear like, boom, the slam of the door. And that's where they are. Basically, Jimmy G stormed to his room and said, blank you, Dad. And Kyle has to decide whether or not to kick the door down and confront him or just, move about his business.
Or prepare for the Rams and win that game. Because if you go 1-3, I know there's still a whole lot left, but now and I'm not the only one, I believe. I thought the Giants were going to get, okay, it's April, it's May, it's June, it's July, the 107, and it never happened. And here we are. I'm just like, be careful. No Trent Williams. I know they own the Ram. Well, really, do they? Because you lost the last time you seen them.
Yeah.
Do you prefer Firehan or Fargon in terms of getting rid of him?
That was the first one.
Firehan?
I like the
far
second
gone.
one. I like the second one.
I just,
too many fours going around. Was more creative.
I agree. I'm working on it for next year during the rebuild.
Look at I got not gonna happen versus not gonna happen.
Well, you and Shasky did the podcast talking about the bank is open now. After this last game, it's money to spend.
Again, this is what they told us.
Oh, okay.
All right. I mean, I tried to do this 3 weeks ago when everyone suddenly decided I hate Trey Lance. I'm like, I'm not telling you.
Did you get that?
No, of course. I don't hate Trey Lance. I'm telling you the message they're giving you. They won't let him throw. So you can, this is not an opinion. I'm just trying to tell you what I see. The Giants, I think this is a good thing for Giants. They have put themselves in a position where they have to go spend because they're running around on a media circus right now going, we're ready to spend.
Yeah.
So, okay.
David VR, 4 years, $65 million.
Exactly.
Get ready for it.
Buy those RVers out.
Thank you.
All right. Speaking of get ready, here comes Steiny and Go.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Goo. I think you're wrong on this one. This matters. This matters because to me, it essentially makes it official that everything's not kumbaya. Now, we probably knew it.
Okay.
We thought about, you said, Steiny, you couldn't do what Jimmy did. And I said, well, I'm not really sure what happened. We don't know the specifics, but clearly I think we can infer that, Jimmy Garoppolo isn't ecstatic about where he's at and what happened. And my feeling on it is two things. One is if Garoppolo and Shanahan aren't in lockstep, they're not going anywhere. But two is, remember when Zach Littell slammed the ball into Gabe Kapler's hand?
Yeah, I'll never forget it.
Well, that was Zach Littell. Hit the pike. You're not the one to deliver that message. Jimmy's different. Jimmy's not only the quarterback, Jimmy is probably the most respected player on the San Francisco 49ers. We've all acknowledged that he's a class act and how he's handled it. Where I'm going is volume. Garoppolo is the type of player and type of professional. He doesn't do this without really feeling it. My point is Jimmy Garoppolo's got integrity and Jimmy Garoppolo's a professional. And so if he's expressing some displeasure with Kyle Shanahan, I think that you have to at least acknowledge it.
Well, you know what? And now you got me thinking, let me know if I'm hearing you correctly, that he may be speaking for others.
Maybe, but I know he's speaking for himself. And I think we can... Look, is it a big deal that he said your plays stink or your plays suck, man, or draw plays suck, man?
Yeah.
I mean, of course, that happens a lot. But have we seen Jimmy do it? We've seen Jimmy act differently in the last week
no doubt.
than he has in his previous 4 years. We already had been talking about it. He's feeling a little frisky. Jimmy's feeling a little frisky.
Right.
Okay, well, guess what? Frisky means maybe being a little more emotional on the field.
But isn't this what you get, Kyle?
Yes,
so,
exactly.
John, isn't this what you get for bringing me back?
Exactly.
Now, I'll tell you what. You say if they're not on the same page, they can't win. And I want to say this. I don't know everything that's going to happen this Niners season, but one thing I know for sure that won't happen, Jimmy will not throw a pass to Kyle. So... I know we've seen it with the dynamic of the manager and a dugout where Reggie Jackson, Billy, they hate each other, but the team still wins. Are we really there yet to where if they're not on the same page and it is kind of difficult and rough terrain, that Jimmy can still go out and hit Ayuk when he's supposed to hit Ayuk in stride or hit Debo?
No, I don't think so. All I said is this. If Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo are not on the same page, are not in lockstep.
It looks like they're not now.
I mean, they're done. Then they have no chance. because we all know that they've got to be in lockstep. Jimmy's got to be coached the right way. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the video. Jimmy Garoppolo obviously unhappy with the play call or play calling. We don't know the specific play, but does it really matter? Jimmy Garoppolo basically said that Kyle Shanahan's plays sucked. And see, that's the other thing that to me is interesting is 5-6 years ago when Kyle Shanahan came here, the one thing everybody agreed on was he's a great play caller. He's a great play caller.
Yeah.
Well, Jimmy Garoppolo's questioning play calling? Like, that's supposed to be the thing he has, Kyle Shanahan.
Well, it comes down to trust. And I heard the guys this morning on the changeover talking about what coach worth his salt would let time tick out in the Super Bowl when you had an opportunity to call timeout, and your GM, who's a Hall of Famer, by the way, is calling for a timeout, and Kyle didn't call for one. And I came here huffing and puffing to you like, Steiny, come on, the greats wouldn't have done that. They would give their right arm to call a timeout and try to get some points or at least try. So it comes down to trust, but again, Jimmy was removed from this equation of even being a San Francisco 49er. What would this team look like if you didn't have them? And I'm asking you, Steiny, do you think this is the first sign that there's water on the boat inside the locker room? Because now if you didn't say it and you alluded to it, now you got me thinking if Jimmy's saying this and Buck and being that teenager, is he speaking for Debo? Is he speaking for – we're never going to know, but, I wonder if Kyle knew he was signing up for this, bringing him back. This different type of Jimmy that you talked about. Of course he didn't know, because he doesn't take into account the human element. Kyle Shanahan has no interest in how a player feels. And yes, this is exactly what I'm talking about. For a while, we've talked about, well, what is Jimmy really thinking? What is Jimmy really thinking? Well, I'll tell you what. I think in the last week, we found out a lot of what Jimmy's thinking. And I was saying this 2 weeks ago. I was like, Shanahan's probably not an easy guy to quarterback for. Well, clearly he's not an easy guy to quarterback for, because Garoppolo knows that he's got some issues with Shanahan, whether he thinks Shanahan's not taking the handcuffs off him or not. But yes, this is the reason I think this is important is because, yes, this is the first tangible sign we have that Kyle Shanahan is maybe not Teflon. And, now I go back to last year with Brandon Ayuk. Well, it's easy to do what Kyle Shanahan did to Brandon Ayuk, a second-year player. It's like it's easy for a bully to badger the weakest kid in the class. But when Jimmy Garoppolo starts questioning the head coach, yes, I think you have to acknowledge it and you have to talk about it a little bit. I'm not saying their season's down the drain, because I think there's still plenty of time left. But obviously, Jimmy Garoppolo's feeling some kind of way about Kyle Shanahan. And the Chris Collinsworth cut was that's more than the video to me, Steiny. And again, he's human. And I just wonder if they did the right calculus, the right math. I'm thinking we could get him to be a good soldier, per se, bringing him back. And now we're 3 weeks in, and you're right. The math is still there. Can I see them beating the Rams? I can. But, Steiny, I can also see them losing to the Rams, because now guys are dropping like flies. And if you say you need to be in step, the coach and the quarterback, I get that. I believe that. But if this is their version of not being in step, then what we see Monday night with a loss, and now we got this type of Kardashian stuff going. Who's to say how long this would take to get fixed if they can even fix it?
888-957-9570, the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Jimmy Garoppolo essentially caught on tape saying, your plays suck, man. Clearly about Kyle Shanahan. It was obviously in frustration after something didn't go right. We don't know the exact play, but we've seen this before. Does it matter? Doesn't it matter? I don't know. We're used to Jimmy Garoppolo being as vanilla can be, And clearly in the last week or two, we found out that he's got a little more spice than that. Does it matter? Is it going to be a factor this year? I don't know. I know they're 1-2, and Kyle Shanahan doesn't like to get asked questions like this. I mean, I think that's become obvious. So, yes, somebody's got to ask him today about being on the same page with Jimmy Garoppolo.
And I want to hear Garoppolo's answer. I want to see both of them asked about it and see how they handle it. Then that'll be more evidence, Steiny, because something's obviously up. And I get Jimmy feeling some type of way. I couldn't have did what Jimmy did. I know you're like, oh, go, you would have took the money. I couldn't have did it because I knew it was over. You didn't trust me, and you didn't think you could get it done. That's your Bobby Brown, your prerogative, so I'll go somewhere else and take my services. But to come back and now have this popping off, and we got a Monday night game, which will be at the Hilton Monday broadcasting with the rest of the station. I can't wait.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun week, and the 49ers obviously play the Rams on Monday Night Football, but we've got issues 3 weeks into the season. I mean, sometimes I do think of it. I think, okay, I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm okay. I know I'm not a superstar, but I'm okay, and we've gone to 2 NFC championships in the last 3 years, and my head coach clearly just doesn't totally appreciate it. You know that. He knows that. The fan base doesn't totally appreciate Jimmy Garoppolo. So the San Francisco 49ers say, you know what? Let's do the right thing. We don't really believe in Jimmy, so let's move on. They move on. They try Trey Lance. They discard Jimmy Garoppolo. But not only did they discard Jimmy Garoppolo, they don't do him any favors this offseason after that surgery. And now they're coming with their hat in their hand. Kyle Shanahan with his hat in his hand. Hey, Jimmy, would you like to be a backup? And Jimmy's got to swallow his pride.
Yeah.
But he's embarrassed. And you humiliated him.
Go ahead. You preaching.
You humiliated Jimmy Garoppolo after he was a good soldier for 4 years. And now you want him. You want him back. Well, you got him back, but he's not the same Jimmy Garoppolo.
And what if I told you this with your football analysis, or anybody out there listening, whatever you think of Jimmy Garoppolo, if he pulled up and got on this mic to the left of us, Steiny, you're right, and he said, you know what, guys? I'm a better quarterback than this system is allowing me to show. Would you buy that? What you know about football, would you say there's some validity? Like an NBA basketball player, you got him in the wrong system.
No.
Or do you say you are who you are?
Yeah.
That's a stretch. That's a reach.
Yeah, I would not say he can be a better quarterback somewhere else.
Just my 2 cents.
But I don't blame him for thinking he could be better somewhere else and holding it against Kyle Shanahan why he's not asked to do more. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Jimmy G's got the leverage now, not Kyle Shanahan. What's he going to do with it? Hey, is Lamar Jackson the MVP? And is Green Bay back? Those are the questions that were answered on Sunday. Learn everything you need to know about Week 3 by listening to First and Pod. Danny Parkins and Andrew Filipponi. They bring you the latest takes from some of the most passionate NFL cities in the country. Follow First and Pod on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Don't forget Ross Tucker. Also, he's coming up in an hour. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 7
877-4518.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Ross Tucker,
coming up in an hour at 1:30. 95.7 The Game and Odyssey NFL Insider. One of my favorites. RT. No doubt about it. You can turn that on. Thank you.
Like, what does that do? You had Dave. What does that do for you? It's like you caught me with my head in the cookie jar.
I just want to remind you
because don't know how to turn the on button.
Well,
like,
if you hadn't,
I would have your back and act like you had it on.
If you didn't know you didn't have it on, well, then you were going to talk for 5 to 10 seconds. We do a radio show, so I want to make sure that everything you say is heard.
Yeah,
basically.
I am aware. Yeah.
All right, look, here's the bottom line, as Henry Fonda would say on Golden Pond. If you haven't seen the video of Jimmy Garoppolo, it's all over the internet. It's a very short clip, and the clip shows Jimmy Garoppolo essentially saying, your plays suck, man. And it was clearly after a bad play in the Denver game, and it's an indication that Jimmy Garoppolo, at least at that moment, wasn't excited to be the quarterback for Kyle Shanahan. But here's the thing that keeps hitting me with this, and then we're going to get to your calls on the Comcast Business text line and the regular phone. When the 49ers kept Jimmy Garoppolo, and it surprised everybody, and it was a surprise. We all know that. The questions that Kyle Shanahan got were, is this a little awkward? Can everybody handle it? This is a little unusual. And he dismisses everything. Kyle Shanahan dismisses everything. It wasn't a big deal. They have the personnel to handle it. They have the leadership to handle it. Jimmy Garoppolo's a pro. Trey Lance won't hear any noise. And if he does, well, then maybe he shouldn't quarterback the team and all that stuff. But he never took into account how Jimmy Garoppolo might be feeling. And the way Jimmy Garoppolo might be feeling is that he was used up like a bar of soap. And
I said dish right.
Getting ready to roll. He had a mindset. He was going to be on another team. They told him he essentially was going to be on another team. They don't move him, and then they take him back. He's pissed. He's probably not happy. And when you're not happy, guess what? You may question your head coach a little more than 2 years ago when you were locked into being the starter, right?
Yeah. Well, listen.
Okay, we got an issue.
Okay, we do got an issue, but there are other issues at play, too. I'm Team Jimmy in this, and I can't defend his play. You could be mad as hell. You agreed to come back, and your superiors, your boss wants you to do it this way. Frank Sinatra, do it my way. And Jimmy was terrible Sunday night. I'm not saying he's going to be that same terrible Monday, but Steiny, you still got to go out and perform, and that was below standard. What we saw Sunday night, borderline embarrassing. So you're taking these, hey, I wish it was 17. And then after the game, what I didn't like is he went to the rhythm, Janet Jackson, Rhythm Nation. Okay, but you didn't do that last week. It was all euphoria and, hey, let's go back and let me cook. And now my arm's barking. Yes, he's pissed off, but you still got to go out there and ball. And he didn't do that Sunday night.
I think the organization... Okay, I'll use it. Yeah. Kyle Shanahan's naive. He was naive. He and John Lynch were naive if they thought that they could bring Jimmy Garoppolo back and things were going to play out and everything was going to work out fine. You knew that at some point during a 17-game season, we were going to have to talk about the quarterback situation. Damn. And the bottom line is 2 games into the year, the quarterback situation became unstable.
You know what I know about you?
And a lot of people saw it coming. Bottom line.
You know what I know about you? Your birthday was yesterday, but you're a thinker. And you're going to sit up here and tell me and the masses and all the football experts that the Niners got a good chance to beat the Rams. But you know what I can tell you guys? The Rams ain't going through this. Stafford and McVay, they're like 2 peas in a pod. This is drama. This is Kardashian-like, and now we're talking about an average quarterback on a good day. So are we so sure that? And the Giants didn't have this. They just didn't have the talent. They out-hit and pitched every metric in the world. So there was going to be some regression. if this is where they're at, Steiny, who's to say this can get rectified, or who's to say they even got the antidote to get it fixed?
I thought you said Jimmy saying that wasn't a big deal.
It ain't about anybody said. It's about what they're saying with their play. And that's what I saw Sunday night.
No, to me,
since the Chicago game, the weapons are not being used. And for whatever, Kittle, when I hear Bonte say he was lined up 52% of the time next to a lineman, like he ain't even a weapon anymore. And is it because of Jimmy? Is it because of Kyle? It's like this is all bad early. Not saying it can't get fixed, but do you bring in a psychologist, a mediator? What do you do? What's the issue?
The issue is they're not as good as everybody thought they were.
I'm not. Wow.
The issue is
Kyle part of that
they
too.
Have. You called him a genius on day one, and I'm going to hammer it. You called him a genius on day one, so I think our expectations were a little too high for Kyle Shanahan. But we'll see. Carlito in Alameda. He got a little tea yesterday. What's up, Carlito?
Oh, gentlemen. Listen, I'm going to talk about this Jimmy Garoppolo thing. I think the thing with the Seahawks, that first game, that was all adrenaline, 100% adrenaline. The rust have not set in, and now he's just rusty, but this is not the time to pout. The rust will wear off, and he'll do good. Thank you, guys.
There's Carlito. Chris wants to talk Jimmy G. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man? See, I wanted to ask Chris. Chris said Jimmy Garoppolo does not have integrity, and I was real interested to see what that meant. Austin in Redwood City. How you doing, Austin? What's going on, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Just finished eating some Nick the Greek or whatever it's called. Pretty good.
All right.
But here's what I got, man. Hey, I'm done with Shanahan. I agree with Jimmy, even though he had a bad game. Kyle Shanahan did too. Bad play calling, getting Trey Lance injured. Bad play calling, getting Trent Williams injured. Bad play calling, almost got Debo injured this past game, going into triple cover. Is it fair to say, since they stripped Jimmy G from his job, should we strip, as fans, Kyle Shanahan from this big play caller or whatnot that he has as a head coach? Should we strip him from that? And then another thing, on the sideline with Kyle Shanahan, he ain't showing no type of energy on that sideline. You got 70-year-old Pete Carroll outdoing you over there. You the one that look like you 70. He look like he your age. I'd rather have him as the head coach than Shanahan at this point.
Appreciate the call.
I never thought about that.
Here's something you probably haven't thought about either.
You lay it on me.
How long has Shanahan had Jimmy Garoppolo? 5 years?
Yeah.
Has Jimmy gotten any better? Has Jimmy gotten any better in 5 years?
No.
Okay, whose fault is that?
It may not. Okay, here, I'm not a Kyle apologist. You only are good as what you're working with. He got him to a Super Bowl in the NFC Championship game. Maybe that was it. They had their chance.
Maybe.
And that's why he said, night-night, bye-bye. So we know how Kyle feels. He divorced this guy. So there is no Nancy Drew mystery. We know Kyle is over Jimmy, the quarterback. And unfortunately, as the world turns, he's your quarterback now. Steiny, I'm almost thinking Brock Purdy. I know you're laughing and people are we so sure how far off that experiment is? Because Bay Area media, the people that cover the team, if you don't ask Jimmy and Kyle for my sake about that video, we are soft as Charmin. They have to be asked so we can then come to a conclusion with all the facts and the post-game presser from it. Hey, Kyle, did you see the video going around where Jimmy looks disgusted about the play calling?
I did. Yeah, football's an emotional game. Do you watch other teams? I'd suggest you go watch other teams.
Hey, Jimmy,
football's an emotional game.
Hey, Jimmy,
emotional game.
What did you say? The video servicing looked like you said the play sucked.
Well, I was frustrated. I was frustrated. We were all frustrated. And obviously, you guys know football's an emotional game. That's how
that might work. Yeah. Somebody ask him, though.
Chris is on the Bay Bridge. Yeah. He got to come in. He's got to come at Jimmy G. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Guru, first of all, I love your energy. Steinmetz, but anyway, there is no integrity with Jimmy G. You know, he's talking about, oh, your play suck. How about everybody in the Bay Area saying your throws suck? Can you just lead a receiver once in a while? They got to go matrix to even catch the balls that he throws. And if he had integrity, he would look at his defense and say, I know you guys are out there playing your A's off. Maybe I'll get a first down here and there. He's 3 and out, 3 and out. He'd be a scratch golfer at a par 3 course. He is 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. So, and Jimmy had that excuse locked and loaded because he's a subpar quarterback. He's no Guru. You could have made those passes the other night. And Sunday night, being in the last game, messing up parlays. Oh, God. Anyway, that's all I got, you guys.
Now, how much of the venom was the parlay part?
Probably.
Right. But, hey, I'll just say this. You burnt the meal Sunday, Jimmy. So I know I love what you're doing. I think you're entitled to barking. But, man, if you're the Cheech and Chong throws, I get, man, Steiny, that ain't Kyle's fault. Not looking at Debo or looking at Debo wide open, that's a good play. You didn't even look at the man and throw him the ball. That's at Jimmy's doorstep.
So how come why, again, he's the same quarterback as he was 5 years ago. If he's missing the same throws as he was 5 years ago, yeah, okay, that's on Jimmy. But how about Kyle Shanahan isn't developing him? He's not making him improve 10%? I ask you, 49er fans, is Jimmy Garoppolo a better quarterback today than he was when he took over this team and went 5-0 at the beginning of the 2017 season? Nobody's blaming Kyle, but can we question St. Kyle?
Well, I think Kyle's already demonstrated his answer to that question, and that was drafting a quarterback, using some capital, a lot of capital, and saying bye-bye. Yeah. But now you got him.
You know, it's
and you got a different dude, though, now.
I heard Dibs talking about that Kyle Shanahan's kind of got a mulligan this year because Trey Lance got hurt, and now we come to next year, and we'll see. And I get what he's saying because we can't – but as far as I'm concerned, like, the Trey Lance situation is not a neutral at this point. It's certainly not a good. All right, you drafted a guy, he barely played, and now he's hurt. So it's certainly not great right now. I won't call it, but I can't call it neutral either because now you're in a pickle again with your quarterback situation. You've already told Jimmy to hit the bricks, but what if Jimmy takes you to the playoffs again? Okay.
Well, he just took you last January.
Yeah. Patrick's in Hawaii. What's up, Patrick?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, so I was on my phone this morning, and I saw the headline, you know, the Broncos used a quote from Jimmy Garoppolo based on what he said last season, you know, during the Aaron Andrews interview, you know, before we took the field and played the Rams in the NFC game championship. So, I mean, I don't know if you remember that famous line that he said the first time was this, feels great, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what they did. Like, I don't know if they used like some kind of reverse psychology against us, but, you know, the score, like, I just thought, man.
Right. Thanks.
11-10. I mean,
thanks. No, hey, Patrick, thanks.
Wow. He really thought he... Ooh.
Feels great, baby.
Man. Hey, E for effort, Steiny.
What do you think Patrick was trying to get at?
I said what I said.
Hey, there it is, Florio. That was him in Monte. That's a classic. Oh, man.
What do you think he was trying to...
I can't get that time back. I don't know.
Right. Gary's in San Ramon. What's up, Gary? How you doing?
Hey, doing great, fellas, and really enjoying the byplay on this. That other station, they don't even want to address any of this drama, so I appreciate you guys taking the bull by the horns.
Sure.
Hey, Steiny, on getting your point on Jimmy G with the leverage, yeah, he does have the leverage, but then again, he's got to use it and play well, because if he don't, he's not going to get that big contract that he wants.
No, you're right.
And the other point, yeah, go ahead, Matt.
No, I was just agreeing with you. Go ahead and make your next point.
Yeah, so that's a lot on Jimmy, and that exhibition on Sunday night is not going to help him at all, at least short term. So, But the other question that nobody seems to want to address, and I know you guys really haven't taken it up, is the defense has been the calling card for the Niners, basically, to get to where they've been in the championship era. And
I know.
So this defense, and Shanahan needs to get some credit for that. But why is the defense so good and the offense not so much? And that's my question.
I mean, that's a good question. This team's been defined by its defense in the Shanahan era.
Who's the Bosa on the offense? Normally starts at the quarterback, right? If you got a mediocre quarterback, I mean,
does Kyle need more time to get his quarterback?
No, he's got him. He's in the hospital or sick bay.
Okay, well, if you really think that, then you shouldn't criticize him. Kyle.
No, I'm criticizing Kyle for not getting his quarterback, keeping him out of harm's way. The world questioning how you were using him. So now you're going to go out? No. And can I just back to Dibs' point, the mulligan? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't Steph, and we've seen it, if Steph Curry goes down for the Warriors, Steve Kerr gets a mulligan like we saw the 15-win season.
There's a
Trey
big
Lance going down. No, you got to coach. This is when you show us. And I'm not saying the Niners can't get to their ultimate goal, but right now, this is I mean, Kardashian-like. And I want Jimmy to answer what he said on the video. Like, Jimmy, what did you say? And if it comes out that he stands by it, I'm like, oh, holy mackerel.
What do you want him
really that bucket.
Like, what do you want him to say?
Like, you never acted like this way before. Who are you mad at? You stunk.
I was frustrated all the way around.
Yeah, but so now those throws, you missing receivers, not even looking at them, are because of the play calling? And if that's how he thinks.
So I can't show emotion out on the field?
That's different.
No, it isn't.
Disrespecting the coach who called the play.
Disrespecting the coach?
He said these plays suck.
They did. He called a screen pass in the end zone.
No, the
bottom line is Jimmy Garoppolo's the first guy to look at Kyle Shanahan and say, you know what, maybe you're not all that. And Jimmy Garoppolo has the integrity to do it. He might not have the game, but he's certainly got the integrity. Nobody's going to be like, well, Jimmy's a malcontent.
So you said he's fed up.
Of course he is.
And how can he not be? He got fired.
Let's go to Mo in Detroit. What's going on, Mo? How you doing?
Good. You guys are going to think I'm crazy, but you got to hear me out.
All right.
Jimmy G buried himself, and the era's over, and history is going to repeat itself. You remember Washington when they were the Redskins? Who did they draft? RG3, right?
Yeah.
RG3. He got hurt, right?
Yep. Cousins.
And who did they draft in the same draft?
Cousins.
Correct. It wasn't planned that way, but it turned out that way. And I'm telling you, the Brock Purdy era is going to happen a lot sooner than you guys think. I'm with you. It's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen with Trey Lance next year, but I'm telling you, this offense was better with Nick Mullins than Jimmy G. It was more exciting to watch him.
Wow.
I mean, whether you want to admit it or not, don't give me that win stuff with Jimmy G. I know we lost a lot more with Nick Mullins, but look at Jimmy G's last 20 games. His winning record is not as good as you guys think it is. It's awful. The guy stinks, and Brock Purdy's going to take over. You remember I said...
I got you, Mo in Detroit.
Who would have known Mo in the Motor City, Motown, would call up here and say it was better under Mullins? That is false.
Well, let's put the rat on the table.
That's been a minute.
Wait till you see what I'm going to do. No, I forgot what I was going to say.
I was ready.
Show guard. Dang it. Put the rat. Just talk.
Yeah. Tell the people I got you a pop on your birthday.
Yeah, you got me a pop on my birthday.
I felt good in the car on the way home.
Evan got me one too. Appreciate that.
Evan showed up?
Yeah, he showed up.
Yeah, I was in and out. I was day drinking. What was it? Yeah, I didn't do this. You said, wait till I do it. I said, rat on the table. It's been a while. And you go, watch what I do. And then you said keep talking. I'll keep doing that.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Evan.
I thought I did it.
All I heard. Thank you, Evan. Early July. About the Giants. You can't. They're not only bad, they're boring. The 49ers are so freaking boring, it's not even funny. Like, that's the other thing. They're supposed to be fun.
They got
Kyle Shanahan's supposed to be fun. They're not exciting. They're boring.
It's not Ayuk's. They got pieces to be exciting. He's the fuddy-duddy. And I believe it's because, and I'm not, dude, Kyle should be, he
Kyle
might
should
be
be what?
fired if I were York. That's where
Right
I'm
now?
at. Right now.
Oh,
okay,
my God.
listen. And you had me spend all these draft picks and you got the dude hurt. That's negligence in itself. So I'm past fanboy. Why are they not exciting? He don't trust the QB. No. But then when you had a different QB, you didn't trust him then to let him throw. Ayuk is exciting. Debo, maybe one of the most exciting things we got in the NFL. And
Kittle's not exciting.
Actually, put him in a Chief uniform. Put him in a Chief uniform, and he would put up the same numbers as Kelsey.
I disagree.
And I'm waiting for him to buck up and be that teenager.
Yeah, I want to correct that. When you pancake somebody, it is exciting.
Oh, man.
And that's what Kittle can do.
I want him to buck up.
What does that mean?
Use me like the teenager you guys said Jimmy's being. Say something about how you're being used. You're not an old lineman.
He's a better blocker than pass catcher.
In this system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So now you want people to start complaining about Kyle.
You know what? I got to be careful because I got to make it back in my city. I'm down on a guy from Union City, black coach. I love him. David Shaw. But his play calling at Stanford, Steiny, and I feel like Kyle Shanahan is the NFL equivalent of that. He's boring. They don't take shots. You got studs. What are we missing? What do you need, Kyle?
He needs a better quarterback.
You drafted one and got him hurt.
Yeah, well, that's why it's not going to happen this year. So deal with it.
So next year,
deal with it.
Yeah,
next year.
2026.
No, next year. Next year.
We don't know what the prognosis is.
Get it? Kyle's going to be able to look in the camera and be like, look, guys, I didn't even like Jimmy Garoppolo. We tried to get rid of him. We couldn't get rid of him. We figured, what the hell? We'll take him as a backup.
Okay.
I'm
buying that.
Him. Okay, well.
But why did you get Trey hurt? When everybody said you're using him wrong, and you said he was a thrower. He was going to be the black Kirk Cousins with wheels.
Have you ever watched football? I didn't get Trey Lance.
Yes, you did. You ran powers. Shout out Stars.
You want to go X and O with me?
Yeah.
No, I'm Kyle Shanahan now. I'm not Matt Steinmetz. What do you know about power? You need to watch some other teams.
I know McVay's not asking Stafford to do it.
Well, a little different kind of quarterback, don't you think?
Well,
Mr. Know-it-all, media guy?
Dude, your boy was supposed to be a pocket passer.
A couple things that you said in the last 2 minutes. That you said you wanted to fire Kyle right now.
I would do it.
You would fire him right now?
I would do it. I swear to you, Stoney, I mean that.
Wow.
And last year in the NFC Championship game would have been it.
You would have fired him after the championship game last year?
You cannot stand prosperity in these 10-point leads. Oh, something is going on. And
you're going to fire a coach.
I said it.
All right.
Tell Dickinson. I know he'll probably, if he listens, I'm there. So he ain't I ain't a fanboy. Remember, that was years ago you talking. I had the old 2 caddies ago. I know what I'm watching. He's
888-957-9570. You heard it. Guru said he would have fired Shannon. No, you wouldn't have.
I'm looking you dead in the face,
so
man.
You're going to fire a coach after he's been to the NFC Championship 2 out of the last 3 years.
And what happened? 10-point leads.
Saying.
You choked.
You're going to get hammered over that one.
I'm scared.
Oh, you are. You better be careful. Hey, are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
O'Reilly.
Improve fuel mileage with Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system can increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage. Get Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner starting at $9.99 and earn 10 times O rewards points on your purchase. Get the most out of every gallon. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
95.7 The Game is an equal opportunity employer, and we encourage local community organizations to refer qualified applicants to us. You can receive The Game and Odyssey job vacancy information by contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
Of all the multitudinous manifestations that water can take, in oceans and ice cubes, in glaciers and streams, vapors and rain, double black diamonds, lap swims, and brains. Of all that water everywhere, only 0.5% is fresh water available for human use. That's why at Moen, we're innovating to save 1 trillion gallons of water by 2030. Discover Mission Moen at Moen.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Guru, first of all, I love your energy. Steinmetz and...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Man.
It's Outcast.
I feel like, of course it is. I feel like, over the course of the last month to 6 weeks, I've just been seeing a little different Kyle Shanahan, and I feel like, I get it. People are like, yeah, Steiny, you just can't stand him. And it's like, no, I actually have I don't have a strong opinion about Kyle Shanahan, but I love to observe people. And, just kind of noticing the
arrogance.
Yes. But you just went from 0 to 100.
That's right.
And so now you just blew past me. I'm like, he is a big year for Kyle, and he got to do this, that, and you just said, you don't believe what you just said.
I'm telling you.
You said
he
for
can't
the listener.
Fix it. Go ahead.
For the listener, Guru just said, I would have fired Kyle Shanahan after the loss to the Rams last year. Come on, Goo.
I stand by it.
Really?
I'm going Florio.
Really?
Listen. And what I really meant by that statement is getting Trey Lance injured in the fashion he got hurt, that would have done it. So he would have got his walking papers soon as we found out that Trey was no longer going to be upright. And this is year 2 when he should have been ready in year 1. But as an owner, you came to me and sold me and told me this dude had the goods, and now I can see it. I can see the forest. He was supposed to be ready year 1. For whatever reason, you didn't have him ready. If the kid wasn't ready, I'm not going to fault him. You chose him. You used up all this capital, and I gave you a pass. Jimmy, enter Jimmy. Then this offseason and this season, you used him like he was Roger Craig, the fullback. And that is negligence. And now I'm looking at what I thought you did well. But when we have a 10-point lead on the biggest stages, you can't close the deal. Am I supposed to blame all the 53 players, or do I look in the mirror and say, okay, this dude's got some positives, but I don't think he can get it done, and that's where I'm at. And right now, whatever the people listening, texting, twitching, YouTubing, whatever you think of Kyle Shanahan, I think the same thing, but I think he's buried himself. He will never get out of this hole. And this hole is now you got a quarterback who's basically being insubordinate, okay, is average at best, and now is not in football shape, but you brought him back because your ego thought he would bow down just to stay in red and gold uniform. And, let me hit rewind. I don't know what I got with what I spent on Trey Lance, because I don't believe you trust him or think he's the guy. This is ugly, and that's why I said it has the ingredients for a disaster. And I think the disaster, you can hit the stopwatch on it and start it. We're watching it. It's bigger than ball.
What does that mean?
Our future is effed.
Well, it's not bigger than ball if they win. What if they win?
They're not winning, okay? And now you got the sideshow of whatever's going on between your current quarterback, who you said, but Steiny, this is all bad all the way around. And people, let me just remind you, and I'm not being negative, Nancy, Trey Lance is not on a vacation in the Bahamas. He's wrecked. And he's wrecked because of the way you used him. And you got to pay for that, man. And if you're saying and sending the signal that I think you don't trust him throwing the ball, you picked the wrong person, or I was right all along. You were forced to draft that kid and come up off who you really wanted. This is bad.
Real quick, just to clarify, would you have fired him after the Rams game or after he got hurt?
After the Trey Lance.
After week 2 of this year.
No doubt, Steiny.
Robert in Sunnyvale. What's going on, Robert?
Oh, not much. I'm just bringing up the Kyle and Deebo Samuel.
Okay.
How about when Deebo said he was being overused in all kinds of different parts of the field, and he was being overworked, you know? I'm surprised they didn't use Kittle last week with a hurt groin coming back overdone too much, you know?
What's your gripe with
But I'm just saying, Kyle figures these are ball players and they can play wherever he wants to put them.
Thanks for the call, Robert. Let's go get somebody who agrees with Goo. Steve's in San Francisco. What do you got, Steve? You're with Goo, huh? Really?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Goo's going a little far with firing after the NFC Championship game, but I absolutely agree with him regarding after Trey got hurt. This is like if a big commercial real estate company bought a new skyscraper, and then all of a sudden the CEO is playing with matches around it, and the place burns down, and then he says, I didn't do anything. I mean, the quarterback is the most important asset to any NFL franchise, and you traded 3 first-round draft picks, and then you wrecked them. That is a fireable offense. I'm with you, Goo.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call.
And another rat on the table is you talked about the defense being so stellar and why his offense boring. I think Kyle's wasting this defensive window.
You can't take that was Damon's take.
What you mean Damon's take?
Oh, he came out with that one. It was a good line, too.
I'm not Ricky Henderson. Great minds think alike. That's my dog.
Yeah.
But did he say that?
He did. I mean, how about this one? You ready?
They're wasting the D. He's wasting it right before our eyes. They're doing it the first couple games. The D know I ain't stealing this tape.
One of the things that I was thinking about, okay, so now you got Jimmy Garoppolo. And Jimmy Garoppolo's a different kind of Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, he's a little more frisky. And now Kyle Shanahan's being questioned. And now are there whispers in the locker room? And I was thinking, well, Jimmy Garoppolo's not going to put rats on the table. But you know what? He might put some mice there. Mm-hmm.
And do you think he did that at the podium when
Nothing.
I'll give you 2. Too many 4s being thrown out. I listened to Shasky, Monte, Willard, and did too many 4s. You used to have to earn a 4. Now 4 is just between everybody. That's euphoria. We're happy. But anyway, I hate that Damon said that. Well, you both said it. But I mean, you're over there talking arrogance. I'm just telling you, it's bad. It's worse than you think. That's what point I'm trying to hammer home to folks. This is ugly now.
TC on YouTube. Anybody in this chat or watching this or listening and don't think Kyle should be fired, okay. That's kind of what I need to understand this. Where are we as a fan base? I mean, listen, I'm skeptical of Kyle. I'm not crazy about Kyle, but I am not saying he should be fired.
So where are you at? What can he do to fix this?
Get the playoffs. Make the playoffs. Make the playoffs.
Hold on.
Make the playoffs.
I'm going to say
That's
something
it. I don't care about the noise. Make the playoffs.
So you moving the goalpost. You're the guy that said, and you weren't by yourself, Jimmy coming back, it's Super Bowl or bust, Goo. You didn't say Guru, you said Goo.
No, I don't say Super Bowl or bust. I think it's a joke.
Now that Jimmy took over the helm, it was back to Super Bowl or bust. Playoffs, that was for Trey Lance. So, meet me halfway now. We'll pull the tape.
No. Trey Lance
was my
needed
other
to
radio partner?
I never said Super Bowl
or bust.
No, I'm sure I said a couple wins for Jimmy. Win a game, lose a game.
So
all right, whatever.
All right.
Super Bowl or bust. I'll say it. With Jimmy, yes, they got to get. How about this? They got to get back to the NFC Championship with Jimmy.
All right.
How about that? Okay,
that's fair.
All right.
But what you and Dibley agreed on is what I'm taking homage to, Steiny. You ruined Trey. So Trey is not in college about to grad. You had your chance to make Trey Captain James T. Kirk, and you ruined him. Trent Dilfer says his career's over. I won't even go there, but we don't know if he's wrong. So I don't think you're holding Kyle accountable for mismanaging Trey. To where now we got, you know what we got? A more frisky Jimmy Garoppolo who may be a lesser quarterback. Now you got a lesser quarterback ready to buck.
So here's the thing, because I think you might be right. The way I was going to judge Trey Lance's season was make the playoffs.
Okay.
And I don't care what happens after that because he's a rookie. Once Jimmy Garoppolo became the starter, or played in week 2.
Gotcha.
My feeling is, okay, well, now you judge it on comparison between this year and last year. That's simple.
Yeah.
That's simple because whether you like it or not, whether it happened by accident or not, you're running it back. The 49ers are running it back. They made the NFC Championship game last year. I don't care if it's happenstance. They're running it back. Okay? So it better be worth it. In other words, you better make some noise. I'm not one of these guys who, like, if they don't win the Super Bowl, it's a failure. But yeah, with Jimmy Garoppolo, you better make the playoffs and you better make some noise. I'll wait to see how it ends. But yes, they do need to make the playoffs and win a game or two with Jimmy.
And they got a Super Bowl defense, and already we're not in week 7 or 8. It's already, Ray Charles can see that the defense has been awesome, but yet they tire because they're not getting help. And then they give something up at the end and they lose 2 of those games. What's going to happen if this doesn't get better offensively by week 7, 8? The defense has no chance. And now Trent Williams, the best player, 99 on Madden, on your team, is gone for 6 to 8 weeks. Guess who ain't walking through that door, Steiny? Elijah Mitchell. And then you got a dude, and I know yesterday when I said Jeff Wilson Jr. ran hard, I hate when you kind of cook the books because JD did this to me. If you take away that long run, he really only averaged such and such. That's true, but that's not the truth. Because the truth is, he averaged 6.5 yards a pop, and you only ran him 12 times. My point to you, Kyle, I don't know what he's doing. Too much is going on up top, and I'm done, Steiny. I'm done. I don't think he gets back from this mess. It's a mess. And then, on top of that, the injuries. We don't even know who to put that on. If you say I'm being overbearing with that, okay. Well, you're the head coach. So why is my team always injured if I'm yours?
No. They do not have more injuries than other teams. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of it. I looked at the Chargers today. Yeah. They're missing like 7 starters. I'm not going there. I'm not going there.
They got to make the playoffs.
They should do more than that with Jimmy. Let's go to Aaron in Berkeley. What's up, Aaron? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I'm good. I want to say I was at the NFC Championship game with the Rams and 49ers, and unfortunate for the audience, but my mom is a season ticket holder for the Rams at SoFi, so I was cheering for the Rams. But the 49ers would have won that game if Shanahan just gave Debo the ball. The Rams could not stop them at all. Also, I forget his name, but Stafford threw a clear pick, and I thought that the game was over, and then the guy dropped it. But
right,
I don't know. Shanahan's play calling has been it doesn't make sense to me sometimes. The Super Bowl in 2020 season, in that game, just give Debo the ball. They would have won the game. They could not stop him.
Thanks, Aaron. Coach is scared a little bit. And that's the weird part. The coaching, maybe not scared, but
you're up,
overly conservative coaching.
When you have the lead.
Which you wouldn't expect from a guy with his personality and his reputation. You wouldn't think he'd be kind of scared. But I think he is.
And the proof is in the pudding, Steiny. To me, I'm not a ball coach. I'm a gambler by nature. When I have the lead, that's when I would tend to be a little more aggressive. But whatever mechanism he has, when his teams are up on the biggest stage, he can't close it. But yet we just, you're just citing two. That's a thing. And then now we got the Chicago game. I don't care what the weather was like. We got Denver game. You're winning the whole damn game. And for whatever reason, the Niners just can't take off like a deer in the woods and run away from you. His recipe and formula is everything is just close.
John in San Jose. What's going on, John?
Oh, fellas. I've never called a radio station before, but I had to pull the damn car over. And because you guys are making me crazy today.
Why?
Crazy. First I was on Goo's team, and then I was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going. But the bottom line is, Shanahan, you're looking at the way he scripts the first series, and it's bam, 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 dink and dunk, get down the field, score.
Okay.
And then his ego takes over, and he goes away from that. He never repeats it. It's just he's a first drive only coach. It makes me insane.
Interesting.
Wow.
How come you're against me now, though, John?
Well, I'm typically against you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate
Who the hell is John?
Appreciate the call, John. Thanks for listening too.
So when's it? Okay, if I'm being irrational, I'm asking you, Matt.
Well, I think saying you would have fired.
What are you wait? Well, you kind of said. What are you waiting on? What are you waiting? So next year?
I'm not
because it sounds like
after
Trey Lance is all before you pick your pen up, your red pen to judge this man again. You're not going to do it until Trey comes back.
No, I'm not. Let's see how this year goes. I'm not firing him now.
So you're
firing him now,
right?
Okay. By the way, who?
But
you
I'm
hiring?
still watching.
Who you hiring?
And if he gets to the Champagne.
He's not coaching until next year.
Well, he said the right opportunity arises.
Okay. So then you're going to bring D'Amico Ryans to be the interim and then go to Sean Payton.
No. D'Amico
My point
is Robert Saleh steps,
listen,
by the way, doing a phenomenal job.
They were 3-5 last year. They made the playoffs. All right. I'm not firing Kyle Shanahan right now when they're 1-2. And the NFC isn't great. And you can rationally expect the 49ers to get a little bit better, I think, over the course of the season.
But you don't have anything built in on it could go left like the Giants?
So, well, wait till it happens. Why would you say
because
it looks like a bad year?
You guys are telling me it's a big deal. That
so what do you want to do right now? Right now, what do you want to do if you're the Niners?
I just want people to admit this is worse than it looks. When you got a quarterback, the only quarterback on your roster, the starting quarterback mouthing off, saying the play sucks.
Mouthing off.
Or basically flipping off the coach.
Come on.
If you're telling me it means something, then what's part two of that?
Well,
you don't just get to go against your coach and there's no fallout. This ain't last year at 3-5. That's what has me like 3-5 last year. Everything was everything. There was more trust. Now there's backstabbing. We got reports coming out about.
You said 2 days ago, this is great. Nothing's gotten out of the locker room.
I'm not a
Nobody
player.
has said it to the press.
Well, tell
Jimmy
Mike
still
Silver
hasn't
that.
done it.
But again,
where are you on that?
I'm 50-50. I'm 50-50.
Because 2 days ago, you were like, I got to give Shanahan credit because it's all been kept in the locker room.
Okay, and now I wake up this morning to a video to where I dismissed it because he hasn't stepped to a mic to say it out loud. That would be a problem. But all my comrades are, and my partner's telling me, Goo, that's a big deal. What I'm telling you is this is not 3-5 last year. They were two peas in a pod.
Bad.
Now they're.
It's not as bad as 3-5.
Jimmy feels like he's being held down or whatever. There's some dissension among them two. And you told me if they're not on the same page, they're doomed.
Yeah.
So it's not good in the hood right now.
Right, but
more than just football and the injuries.
But you said you're right. It's not good in the hood right now after 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm not firing Shanahan.
All right.
You're firing Shanahan. So that means you are out on him. Shanahan. I'm not out like that. I'm going to let him coach. I'm going to let him coach this year.
I got you.
And see how we do.
And I know that's not going to happen, but I'm telling you now, those warts that we see and he'll get it fixed and rectified, those are permanent. And they're scars. And you know what? Your starting quarterback who you divorced is scarred mentally. And now we're up here, what's he doing? I mean, who could prosper coming back after you got fired? I don't know. I just was honest with you. I couldn't do it. I'm not a pro athlete.
Frank's driving to San Jose. What's up, Frank? How you doing? By the way, we will be in San Jose Pretty close to it.
Yeah, baby.
Next Monday, we're going to be doing the show from the Hilton in Santa Clara.
Yeah.
How you doing, Frank? What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, I'm doing good. I'll focus on Shanny right now, but, he's too arrogant to listen to this, so I'm going to focus back on Jimmy. And my thing with Jimmy is he is who he is. He is who he's been. He's a quarterback with vision problems. So I don't want to hear him complain after the game to the press conference that he didn't have an off season. When this guy's just relaxing in Chicago, he's eating his deep dish, he's hitting up his D-list film star actresses. And this isn't a Jimmy G problem, him complaining. This is locker room's problem. It's Kyle Juszczyk. It's Kittle. It's that sliding glass door, Mike McDaniel. They're all gossiping right now like schoolgirls right now. If I'm Shanahan, I'm going to take him in a room. I'm going to have an adult conversation with them with some adult language and tell them that we're on to the Rams.
Appreciate the call. I take it you're talking about calling Jimmy in. Hey, Jimmy, I don't want you to show that kind of emotion on that field.
Oh, it's not good for the environment. What did he mean by the gossiping? Again, I put one under the Shanahan column. No players come out and said anything. But that doesn't, I can't sit here and say, there's not articles written that some of the veterans were side-eyeing the decision.
I'm sure they were. This is
a must-win.
No, it's not.
So you think we could come in here next Tuesday, them 1-3,
and they can still salvage their season? Yes.
Oh, man.
It's
bigger than football to me now, Steiny. Okay. That's what infection, when something spreads, that's what's happening. That's what I see.
Okay.
It has spread.
That's fair.
And it infected your rookie quarterback, your second-year quarterback who's out for the year, but he'll come right back and step in and pick up right where he left off. Couldn't throw and hit the side of a barn. That's how you call plays. But it's going to take. What are we like? That's deny. It's fans for fanatic. People are in denial. This is bad. That's all up. This is bad.
And if they beat the Rams, then what?
You're 2-2.
And then
okay.
If they beat the Rams 27-17.
Yeah, this ain't college. You're 2-2. Kudos. Okay. Keep it going.
And then don't you feel bad that you spent the previous Tuesday out of your gourd, wanting Kyle fired, saying this is bad.
We'll have 13 more weeks,
and they'll be 2-2, and they'll be
we'll have 13 more weeks to get to, hey, the race is over. Let's see where you finished and see if your boy was right.
Right.
I don't like what I'm seeing and hearing and reading.
That's fair.
I'm emotional.
Get that cut.
No, I'm just...
I know you're emotional. You came in today. You said we should have fired Shanahan after the Rams game. Now that's pretty strong.
But
and then you
Trey
backed
Lance
off and said,
the top.
Okay. And then you said no. He should have been.
You don't like my Giant parallel, right? The analogy to their season this year.
I don't mind it.
Okay,
I don't mind it
because I don't want to be right. But that's what. Hey, who told
that's
you
just a
feeling? Super Bowl team?
But that's just a feeling you have. That they could, be like the Giants.
I don't think they're going to be able to overcome this Trent Williams injury, and I don't hear people talking about it enough. It's like, he'll be okay. We'll be fine.
I think they will be okay.
Watching Jimmy Garoppolo go Michael Jackson and James Brown in the pocket with pressure on him, and you said, "Goo," and this stuck with me real quick. Your boy, he ain't that fast.
Who?
Jimmy.
Oh, he's slow.
Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty slow.
All right.
All righty, we got Ross Tucker on the other side. Guru is out completely and utterly on Kyle Shanahan. He's out. Thinks he should be fired. With 4 years left in his deal. He's signed through 2025. Ross Tucker's on the other side, and we love some Ross Tucker. Hey, take us and all your favorite shows with you wherever you go. Download the free Odyssey app. You can also listen to Monday Night Football every week. Tonight, it's an NFC clash, and that's yesterday's read. But Ross Tucker on the other side.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. This ad is paid for by the Settlement Specialists, LLC.
Attention. This is an important message for anyone that spent time at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. If you or a family member lived, worked, or served at Camp Lejeune at any time between August 1st, 1953 and December 31st, 1987 and developed a serious health condition, you may be entitled to significant cash compensation. Call 800-971-6802 now to see if you qualify. That's right. Studies have found the water at Camp Lejeune was contaminated with toxic chemicals for decades, causing serious health conditions such as bladder, breast, or kidney cancer, Parkinson's, leukemia, and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Congress has approved and President Biden has signed a new law allowing anyone that spent time at the base affected by injury to seek the justice they deserve. Billions of dollars have been set aside by the government to compensate victims. If you or a family member lived, worked, or served at Camp Lejeune during this time and developed a serious health condition, you may be entitled to significant cash compensation even if you were denied a disability claim in the past. Call 800-971-6802 now to see if you qualify. Hurry, time is limited. Call 800-971-6802. That's 800-971-6802. 800-971-6802.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Of all the multitudinous manifestations that water can take, in oceans and ice cubes, in glaciers and streams, vapors and rain, double black diamonds, lap swims, and brains. Of all that water everywhere, only 0.5% is fresh water available for human use. That's why at Moen, we're innovating to save 1 trillion gallons of water by 2030. Discover Mission Moen at Moen.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to it. On the line, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. We got big news in here, Ross.
Our guy.
My partner, Daryl the Guru Johnson, is calling for the firing of Kyle Shanahan. Your thoughts?
Wow. Really, Guru?
Yeah, Ross. You know what sent me over the top real quick here is how he handled and didn't show trust into a guy he moved mountains for. That's one. This Jimmy Garoppolo circus is two. Now we got Lipgate. We're reading videos about the quarterback saying the plays suck. And you know what, Ross? These injuries, I can't actually blame them, but I do. I don't know why it keeps happening to Niners. And then this last part, the 10-point blown leads. I'm thinking to myself, in 19, you beat the Chiefs. You just didn't win the game. And then you beat the Rams last year. You just didn't win the game. And I think of Andy Reid and him and McNabb getting close to the NFC Championship games and not getting over the top. But they didn't have leads in those games like Kyle did. And he gets conservative. We've seen it 2 out of the 3 games this year. You know what? How many times does a coach get back, Ross? And frankly, I'm just fed up. And I said, you know what? I would do it.
Yeah, I'm not there yet at all.
Me neither, Ross.
and you don't need to be, right? I mean, let's see how the rest of this season goes. The really interesting thing is that will they let him, if it goes poorly, will they let him still be the coach next year with Trey Lance? Depending on how things unfold, that's a whole different scenario that I think is really interesting. You're right, the injuries aren't good. Now it's Trent Williams out for a while. That's a big loss, obviously. Sunday night was extremely disappointing. For the defense to play that well and the offense to do nothing and not be able to score more than, heck, 10 points would have been enough if they didn't get the safety. But if they didn't get the safety, they would have gotten a pick 6. And that was also the play where Trent Williams got hurt. That might be the single worst play in Niners history right there. The Garoppolo back to the end zone, pick 6, safety, Trent Williams injury. I mean, I don't know you can get much worse than that if you are a Niners fan, but obviously that was bad, real bad. You know, the interesting thing is, if you look at the teams that are having success with new coaches, right? The Dolphins with Mike McDaniel, the Vikings with a team like, I don't know, Kevin O'Connell.
Well, Jacksonville,
you
too.
get to the point where it's like everybody's looking for a Shanahan disciple. Everyone's looking for a Shanahan type. So to fire like the actual Shanahan is kind of bold, because those are the guys having success, McVay and all over the league. You know, Zach Taylor. I mean, those are the guys that are doing well.
Yeah, you're right about that. Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. Ross, give me a little NFL player insight. And here's what I mean. When the 49ers decided to get Jimmy Garoppolo back as a backup, it felt like Kyle Shanahan was kind of downplaying it. Hey, I called my leaders in. They're fine with it. Jimmy's a pro, this, that, and the other thing. But it feels like what we're finding out now with Jimmy saying, I had a lot of freedom in 2017. I was just throwing the ball around. And now this video of him lipping, that play sucked. Is there a human element here? Like, I know Jimmy Garoppolo's a pro, but if he feels like they cast him aside, how do you measure that in play, if you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Is he? What if he's like kind of pissed about the way everything was handled?
Well, he wasn't. He I don't think he was thrilled about it. I think it'd be hard to be thrilled about it. And I think Collinsworth said Sunday night, or Tirico, that when he was asked, is there part of you that was like, oh, now you need me? That Jimmy was kind of like smiled and said, a little,
Yeah.
Now, I'll say this. I know I was a Jim Harbaugh fan when he was coach here. He did some good things, got him to a Super Bowl, almost won. They didn't win it. Ross, but I don't know what happened with ownership here, but I feel like what's irritating me now that I'm looking at everything, the whole landscape, is like he has the ownership wrapped around his fingers like he's almost the owner. And the reason I bring that up is Doug Peterson won and I know he's not a disciple, he won a Super Bowl and got fired. We're not hearing anything from the brass here in San Francisco, and that's advantage Kyle. This offensive line, he's had years to put it together. And you needed Trent Williams to come in and save the day. Like, I'm looking at that just alone. And now we don't know how many umpteen weeks without him, but that falls at his doorstep too, right?
Yeah, well, for sure. I mean, he and Lynch work together, but it seems pretty clear that Kyle sort of has final say. Kyle's the one that more or less brought Lynch with him, and they feel like they can get by at times with lesser interior guys. Guys that are on rookie contracts, mid-round picks, and that's what they want to get by with, but certainly not good enough. I mean, I think Denver's got a pretty good defense, but yikes, man. I mean, that was shocking to me, and it had to be. Can you imagine what that was like for Shanahan? I mean, that game meant a lot to him going back to Denver, and to lose in the fashion that they did, to play as poorly as they did offensively, that had to be incredibly humbling for him. And yet, I was talking about this today on the Even Money podcast. It's my betting podcast. They're favored over the Rams Monday night. They are favored to beat the Rams. So people still, for whatever reason, really believe in Shanahan and this team. That surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, that was something our previous show has been talking about a lot. Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, Ross, you get to earn your money here because you need to explain something to me. Okay, Trent Williams is hurt, and he's going to be out, I don't know, a month, 4 to 6 weeks. Oh, and Trent Williams, he's the best lineman in football. Unbelievable. He might be the best player on the Niners. He's this, that, and the other. Okay. Tell me what to watch for in the next month where I'll notice that Trent Williams ain't there.
Great question. And there'd be two things. When they run to the left, is McKivitz or whoever they put out there, is he able to do the things that Trent could do? I can tell you right now the answer is no.
Okay.
Because you won't see McKivitz pulling like they do with Trent Williams. You won't see him moving like Trent Williams because you can't move that well at that size. And then in pass protection, look for how much help they give McKivitz. How much does it look like Banks is sliding over to him to help protect him, whereas they didn't have to do that all that much when they had Williams?
Good. I love it. and I appreciate it.
There you go. I got things to watch.
Yeah.
Ross, let me ask you this, and you can say, you know what, guys, it's a byproduct of the quarterback, but we've talked about it ad nauseum about why we don't see Deebo Samuel, Ayuk, who I'm high on, Kittle, why he's used more like a lineman than Kelsey. I mean, when you watch these 49ers from afar, is that coming from the coach? Is that the quarterback? Why are they so boring and vanilla on offense?
Oh, I would not describe them as that. I don't look at them like that at all. I'm surprised to hear you say that. I don't look at them. I think they do a bunch of unique, different, cool things that other teams don't do, especially having a fullback, especially some of the stuff they do with Deebo. That surprised me to hear you say that. Now, they're not as high-flying of a passing offense or as spread out. I don't think they have the receivers or the O-line or the quarterback, quite frankly, to be like a 3 or 4 wide, throwing the ball all over the place type of offense.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, Ross. People are pulling their hair out here, man.
Yeah, well, Sunday night had to be one of the most disappointing losses in recent Niners history because you felt like, okay, with Jimmy, we lose, find out about Trey Lance, but we can at least be better this year maybe with Jimmy, and then to lay that kind of an egg on Sunday Night Football in such a winnable game where the defense played so well, that had to be maddening. I don't blame people. I'd be very frustrated too.
Hey, Ross, thanks as always, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. See you, dude.
All right, Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Ross Tucker.
I was just thinking about York, Steiny. What's he think of all this? Because Doug Peterson, he just popped in my mind.
Okay.
He won a Super Bowl.
Right.
Kyle Shanahan has not done that. He's gotten close, but yet Philly said, you know what? Okay, yeah, good times, thank you, but we're going a different direction. If you think that was right or wrong, I just feel like this owner is just sleeping, and Kyle's running everything into the ground. And if you think, oh, this looks good, is something left in this? Okay, it's just a matter of time. But, man, I'm telling you, and he was shocked that a team went out on national TV and only scored 10 points. Why he disagreed with me, and I'm getting some of that on the Comcast business text line.
Yeah.
But they're not high-flying. And they get to a certain juncture in the game, and then they just, like a hen who covers her eggs, they just sit on the ball. They don't, I mean, what happened to guns blazing?
510, yeah, I see what you're talking about on the Comcast business text line.
What? I didn't see it.
Love it when you guys bring these former players on the show just so you get humbled.
Who got humbled?
When you try to bash Kyle.
And I won the Low Neal thing, whatever that was. I'm playing. Low's my guy. What?
That's strong.
What's the solution? Give me a solution. My guy Manny's texting me right now from the Union.
Is he a 49er fan?
Yeah. Oh, he's hurt. He said that's Steiny a solution.
Manny, chill out. They're 1-2. We're not even a quarter of the way through the season yet.
But they got bigger problems than just the record.
You don't know that. Look around the league, and I know. And Evan was going to say this. Look around the league at some teams. I said, but if you do that, Guru's going to say, who cares? Who cares how other teams are doing?
Norm said, worry about what's going on in your kitchen.
Right.
Not you feel better because something else ain't happening in somebody else's kitchen.
Wins in September are not as important as wins in November and December.
Last year. Who says this ain't Fresno?
I'm not writing off this team at 1-2.
I'm not either.
Yes, you are.
They got bigger. It's bigger than football. I want to rip my mic out.
Okay, well, if that's what you think, then they ain't making the playoffs.
Okay, so again, I'm going to I'm going to True Detective on you. Jimmy, if he said what he said, big deal or not? You told me it was a big deal.
Yeah.
Willard told me it was a big deal.
That's something to keep an eye on, for sure. Okay. Absolutely. But I don't think it's something they can overcome. Maybe it bites them. Maybe everything falls apart. All I know is 1-2. We got a long way to go.
I tell you what.
The NFC ain't that great.
Okay.
And the schedule, after the Rams games, you got a couple winnable games.
Well, the NFC ain't that great. The team that won it all is in your division. And they're coming to town after you just laid an egg, and they're coming to town with Aaron Donald and company without your left tackle. And all of a sudden now your quarterback needs preseason. So just to say it's 1-2 and there's nothing to see here, I don't see it that way.
Okay. But if
like Minnesota
if they're
being mediocre, that don't make me feel better about
Minnesota's 2-1.
No, I'm just whatever team you cite that when people say the NFC is weak.
What are the Buccaneers right now? Are they 1-2 or 2-1?
2-1.
Who's a 1-2 team? Who's Arizona? Look at Arizona. They're 1-2.
Yeah, but do we expect anything from?
Yes, they made the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
Chargers 1-2.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but
what?
Some teams got different problems. The Niners got personal knives. If it gets to this, and you telling me, hey, Goo, it's only 3 games, I'm with you. But you get embarrassed or you lose 1-3. Now that locker room, those players, they were on mute. Steiny losses fester, and then stuff could get out in another Jimmy poor performance. Stay tuned, man.
Andrew in San Jose. What's up, Andrew? How you doing?
What's going on, you guys? I'm doing all right. So I got a question for you guys. Guru, when he was talking about Jed and the Doug Peterson parallels between Kyle. So let me run a scenario by you guys, all right? You work in a company with 55 grown men, right? But they're not grown men. They're guys in their 20s, and at the oldest, they're 30s. All of the people that are of the older generation usually tend to be on the coaching staff. The 49ers coaching staff, correct me if I'm wrong, D'Amico Ryans is what, in his 40s? Kyle's maybe 43, 44? So you got these guys who are essentially the peers of the players critiquing and telling them how to do their jobs. So that's where I think the pushback from Jimmy comes a little bit is like, hey, Kyle, like, you've never played in this league. I don't care who your dad is. I'm Jimmy Garoppolo. I played behind Tom Brady. I played with Bill Belichick. And so the reason I say I think the Niners need an adult in the room is you have all of these egos colliding. No one can come in and kind of lay the hammer down. I feel like Robert Saleh might have been that before he got the Jets job. Now that he's gone, the Niners just don't have that disciplinarian. Not necessarily a disciplinarian, but just the guy to come in and lay the hammer down and say, we are all one team, one unit, one family, one person, one body, one being. So, I don't know. I'll get your guys' answer when I hang up. So,
hey, Andrew.
Wow, he asked for a leader.
I absolutely think there's something to that. And I kind of said it, although it's really hard for me to put my finger on. But Andrew brought it a little further along. I'm just envisioning Kyle Shanahan. I've said this a lot. Grows up, and there's Mike, his dad. He gets to be on the field in Denver, watching his dad's practice with the Broncos. He's just used to being in NFL locker rooms his whole life. He just was afforded so many more opportunities than everybody else. He goes to Texas, and he's not a great player, but he plays as a wide receiver. But there's no chance he's going to play in the NFL.
Okay.
All right. So now he's in the NFL, but he's never played. But he holds an arrogance about him that, yes, I do believe there's something where Jimmy Garoppolo could say, dude, I was in New England. I played for Belichick. And you're not Belichick. And you know, he's got a terrible personality, but he's got 7 Super Bowls. You know, you look at who else? Mike McDaniel. He didn't play in the NFL. Does he seem arrogant? Not even close. So there is something there if I'm an NFL player where I say, you know what, Kyle, yeah, you're smart and you good play designer, but you never played at this level. You didn't play at this level. And so that means as a person who's playing at this level, I can question you because you've never been in the pocket, Kyle. So you want me to make all these difficult decisions. I'm pretending I'm Jimmy Garoppolo now. You know, I got to go through first read, second read, third read, and you're thinking I should be able to do things when the fact of the matter is the pocket's breaking down, and you have no idea what it's like to be in the pocket. You never played.
Damn. I'll say this, and I'm saying I want the guy ran. I have given him credit for getting the team to the ball and even last year fixing what looked like a broken team. But, Steiny, don't you think if that were the case, somebody would have been barking during his tenure? Wouldn't we have that said player? And again, it's the reverse psychology.
Well, they're winning. They won the last two of the last 3 years.
And losing to make things come out. I'm just who's the Bryant Young of this team? I don't know. I'm asking that caller. They need a leader, and if the coach don't have the fire, who is it? Is it Hufanga? He's a rookie.
Maybe it's
second-year player.
Maybe it's Fillmore Mike.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Fillmore, what's up, man?
Hey, man, I don't know what happened the last couple of times I called with y'all. It was all bad. But Craig has a great voice, man. He needs to be on air more. I just wanted to let y'all know that, man.
Who?
And he has great opinion.
Craig.
Who?
Craig.
Oh.
Craig.
Okay, got you.
Mike Jones.
I got you.
Yeah. Wata Juan. He was in Jamaica. So if you know, Wata Juan.
No, I know. Fillmore, I know. I don't know if Goo does.
Come on.
Yeah, what do you got, buddy?
Hey, Guru, don't count out the Niners.
Thank
you. They got embarrassed last year via Colt McCoy and the Cardinals. You feel me? They proved already that they can overcome a horrible loss and adversity, right? Also, Goo, I do disagree with you. The Niners offense ain't boring. The execution is very boring. The offense is not boring. The execution of the plays are very boring. I give you that. And then I was trying to make this point last week, and it's coming to fruition. Cal can be a bit more sensitive and less cold.
Yes.
And show some contrition, a lot more. And that could go towards showing, like, when you do that, you automatically be more humble and be more less seem as arrogant. When Steve Kerr came last week, I hope Steve Kerr would have talked to the team, because you know if Steve Kerr talked to the team, it's going to come out in a passionate way. You feel me?
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to say.
No, good stuff.
Hey, Mike, before you hang up, I know their football, the math is there. Right now, I just feel like there's dissension. And there's dissension between Pretty Boy Floyd and your head coach. And now Jimmy's bucking the system. So, Mike, this is different than years past. They may fix it, but from where I'm looking and what I'm hearing and what they're talking about when it comes to the Niners, this ain't good, bro.
Well, you got to go back. You can't have it both ways and say Jimmy G is a super professional, and then the other way, he's at the same time bucking the system. Which one is it? Everyone on the football is a rare sport. You can't take days. It ain't basketball. So when Jimmy G plays, he has to show that he's a quality player. When Brandon Ayuk plays, he has to show that he's a quality player. So it would not be on best interest of the team to know that when you know you got a good team, why would you squander it? Right? Everybody in the locker room, man, we should have won the game. This Tort would have caught the ball. So why would you say, no, I'm not going to play this year? That would be idiotic for every member of the team, including Kyle Shanahan.
Thanks, Fillmore.
Who's Craig? He said he had a good. Oh, our guy. Oh, yeah. That's my dog.
Yeah. I compared. Right. Shanahan's never played in the league, and I compared him to McDaniel and McVay, neither of whom played in the league. They got different personalities than Kyle Shanahan, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
That's obvious.
Yeah, they do.
It's humility.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got an hour left. Big deal or not? Are the 49ers in disarray? Guru thinks they are. On 95.7, The Game.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at CarsForKids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at CarsForKids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good. All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charging not a dime up front. and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At first I was on Guru's team, and then I was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Talking San Francisco 49ers. In case you don't know, one of the big topics of discussion today was a video that surfaced of Jimmy Garoppolo. It was clearly after a play in the game against Denver where he seems to be mouthing, "Your plays suck, man."
Oh, man.
Or "Draw plays suck, man." He was frustrated, and it looked certainly like he wasn't happy with the play call. Big deal or not? Maybe. We've never seen Jimmy Garoppolo do that before. By the same token, does it mean that they don't have a chance to get their season under control? I don't know. I think the one thing we've figured out about Jimmy Garoppolo is, he's gonna do the right thing. Question is he good enough to get the 49ers to the playoffs as a quarterback?
Well, what word would you're the wordsmith, do the right thing, and shout out Spike Lee. This is a different Jimmy Garoppolo. What word would you use to describe this new Jimmy? If in fact, indeed, you guys are right and he said something.
You look carefree.
Wow,
unshackled.
Is that good?
It's like, no, remember those old MTV Unplugged?
Dude, they're great.
Yeah, that's what I'd say Jimmy is right now, unplugged. It's a rat on the table.
Yeah.
Did you say rat on the table?
No, I said...
What the hell is that about?
It sounded like one.
Oh. Gotcha.
Hey, did you watch did you know where I'm going?
No.
Comcast business text line. First, did you watch Eli and Peyton? I don't. I think it's a disrespect to whoever's in the booth. But somebody's saying from the 415.
One of the worst takes ever.
Comcast business text line, my twin was on there. So I'm thinking Denzel or Billy D. So you didn't see it, so we wouldn't know.
Tracy Morgan.
That's like somebody saying you look like
Tatum Channing.
Norman Lear, Mr. Furley, Roper. You don't. You look better than him. I'm getting Tracy. It's starting to bother me.
Norman Lear was the guy who...
I thought he was Mr. Roper.
Norman Fell. Saying I look like Norman Channing. And then Don Furley.
Yeah, there we go. Talk to
me.
You and Damon there.
Anyway. Oh, boy. We got people that want to talk football. And
Evil Jimmy.
Let's go to Vesti. Vesti's in San Francisco. I think this is our first-time caller ever. Vesti. What's up, man?
It's the first-time caller. Man, the real problem is, everybody knows what he's going to call. Forget that execution stuff. I'm looking at the game. You can tell what plays I call. Run, pass. Come on, man, with all that stuff. Mix it up. Throw it on first down.
Wow. Thanks, Vesti. Not a bad first call.
Let him hang. That's what we said. Be more aggressive. Quit running four corners when you got the lead. You can keep scoring. I.e. Golden State Warriors. D'Antoni's Suns. Dude, come on. And you didn't stick up for me.
I won't stick up for you.
Ross saying they're not boring. What are they then? Because they ain't scoring.
Russ is from my hometown.
Oh, dude, yeah. Man, you got
Ross
your
is
favorites.
From my hometown. Oh, I do.
Yeah. They are boring right now, and they shouldn't be.
I didn't want to get into it, but clearly he means their pre-snap motion, and they run a lot of counter. They run a lot of counter stuff. I'll tell you what. I'm going to be watching those things because I tell you what. Wait till the 49. Let me tell you what's going to happen. They're going to beat the Rams, and then they got 2 sucker teams after that. The Panthers and who?
Oh, they're not.
Who's the other team?
Atlanta.
Panthers. They're going to win 3 in a row, and you know what I'm coming in here saying? I am sick and tired of people telling me Trent Williams is so good.
See, I would be, if that's true, I would be hurt.
Because according to everybody who knows line play, Trent Williams is the greatest offensive lineman in the game today. So if he is, I got to see that, as you like to say, manifest.
Okay. I hadn't actually used that word. I do like it. Steiny, they were having problems with Trent out there. Just put respect on his name and that part of the game.
I'll put respect on his name when they look worse. I'll put respect on his game when they look worse.
Here. That could happen this Monday. Oh, we own the Rams. Okay.
Jeff's in Concord. What's going on, Jeff? How you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Not only does his play calling suck, his first round draft picks suck. Ruben Foster, freaking everybody. It's just been a disgrace. And I got to tell you something else. For this offensive genius to come in here and act like he's some kind of second coming of Bill Walsh, it's just disgusting. If he wants to reincarnate himself in anything, he should be as a defensive coordinator, because that's the only thing that's been good during his 6-year stint. Not his offense. He's supposed to be his offensive guru. Please.
I kind of like
Jeff.
How
long do you get?
I kind of like Jeff. What do you mean?
Like, it's okay, so if you guys are going, does he get 10 years here, Kyle, without a Super Bowl?
Well, it depends.
Wow.
It depends.
Where's York at?
Who cares?
Do a State of the Union. It's yours.
You do
Tell
this
us how
all
you
the
feeling.
time. Let me
I've never had
do
a
this
boss
all the
at the
time.
owner not like.
Oh my God!
Tell us how you feeling. Forget the coach.
You're crazy.
You're over him. Supposedly,
you've lost it.
Let us
You've
let us hear
completely
something.
lost it.
It ain't gotta all be predicated around Kyle. Let us know about the team. You pissed off? You sleeping good? Because you shouldn't be. Let us quit being a mute. Talk to your fans.
Okay.
Winning with class. That's the last I heard from him.
And when he says one word, you're going to say, sign the checks and shut up. You know
I'm
you
not
will.
that guy.
Yes, you are.
If I were an
yes,
owner,
you are.
Steiny, I would. Joe
Guru.
You know he's got something to say. The great ones do.
It's a little easier when you got 4 titles under your belt.
Yeah, I couldn't.
If it were up to you, every 2-game losing streak a team ever has, hey, we need to hear from Larry Bear. The Giants have lost 4 of 7.
That's funny.
We
but
need to hear from Larry Bear.
I know. Just man,
a good owner doesn't talk a lot. Once or twice a year.
He's
That's
got
it.
something on his
Once
hands
or twice
with this
a
quarterback.
year.
With this Mac Jones and Trey Lance thing, there's something on the owner's hands. That's why he's being quiet.
No, it's not.
Yep.
No, it's not.
All right.
David in Brentwood. Guru's gone off the deep end.
No, I am not. Being honest.
Yeah, Don Knotts. Right. Hey, thank you, 510. It was Don Knotts who was Mr. Furley. Thank you.
That was my guy.
You know what? He was the guy. You know what Mr. Furley used to do? Seriously.
He'd be at the Regal Beagle.
He used to go. He did. You can picture it, right?
I'm laughing.
I'm dead
he has
serious.
swag. Before we knew what swag was.
Joyce DeWitt.
Yeah, man.
Look at it. Look at Evan. He's got no clue. You have no clue,
sad.
Suzanne Summers, do you? John Ritter. In your
the
face.
Regal Beagle. That was the old shit back then.
You know what? You want to talk about the Regal Beagle. That was the smallest bar.
What about Larry, his friend? He was creepy.
He was.
Yeah.
He was very creepy.
Yeah.
What's up, David in Brentwood? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, good afternoon. 2 things. I think Jimmy, it actually took him long to actually say something. I think he's frustrated because just like everybody else on life, I mean, you hate to be judged by others on your performance or whether it is school or at work based on somebody else's decisions. And I think that he feels that he can do better if he had better play calling coming from Kyle.
Yep.
But it seems like Kyle either gets quarterbacks or drafts quarterbacks for them to adjust to his way of play calling instead of him drafting QBs that actually won't need any adjustment. Okay, they will play based on what he's calling. And I don't think that Jimmy G's style of play adjust at all to what Kyle keeps calling. In fact, I remember last year he was asked whether he was frustrated that he had only thrown the ball about 8 times during the playoffs, and he said, I don't do the play calling. That's up to the coaching staff. Basically, what he was saying is, it's not up to me, man. If it was up to me, I'd be throwing the ball more, but I can only do what they ask me to do. And I think that he does have a point. Honestly, I think Kyle, he's a great play designer, but I think he's a really terrible play caller. Because on the Super Bowl, if you remember the Super Bowl.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, we'll stop there.
Yeah.
No need to turn back the clock.
They don't forget, man.
No need to turn back the clock. This is from the Comcast business text line, which is 888-957-9570. Guru, you're not going to like this at all.
I got it up. I don't see anything bad.
602. Where's is it Phoenix?
I want to say New York.
602. You should start calling some of these 49er fans Chicken Little, and Guru is their leader. They all think the sky is falling, and it's only week 3.
Damn it.
Yeah, 602.
So
I'm with you, 602.
Right.
Guru does not get a prize for being the first one to predict the season's going downhill. That's what it says.
I think we were in the canoe together saying you keep running Trey Lance like you're doing, he's going to get hurt. What happened?
No, that's different.
I don't even want to take a victory lap for that.
No,
it happened.
Yeah, I don't think the season's
out of arrogance, and now we don't know if it was out of fear from your hotshot head coach. Hell, you gonna tell us he can't throw, and then don't admit it? Oh, he's a runner like he's Lamar or Michael Vick. That's not what Trey was sold to be. That we were told he was. He was a pocket passer, and you didn't let him pass. And then
he's
we
not
said,
a pocket passer.
Hey, 1 + 1 = 2. He might get hurt. And lo and behold, season opener at home.
Let me tell you something.
He's out.
Let me tell you something.
Man, that's foul.
Here's where you're so off base. It's not even
I'm
funny.
Listening.
If Trey Lance is truly a pocket passer, then I'm with you. Kyle Shanahan should be fired because he didn't play him like a pocket passer.
All right.
He played him like a running quarterback. And he played him like a running quarterback because he didn't believe he could throw out of the pocket. Otherwise, he would have thrown him out of the pocket more.
And I just don't know what this. Hey, I'm rooting for the kid. He may be right back before week 1, but you never want an injury. And now, with the goalposts moving, Trey aside, Matt Steinmetz has told me and Evan Giddings, and Craig, you said if they don't make the playoffs, heads got to roll.
No, I said disaster.
Okay, but does that mean heads can roll then?
No.
And Kyle could be up out of here?
I'm on rec. No. My thing is a slow burn. It takes a long time, weeks and weeks and months and months. I'm not like you where you know what? I'm coming in tomorrow and I'm going to say Kyle should get extended. That's not me.
That's not how I do it either.
My feeling is you must let this season play out. If they make the playoffs, guess what? He ain't going anywhere for a while.
So when is it about winning the ring?
Can I finish? Oh. If they miss the playoffs, then yes, this season is a catastrophe. And now you also have a quarterback issue. Who are you bringing back? Oh. Where's Trey? So if they don't make the playoffs this year, then yes, week 1 next year, he's on the hot seat, and they better make the playoffs. That's what I think.
We're different.
But I don't think he's on the hot seat right now. I don't think there's much that could happen this year where Jed York would say you're fired.
Because he's not that type of owner.
Well, but that's what the hot seat is, though.
Okay, give me this. There's another hot seats. Twitch, don't laugh, YouTube, the Comcast business text line, and our callers. In that arena, he's lost a lot of support. Jed York, he's got a lifetime. I think he's got a lifetime scholarship. Like, he'll never be removed. At this, Kyle, I'm talking about Niner fans, the ones we engage with every day that write, text, call. You can't. The confidence is in the toilet.
The players' confidence?
No, the fans.
I mean, and I don't mean this, but I mean it. That doesn't matter to Kyle. The media doesn't matter to Kyle. Fans don't matter to Kyle.
And I'm not saying they should. I'm just telling you, I don't know what York is doing, but if I were running the ship, I would speak.
Anthony in San Francisco. You want to talk about Jeg York? Tell Guru what's up.
The last thing we should do is hear from York. We don't hear from him. Last time he spoke, he got into the beef with Harbaugh. It was all his yapping. He's not a football. I mean, he's the owner. He owns the team, but I don't want to hear from him.
I don't either. What the hell's he going to say?
You two are. Hey, if he spoke, hey, we cut. Dude, he controls all this. And he's the guy that Kyle has to answer to. Nobody on the team.
I wonder.
I put that out there. Dude, I'm telling you, man. You know that meme I put out every Sunday on Facebook when the Cowboys win? I got my finger, the thumb in the mouth. This is how I sleep. I wonder if that's how Kyle sleeps. Well, everybody used it. I wonder if that's how Kyle sleeps because he knows he has ultimate job security.
Yeah. 415. Norman Fell played Mr. Furley before Don Knotts. Yes, sir. Guru, unfortunately, confused Norman Fell with Norman Lear. And Norman Lear was the creator of many a sitcom. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, boy, we got some good. Hey, let's go to Mike in San Jose. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
It's going good, man.
There's been one name missing I have not heard. I've listened every day.
Okay.
Since the beginning of the year. Can someone find John Lynch? Hello, John, where are you?
But what would he say?
He's a lame duck.
Yeah.
What
do you want him to? What do you want to hear from him?
Yeah.
York, who was paying 4 head coaches at one time and has never had a job in his life. He's going to solve it?
Wow.
John Lynch at least has played football. Where is he? You think he'd come to Kyle's defense or Jimmy's defense or at least do a press conference, show up and pretend you're the GM? Everybody knows it's Kyle's team. This proves it.
Hey, Mike.
Man.
I mean, I'm with Mike. I mean, if anybody should talk, it should be John Lynch.
Well, you know who else is talking? The guy who played the position. Let's hear from him. Steve Young. Listen to this.
The trust between head coach Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo has never been what it needed to be.
Yeah.
How do I gain trust? Because how did he try to manage the situation? I managed with a great, innovative running game.
Yeah,
it's really one best in the league.
Exactly. Yes.
They don't have the runner now.
Yes.
They've got people hurt. So there's no way to not expose this lack of trust. It has to come out now, and they have to see if they can work it out.
Steve Young, that's from ESPN Countdown to Monday Night.
So you've been married umpteen football years, these two, and now you got to demonstrate trust? If you ain't got it now, you'll never have it. And Jimmy is like, you showed me your cards. I'll never. But Jimmy's auditioning. And then what about Jimmy?
Go ahead.
I think I need some titty shoes for this victory lap.
Go ahead.
Hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
Do you think running back by committee is the best way to go? Oh, Guru, when Mitchell went down last year, they got a bunch of running backs. Not just you, I'm doing the callers too. Oh, they got a bunch of running backs. Now the great Hall of Famer Steve Young is saying, hey, that well is drying up. Now you got another issue.
They lost a 6th round pick. Hit the pike with Elijah Mitchell.
Why am I laughing? Because you know
I'm right.
He was a baller.
How many yards did he have last year?
Over almost a G. He was out. He was hurt.
17 games. You can't get 1,000 yards.
And I'm wrong. I'm guessing Price is right. But they miss him.
I don't know. See, that's one where I don't give him that.
960 in 10 games.
It's not bad.
That's my.
Look, Elijah Mitchell's good, but but that's what I can't stand. Oh, Elijah Mitchell's out, so we're done. Shut up. It's Elijah Mitchell.
What about Mostert?
You got Jeff Wilson Jr.
You don't miss Mostert?
No.
Breida?
They have 5 different leading rushers in the last 5 years. Every year Kyle Shanahan has been a head coach of the Niners, they've had a different leading rusher. It's like...
And they've all gotten hurt.
No, they haven't. Okay. Did Matt Breida get hurt?
Yeah,
no,
he stayed hurt.
No,
he always had the Bobby Brady limp. And we know about Mostert. Steiny, if I ask you right now who's going to be the leading rusher Monday night against the Rams?
Jeff Wilson Jr. Yeah.
Who'll get it 8 times?
He'll get it 8 times? Was that your idea of a stumper?
No, it's There's not a lot of chicken left on the bone. And Jeff Wilson Jr. used to be my guy. But don't tell me that's a position of strength. It's not.
It is a position of strength.
Steve Young just told you it's not.
No, they've lost one guy.
Dude, I see.
So wait a minute. So
Steiny,
no,
Mitchell
I'm not
was
with
a
you.
baller.
I'm not with you there.
Mitchell was a baller.
That's great. He's a baller. That's great.
He's
but
missed.
You decide to go. Your philosophy. See, this is what I don't get with you. You want to criticize Kyle Shanahan. He's got a philosophy about running backs. Next man up. So you're not holding. Like now you're saying, dude, they're without Mitchell. They're in trouble. Well, no, that to me, put that on Shanahan. That's his MO at running back.
No doubt.
Okay.
That's part of this mess. No doubt. That's totally.
What's the best part of the Niners offense? Running the football. So who cares who's running it? Kyle Shanahan.
I don't think that's the case anymore.
Their strength is their passing game.
It's something he's afraid. It's the weaponry on the outside. It's not. It's getting underutilized for my liking. And I'm just a dude from Union City, never played at the pro level. But you asked me a question. If you think it wasn't a running game Sunday night, you only got 10 points.
It's everything. It's everything.
It's the play calling too.
Maybe.
Oh, I know he don't like Vegas in the casinos.
Who?
He ain't no gambler. He ain't got none of that Jerry Glanville in him. You need the guts of a cat burglar.
Jerry Glanville. Somebody go check Jerry Glanville's record with the run and shoot.
I'm talking about guts, though, man.
Please get me Jerry Glanville's coaching.
Dude, you got to have some guts. That's all.
Oh, that's funny. Anthony in Brentwood. What's up, A? How you doing, man? I got to look at Jerry Glanville.
Well, thanks for asking. So I actually called because Ross Tucker kind of annoyed me with the fact that he was so kind of like so opposed to what Guru was saying, and it just brought me to realize that nobody in the NFL criticizes Shanahan, and I don't really understand why. I feel like it's because of this NFL fraternity, because we know what we are seeing on the football field, and it is bland. The only person that said something this morning with the guys with Bonta and Shasky was that it looked beige, and that was Baldinger. He said that the offense was beige. So, like, at least someone had some cojones to say something. But the other thing I kind of wanted to say was the Niners' Super Bowl window is closed. And the reason it's closed, in my personal opinion, is because they haven't gotten better. They didn't upgrade on any level, offensively and defensively. And the teams that are actually the only undefeated teams right now happen to be Philly and Miami, and they've both gotten better on both sides of the ball, which includes, getting McDaniels from us to go down to Miami. You can see the difference in the offense. So I personally think the window is closed because we haven't gotten any better. Like, every year in the NFL, you have to get better, and the Niners have not done that. And then Kyle Shanahan also said that everyone knows what they're going to do. So by admitting that
was interesting.
Can't say that.
Thanks a lot for the call, Anthony.
Man, that was a good call.
It was a good call.
Go ahead.
No, I get you.
How many times in sports do we see a head coach get close and not be able to double back and get back and do it? And you're one that you want. You got to take this lap. Andy Reid. But he did it with another quarterback. Kyle gets his version of his new Mahomes, and now all of a sudden he can't throw. It was just odd. It was weird. Warren Moon said it. Steve Young. I don't know, but Anthony's right. Are they getting better? This O-line is porous.
Jerry Glanville, 60 and 69.
It's not about, I didn't say record. I said the dude had the guts of a cat burglar. He would go for it on fourth down. He would make you believe you were better than you were.
You know what?
I heard his rah-rah speeches.
You know what?
Now we're asking about who the Niner leader is.
But see, you don't look at it from the other point of view. 49ers stink on fourth down. They were 27th last year. They're probably worse this year.
What's the common denominator?
The bottom line
there
is, why would you be gutsy when you can't get a fourth down?
Yeah, maybe it has something to do
that may
with
be a
the
coach who
guy
knows
calling
himself.
the play on fourth,
or a guy who knows himself and the team. He knows his team. Guru calling for Kyle Shanahan's job, September 27th, 2022. It's official.
And our job
it's
is
official
better
until they beat the Rams, and he's going to get rehired. You know who you're George Steinbrenner. You're hired. You're fired. You're fired. You're hired.
Our jobs are better when they're better. We want high level.
That's actually not true.
We almost ended up in L.A. last year if they would have went to the Super Bowl.
I didn't want to go to L.A.
But I was hurt. I got to feel.
I
get
off
you.
that.
I got some shoes.
Yeah,
hey, listen. I'm just telling. I don't want to be right, but call a spade a spade. And where are you, Jed York? I got the SOS for Niner fans. Where are you?
Oh my God.
Watching Three's Company reruns? What are you doing? Say something about what's going on.
There's nothing to say.
Lie to us.
3 games into the year. You know what?
He ain't even told you what he thought about Trey Lance.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
Yes, he did. He said Trey might have to sit for 2 years, and he was right.
He did say.
Nobody wants to hear from Jed York after 3 games. The mere fact that Jed York would speak now would be a sign that things are not going well. Nobody wants to hear from Jed York. Organized
but you got a starting quarterback cussing out the coach.
Nobody wants to hear from Jed York.
That's where your team's at, bud.
You can't ask for the owner after every 2-game losing streak or every time you get under 500. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com. Call me the nitpicker.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution: DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef. Legendary quality.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
This feels good!
Why does he feel good? Because he has all the hot water he needs. Now you can catch the feels with a Navien tankless hot water heater. Imagine all the hot water you want for as long as you need. No wasting money and energy. No more cutting that shower short. Just hot water all the time, every time. So feel good. So good. With a Navien tankless hot water heater. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
Attention, do you suffer from severe fried chicken-related cravings? If so, Kentucky Fried Chicken's $6 two-piece drum and thigh combo may be right for you. The combo contains tasty chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, a flaky biscuit, and an ice-cold drink. Side effects may include more money in your wallet, happiness, and the urge to lick your fingers. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo in the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
In San Francisco, partly cloudy skies today. Highs in the mid-60s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Guru, you're like the U.S. Constitution. You're from the people, by the people, and for the people.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I always like to give credit to people on the Comcast business text line who are funny, have good lines.
Coming to me, but go ahead.
No, this is a good one from the 408. If we're talking about being a prisoner of the moment, then Guru is serving a life sentence. Check back in 4 weeks, Goo.
So you didn't blow a 10-point lead in the NFC Championship game last January, huh?
The texter probably didn't.
And like a salami sandwich, y'all had a layer of cheese, mustard, and that is the handling of Trey Lance, the debauchery of Jimmy Garoppolo.
What do you mean debauchery?
He was gone. You said bye, and you had to lean on him.
Debacle.
Yeah.
Not debauchery. Debauchery would be Jimmy and getting into some trouble with women and stuff like that.
You better be careful.
Okay, help me out.
Debauchery is you on a Saturday night with the family out of town.
Nice job, Goop.
Whoa, that was like, who we been talking to? Guess what I found on
what?
Texan. The Hawaii emoji.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Like when I send you the thumbs up, I found now they got the Hawaii, the hang loose. I've been using that. The hang loose, I'm showing you. You ain't even picked up on it. In our chats, instead of the thumbs up.
I don't read your texts. I don't know what you respond to.
Yep. There it is.
Here it was.
You could say, I'm dying. I need help. And that's it.
Let me see what your last one.
I put the Hawaii, the hang loose symbol. They got that now on the emoji.
See it.
Oh, that's my other Vine. I didn't send it to you guys.
I have not gotten a shock yet from Guru.
I'll send it tonight.
Yeah, I haven't either.
We got Giants tonight. Baseball. Well,
jeez. You're the best. Daniel in Denver. What's up, Daniel? How you doing, man?
How's it going, fellas?
Oh, dynamite.
One, I was at the game on Sunday night, and it was embarrassing to be there. But I'm with Guru. I think Kyle needs to go. It's just embarrassing watching Cooper Rush put up 20 points on Monday Night Football, and Kyle can't even scheme up plays to score more than 10 points in a game with our weapons. And what's the definition of insanity? It's just doing the same thing over and over and over again. He got Trey hurt last year, running the same plays as he ran with Trey this year, and now Garoppolo's back in, and he's using him like he did last year again. So Kyle's pretty much insane at this point.
Told you. Well,
he's not insane.
Yeah,
You know me, I'm very literal.
Insane in the membrane.
How about you? Let's listen to your guy, Michael Irvin, from yesterday. By the way, Peter King on with Damon Ratto at 5 p.m. This is your boy, Michael Irvin.
Jimmy's been doing some kind of conditioning because we went through a game last night. But I'm sure he was tired. I'm sure he was worn out. And he should be able to get up to speed another week or two because it's a system he already knows. It's already engrafted in his spirit. He's already been training. He just has to fine-tune the mental parts of it. When he saw that throw, you see that throw, Jim. You see that throw. It's a tight one to throw. You had made the throw, and all the circumstances surrounding you right now is making this throw a tight throw. Man, they just let me get back. I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to, and then the ball skips on the ground before it hits to the receiver. I thought he would be playing more loose than I thought that he played. That's a tough place he was put in, man. That's a hard place to turn around and say, let's go and win a football game.
Man. Michael Irvin.
Team Jimmy.
Michael Irvin, he's been a part of championship football teams. He says expect Jimmy Garoppolo to get better. That Kyle Shanahan did put him in a tough spot, and the bottom line is with no training camp, he's not in great football shape, but I think he's ready to go against the Rams, Panthers, and Falcons. I think we're going to see a better football team and a better quarterback.
I mean, again, he is a guy that rallied the troops, Jimmy Garoppolo, to get you to that NFC Championship game, who hit Kittle on a, 25, 30-yarder, 50, I don't know how far it was, touchdown at the end of the third quarter. You know who just popped in my mind? Because you asked a question earlier about has Kyle made Jimmy better? And I thought about the great Kelly Oubre. I liked his gifts, but I was wrong. But here we go. And I love Steve Kerr.
You like his gifts, but you
were wrong. I liked his
basketball
gift. Did Steve Kerr make Kelly Oubre better?
No.
And that's
because Kelly Oubre can't be made better.
I'm asking the same thing about Jimmy G.
Okay. I'm just saying, yeah, it's a good point. I mean, the problem with Kelly Oubre is a little bit greedy.
Yeah.
A little bit stats-oriented. I'd say not quite as professional as Jimmy G.
Disappointed me.
Oubre's not a bad guy at all. I don't want to suggest that.
So is that something, when I said I want him up out of here, I didn't cite not making Jimmy better. I almost gave Kyle credit for getting to the plateaus that you got, and I feel like Jimmy didn't lose them for you. Kyle's conservative coaches cost him. So you think you can rekindle that after all the bad blood, if there's bad blood or Jimmy's feeling this or that way? Now I think it's just an episode of the Housewives in Santa Clara. I stole that off of
Let me
Twitch,
ask you Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Let's say on Monday night, everything looks different, and Jimmy throws downfield more than he ever has. And the 49ers lose 30-21, and Garoppolo throws 17 for 35.
Okay.
280 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions.
And I'm being honest. Go ahead. I would come in here the next day and tell you, had that line been 5 touchdowns and 4 incompletions, what I'm starting to see and what I believe is festering is bad blood, and it doesn't change that. So this is not the same as 3-5 last year and Jimmy empowered because you're our quarter. This is all. So now you got to, we'll come in here and I'll react to a game and give him props. But Steiny, if he throws 3 or 4 interceptions, you ain't putting Brock Purdy in there. And maybe it might come to that. But if Jimmy was my friend and I'm telling him what's going on and I'm looking at the current state of affairs, it would be in your best interest, Jimmy, not to make it look like you're second-guessing the coach's play calls. But if you guys are saying Jimmy has all the leverage and that's what leverage looks like, then I'll shut up. I don't think that's what leverage looks like, Steiny.
I think Kyle first of all, Jimmy's a professional. He's going to play like he plays. But the problem that Kyle Shanahan has now is he needs Jimmy Garoppolo to play well.
Good soldier.
Not yet, he doesn't. Not yet. Let's go to Romero in the Union.
Yeah.
What's up, Romero?
What's up, fellas? What's going on?
Hey.
How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Hey, just going back to earlier where you guys were talking about Shanahan has to go, and I don't think it's Shanahan, man. I think it's just Jimmy. Jimmy can't see the field. There's at least 4 plays left on the field where they should have been touchdowns. The one to Debo where he had to stop pretty much and backpedal and fall out of bounds and catch the ball, throws him out, leads him a little bit. That's a touchdown. You got another one where Debo is running down the right sideline, wide open. He missed that one. And, you have the other play to Ayuk where it was kind of like a slant over the middle where he had him wide open, and that could have been for a big gain. So I don't think it's Shanahan. The plays that Shanahan's drawing up, they're there to be made, but just Jimmy just can't see the receivers, man.
Appreciate the call. Who are you getting rid of, Garoppolo or Shanahan?
Oh, boy.
You're getting rid of Garoppolo.
Yeah.
Although you want to get rid of both of them.
It's like choosing between guacamole and pinto beans. I hate both. But right now,
guacamole.
Your boy. It's like I can't even stand looking at it.
All right.
You know that about me, huh?
I can't believe how far you've come in 3 hours.
I'm just telling you the truth.
Oh. You like our guy, Leonis?
Yeah, word.
From Twitter, Leonis.
Did he put something
Your
up?
callers are lumps of panicking coal, and Guru is their lighter fluid.
Oh, is anybody out there saying Kyle's doing a great job? Or he did a great job with...
We're just
What
saying...
are you-
we're
get
saying
in the game.
We're saying there are only 3 games into their
it's
season.
bigger than just the record. It's Trey and his year being robbed from him. Why? Because of negligence from his coach.
Now it's
Steiny.
negligence.
You think everything is about what happened in between the lines. I'm talking about if you believe it or not, the Silver article which was written. All this stuff is right in front of our eyes. And I'm done burying my head in the sand. Like, there's one guy, Captain James T. Shanahan. And right now the Star Trek Enterprise is headed in the wrong direction. And now you got a Captain Kirk that you said bye-bye. And then your other captain, you didn't ruin him. He's in sick bay. So now this is bad. I can't wait.
Rob in San Francisco. How you doing, Rob?
I'm doing fantastic, fellas. I love the show.
Thanks.
So my take is this. My take is the fact that this loss is a blessing. And let me tell you why. The reason why is because all Niner fans, we've been salting about how we lost. Whatever. It's just a game. Like, Jimmy, Shanahan, they all had to do something bad to get to the other side of the fence. So they all played bad, and they all have to take the blame for it. What good is if we start pointing fingers and saying, hey, you guys play like crap, you guys play like crap. How about we all say, as Niner Nation, we all say they all play like crap. We put this one behind, and we move forward, because I feel that we do have the recipe for success.
Hey, Rob, you're breaking up. You're breaking up a little bit, but the bottom line is stay the course. They turned it around last year. It's a group of professionals, and Kyle Shanahan is a good coach. Stop panicking. Stop panicking.
That's a rookie move.
By my dad.
I know, but
it's a rookie move by my dad.
I know, but you shouldn't have it all loud. That's all. Yeah.
Tell you what, I'm going to knock him out.
See, don't say, come on, Pop, you only got one. Steiny, he made you. Come on now, he can do no wrong. He reaching out to his boy.
One of the things that really annoys
you better
me.
call him after the show. Relax
There's
on
24 hours in a day. I'm on air for 3 hours a day. All right, it's 1/8. It's 12.5% of the day. And he calls in that 12.5% window all the time.
I know. It's his deal. But listen.
Steiny, you can't keep saying it's only week 3. Let's wait till next week to form an opinion when you have a daily. Yeah, and I'm saying don't panic.
But
that's my thing. Relax.
You're in Disneyland because this is not like any other year.
We'll see.
The rats are out.
That's
Jimmy
what you think.
is laughing at the coach.
That's what you think.
Or pissed off. Oh, so I could have swore you said he's been testy. We're seeing a different.
But
so this is different.
No. I'm saying
this is
you
already
saying
different.
the season shot.
I'm not saying the season
well,
shot.
Of course you are.
Steiny, they're wanted to. This
you
has
said
the
fire
ingredients.
Shanahan.
Hey.
So you're saying the coach should be fired now, but everything's going fine?
I'm not walking to my car telling you, and I hope you don't think your partner's saying the season's over. I'm telling you this has the ingredients and all the signs of a disaster. Now, they can go prove me wrong. Guess when they proved me wrong last time? When they were 3-5. This is different. You got a quarterback being what I deem insubordinate.
Oh, please.
This is different.
Oh, come on. Come
on. 9:30. What time to start?
Geez.
At 11:55, you told me and my two partners, Willard and Dibs, that this was a big deal.
Yes, but it's not insubordinate.
What do you call it?
Frustration. Insubordinate is, you know what?
No.
I'm not, don't put me back in the game.
In my world, that's insubordinate.
Oh, my gosh, Goo.
Yeah.
Come on, Goo. You're not this naive. Come on, I know you're not this naive.
So their relationship is going to be stronger because he did that. If I was Kyle and he did do that,
doesn't matter.
I would be pissed to hell.
So what?
So what matters about the relationship then that you talked about is so important for them being on the same page?
The word you used is insubordinate.
That's what I
That's
deem.
way too strong. That's an inaccurate word.
Well, to me, it's showing me up.
Well, that's different.
Okay.
Showing you up. Insubordinate is not doing something that the coach says do.
Yeah, like complete a pass. Like that one.
Ryan says people need to calm down on Jimmy. Talk to me, Ryan. It's unreal. Ryan, you there? South City?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about something else, but I heard that and I had to say something different. Insubordinate is Antonio Brown, running off the field with his shirt off, refusing to go back out there. That's all I got to say. Insubordinate is not even close. I love you, Goo, but that's
right.
just no.
Thanks, Ryan.
Also, Shanahan loves his players. Okay, that maybe, and I'm not even going to back off that. I just feel like that wasn't cool. And I don't think it was cool saying what he said to Collinsworth about how he felt. Sometimes you eat that stuff, man.
Come on.
So now we got a Jimmy Garoppolo diary. We got a Jimmy Garoppolo diary now.
Hold on a sec.
You're going to tell us all the stuff, the skeletons in the closet?
So hold on a sec.
That's not good for the relationship that you told us was important. That's my only point. You can't sell me now on Jimmy Unplugged is good for business.
Jimmy Garoppolo was asked by Chris Collinsworth, hey, man, is there a part of you that thinks, oh, yeah, now you need me? And Jimmy said, yeah. Oh, yeah, he's a miserable SOB. He's disgruntled. He's angry. He's not.
Steiny, I'm not saying that was, but that wasn't odd. You couldn't have ate that and answered it a different way, Jimmy.
No.
Okay.
You should have said no.
So Jimmy's being Jimmy, and it's the new Jimmy. But it's telling me the relationship you say is very important, two peas in the pot, they may never get back to that spot.
They were never at a spot.
All right.
And that's the other thing. Like, to think that right now, Jimmy's like, oh, man, he's driving me crazy now. He was driving him crazy for 3 or 4 years. But it's just the dynamic has changed now because they didn't want. He knows they don't want Jimmy.
Right. And I just think that's not a formula for success.
I'm not disagreeing with that part. Brother Brian in Atherton. Hey, brother. What's going on, man?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey. Going well, man.
Enjoying the show very much.
Thank you.
I got to say, though, I've been hearing, Kyle made Jimmy. I think it's the other way around. I think Jimmy made Kyle.
Interesting.
Kyle is an average at best coach. And if you take out Jimmy's one-loss record from Kyle's already crappy one-loss record, see how that sits. Kyle's not a good head coach. And he commits the cardinal sin of coaching, the one that should be fired, and that is you don't coach to not lose. You coach to win. When you have a lead, you step on the throats, you go for the heart. And instead, he clams up, he chickens out, and if I were the owner, I'd fire his ass right now.
Wow. Thanks, Brother Brian.
And that didn't come from me.
And I'll say it, he stinks.
True Down telling me now I'm a radio on Twitch, YouTube. I'm a radio psychologist. No, I'm just telling you how I'd feel if I was in the coach's shoes and I saw my quarterback bucking the system. Like, damn. You just
bucking the system.
Oh,
your characterization of this, I think, is completely
bucking the thing. That
overblown.
was perfect. The teenage that was it. What did he use? Bucking.
Is he really bucking the system?
It could be the system that effed him.
That's
probably how he's looking at it.
No, to me, bucking the system is openly sabotaging a season. He's not.
Well, yeah, he's too professional for that. I'm not saying he would. I mean, he's still auditioning.
Who?
Jimmy. He ain't coming back here.
Here's the other thing, and I get it, Jim. Yeah. I get it. Jimmy's playing for his next contract.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So, but Jimmy's also like, well, wait a minute. We went to the NFC Championship game last year, and nobody wanted me. So who cares what I do? So I get us back to the championship.
That surgery had a lot to do with that.
No. Well, then if that's the case, then you know what? He will be wanted at the end of the year, no matter what happens.
This was fun, man.
And people will look at it and say, you know what? Jimmy Garoppolo had success in San Francisco till they treated him terribly and put him in a position to fail. And then you know what? His last year there, he failed. He needs a change of scenery. Let's go get him. That's definitely going to happen.
I ain't mad at that.
Take that to the bank.
It's human. No, take that for data.
510, fire Kyle and hire who?
Sean Payton.
No, that sounds great.
Who do you like as a coach?
Not Jerry Glanville. I know that.
I said the dude, his speeches were great. That's all. Yeah. Nick Bonacani.
Who do I like as a coach?
Yeah, who's a guy that just any sport.
I like the guy in Buffalo.
How about the guy in
He's a better coach than Shanahan.
Sacramento, who had his media day, Mike Brown. Dude, they're going to do some things. Kings.
Oh, my God. This guy. How much time?
Dude, the Bay's rooting for Mike Brown.
No, I never root for Sacramento. Can't stand Sacramento.
Got 30 seconds here. Okay. Peter King coming up with Damon Ratto at 5 o'clock. Okay. As you know.
I like Sacramento, the city.
Well,
the
team. Fix that. Rock that back. Yeah.
They got an owner that just...
Dude, boy, did I get my Malou stuff wrong last week.
Kings lose 2 in a row. Vivek Ranadive, we need you to come out and talk. It's not the way it works.
Oh, my goodness.
Ratto, Damon next, Peter King 5 later.
First I was on Goo's team, and then I was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Bart is turning 50 and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing it doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2022, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars4Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at CarsForKids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars4Kids. Donate your car today.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
Blocking these 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important, give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy-efficient appliances. You can also use less water with WaterSense bathroom faucets, starting at just $19.98. Plus, find other great energy-saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus receive double O-Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
So it's really hard to do a lip-reading segment on the radio for obvious reasons. I guess you could do it if you were tuning in to YouTube or Twitch or watching on the multimedia experience that is the internet. But lip reading on the radio, that's just, you're setting up a lousy segment. There's no doubt. Visual aids
do not help radio shows historically throughout the course of the media. The medium, I guess I should say. But Ray, we do got a little lip reading today. I'm sure you've seen the video. It looked like Jimmy Garoppolo in a moment of on-field frustration. Sunday night in Denver said something to the akin of all your plays suck, man, or your playing sucks. And he was doing it, criticizing himself. I don't know. But all the lip-reading police are out today. And I know that you love that.
I hate every one of them with the white-hot intensity of a million suns. Unless an actual lip reader comes out and can definitively break that down, I've learned that the Twitter police are not to be trusted. But let's say for a minute, for the sake of argument, that he was being critical of the play calling. Do you honestly think that he would change a play at the line of scrimmage, even now? Because I don't. I think he does what Kyle Shanahan sends in.
Okay, so
and in that case,
I never audible at the line of scrimmage is a person who never even made it to the NFL, Ray. There's no such thing as I make no calls at the line of scrimmage.
No, but the presumption here is that he would get a call in and just say, you know what, I don't like that call. I'm just going to wing it down the field. I don't see that in him. I think he has shown himself time and again to be a guy who, when he wants to try to force a ball, he will inevitably find the other team. And so I think he's fairly well gun shy about that, unless they absolutely have to because of the game situation.
Well, finding the other team with the football really has been the problem for the 49ers, not just in the start of this year, but in other years as well. Having said all of that, boys and girls, children of all ages, 49er fans, season ticket holders, casual observers, here's what I have for you. We got 14 more weeks of this. 14 more games. And the amount of things that can go well between now and the end of those 14 games is, I think for a team that I think is going to be a good football team, the amount of things that could go well for the 49ers should still be a list that is officially longer than the amount of things that could go bad. Because they've already dabbled in the things that could go bad list. They're already like 2, 3, 4, 5 items down the what could go bad to screw up the start of the year. And now it's time to start looking at how things can get right. And the number one way that things get right here is just keep playing defense like this. Because, my God, on one side of the ball, and we are so enamored with this quarterback, with all quarterbacks in this town, with the head coach in this town, with offense in this town, what we have missed is what is nothing short of a historically good start for the San Francisco 49ers defense. There has never been a start to a season that has had this much good defense wrapped into it as the 49ers have enjoyed through their first 3 weeks. It's a shame that they're not 3-0. They should be 3-0. If not for peeing down their own legs and circumstances that were, a little odd, a little weird, kind of let the sail out of the entire stadium when the starting quarterback broke his ankle. If not for these weird offensive games, the 49ers are 3-0 with just subpar offensive. Subpar offense has them undefeated. So they just need to go from that offense sucked back to subpar. And if there's one thing we know Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan can produce, it's a subpar offense. That's all they need. What this team specializes in offensively is still there for them to reach and is still the missing ingredient that is going to equal a playoff appearance for the San Francisco 49ers this year, Ray. We have been a touch prisoners of the moment.
Oh, no question. But this is like this every year. It was like this when Bill Walsh was coaching. It's always been like this. And I think it's probably like this in every NFL city because there's only one game a week. I mean, because this is the same phenomenon that happens every week in Europe after a soccer game. If you win, your team's brilliant, your coach is magnificent. If you lose, you suck, they suck, burn the team down.
But they do this in Europe too. Don't they have like 30, 40, 50 games in a season?
And they still do it. They evaluate every game. It's maddening. It's literally it's a level of insanity that, I don't know what it is, but it's why baseball may be the only rational game.
How did baseball escape this? Can you imagine if we went nuts 162 times a year?
Yeah, by playing 10 times as many games as football does, and playing twice as many games as basketball and hockey do. I mean, I don't even know that people overreact after a single basketball game unless a catastrophic injury happens or an extraordinary performance by a guy you wouldn't expect.
Right, maybe a playoff game will get that lean-in level of attention.
But no, I mean, this town is nuts for the same reason that every other town is nuts. It's, how can this be? How can the team that I think is X be Y? And they never come up with a solution, well, maybe I'm wrong. Or, better yet, maybe every week is just its own individual drama, and to try to link them together unless you get a winning streak or a losing streak is kind of pointless.
One of the things that we're going to link together today is how Kyle Shanahan talked about how Jimmy Garoppolo was, or in a lot of cases, was not being incorporated into training camp and the preseason and the walk-up to this year, and obviously some of the fruit of that is bearing bad results right now. So as the catch-up happens, as the learning curve starts to flatten, and you can say, well, wait a minute, this guy's been here long enough, there shouldn't be that much of a learning curve. I would agree with you, but we can't get things to march to our timeline. They got to march to their natural timeline. So the 49ers got the right opponent coming to town, which sounds nuts because it's the defending Super Bowl champions, but it is a defending Super Bowl champion that Kyle Shanahan has always been able to play well against, always been able to coach well against. He's got some ownage on Sean McVay. We're going to get into all of that today. Peter King is going to join Ray and I at 5 o'clock. We're looking forward to that. We're going to get into how this defense is something you absolutely want to buy some stock in. And I don't care about how bad the teams that they played against are right now. Those are NFL teams. Those are NFL players. And all we're doing is measuring stats against other NFL teams. We can't go picking and choosing the ones we want to apply or think mean more than others. So we're going to look at where this defense is through 3 weeks, and I'm going to tell you where they are. They're at the top of the list. They are extraordinary. As much as Lamar Jackson has been a one-man army for the Baltimore Ravens, this defense has been an 11-man army so far for the 49ers. So we're going to get into that today. Peter King, like I said, at 5 o'clock. We're going to go through a timeline of the Shanahan sound that is interesting to go through. Like hindsight always being 20/20, there's a lot there. We got plenty coming up. Let's see. Who's on? Who's listening today? YouTube.com. Who's watching? What's the first thing? Guy named MDK1 says, Damon and Ratto are coming up. Time for me to get some actual work done. Well, that's the last time you're ever going to get a shout out, you jackass. Hello, Mike Honcho. Hello, San Jose Jazz fan. Hello, boys. Hello, Drew Down. Hello. Hello, SC. Hello, Mr. Bridge. The Shaw. People are, you got to love it. We're making people happy, Ray. It's like when we look through the mirror at the end of Romper Room, and out there,
I was going to say that's what this is.
That's what that is. But it works.
And the average emotional age of those who are watching is roughly the same.
These are grown men. These are grown men.
That depresses me in ways I cannot even elucidate.
Hey, it's amazing what a little flirty flutter of the eyelash and a wink will do to even a grown man. We have a great show for you today. You are going to be part of that great show today by giving us a call, 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since opening their doors in July of 2021, BMW Fairfield has become the top-rated BMW dealer in the Bay Area. You can visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. And boys and girls, we're officially underway. Here we go on a Tuesday afternoon. Otis Bird III weighing in. I'm 36. God, is it 57? Yeah. How old is everyone? I want a median age on the top chat on the YouTube. Everybody weigh in with your age right now. We're going to bake out a calculator. What is our median age listener? And that's actually going to be a segment about sports. The median age consumers for some sports. It's unbelievable. I was reading an article that had nothing to do with that, but that was a little bit of the part of the article. And I took something out of the article that wasn't the focus of the article, and we turned that into a segment for a little bit later on today. So we're happy to have you here. It is good to be with you once again. Peter King in our 5 o'clock hour, and the very best coverage you're going to find on 95.7 The Game. Whether the team win or lose, it's all for you every minute of the day on the Odyssey app. Download it today, and I'll stop asking you to do so.
You can watch Willard and Dibs on Twitch.tv and on YouTube.
If Jimmy stinks at quarterback, I'd like you to explain to me how this stinker, how did he end up in 2 NFC title games?
An elite defense. That's a big part of it.
Buddy, they were number... Buddy,
how?
Hey, Chief, they were number 2 in offense in 2019.
Great, kid. That's 3 years ago.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus receive double O-Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Elise and Carl's bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to OnDeck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone stat. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Loyalty Lab Interview 6. Subject, grandmother's loyalty. Margie, what do you do when your grandson misbehaves?
Angels don't misbehave.
Here we study the most loyal, like you and... Oh, there goes the lamp.
You shouldn't have put it there.
Shell and the Fuel Rewards program has our members' backs too. It's super easy to save on every gallon. Loyal, just like how you acted like that wasn't his fault.
Someone should clean that up before he gets hurt.
Yes, loyal, just like that.
10 years of FR.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
So you can watch this spectacular program if you would have the interest to do such a thing. We are on Twitch. We are on YouTube. You have been warned. Do with that information what you will. We got a good YouTube crowd. Look at the chat. People saying and weighing in. By the way, just so we can start accessing people's passwords, I'm going to need everyone, after you've given me your age, I'm going to need your last 4 digits of your Social Security, your mother's maiden name, the name of your first pet in childhood, and I'm going to need the street you grew up on. And at that point, we should be able to take all of these IDs, get into their ATM accounts, and just walk out of here with a pile of cash, Ray.
Finally, an idea I can get behind.
It's about time we start screwing over the audience.
You mean we're not already?
Systematically ripping off our good listeners. So somebody named Hypeflix says, Damon, what does Ray's shirt say today? So I'll only bring that up, having just said in the opening monologue what lousy visual aid segments make for radio segments, but it's the same thing I asked Ray. That is a Montreal Alouettes logo from the early 70s, and I didn't quite understand what the actual logo was. It looks like an igloo over a circle with a green dot. It didn't scream Alouettes to me. It didn't scream Montreal to me. It didn't scream CFL football to me. I didn't get what I was looking at. And I said, Ray, what is that? And Ray said,
it's the Montreal Alouettes logo from 1973. It lasted very briefly because nobody could figure out what the hell it was.
The logo was so good, they got rid of it quickly. That's what that logo is. It's interesting. I don't know what the hell it's supposed to be. It looks like somebody's throwing a leg over a wheel. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway.
They've had tons of them, to be honest, and it never quite works out. I mean, the one they have now is some sort of weird angular M that, it kind of looks like an eagle, but it's not convincing. And Montreal's never had a proud CFL tradition, other than when Mark Trestman was coaching there.
So I know the word alouette only from the, it's alouette, gentil alouette. But I don't know, what does alouette mean?
Beats me. It's kind of cheese as far as I know.
If you can name your team after cheese, that's a strong move.
Nobody could figure out what the Montreal Expos were.
They were the World's Exposition, right? Wasn't the World's Exposition was there?
But that was it.
Okay.
Nobody really genuinely knew.
We asked people, our YouTubers, to weigh in. Like, what's the median age over here? Like, everything is so fragmented and everyone wants to have, demographic. What demographic are you serving? What demographic? In radio, sports talk radio specifically, the only demographic that matters is men 24 to 55, whatever it is. It's one of those, it's a middle-aged men group is basically what it is. Younger to middle-aged men is the demographic that matters the most in sports talk radio. Ladies, we hate leaving you out, but you're just not the advertiser's focus. That's why there's, a whole bunch of how to get divorced lawyers advertising and boner pills. And it's a cavalcade of dude on sports talk radio. But ladies, thank you very much for joining us. It's great to have you here.
That's a profound failure of the genre, though.
Well, I've always said, what demographic are you going for? Ears. If you have 2 ears, I would like you in the demographic. That's it. Do you have ears? Do you have the sense of hearing? Well, we'd love you to be in the audience. It's just that simple. I don't care how old anyone is or isn't.
By the way, since you asked,
yes,
you're going to be burdened with this. An alouette is a lark.
A lark? Okay. All right.
You still can't find that in this logo, though.
I thought, it's still, there's nothing there. But that kind of explains the eagle thing that you were talking about in the M a little bit. Like, I thought it was a bird. Because it's like the alouette, gentil alouette, alouette, gentil plumeret. The plume kind of gives it away, right? Like the plume. Is there
I have not looked at the lyrics of the song.
The plume.
The plume.
Thank you.
You asked about that yesterday, too. I think you must be moonlighting as a Frenchman.
Hey, quarter French. It feels like the average age of the YouTuber in the chat right now is somewhere early to mid 30s. 57, 36, 39, 49, 36, 42, 31, 37, 41, 34, 32, 36, 57, 37, 50, 32, 52. These are just the names. 36. We got a 10-year-old on here. Thank you very much, 10-year-old. Great to have you listening.
He's trapped in his mom's car coming back from school.
Probably. But it's good to have you. Again, captive audience, 2 ears. You're in the demographic. 91 on AOL dial-up. Thank you very much, Oak Monster. But yeah, this matters. We got an 8-year-old. Thank you very much. 69, 43 today.
What are you
Happy
doing?
birthday. So I am only going through all of this because age really matters in sports. Like, not just to the athletes that are out there playing or the coaching, but to who is consuming it. And today, I was reading a story by Joe Pamplano in the Huddle, where he was doing a story about the success that Formula 1 is having right now, since we're working French. Formula 1 is having in the United States right now, and they're tracing all of the success basically not back to a huge interest in auto racing that America's developed, but the Netflix thing. The show on Netflix has done more to bring people into the Formula 1 tent than really anything else. The average age of sports fans in leagues that they are interested in. Major League Baseball, the granddaddy of them all. Ray, the average age of a baseball fan is 57. That is a problem for Major League Baseball. A big problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, this is sort of what boxing went through about 30 years ago. And
how's boxing doing?
Well, I mean, it's just, if you're counting it as though, are you supposed to be the most popular sport? Then yeah, they're in trouble. But at this point, first of all, you have to make sure you're holding on to your audience, that the one that you've got, even if you're not, climbing through the roof. I mean, basketball's audience has been relatively stable in the last 5 years. It shot up early on in the middle of the last decade, and then it leveled off again. It just, there's a point at which you have a bedrock audience, and that's what it's going to be. And the question is, I mean, because I don't know that football is any more popular now, except that all the other sports have diminished some. I mean, football has done a more complete job of holding its eyeballs than anybody else.
Well,
but I don't know that they've materially gained over 10 years ago.
So this is the number that I wanted to bring up because I was surprised by it. The average NBA fan age, 42. NHL, 49. The NFL, the average age fan is 50.
Yeah.
I was surprised by that, but then I started thinking like, all right, so who's out there watching network television these days?
Older people.
Older people. Who's not watching network television these days? Younger people. Now, the one thing that younger people might tune into network TV for is a big football game. But I was really, really surprised by all that. The average age of a Formula One fan, any guesses? Where do you think we are?
32, maybe younger.
Did you read the same article?
No.
Okay. So the average age of a Formula One fan was 36 years old in 2017, and it has now dropped to 32 years old. It's because of that Netflix special. Netflix has done more for Formula One racing than short skirts have ever done for great legs. I mean, it's just amazing. So what can baseball do? What can football even do to further go ahead and court younger, more interested, more involved, eventual customers that these teams are looking for? Well, the NBA might be on to it, where did you see that they're about to launch like an entire league-wide app, which is going to be one-stop shopping for all your NBA needs. It's where you go to watch your game, stream your game, where you go to buy your favorite player's jersey, where you go to buy tickets to your favorite team. I know that we just signed a 3-year deal with the Golden State Warriors to be their flagship station. Boys, girls, I'm going to tell you right now, it was probably the last 3-year deal they ever signed with a radio station. I wouldn't be surprised. If 10, 15 years from now, Ray, the NFL is simply this. After it gets out of these television contracts or gets through the television contracts that it's just agreed to, if they're basically going to say, look, football fans, we have an NFL app. We're going to charge you all $250 a year for the NFL app. Do you want it or not? Because it's where all the games are going. Do you know the amount of NFL fans who would sign up for a $250 a year app? It'd be huge. Now, at what point are they making more money with that than the TV deals and the existing media contracts that they have right now?
That's the wild card, because ultimately football is still better presented. Most sports are on a big screen rather than a phone.
Right,
and
but that
one
phone
of the
can
reasons
be thrown
why,
onto my screen.
And one of the reasons why the NFL average audience is 50 years old is because television is still part of a 50-year-old's experience. Now, in 20 years, can the NFL grab young people who won't be watching on a 65-inch screen? Who knows? All I know is every year the Sloan Conference in Boston, which is sort of the highbrow future of athletics and commerce.
Yeah,
they have the same speech every year. Is what's the future look like? And it doesn't look great in a lot of people's eyes, just because they don't know how to make that transition work.
What you do in your childhood is what you do in your middle years and later in life too. It's why soda machines fight to get into high schools. It's why laundry detergents pay huge money to be the preferred laundry detergent on your college campus where kids are away doing laundry. So many of them, like for the first time on their own. And if you start using Cheer or Gain, or what's your favorite detergent, Ray? Are you a Snuggle the Bear guy? Snuggles?
I'm starting to get the creeps.
Okay. No, but
I don't know. Cheer, it's whatever, something.
Yeah, just whatever.
I grab what's on sale.
See, that's you, because you didn't grow up brand specific in this department. But if you start going brand specific early in your age, you will probably stay with that brand through your lifetime. That's why they're looking to get hooks into high schoolers. That's why the younger demographic matters, because if you aren't paying attention when you're young, you're probably not picking it up when you're old. This is why baseball has a problem. This is why you're going to see more crowds look like the crowd that you'll probably see tonight against the Colorado Rockies. I mean, I'm expecting 15,000, 20,000 tops there tonight, given where they are in their season. So, it's fascinating. It's fascinating to watch the way one media is growing, apps and on demand, while the other medium of television is dying. And what's funny is radio is always still there. I don't know how it happened. Well, I think I do actually, though. Radio is the most intimate of all of our mediums. No one watches television while you're naked and in the shower shampooing. People do listen to the radio in their bathrooms, in their cars, while they're doing things that are bodily functions. Like, there is an intimacy that comes with radio that no other medium really has, and I think that is part of it. I also think it still delivers the most powerful message. One voice, one message, straight to you. Not a whole bunch of crawls and scrolls and graphics on your screen. It's a powerful communication tool. To this day, I don't know if there is I know television's more widespread, but in terms of power, radio is a powerful, powerful instrument to deliver message, news, opinions, thoughts. It's fascinating. And I'm looking at how all of this is going to play out eventually as the NBA announces it's going to, launch its own app, and we'll have more on that a little bit later. What this all ends up looking like, I think it's going to be fascinating. Now, I know that everybody listening is just fascinated with what the heck is going on with the San Francisco 49ers. Peter King joins us today at 5 o'clock. We're looking forward to that. I want to talk about this defense. This is a defense that you absolutely want to buy stock in right now, and the season is basically now in the hands of this defense. That's it. Boys, it's on you. It is on you. The defense right now is number 1 in the NFL, going against the pass through 3 games. Number 4 against the run. They're allowing 227 yards per game. That is second best only to Buffalo. The defense is allowing 12 points per game over its first 3 weeks. That is third best in the NFL. Only Tampa Bay and Denver have done better in that department. And yet they have 2 losses in 3 of those games. I mean, you're not supposed to lose when you're playing defense like that. And there is absolutely no doubt that all of the frustration that the 49ers have given us this year have been on Kyle's side of the ball, been on Jimmy's side of the ball. The offense is the only thing that you could even say is letting this team down. Special teams kind of figured it out as well. Tim Kawakami wrote today that the 49ers have also outgained their opponents in all 3 games. In their 2 losses, they've committed 5 turnovers and have only 1 takeaway. So as we sit around talking about what Jimmy needs to do, what Kyle needs to do, what this offense needs to do, what they really need to do more than anything else, as I was saying earlier, just be a touch below average. Don't suck. Anything from below average and above is good enough to get the Niners into the win column. Just don't suck. Don't be turning the ball over. Don't be sloppy with the ball. Don't be taking 3 and outs and making sure that your defense is getting overtaxed. That's all they need to do.
All they have to do is hold serve.
Ray, they're going to the playoffs. It's been a terrible start to the year. They're going to go to the playoffs.
I have not been convinced of that. Again, I picked them to miss before the season started.
No, you didn't. You had them in as the last team in.
Did I?
Yes.
Okay, then I guess I did pick them. I don't remember. That's how much I value my own.
You care that much.
Yeah. No, but I thought they'd be 9-8 at best. And I don't see a whole lot changing that, because this is the formula they've created, whether they meant to or not. Because, I mean, a lot of people literally believe that Kyle Shanahan, is an offensive genius. And in fact, either he is and he's picked the wrong players, or he's not and people were wrong. either way, the offense has been okay at best, slightly below average at worst, or injury-riddled or talentless, which the first 2 years were. And that's why I throw those out when I'm trying to evaluate what Kyle Shanahan is. Because the easiest thing in sports for a general manager is to take a bad team and raise it to the middle of the pack. The hardest thing is to get out of the middle of the pack and make it elite. And Kyle Shanahan has done the first pretty easily, pretty quickly. The second, he's been okay at.
He's flirted.
Well, I mean, he's got defensive players who can do things. Offensively, he turned Raheem Mostert into something. He turned Deebo Samuel into something. They did find George Kittle. I mean, he's not been a failure as a general manager, but the thing that people want to hang on him is, well, he's an offensive genius. And I'm not sure that's true. I'm sure what I think is he understands offensive efficiency. But he doesn't always get it based on the talent he's got, and not just at the quarterback spot. I think the offensive line has been an ongoing problem, and I don't think that they've finally established themselves as a team with passing weapons. I mean, Deebo Samuel is an okay receiver. He made his name as a running back last year. Brandon Ayuk has not yet emerged, if he's going to emerge. And George Kittle gets double teamed on every play, so it's hard to get him the ball. So they don't have a dynamic passing attack, and I don't know that they ever have.
And the truth is, you don't need a dynamic passing attack when you got a defense like this. You just don't. You have to possess the ball, you got to move the chains, and you need to score 3 touchdowns. Asking an NFL team to score 3 touchdowns every 4 quarters that you play is not a huge ask. And they don't even need all 21 points. I mean, right now they're giving up 12 points per game. I mean, 2 touchdowns is all you need to top out 12 points per game. I know I'm no math major. We were joined by one last week, and Kyle Juszczyk. I'm sure he would agree. 14 is greater than 12. That's all the 49ers need. They need the bare minimum of offense to be a playoff team with a defense like this. I was talking to Kyle Madsen before the show started today. 49ers defense is allowing 3.9 yards per play so far. 3.9 yards per play. Now, who they've played so far has something to do with that. How they've played so far has something to do with that. The conditions under which the first game was played in so far have something to do with that. But we can't select the stats we want to pay attention to. Those are NFL teams. The stat is who's given up the fewest amount of points or fewest amount of yards per play, in this example, in the NFL. It's the 49ers. And if they come in and finish this year giving up 3.9 yards per play, all they are is the single greatest yards per play defense in the history of football. That's it. That's better than the 85 Bears. That's better than the Ravens when they won it all. I mean, that is a historic level of nasty defense. And through 3 weeks, that's what Kyle's got to play with. And when you can build on that, you have a foundation. There's a lot of uncertainty in this offense. There's always a lot of wishing for more. You can't wish for any more from a defense than what this team has given you so far. Even in that Denver game. And I think that's what made it so ultimately frustrating and drove everybody nuts come Monday morning. You just look at an opportunity wasted. 8 separate 3-and-outs? I mean, you can't ask for more than that. You just can't. So there is a little, sin that has been committed by this offense to have themselves in a situation where they are starting slowly out of the gates. But that was probably going to happen no matter who was here. A not ready to quite go Jimmy Garoppolo or a might not even be ready for QB1 status Trey Lance. This show's mistake, I don't want to blame you, Ray, maybe my mistake, was expecting not too much too early, but expecting the wheels to all be spinning as the car was getting pulled out of the garage. Slow starts, kind of what Shanahan has done in the past. Slow starts, Like, I don't remember Jimmy having a gangbusters start of the year, like, really ever. He always sort of found his own level as the year went on. I guess as everyone sits around and wants to declare what we've seen so far a disaster zone, my point is we should have seen it coming a little bit more. We should have seen it coming. We should have better prepared you, the listener, you, the fan, and us as hosts for the slower start that we're seeing. I still got the 49ers going to the playoffs. I still think that they're going to win 9-10 games. And with this defense, they absolutely can do that. I want to go a little bit through the Kyle Shanahan timeline that he spoke of when Jimmy Garoppolo was being folded back into the mix, as we said yesterday, probably not quickly enough. And, hindsight always gives you 20/20 vision. If we only knew then what we knew now, things would be differently. Things would be different. So we're going to get into that today. Peter King joins us at 5 o'clock, and when we come on back, we are also going to get into your calls. Open lines for you right here and now, 888-957-9570. It's Damon, it's Ratto. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield and by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Can Rutgers cover as a 40-point dog? I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Rutgers heads to the Horseshoe this weekend to make an appearance against Big Ten favorite Ohio State. The Scarlet Knights are plus 40.5-point underdogs, but the BetQL model is grabbing the big number against the Buckeyes. BetQL has this number at 33, meaning there's a touchdown worth of value on Rutgers. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy. Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
But Kyle, because he knows more than everybody else in the room, now says let's just go out and get Jimmy as a backup. Just because Jimmy's playing as your backup does not leave Kyle Shanahan off the hook.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Yep.
95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
Trying to find a needle in a haystack? Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Can I get the sales projections for the Springfield, Bristol, and Fairview stores?
Val's Froyo Palace is dishing out 3 more locations.
Jody, have you lined up interviews?
They need 3 new store managers before they have a meltdown.
And remember, they need at least 5 years experience.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Festivals, football, flannels. Some say fall is their favorite time of year. And this fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against COVID-19 variants. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster shot appointment as soon as you're eligible. And don't forget to enjoy the foliage. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Great to have you here today on Damon and Ratto. Peter King joins us at 5 o'clock this evening. Obviously, we got a ton to talk about with him, and as we've been breathlessly looking at the first 3 weeks going, that's not good enough, I can tell you that what they're seeing from the 49ers defense is not just good enough, it's among the best in the NFL. The 49ers have a monster on one side of the ball, which means they don't need to be a monster on the other side of the ball. I mean, if they could be, that would be fantastic. They would become virtually, an incredibly hard to beat team each and every week if you have an offense that is anywhere in the neighborhood of the caliber of this defense. Right now, they're trying to figure it all out. And I'm not trying to make excuses. I know you're sick of excuses. Nobody wants to hear the word, you got to be more patient, especially this long into being patient that you've had. But, through 3 weeks, Ray, there are 3 legit reasons for, let's just call them, they're not excuses for losing, but they are excuses for abnormal results, shall we say. Week 1, you had the crazy rain in Chicago. Week 2, you had the starting quarterback breaking his ankle, which, let's be honest, it takes a lot of wind out of the sails. And then week 3, you got Jimmy and Kittle, both out of game shape, both, not ready to go in there and make true big impacts, even though Jimmy got his warm-up against the Seahawks. Going into Denver, altitude, that crowd, we should have maybe looked at that as a little bit more of, this is going to be a real struggle against a very good defense than we did. I mean, are we done now? I hope that everyone is out of reasons for not being at the edge of peak performance when the LA Rams get here on Monday night. But I understand the slow start, looking back at it a little bit. And maybe the slow start is where the predictability comes from. And there has been some predictable play calling. It's just underneath. And if Debo's lining up in the backfield, he's probably going to get the ball. We brought that up yesterday. Ray and I did with Michael Irvin. And here's what Michael Irvin had to say. That sometimes, especially in tough times, you resort to what you know.
My team, we ran slant routes, deep ends, and deep outs. Those are our bread and butter plays. We're going to run them all the time. We're going to run them at low left, low right. Those are bread and butter. When we get in those tight situations, everybody goes back to the plays that they're most comfortable with. So when people start talking about people are so predictable, sometimes that's just noise.
Lots of noise around the 49ers for sure. Lots of noise around the 49ers for sure. But, Ray, it's not as bad as everyone makes it out to be. And it's going to get better because it's going to become more average. And more average gets you into the win column.
But here's the thing. Everything will regress to the mean eventually, unless you're just awful or you're spectacular. The 49ers have played 3 of the worst offenses in football so far, and they have dominated them, as you should. But you don't really know how good the defense is or is not until you get the Rams, until you start seeing teams that are used to putting up numbers. Because Chicago doesn't put numbers up at all against anybody. I mean, they are 32nd in about 12 different categories.
No, there are several receivers who have more receiving yards than the entirety of the Chicago Bears roster does.
So you throw that out. You look at Seattle. They're like 25th. They don't move the ball very well. They're living off their defense. And you saw in Denver, they can't get any offensive continuity going, but they keep games low. So far you've gotten the 49ers playing very well against 3 teams that they ought to play well against.
Yeah.
Now we're going to find out Monday night, at least in greater measure, what kind of defense this really is. I don't know what you'll find out about the offense.
But will you say,
because the 49ers don't beat the Rams like 45-36. They don't do that. They're in the low 20s.
Yeah. So and that's the thing. So you're not going to change your tune if they do beat the Rams on Tuesday and say, well, they always kind of beat the Rams.
No, I'm not going to do that because every year is different. But what I'm saying is, when you take every year as an individual year, because it is, you're going to find out if the 49er defense is relative to what they've done in the first 3 weeks. Past performance, from years gone back is almost irrelevant to me. But in terms of what have you done against the teams you've already played, and now what are you going to do against these guys who give you a much different look?
I mean, I know that if you want to get going offensively against the Rams defense, it's the wrong week to not have Trent Williams lining up. I mean, Aaron Donald, Leonard Floyd, Greg Gaines, Bobby Wagner. I mean, that's Christmas coming early. No Trent Williams. But the 49ers got to plug and play. They got to. I mean, there's that game's happening on Monday night, whether Trent Williams wants it to or not. So you better be ready to go. Colton McKivitz, up to speed, please. This is Mark in San Francisco. Let's take some calls. Mark, how are you? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Good. How's it going, guys?
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll try to make this quick. I think one thing that we're all concerned about the team has to show X, Y, and Z to the league and the fans. I've been a little concerned the last few weeks about how the team feels about the team and about the coaching and about the management. And I worry that, if it doesn't get corrected, we could be heading to, the post-Super Bowl Harbaugh era where suddenly this coach who was supposed to be the all-knowing, star, darling of the league isn't all we thought he was cracked up to be. Rather than the owner and the coach banging heads, I get a feeling or an impression that Lynch and Shanahan haven't seen eye to eye on a lot of key things for a long time. And then guys in that locker room who we thought after the Super Bowl season would be locks to come back for a long time start seeing and feeling this dysfunction. And then you have guys, like the way Whitner and Goldson and, some key parts started to leave. If, we were lucky we locked down Debo, but Ayuk's not getting targeted. The best years of Bosa's career are right around the corner, and he's got a contract coming up. If things don't start to look like they're clicking and the locker room doesn't have faith in what's being put together, a lot of these guys in their prime that are in that NFL top 100 in the locker room might say, hey, I'm not wasting my time and losing out on money and statistics and, whatever my league legacy is going to be, waiting for Shanahan to get his act together and put his ego aside. So I worry that we're burning daylight on this amazing roster we have, waiting for Shanahan to be what we've been promised he was going to be.
I mean, Mark, your worries aren't unfounded. It's not like you're attaching your worries to a whole bunch of conspiracy theories and you sound like a crackpot. You have a right to be worried. I mean, people always try to get off the Titanic when it starts sinking. There's no doubt about that. I don't think we're there. The thing with Harbaugh and Balky, that was really, really weird, and that was an element of even Jim Tom Sula trying to undercut Harbaugh, too, because he thought that he could be the next in line. There was an awful lot of subterfuge going on, and that is why it ended. But more than anything else, it was just the owner grew tired of the coach. Jim Harbaugh is an outstanding football coach. He's a lunatic, a complete mental case, but he's an outstanding football coach. Winning has followed him everywhere he's gone as a football coach. He's very good at it, but he just wore out his welcome.
He not only wore out his welcome, though, he wore it out by trying to out-political Trent Baalke. Because if it was just about football, he had enough skins on the wall that he would have been fine. But he can't take orders well. Well, and that's why he's much better at Michigan, where he gets to decide everything.
Basically told Jed York to leave the draft room. That you can't do that. You're not going to last long. I don't care what you do. I don't care. You could win a Lombardi trophy. You tell the owner to powder off, you're not going to last long.
No. I mean, Jim Harbaugh got fired because he deserved to get fired because he was lousy at the internal politics that coaches have to know. And now he's gone to a place where it's a safe haven for guys who are, dictators and martinets. College football is where the coach runs everything.
I'm sorry.
So that said, I don't buy the caller's theories about Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch being at odds. Because if they were, Shanahan would fire Lynch. Because Shanahan is the guy who runs the football department. Lynch is the guy who makes the phone calls that Shanahan wants made, and does the PR stuff that Shanahan doesn't want to do.
Grunt work.
Yeah, I mean, largely, hey, we're looking for a left tackle.
Right.
What are the guys we should be looking at?
You look at the wires.
You see what's out there. So it's not about that, and it's not even about Shanahan, butting heads with York. I mean, he's made every choice completely free of interference or argument. That's what you get when you make somebody the head of football operations and the head coach. That's the deal. And Shanahan has had enough success in the last 3 years to assure that he's going to be doing it a while longer. I mean, we've tried the litmus test every game as, oh my God, they don't have this down. They don't know what they're doing. Well, as you said, they tend to start slowly. Whether they manage to turn this around, given their injury list, problematic. But this internal tension that people keep saying is out there, I don't think it is. I think it's too early for that, especially after a year in which they took an average team and got to a conference final. So I don't think there's any of that, those internal dynamics that make things uncomfortable.
The only place I think it could come from is the dynamic between Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo. But there's so much power on one side of the table that it really isn't going to affect the entire operation or anybody other than Jimmy's place in the operation. But I do believe, and I really do believe this, it's a little bit of a loveless marriage. Like they're staying together for the kids until they're old enough to go off to high school, and then the divorce is happening. We know when the divorce is going to happen. Like this, at the end of this year, that's it. Unless, of course, a Lombardi trophy is being lofted above everyone's head.
And then everybody makes up.
Everybody makes up, exactly. But Kyle actively sought to replace a guy who he's had an awful lot of success with. And that's got to rub Garoppolo the wrong way. I know he's been a very professional and perfect soldier, but the man also has to have an ego, too. And then, welcome, boys and girls, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Here's the thing, though. I really do think that mutual respect and mutual dislike can walk hand in hand and have an awful lot of success. It can happen. It happens in sports all the time. There's not a lot of guys who just love everybody. It's just, that is uncommon. And everyone on the team liked everyone else on the team, including the coaching staff. Like, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. It doesn't happen where you work. Does your company suffer because you don't get along with Ed in accounting? Probably not.
Ed's a bastard, though.
He really is. He had it coming. But no, look, mutual respect and mutual dislike can find success. Look at us, Ray.
I don't want to.
Look at us.
No, we do. We do fine.
I know.
Here's the point. There's always going to be some friction in a company that is built on the virtue of competition. But when you have a clearly delineated power structure, those things tend to not matter. It is only when the guy in charge starts to have doubts about the second in charge or the third in charge, and people can smell that.
Right. A breakdown in the chain of command.
And right now, nobody has been able to show me any evidence that Jed York is losing any confidence in Kyle Shanahan as the guy who runs his football department. Until that happens, nothing else is going to change. The power structure is what it is. Kyle Shanahan does not try to dabble in business stuff. That's left to Al Guido and that side of the building. And Al Guido doesn't try to, run the draft or, get involved with scouting. And Parag Marathe is basically the guy who makes numbers dance. They all understand what their roles are and where the walls of their power end. And as long as that happens, nothing else is going to happen. It doesn't matter whether Jimmy Garoppolo is happy or unhappy, because he's not going to go anywhere until Kyle Shanahan says he is. Because, look, Jimmy Garoppolo, ate his bad sandwich in the offseason. But it wasn't because Kyle Shanahan was trying to punish him. It's because they all conspired, without knowing they were conspiring, in making a situation where Garoppolo couldn't find a new place to go. Garoppolo got a surgery that he wasn't planning on having. Shanahan tried to move Garoppolo and couldn't. So now they have a weird marriage, but it's not dysfunctional yet. So everybody who is looking at tea leaves and saying, this can't hold, it can hold as long as they win.
Well, to the caller who basically launched this train of thought that we're on, the other thing I can tell you, too, is that it's not all going to start coming apart at the seams until players believe they're not improving. And that is even independent of team result. As long as a player thinks, I'm getting coached well, I'm becoming a better player, and I would be evaluated as someone who could be a very valuable piece to someone else's puzzle one day, as long as you think that you are in a competent situation from a how they're coaching me standpoint, guys will rally the wagons around no matter what the struggles are and say, I'm still happy that I'm here in some ways. When that comes apart, when I no longer feel like I'm improving as a player, when I don't feel like my career is in good hands or being managed correctly anymore, that's when you get real problems. And that's when ships start sinking and taking on water from the inside. That's when the call starts coming from in the building.
Yeah.
And we're not there yet.
Not close.
Not even close.
Not close. I mean, you might hate the results if you're a fan, but you should have bet the under.
Right.
And You'd be much happier today.
Kyle will probably grade on guys and wear them down and overcoach them and over-detail them at times. But if it really bothered guys that were happening, it would have gotten out of that locker room years ago, because it's not like Kyle's doing anything much differently this year than he has in years past. He has been a control freak, detail-oriented, persnickety ego kind of coach since the day he got here. That's why they hired him.
And every coach is that. Every single coach is that. And the more power you give them, the more they are that guy. So he's not acting either out of character for
But
himself.
how do you package it? Because Steve Kerr is all those things, but it's packaged.
But he's not.
But it's packaged. No,
he's
Kerr
not
is
that guy because
incredibly-
he's not the general manager.
Well,
he's
right.
not the guy whose fate, who holds the fate of guys' contracts.
No, but he's persnickety, and he holds the fate of guys' playing time, which is directly tied into contracts.
Oh no, but that's what a coach that a coach is required to do that as a function of his job,
right?
Because you have only so many minutes or so many plays or so many at bats to give out, and not everybody's going to get as many as they want. But in the case of the 49ers, there is one guy who runs the operation.
That's it.
And until Jed York starts to smell smoke, whether there's fire or not, that's not going to change.
By the way, if I were Jed, there is a little conversation that I would have with Kyle. We'll get to that a little bit later on. Right now, more calls. This is Nick in Berkeley. Thank you, Nick. You're on 95.7 The Game with Damon and Ratto. What do you got?
Oh, man, awesome chat with you guys. Hey, the one thing that kills football teams is turnovers, and we've had way too many of them. If we could just limit our turnovers and have our our takeaway to giveaway ratio in our favor, we will win the majority of the games with our defense.
Hey,
But
in
the
their two losses, they're -4 in the turnover category. That's all you need to know, right?
Yeah, that kills a football team. I mean, when you turn it over in the middle of a drive, it's so deflating. Everyone's just like, oh my God, it's the momentum just completely shifts. And also, I'm just wondering, why are we not using our wide receiver grade to at least stretch the field and open up some stuff where they can't double team Kittles? We got to move the linebackers away from the line, but we're using these little bunch packages and we're doing inside handoffs where Debo is in between, Garoppolo and our offensive line being pushed back. You got to get these guys in space. Line up Debo on the same side as Ayuk or Ward and let him run down the field. And that'll open up some underneath stuff and open up maybe off-tackle play.
Well, thank you, man. And look, that's why everyone was excited about Trey Lance, who's supposed to take the lid off, right? Danny Gray, Trey Lance are going to take the lid off defenses. It's going to be easier to run the ball and work underneath and get all that stuff to open up that Kyle is great at. Kyle is hesitant to take rookie receivers and just throw them out there. We have, I believe, 3 targets on the season for Danny Gray? 2 targets.
Both in the Seattle game.
He's been on the field for 6 or 7 plays in 2 different games. I don't think we saw him at all in week 1. Yeah. I mean, everything you're saying, I agree with. But it's not just the threat. Here's the deal. It's not just a guy running a go route. Like Marquise Goodwin, God bless his heart. He ran a ton of go routes when he was healthy enough to do it. Nobody was buying it because they knew Jimmy wasn't going to throw at him. You have to represent an actual threat of throwing to that target, not just running the target.
But you have to be able to block it as well. And that's another thing the 49ers don't do well. One of the reasons Garoppolo does not hold the ball for very long is because those pockets don't stand up. Now, maybe he would like to throw the ball deeper, but he also doesn't want to get his brains kicked in.
Well, a 4.40 means you should be 30 yards downfield in 3 seconds.
You should be, but is your pocket holding up for 3 seconds? That's a question.
It better.
Well, it better, but does it? I mean, you can't deal with ideals. You can deal with here's what you got, and that's what they've got. You've got a guy who is not a great deep thrower. Doesn't mean he doesn't have an arm, but he's not an accurate deep thrower, because that's the second thing you got to have, and you've got to have time for your guy to get open downfield, to run that 4-4. And I don't think the 49ers are constructed well enough to throw the ball a ton of times all over the field. I don't think that's who they are yet.
Well, that's why they brought Lance in, to attack the blades of grass that Jimmy wasn't going after.
But even at that, you still don't have an offensive line that can block. You got one guy who can hold his own,
well, now you don't even really have him.
Now you don't have him. That's the thing. Offense collapses for any one of 11 reasons. It only works when there's one reason, when they're all operating well. And they're not all operating well.
Here's a deal I'm going to make with everyone on hold. If you're on hold when we come back from a real quick break, we're going to get to you immediately. I see you out there. Thank you for your patience. We're going to come on back and take your calls here in just a second on 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570. It's Damon and Ratto. We're brought to you by News Nation.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Cuomo premieres on News Nation Monday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Watch 95.7 The Game on Twitch and YouTube.
Jimmy can't cook. He can barely boil water.
I agree with you.
He'll never be able to cook.
I agree with you.
Let Fumo eat. You know how people be like, you can't waste Steph Curry's prime. Our defense is at a prime right now.
Yeah.
We can't let that go to waste, man.
This is
for real.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
In Concord, clear skies overnight, lows in the high 50s.
Weather brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit Ashley.com today.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So everybody's got their go-to meal at their favorite restaurant. So it's time the Butcher Boy goes back to the kitchen, or in this case, a restaurant, for episode 2 of the Go-To, presented by Trimark. Check out Shasky's visit to 00, Dopa Zero, on 957thegame.com. Good to have you here. Thanks so much for holding. We've got Peter King joining us in about 40 minutes from right now to go over what was a thrilling, a fascinating week 3 around the NFL. A lot of interesting football was put out on the field for us to watch. So Peter King comes up at 5 o'clock. Thank you for listening. Thank you for holding, if you've been holding on hold, which is where you got to hold, I guess. 888-957-9570 as we continue to pick apart 3 weeks of 49ers football. This is Jack Frost in Oakley. What's going on, Jack?
Hey, Damon and Ray, can you hear me?
Gotcha, man. Gotcha.
All right. Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to just kind of go over, I was going to be real fast. To press the pause button, we're going to week 4, and I hear you guys. But we're coming to Monday night with fire, I feel. Hell if possible. The faithful is going to be there up and rolling on Monday night, and we're bashing on Jimmy and Kyle, and I feel like Jimmy not even had a playbook to start off. Maybe that could fall off on Kyle Shanahan for not doing that, because when you go to a new job, even if they know that you're going to quit, they still give you your new employee handbook, and I'm pretty sure Brooke Purdy probably knows the new plays more than Jimmy does. And even Jimmy mentioned it during the Seahawks winning games.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, I guess the good news is that I haven't seen any new plays get run yet. To me, there's nothing that I've seen that doesn't look like everything else that's already happened by the Niners in a Niner uniform yet. Not to me. I don't think there's an element of the playbook that Jimmy is unaware of, and therefore that's why things didn't work out in Denver. I just don't think that that's the problem. Now, when he did get the playbook, the run-up to this year, we're going to re-examine all of that in just a little bit. And we're going to do it with some audio to help us through the times and the moments. But I'm really not worried about, Jimmy doesn't see that he doesn't know what this one play is that you're going to run for Trey Lance. Well, there's probably a play that you're not going to run for Jimmy anyway, so he doesn't need to. Here's the thing. I don't think we need Jimmy on fullback belly dives. So you're not going to give him that, although Shanahan did give him that at the end of a meaningless score in the Seattle game, but maybe that was just to rub it in our faces. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think that is the real problem right now, that Jimmy's not up to speed. He might not be up to speed physically, but mentally at this point in time, he better be. That's it. Jimmy doesn't get a very long runway to take off from. We know that.
No, listen, everything that people have said about Jimmy Garoppolo is not that he's terrible or that he's great, but that he's okay. And okay quarterbacks tend to jump from really good to really bad. They're not average every week.
Right.
This is what you're getting. This is what you've gotten. I don't know what you thought you were going to get, but this is what it is.
I think it could evolve into something a little different, but it's not going to start in that evolution.
No, but you also have to have a healthier team, particularly in the offensive line, and you have to be able to credibly scare people with a full-time running back. And maybe Jeff Wilson can be that in the same way that Elijah Mitchell came from nowhere to be that, in the same way that Raheem Mostert came back to be that. And last year, Deebo Samuel. Maybe that works, but it hasn't been established yet. And the fact that teams don't regard the 49ers as a team that they have to cover a lot of the field to defend is part of that problem. But by and large, until they figure out what they can do with the offense, their defense is going to have to hold teams to 11 or fewer.
All right, how about just 9, and then Jimmy stops stepping out of the end zone?
Everybody says that was a good play.
I mean, again, hindsight being 2020, sure. I guess that's a way to sell it.
I mean,
this is JJ in San Jose. Hello, JJ. Oh, JJ. No, JJ. This is Vince in the city. Thank you, Vince. What do you got?
Hey, what's up, guys? So, clearly the move this off get away from Jimmy Garoppolo. Unfortunately, he had all the operations or whatever, and we couldn't move him. And it was supposed to go to Trey Lance. Well, now with Trey Lance hurt, I'm wondering, what are the chances that the 49ers are going to start looking around the league to see if anybody wants to trade? And if that can't happen, what are the chances that we try to go after a big name in the offseason, i.e. Lamar Jackson, since he hasn't gotten a deal yet?
Look, if Lamar Jackson hits the open market, I think any general manager worth his salt has to walk around that car lot for just a minute, because that's what Lamar Jackson is right now is one of the greatest one-man army versions we've ever seen. I mean, he is something else so far. So, yeah, I do think that is just part of any competent offseason. In terms of a trade, it's funny. I think the 49ers, I mean, this is, dependent on what you think of Jimmy Garoppolo, I guess, but the Niners are the example that while it seems to have that such why would, let's just say, Ray, the Carolina Panthers ever try to get rid of Sam Darnold in the name of Baker Mayfield's now our guy, having just seen what happened to the 49ers? The 49ers are not just an example, but they're also the test case of what happens when QB1 goes down now. And if you are happy with your backup quarterback, he's got to be some level of established in this league where the Niners would covet that. So who are we talking about? We're talking about Sam Darnold. And I don't even know if Sam Darnold is a quarterback that you covet. But might he be better than Jimmy Garoppolo? Sure, I guess we could sit around and have that argument. But a midseason trade and then Darnold being the guy that comes in and saves the day, no, that's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen on the Niners' end, and I don't think it's going to happen on Carolina's end.
No, this is the
roster. You're looking at it.
Yeah, quarterbacks don't spring whole out of, dry oil wells. This is your guy. Live with it. What are they going to do in the future? There is no future right now. There's the season in front of you.
Right, the present.
The off-season starts when they stop playing games. Until then, this is your team, this is your roster, this is your quarterback, this is your coach. Deal with it.
No, I mean, Kyle, and I've even got a soundbite up here where he's basically saying, hey, I've seen guys sign off the street and come on in and play pretty well. So it could happen, But if you're signing quarterbacks off the street in the middle of the year, may God have mercy on your soul. I mean, you're in a bad place.
How many McCowns do you need?
Right. You're operating from a you don't want to be there location. Max in Lafayette. Thank you, Max. What do you got?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. So, Jimmy's played for Shanahan for 4 or 5 years now. He knows the playbook. He knows the players. And he's not really playing well. But here's the deal. I grew up playing soccer, basketball, and I was pretty darn good. But when I took 4 months off, 5 months off, and came back, I was less than average. It takes 4, 5, 6 weeks of doing sprints, getting in game situations to get in game shape. So, I mean, I think you need to give him a break. He spent all of training camp in the practice field throwing passes, no sprints. I mean, give him some time. You don't just come back just because you know the team and you know the playbook. That doesn't mean you're ready to play good. You need some time.
I mean, I agree with you, and we probably should have done more to frame that's probably the reality we're walking into in this Denver game that they just lost. But yeah, I mean, no one could possibly argue with you. And at the very least, let's say you are at the tip-top peak of physical conditioning and it's got nothing to do with the mileage on your body. The speed at which the game is played takes a long time to get used to. And there are different ramps of speed in the NFL. There really are. I mean, this is something that Colin Cowherd was talking about a week or two ago, and I couldn't help but agree as he was saying it. Like, there's preseason speed, there's practice speed, then there's regular season speed, then there's regular season speed in games that are division games, and then there's postseason speed, and then there's NFC title game speed, and then there's Super Bowl speed.
All that said, the idea that people are unhappy with Garoppolo does not stem from the fact that they saw him play poorly Sunday night. It's that they already wanted to move on from Garoppolo. They were pot committed to having somebody else have the job. And they're more angry than ever that he's still there and still Jimmy Garoppolo.
I think they had some open arms ready to embrace.
I'm not sure.
Jimmy to save us is different cast. He's cast differently.
Yeah, but Jimmy isn't the savior on this team. Even when they were really good, he wasn't the savior.
When they were bad, though, he was in 2017. It didn't turn the season around, but they had no business flirting with a 5-0 record in his 5 starts. But they got it.
No, but the point is, since then, since that aberrational first year, and I say aberrational because there wasn't a very good team, and those wins came at the end of a year that was already lost. But in the 3 seasons where every game has had some import to it, Jimmy Garoppolo has not been the central theme. The defense has been the central theme. The running game has been the central theme. It has not been a quarterback-driven team. And because it's not a quarterback-driven team, and so many other teams are, I think the fans here who wanted to move on from Garoppolo are unwilling to consider the possibility that for the 4th year in a row, whatever happens to the 49ers is going to be determined by something other than the quarterback. They wanted this to be Trey Lance's team because they believe that Trey Lance is going to be their savior. And I don't know that, given the rest of this roster and given the coach and his philosophy in general, that the quarterback is in position to do that. That's going to take a lot longer than people have been willing to allow. I mean, even if Trey Lance were healthy now, you weren't going to see an offense suddenly turn into Kansas City Redux because it's not built that way. They don't block that way. Their power is in the run game, not the passing game yet. And Trey Lance was not going to hit the ground running because quarterbacks don't. You know, Josh Allen needed time to ramp up. So did Patrick Mahomes. So did all of them. Justin Herbert is that rare case. And I mean exceedingly rare. And Trey Lance was not going to be that based on his resume alone. So, you know, the idea that somehow all this was going to change in a heartbeat was unrealistic at best and preposterous at worst.
Well, and what might also be unrealistic is the whole that, as soon as Jimmy just comes back in at the very, very worst, you're exactly who you were again last year. It's going to take time for Jimmy to even ramp up to the same Jimmy that you got tired of. And that's the honest God's truth. I also think his mouth wrote a few checks that have bounced on him. Jimmy basically says, coming into the Seattle game was like riding a bike. 49ers football again is what Kittle's saying at the podium, and everyone's like, oh, great. Just going to hop right back into midseason form. Isn't that a comforting thing to do on a day where your starting quarterback breaks his ankle? At least we got that going for us. And Jimmy basically confirmed, yeah, man, just like riding a bike. It was really good. I think that hurt him at the podium basically when he comes around, and now it sounds like excuses. Where he's saying, well, I really wasn't in game shape yet. Well, you're just saying it was just like riding a bike a week ago, but now that you play poorly, it's not good. So I want to take you through a timeline. I want to take you to where this whole gosh darn thing started. This is all the way back on June 7th. At June 7th, the 49ers were opening their 3-day mini camp. And one of the questions to Kyle Shanahan is, hey, where is Jimmy Garoppolo at this mini camp? Are you expecting him?
All his rehab is down in LA, so for him to stop it to come up here for a 3-day mini camp doesn't make much sense for him or for us, so we want him to stay with his rehab. Yeah, it wasn't a real risky surgery or anything, so I think it just takes time. I think the plan still has always been July, but I know there's no concerns with it, and he'll be throwing sooner than later.
Again, this is Kyle still selling the fact that Jimmy's coming back from surgery. He's fantastic. Everything has gone well. It wasn't even a risky surgery. No big whoop. Everything's going to be great, and he's going to be traded. That's how Kyle was operating on June 7th. This is July 27th now. So training camp is underway. We're at the start of training camp. And what do you know? Jimmy's here, yet he's not quite a part of what we're doing.
He was in this morning doing his throwing program. I don't think he's still here. So he came in, did that, and he got out. So I'll stay in communication with Jimmy. We'll keep doing that and take it one day at a time.
Again, we're seeking for a divorce, but we're cohabitating in the apartment until somebody can land a nude digs on whatever app you go to find your I'm moving out of this apartment and this relationship app. So Kyle Shanahan then basically July 27th, same press conference, was asked, but what's Jimmy doing here if you don't plan on him being here? Are you going to let him inside the circle of love, even though you're trying to actively throw him out of the circle?
We're saying, go ahead, you don't have to be here. Anything he wants to be at, he can. But I think Jimmy, like I said all yesterday, Jimmy, John, and I talked for a while. We understand every part of this situation, and I think both sides know each side's doing as good as we can.
Again, I'm nitpicking over what he said in a press conference, but that's what we do. He didn't think it all the way through. He says, me, Jimmy, Kyle, we got together, or me, John, and we all got together here. One more time, here it is.
We're saying, go ahead, you don't have to be here. Anything he wants to be at, he can. But I think Jimmy, like I said all yesterday, Jimmy, John, and I talked for a while. We understand every part of this situation, and I think both sides know each side's doing as good as we can.
You didn't understand every part of the situation. Clearly, on July 27th, there was no part of Kyle Shanahan's internal monologue that he's having with himself that had Jimmy still in a 49er uniform. That's the part of that soundbite that's dishonest. As far as he was concerned, Jimmy was gone. Jimmy was gone. There's no way he's coming back. And that is the one thing they did not consider. Because had they considered that, Ray, he's in those meetings. They're not this like, hey, Jimmy, if you want to be there, great. And if you don't want to be there, that's fine too. You're asking him to come on in. You're asking him to be around the team more if all the scenarios you're going over include Jimmy returning. I don't think they ever really went over that scenario until it was presented to them in the 11th hour.
No, it's clear they didn't. Because if they thought for a minute that they couldn't move him, they would have just said, "You're with us until you're not." I mean, that's the flaw here, because they assumed, and probably correctly in most cases, that a guy who's done what Garoppolo has done as recently as a year ago, leading a team to a conference final or being part of a team that went to a conference final, that there would be a market for him. And the market laughed at that. Not because anybody thought it would. Everybody thought that Garoppolo would find a place. First it was going to be, he's Jimmy.
Right.
What are we bothering?
Where he lands was never the issue. What the compensation would be was the only thing we debated.
Yeah. And, the assumption that the 49ers made was the one assumption that I think sort of veteran football people maybe don't make. Maybe if John Lynch had been a general manager somewhere else, maybe if Kyle Shanahan had been a general manager, who has gotten his nose bloodied some, he would have just said, you're here till you're not.
Right. Roster, you're on the roster.
Yeah. I mean, that's where the phone call to Bill Belichick might have helped. Because Bill Belichick, as cynical and cold-hearted as he is, he's an extraordinary detail guy. And that's a detail that would not have escaped him. It's not a detail that would have escaped Andy Reid, because Alex Smith was in the building until he wasn't. And it wasn't, we expect you to be gone. It's, well, you're not gone yet.
Right.
It's a pretty binary state. You're either on the roster or you're not. And that's where the failure happened. Because Kyle Shanahan assumed what everybody else assumed, when it was his job to plan as though any disaster was possible.
Let's jump to August 5th. So we're in the second week of training camp, early in the second week of training camp, where, this is when you and it wasn't really training camp. It was preseason, where I said, isn't it time to maybe circle back to Jimmy here? But anyway, we're not quite there yet. August 5th, second week of camp. He's still here. What is he doing? What's going on, Kyle?
Yes, I think you have to report, with the rules of the NFL today and stuff. You have to report. So we made it the best for both. I think if Jimmy wanted to be in every single meeting and wanted to do everything, for sure we would let him. I would guess that isn't what he would want totally. And when we asked him, that was accurate. He didn't totally want that. So he's just trying to get his body ready for hopefully the next situation he goes into.
So there he is. Second week of training camp. The next situation is the situation that's being prepared for. That situation doesn't include him returning to be with us, which is why Matt Mayoko asked him the question that you've heard, I'm sure, this soundbite a few times. Like, guy even got a playbook yet?
Has he even been issued an iPad? Does he watch film? Does he have the playbook?
No. I'm sure he does at home. We haven't given new playbooks out this year yet. He's not in meetings. He's not doing all that stuff, so he's just doing what I said he's been doing. If he's on the depth charts, because you have to be.
Again, he's only on the depth chart because there's nowhere else to put him by NFL rules. But he is not on our team, is what he's saying. What football rules, though, we're telling Kyle is, yeah, he is on your team. And you should probably conduct business according to that. Not where you think he could be, but where you know he is. And looking back at all this, the hindsight's so 2020. Kyle really did screw this up looking back on it. But in the moment, I think we all understand what the hell it was that was happening. And as a matter of fact, here we are now going all the way to August 30th. He's still talking about the guy doesn't have a playbook.
We have zero worries about him not having a playbook. I don't have one either. Putting him through a workout, that's what he goes through every single day. He goes through that. He's been out here. He's been throwing with players at times. He's been our rehab players. He's been doing everything. So, there's quarterbacks I've seen signed off the couch. Go look at Josh McCown. Guys have been signed off the couch in week 10 and come in and played for people. So that's not at all our case at all. Jimmy's been here. He's been rehabbing. He's in great shape. He's ready to go. Of course, you love for your backup quarterback to get reps in training camp, but that was not an option at the time. This wasn't an option till I think Jimmy saw all the other situations, and once that final preseason game ended, I'm glad that what he thought was the best option for him was a great option for us.
Again, a little revisionist history. The option to incorporate Garoppolo into meetings and into plans, it was always there. You opted to not exercise that option, Kyle. That is on you. that is on you. And you can say, well, Jimmy doesn't really want to do it either. And we talked to him, and, my questioning confirmed my suspicions. He was your player. All your player needed to do was do anything you asked him to do. And you could have asked him to have been in those meetings. Don't say there was no option. There was an option that you didn't exercise. That's where the option disappeared, because you didn't exercise it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Shanahan failure. That's the one you can pin on him and say absolutely, because he assumed facts not in evidence. And the one fact he assumed that wasn't in evidence was that Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't on another team. He was still on your team. And you don't just say, well, you're planning to leave, you'd like to leave, so take some time off. Football doesn't work that way. Well, nothing works that way. You're there till you're not there. And you don't get to decide when you're not there.
You're going to be here till 5:54, whether you want to be or not.
Yeah, it's when I'm here till 5:55 that we have a problem.
Could be 56 tonight. I have something planned.
I got serious vapor coming out of these shoes at 4.
We do have Peter King joining us at 5 o'clock. We're looking forward to that. But this is all about being prepared. This is all about readiness. And Jimmy's saying, well, I wasn't prepared. I really wasn't ready. It's a little on you too, Jimmy. But it's definitely more on your head coach in terms of how you were walked into this season. Someone should have grabbed your hand and pulled you into the meetings that you rather opt out of. When we come on back, your calls, Peter King at 5 o'clock. Don't you go anywhere. This is an awesome Tuesday afternoon here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately, like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at CarsForKids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Brandon Ayuk, who shined on a dark night in Denver.
Ayuk inside touchdown. And Brandon Ayuk with the touchdown grab, and San Francisco scores first.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find. ZipRecruiter.com/find.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy efficient appliances. You can also save with a smart thermostat. Right now, select Google Nest Learning thermostats are $60 off. Plus, find other great energy saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
In just a little bit, Peter King is going to join us here on Damon and Ratto. This is our longest commercial-free segment of the entire blessed afternoon. So it's good to have you here. Put it on your station and rip the knob off, baby. Old radio jargon. Feels good. Aaron Judge just drew a walk. He has not homered tonight in Toronto. Did you see how much of a flop, by the way, that the live look-ins of Aaron Judge's at-bats were during college football Saturday? Like, they would cut into a game, and they would cut in, because Aaron Judge is, sitting on history, looking for 61. They would cut in, and people were angry. It just shows you, man. Baseball, you ain't who you used to be. No one wants any baseball unless they signed up for it. And again, it was on a television station. If I wanted to be watching this, I could be watching this. Don't put it in front of me.
Well, there are two things going on here, in my pinheaded opinion. One, college football fans don't want to know anything else.
Right, that's it.
Don't show me. If the meteor's coming, don't tell me.
Right.
Wait till halftime. I don't want to know. The other thing is, this really isn't history. He's on a round number. The history he would be making is that he would be tying a team record.
Well, and an American League record.
Okay, but even at that.
Right.
Right now, the American League is not very much different from the National League.
I'm just going to tell you.
To the point where it's not really a difference at all.
But I'm just going to say right now, anything north of 60 home runs is all sacred territory. This is all
it's fine, but
unexplored.
But people have explored that before.
Right.
So you can't really sell it as history. It's a phenomenal achievement. Congratulations to you. But it's not history. They're breaking into it because they think there are enough Yankee fans who will watch anything. And the truth is, most Yankee fans are watching the Yankee game.
They are.
So the cut-in, the only way that makes sense to a Yankee fan is if you're cutting into the Yankees game with the Yankees game. College football is a whole different deal, and I would be willing to bet that for the most part, pro football would be like that too. I'm watching a game here. I got money on it. Stop telling me about something I've chosen not to watch.
Don't interrupt football games. It's just that simple.
Yeah, but don't interrupt it with something that is interesting but still kind of trivial. I would rather you interrupt a football game with a perfect game in the ninth inning. I could live with that because that's genuinely rare. This is something that they wouldn't have done if Aaron Judge played for the Kansas City Royals.
Agreed. Totally agree with you on that one.
You know, that's all television producers who live in New York and work in New York.
So you're saying that when he's a San Francisco Giant next year and he's flirting with Bonds' record, they're not going to cut in?
He will not be flirting with Barry Bonds' record hitting in that ballpark.
Are you now reporting that Aaron Judge will be a San Francisco Giant?
I am not. I am reporting that they will talk to him a lot. I am not reporting that he will pick up the phone.
No, I don't think so. Well, that, I guess, kind of walks us a little bit into this question that came about an hour ago on the Comcast Business text line from Danny from Richmond. Who's getting fired first, Farhan or Shanahan?
Well, we already know Farhan's not getting fired because Greg Johnson said he wasn't getting fired.
I got the right answer. Who upsets their owner first? Because unless you have the answer to that question, you don't have the answer here.
Yeah.
Both of those guys had enough success to where they're on very good grounds with those who employ them. So until, Farhan gets sideways with Giants brass or Kyle gets sideways with La Familia de York, both those guys can be around for a while.
Yeah, but this goes back to what I said before about fans and Garoppolo. The people who wanted Garoppolo gone are going to hate him no matter what he does. And the people who are now jumping to they've turned on Shanahan. Shanahan doesn't get back in their good graces. Every week that he coaches is an affront to their dignity, and they're not letting him up.
Well, there's only one way. There's only one way out of I don't like him as my coach, and that is with a parade of markets.
No, they'll find somebody else to lionize.
D'Amico.
It'll be D'Amico Ryans. It'll be, players on the defensive end. Might be George Kittle. Could be Trent Williams. It won't be Kyle Shanahan anymore. Because they'll go, well, wait a minute. If you're always such a great coach, why didn't you take care of this 3 years ago?
All right, this should be your 4th Super Bowl, you bum.
Yeah, it should be your 7th Super Bowl in your 6 years. Because they bought in too hard, and they've been let down too hard. By their own choice. I mean, this is where fans should take responsibility and never do. It's you called him a genius, but for the day he got here. And genius is earned. It's not bestowed.
I'm just going to say, too, that the sport of baseball has always applied, I think, a touch more patience than football allows itself. So, really, without knowing who's going to go sideways with ownership first, I'm leaning Kyle does get fired first. But Farhan is in a much different situation. He's not the front man. Like, he's still in the shadows in a weird way. And, Kapler will get it before Farhan.
Oh, there's no question about that.
There's no doubt.
I mean, for Shanahan to get fired, it would take a seismic shift in Jed York's thinking. And I'm of the opinion that Jed York does not want to do another coaching search, ever.
Ever?
He'll have to. Yeah. No, but if he had his druthers, he wouldn't do that again. Because Harbaugh scarred him. Tom Sula scarred him. Chip Kelly scarred him. He's not a guy who likes to be confrontational.
You're leaving out Mike Singletary.
Singletary.
That was an in the locker room emotional promotion.
Yes, but Singletary.
That was a huge mistake.
Singletary did one thing that the others didn't. He didn't fight Jed York, and he did change the cultural view of that team. He couldn't pick players, and he couldn't
manage a game.
He couldn't manage a game, but he taught guys who were used to losing that losing should hurt. And I think Jed York will always appreciate that. He did the right thing by firing him, but I think he looks at Singletary as, well, we had to get that done at some point. You know, you can't hire a coach with players who believe they stink. And so I think
I don't scratch my head when it doesn't itch, and I don't blink when there's nothing in my eye.
That'll turn you around.
Well, I guess, but you know, he wasn't good. I mean, he was hilarious at the podium, but he wasn't good at the podium. And players don't pay attention to the podium. You know, do you make me a better player? And at least in terms of emotions, he made them better.
Look, Singletary got fired from the high school that hired him in Texas.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's a good coach. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. But he did serve a purpose here. But Harbaugh definitely scarred him. Probably more than he'll ever admit. Because he had to fight a guy who believes in fighting until after you're dead. And he didn't like it. Tom Sula, he did just because he liked him. Found out that doesn't work. And Chip Kelly, he did because he thought he was a football savant who just got sideways with the general manager. That didn't work. And now he's got Shanahan, who on balance has worked more than he hasn't. So it's going to take a lot to change Jed York's mind on this.
You said that until Jed thinks differently, Kyle is bulletproof.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that. And I think Kyle's smart enough to know that too, right?
Kyle is nobody's fool.
The conversation that I think Jed York should have with Kyle is as follows. And this is one of those, like, what are you making a threat? Well, it's up to you to decide. I mean, that's sort of the way that this is going to play out. But if I were Jed York, I would have lunch with Kyle and say, like, look, man, I know a lot of weird things brought us to this moment. And I want you to know that I'm not mad. And I'm not accusing you of doing something wrong, although looking back at it all, it's very evident that your plan was far from perfect. Kyle, you still have my support. You still have my full confidence. But I can also identify from my owner's box that right now, all the problems are on your side of the ball, buddy. The problems are on your side of the ball. The little details, the persistent, never put it down problems, they're all on your side of the ball. You need to fix that. And I know you know that. But I just want you to know that I know that. And then Kyle could play what is that, a threat? You interpret it however you like, but I want you to know that my eye is looking at you in a way that it was not looking at you before. I never really identified all the problems being on your side of the ball, but I think I see that now, and that disturbs me. You do with that information what you will, Kyle. But what we need is a pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. This has got to get better. It's got to get better now. Now.
You're assuming something that I don't think Jed assumes, that Kyle has a side of the ball. I think he looks at Kyle as the guy who runs the entire football operation. And he looks at the record that they've had in the 3 years that they've had Kyle's players.
Kyle doesn't coach defense, right?
It doesn't matter.
I know he picks players, but he's not coaching defense.
He's hired him as a coach and a general manager, not just as a coach. And for him to walk in and go, some of this stuff's not working, assumes that he can walk into that room and tell Kyle Shanahan knows more about football than Kyle Shanahan does. I don't think he's ready for that. Not even close. And I think in terms of your side of the ball is not working, it's Kyle Shanahan said, it's all my side of the ball. Everything is my side of the ball. Because he had offense coordinators before. I mean, he could say they're not there, but if you're going to give Mike McDaniel
that's the thing, but now you don't have anyone. So that is you. That is all your vision now. There's nobody to say that,
and here's what he gets to say in response. Well, you didn't do anything to me when I didn't have my starting quarterback or my starting running back or my best offensive lineman or for the first 2 weeks, my best pass catcher. He can play that if he wants to, but I don't think he has to. I don't think Jed York is close to that point yet. And I don't think he's going to get close unless all of a sudden they're 3-12, healthy, and the reason why they lose is they can't score more than 13 points a game.
I'll tell you what we're very, very close to, and that is an audience with the king. Welcome, boys and girls, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Every Tuesday, we are very happy to bring you Peter King to talk about what just happened. And Peter, never a dull moment around here. That is for sure. Things didn't play out nearly the way a lot of Niners fans were expecting it to play out in Denver. And, just the way that Jimmy stepped out of the back of the end zone, did himself no favors. It was a tremendous defensive performance against a struggling Denver Bronco team. But, man, that offense certainly let things down. And even though the 49ers have one of the best defenses in football, they're 1-2 sitting through 3 weeks when they probably should be 3-0. So we're not quite at DEFCON 1 here, but we're ticking down. It's DEFCON 3. How are you?
Yeah, I guess the way I look at that game, that was Bill Parcells once said, I forget, I covered the Giants in the mid-'80s, and Parcells had a bunch of cliches, but the one thing I remember that he said most weeks, he was the kind of guy, it would get to be Friday, and you'd be sitting around the press room. Parcells would have a cup of coffee and a cigarette, and by the way, with Cremora, not with half and half, by the way.
Good to know.
And he'd just be sitting there, his feet would be up, and we'd say, hey, what do you think about Dallas Philly this week? And he goes, desperate team always wins. And I looked at that game the other night. The one thing I thought, and I did talk to Nathaniel Hackett after the game, the one thing I thought was when Russell Wilson got the ball down 10-5, midway/late in the fourth quarter, and he had to put a long drive together, he said, okay, listen, I am done being a facilitator. I'm done being John Stockton. I'm taking the effing ball, and I am going to make this happen myself. And look, as much as we can all sit here and say that great defensive effort and all that, sometimes the best way to play a football game is for the best player on your team to essentially say, give me the ball, I'm going to try to win this game myself. That's what Russell Wilson tried to do, and honestly, that's really kind of what he did on that last 80-yard drive that they had. And honestly, I'm not sure there's a lot to take from that other than I agree with you. I'd be a little concerned right now about the San Francisco offense, because even though the Denver defense is a very good crew, San Francisco should have been able to do more than what they did. So that's kind of the way I look at it. And obviously Denver needed the game. They both needed the game, but Denver really needed this game.
So my follow-up to you then there, did that offense fail in your eyes, Peter, because of execution or design in the first place?
Now, that's a really good question. My feeling is when I look at when I look at what happened in that game is that one of the things that Nathaniel Hackett told me after the game is, I said, man, you've really struggled on offense. Is this last drive that you had a vision of what you think this offense can be? And he goes, hey, listen, just think about what Russell Wilson has gone through. New team, all new players, didn't have anybody he knew, brand new coaches, blah, 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 and all that. And let's look at the Niners, okay? The Niners, to me, one of the things that has been difficult is that Jimmy Garoppolo, like when I was in training camp, I had heard that, he didn't have a playbook, he didn't have a tablet, he didn't have a relationship other than, hey, hello, how are you, with Brian Griese, who's going to be his quarterback coach, who ended up, on Labor Day, ended up being his quarterback coach. And so there was some weirdness with him. And so really what we're talking about is this is, in essence, his first start after an extremely difficult off season. And that's why I don't think this one game you should look at and say, oh my God, the 49ers are really screwed. Because I just think part of this is adapting to a new coach in part, adapting to some new players, and adapting to a team that thought he was gone forever. And so, again, I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying I don't think that this one game should be the be-all, end-all that you think of when you think of, oh, boy, we're screwed with Garoppolo now.
Is the thing you described, though, the one true act of hubris that Kyle Shanahan can be blamed for? The assumption that a guy who is still on your roster is not going to be on your roster. That rather than just say, well, you're here until you're not here, I'm giving you a playbook, I'm giving you a tablet, you're going to be in the meetings because you're still here. Is that the mistake that he made? Or is it reasonable for somebody to assume that I'm pretty sure we can trade you, so we're going to act like you're already traded?
I don't, Ray, the answer is I don't know the answer to that question. But my feeling when you raise that point is a very simple feeling. And that is that when I think it was around, what was it, like January 31 or February 1, whatever, a day or two after the NFC Championship game, when Jimmy Garoppolo sat there and basically said goodbye to, the 49er fans. He said goodbye to all these guys who'd covered him since he got there. He basically said goodbye to the Bay Area. Okay. And the 49ers vowed to him, look, we're going to make a good deal for you. Don't worry. We're going to do you a solid. We understand this hasn't worked out exactly the way you wanted, blah, blah, blah. Well, and again, I don't know what actually exactly was said between John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and either the agent or the player, but I only can assume that they absolutely were convinced that they were trading Jimmy Garoppolo. And so, hey, listen, thanks for everything. Thanks for all your service, blah, blah, blah. Let's move on. And then, as the off season went on, they found that, oh my God, this guy's got a shoulder problem that he thinks is going to need to be repaired. So after the shoulder problem is repaired, all of a sudden, I'll tell you something that I'm not very proud of, but it was done early in this off season, where a general manager in the NFL was saying, you're really, because this is a guy I talk to a lot. He said, you are really overrating what the 49ers are going to get for Garoppolo. I said, you're wrong. I said, the Niners, I think, are going to get, at the very least, a mid-2 for Garoppolo. Because I said, I get it. He's not Justin Herbert. He's not Burrow. I understand what he is. But what he is a winning player who people love to play with, guys on the team. And so I said, I think there's a lot of value in that. Anyway, bottom line is, recently we had a bet, and the bet was, I'll bet you a bottle of wine. So recently I paid off my bet, and I just said, man, when I paid off the bet, I said, man, I should give you a case of wine, not a bottle, because you killed me on this bet. But anyway, the overriding point I was going to make is just nobody could see what happened, or what was about to happen. And, again, I guess it's a great example of how we should all maybe keep our powder dry a lot of times when we're trying to predict the future of what happens in the NFL.
Peter King here on 95.7 The Game. And, I'm not obviously asking you to reveal your sources inside the organization, but I want to ask a hypothetical question. Let's say there really was just, a dissolving relationship between Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan. Jimmy's got reasons to be upset, and I think Kyle's maybe got some reasons to be upset too. But, Kyle actively sought to replace a guy who he's had an awful lot of success with. If that relationship erodes, will it get to you? Will you know that? Or do you think the 49ers are really good at covering these internal strifes up now because of the lessons of the Harbaugh era?
I doubt they would have continued on with Jimmy Garoppolo a month ago if they found that either Jimmy was so ticked off that the thought of walking in the building and playing for Kyle Shanahan again was detestable. Okay? And I doubt that Kyle Shanahan, and look, Kyle Shanahan may have individual feelings about Garoppolo, which I'm certainly not aware of, but he may have individual feelings about Garoppolo that are not altogether positive. However, he also understands that Jimmy Garoppolo was on his team for one of the sweetest wins that Kyle Shanahan has ever had in his football life. As a high school football star in Denver, as an itinerant football lifer to be both at Texas and at Duke, and then as he started to roam, all over the country trying to get this job that he has right now as a coach. So I can tell you, because a half hour after, 40 minutes after the game in Green Bay, I was sitting in Kyle Shanahan's office in Green Bay after the game, and he and John Lynch were both having a what's the Mexican beer that begins with M?
Modelo.
Modelo. They were both having a Modelo.
By the way, Ray and I are all over that. I don't know what we know about sports, but man, we got to that one quick.
Yeah, sorry about that. If you had said an Italian beer beginning with P, I would have known it, Peroni. But I didn't know the Modelo. But they were sitting there, and I have to tell you that Kyle Shanahan was as happy a person as I've seen in a long time. And it's because he knew what just happened. They went to Green Bay and stole a playoff game from Aaron Rodgers and from Matt LaFleur, who, by the way, Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan are pretty tight, or at least at one point were very tight. And the only reason I'm mentioning this is that Kyle Shanahan knows that he can think whatever he wants to think, or the public can think whatever they want to think about Garoppolo. But quite honestly, Jimmy Garoppolo has been at the forefront of some gigantic wins in Kyle Shanahan's life. And this was certainly one of them, regardless of how incredible he might have played. So, and the only reason I mention that is that Kyle Shanahan had to be thinking in the spring, let's not burn every bridge here. You know, let's just keep our options open because you never know. And quite honestly, I think that the allowances they made to Jimmy Garoppolo in the summer were saying, hey, listen, fella, we really appreciate everything you've done for us. We truly do. We're not just saying that. So, listen, if you want to be in the quarterback room, if you want to be doing all of these things, we'll do it. Okay, but if you just want to come out and do, practice on your own and do all that stuff, that's absolutely fine. And again, I have to tell you, I don't know what happened, but the only thing I'm saying is it is eminently understandable why Kyle Shanahan wouldn't want to have burned a bridge, because Jimmy Garoppolo, whatever you say about him, has been worth far more than a mid-second rounder to this franchise.
So you mentioned earlier that the Parcells quote about, desperate teams win. How desperate would you imagine the 49ers are going into this weekend?
They got to be desperate. Because if you look at this game, if you look at this matchup, I think it's absolutely, totally fascinating. I mean, think about it. Think about, your second straight primetime national TV game, which I'm sure they're not saying, hey, great, we're on national TV this week. But think about being on Monday Night Football in a survival of the fittest game, knowing that if you go 1-3 on your East Coast trip, there is no margin for error in Atlanta or Carolina. None. Zero. You've got to win both of those games, or else you're looking at maybe, hopefully, we might, who knows, if the cards all fall right, maybe we can battle our way into the playoffs. This is an important game for the 49ers. A lot more important than it is for the Rams. And that's why I say the desperate team always wins. Not always, but the desperate team has a better chance to win. And I guess the way I would look at this game is that, especially the 49ers know exactly sort of the egg they laid in Denver. And they know that they've had a good track record in some very, very fight-to-the-finish games against the Rams. And so there's no doubt in their mind. They know they're putting most of the players on the field Monday night at home. They know that they're putting most of the players on the field who have had great success, sometimes against the Rams. And, midway through the fourth quarter in the NFC Championship game, that was anybody's game to win, obviously. We all saw it. So, to me, I like the 49ers' chances Monday night.
Any element at all, Peter, to the feeling that maybe they let a very important voice out of the building? Mike McDaniel has landed in Miami and has created quite a splash and seems to be a bit of a quarterback whisperer. And I'm wondering if keeping that guy in Santa Clara doesn't have a very different feel about this offense right now, no matter who the quarterback is. We're dazzled by McDaniel, just the way he goes about it and his personality. Is there any element that you're hearing around NFL circles that maybe the guy with a little bit more magic dust in his pocket is now no longer here?
Yeah, well, that's one of those things. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just not.
Right, unless you're going to make him your next head coach, there's no way to keep him.
Even if you are, what if Jed York had come to him and say, hey, listen, I'm going to pay you $7 million a year to stay as coordinator with the guarantee that you'll get the job when Kyle leaves. Well, first of all, I'd never have done that if I were Mike McDaniel, because how do I know? Kyle Shanahan's a young man. He's going to coach for 20 years. So it's just one of those things. There's nothing you can do about it. So even though there's nothing you can do about it, your question is an interesting one. Is the loss of Mike McDaniel something that none of us is talking about as much as probably we should? And I guess I would make this point about it. I'm not sure that Mike McDaniel, and again, I think, honestly, I think Mike McDaniel was probably more of a Debo whisperer than a quarterback whisperer. And by that I mean, I wrote about it. You guys, I'm sure, have talked about it a lot.
By the way, if I were Mike, that's certainly what I would tell everyone.
Yeah. And look, Debo Samuel basically showed up in Mike McDaniel's office every Tuesday, maybe late morning or whatever, and he would sit on the couch at McDaniel's office, and McDaniel, at some point, he would talk about the role he saw for Debo that week so that Debo could mentally start to think about it, which is interesting. But I don't think that Jimmy Garoppolo would necessarily sit on his couch and say, hey, here's what I want to do. Because, listen, guys, I'm in Brooklyn, New York. I don't cover the 49ers every day. I'm not on the phone with Shanahan or Lynch. So I don't know what happened with Jimmy Garoppolo and Mike McDaniel during the season last year. And the only reason I raise that point is that I do know that I think Mike McDaniel was hugely instrumental in changing the direction of Debo Samuel's career. I don't necessarily think that he was as important as, say, Kyle Shanahan was in working with the quarterback. Now, again, I don't know that, but my gut feeling is that Kyle Shanahan probably had as much to do as anybody with the play of Jimmy Garoppolo last year during the season. So I understand the thought about, missing Mike McDaniel and all that, and it's a valid thought. But I'm just not sure it's real.
Straighten us out about the Rams, because they seem to have been at least a mildly erratic team so far. Is this just normal for a Super Bowl champion to sort of struggle a bit to find their feet, or are there structural issues that are just now revealing themselves?
I think there's two major problems with the Rams right now. And look, they struggled to beat Atlanta at home, and then last week, they beat Arizona, and they were better than Arizona. I watched a lot of that game in the late window on Sunday. They were better than Arizona, but man, they were not very good on offense. So I'll tell you what I think, Ray. I think that all off season that Sean McVay really, really wanted his run game to be able to buttress in a more efficient way his passing game. And it's because he knew coming into this year that he wasn't going to have the 110% Matthew Stafford who could every week throw for 340 and 3 touchdowns and win. He wanted to be sure that with his elbow issue that he didn't put all of the pressure on Stafford coming into this game. So what have we seen in the first 3 weeks? We have seen an absolutely mediocre, and that's putting it kindly, running game that is only averaging 3.4 yards a carry. And we've also seen a passing game that is okay. And that's all I'd call it, okay. In the weirdest kind of coincidental thing, I was looking at this after the games on Sunday. So the Rams have a passer rating of 86.3 through 3 weeks. Opponents have a passer rating of 89.3. And neither of those is great, but the fact is that the opponent's passer rating is slightly better than Matthew Stafford. And I think the other one issue is, I don't know that the Rams would say this, but they have got to be exceedingly disappointed in Allen Robinson so far. Yep. Okay, he dropped a touchdown pass last week. He's had 3 drops so far in 3 games, and he's only caught 7 balls. And I can tell you, after having been in their training camp this year, they wanted Allen Robinson to be 1B to Cooper Kupp's 1A. And after 3 games, it's Cooper Kupp 28 catches, Allen Robinson 7. That is not 1B to 1A. That is 1A to 4C. So those are a few of the things. And I think one other thing I would say about their team is that it is totally unrealistic to expect that a Super Bowl champion with a bunch of veteran players is going to come back and play great right off the bat. It's totally unrealistic. And I think there is a method to their madness about their plan for this year. They really want to make sure that they sign Odell Beckham Jr., probably in about a month. And I think Odell Beckham Jr. is more likely to go to the team that he thinks has the best chance to win a Super Bowl about a month from now. So I hate to say it, it sounds weird, but that makes all these games pretty important for Odell Beckham Jr. All things created equal, he'd love to go back to the Rams. But I'm just not sure that they're going to be the team in a month that is the team that gives him the best chance to win another ring.
Big game coming up in Santa Clara on Monday night. Lots of consequences feel like they ride on the Monday night game between the 49ers and Rams. Peter King, let's wrap up with this. There's one winless team in football, and the Raiders came into the year with a lot of expectations.
Yeah.
We know that Mark Davis has already had a visit with Josh McDaniels. Is there something rotten in Denmark?
Well, it isn't like Mark Davis can really do anything about this now. He's not exactly cash rich. A lot of people who have worked there have said that this is not a team, as well as they've done in Vegas so far, that has the ability, and the reason I talk about cash rich, they don't have the ability right now to swallow a $25 million. I have no idea what McDaniel's contract is, but they cannot pay off a guy who essentially is owed a lot of money. So, but having said all that, I think the biggest problem right now is that Derek Carr was handed the keys to an incredible offense, and yeah, he's got one injury with the concussion to Hunter Renfrow, who is an absolutely crucial piece to the puzzle. But Derek Carr has not played as well as he should have, and I'm not inside the building. I don't know how much that is due to whatever shortcomings that Josh McDaniels has, but Derek Carr has the ability to be a top 5 NFL quarterback. I don't care what people laugh when I say that, but Josh McDaniels made beautiful music with Tom Brady for over a decade, and they had an incredible relationship. And Tom Brady said, "Hey, dude, just tell me what to run it." And so now you're looking at Derek Carr, who's got Devontae Adams, he's got Darren Waller, he's got Mac Hollins, who's been a revelation as the third receiver. He's got a good number 2 tight end in Foster Moreau. And my feeling looking at this team, even though Renfro is iffy going forward right now, at least immediately, this is Derek Carr's time, and he's got to play better. And so to me, when I look at this team, this is, of all the teams with a must-win in the NFL this week, it is Denver at the Raiders, and the Raiders have to win this game on Sunday.
They got the Chiefs the following week if they don't. So 0-4 could turn into 0-5 really easily. Peter, you mentioned earlier that Bill Parcells was smoking a cigarette. Is that the last cigarette you saw in an NFL locker room? Who was smoking the last cigarette you've seen in an NFL locker room?
What a question. I don't recall.
Notice he didn't say great question. He just said, what a question.
No, I think it's a very interesting question. I don't recall. Listen, I don't think I have ever been in an NFL locker room, and this goes back to Cincinnati in 1984. Like, you know that great picture when Lenny Dawson died?
Yeah.
Lenny Dawson with a cigarette in his hand at halftime of the Super Bowl, drinking a Fresca. One of the great photos in NFL history, and that is not an exaggeration. But I got to tell you, I think I miss the cigarette era mostly, because I just don't remember. And this goes back 38 years now. I started covering the NFL in 1984, Cincinnati Bengals. And I do not remember smelling cigarette smoke working the Bengals locker room in 1984. Sam White, I know, didn't smoke. He was the head coach of that team. But I just don't remember that. But I do think I remember fondly, really, of Parcells, because now everything seems to be you're in a rush. You know, okay, you've got 12 minutes with the coach today. Here we go. You guys fire away at the coach. And I just remember there were so many times where Parcells would put his feet up and sit there for a half hour, 40 minutes, and just say, okay, fellas, what do you got? And I hate to say it because I'm not one to say those were the days, but friggin' those were the days. I just love those days because it wasn't like everything a press conference. It was so often, like, you know, my favorite time on my training camp trip was this year when I was in Indianapolis on an off day, and Frank Reich said, let's go to lunch. And we went to a Ruth's Chris near their training camp, and we spent 2 hours just shooting the breeze, and I bet I took 3 notes the whole time because it was mostly about, hey, tell me about your team and give me some information. And that really is how the business has changed.
Yeah, conversations, not interviews.
Yes, exactly.
Great to talk to you. Thank you for this conversation, as always, Peter. Go smoke them if you got them.
All the best, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very, very much. Ray, what's the last sports cigarette you were around? I mean, all phased out by the time I got into locker rooms and around coaches and managers, so I didn't get any sports cigarettes.
The last one I remember was Dean Lombardi, the general manager of the Sharks, who was in his office one night about 5 p.m.
Is this first GM of the Sharks?
No. He was like about third or fourth.
Okay.
He was the one who predated
Doug
Wilson. And he was watching a game between 2 Eastern Conference teams whom they would not play that year. You know, they had a different schedule, so you didn't get to see every team. So I think it was Ottawa and New Jersey. And he had a heater in his mouth, a heater between his fingers, and a heater burning in his ashtray.
3 at once.
Yeah. And I said, do you forget that you've got ones working? And he said, yeah. I said, you got 3 working now. He said, that's not my record.
See, it's great. First of all, cigarettes are disgusting. Cigarette smoke is gross. But you knew you were on another time. I mean, just Peter got that right. When you could go in and just have a chat, a talk with someone.
Oh, no, yeah, that's done. Baseball was the last place where that was possible. Now they bring the manager into an interview room, which is a terrible thing to do.
Right. When's the last time Kapler gave... Here's the thing. It doesn't even happen on the road. Like sometimes it weren't happening at home because you want to get the backdrop for your media partners at home, I would get it. But on the road is the place you could still get around the manager in his office, around his desk. Not anymore.
Well, now they bring the backdrop with them.
Well, that's the thing. They do. Backdrops do travel more than ever before.
No,
everything's an interview. Everything is formal. Nothing is... I'm not saying off the record. But just a lack of formality.
There's nothing on background. You can't learn anything that hasn't already been filtered. And that's one more way in which the manager's prerogatives have been taken from him. Because he's got to be on message all the time because everything is recorded. And it's a terrible thing. I mean, maybe it works well for job security for a few months, but if you're worried about everything being recorded, you're destined to be fired anyway. So, yeah, no, it's an awful thing. It's one of the things that baseball had that the other sports didn't, and now that's gone.
Was it Hal McRae who cleared his desk off?
Was that the time he wanted to fight?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember who that... Alan somebody. I can't remember who it was, but yeah, that was going to go because Hal McRae, he had a long temper, but when you got to the end of it, he wanted to kill you. He didn't want to convince you of the error of your ways. He wanted to rip your eyes out and feed them to you one at a time.
Remember when he left the game with the first base?
Yeah.
He said, I'm taking first base and I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Grounds crew had to find another base, run it out there. All right, we can keep on playing.
And he wasn't a bad manager at all.
No.
But when he snapped loud.
What's the thing? So political correctness has removed any and all tempers from sports, boiling over like that to the point where that was awesome.
It's not political correctness. It's the fact that replay basically takes away a manager's ability to argue unless he really forces it. And when he's forcing it, it's not really an act of temper. It's performative. It's the same thing with basketball and football has always been that. But hockey is probably the only one left where you'll see a coach stand on the front of the dasher and just scream obscenities at an official. And it's also the only sport, I think, left where officials will scream obscenities right back. Everything else is mic'd up, camered up, and you're always being judged by somebody in a suit in another town. So it's not political correctness. It's very much, it's corporate correctness.
Well, yeah, that's... Every meeting is an HR meeting. Or every meeting has HR's fingerprints all over it. Well, any and all interactions.
Everything is traceable. And the whole idea behind getting a few minutes in the manager's office before or after a game was something that wasn't traceable. Now it's not allowed.
I can't think of his name. Great baseball manager. Marlins, Pirates, Barry's manager.
Oh, Jim Leland.
Jim Leland, thank you very much. When I think baseball and smoking, there's only one.
Oh yeah, he was because he would cup a cigarette in the dugout.
He'd have a heater in the dugout. Absolutely, he would.
And they told him you can't smoke in the dugout because the cameras are on you, but he had to have it. So he literally cupped it, and you couldn't see the cigarette. He was good at that, but you could see the smoke wafting through his fingers.
The smoke, or sometimes, like on a dark night in a dimly lit dugout. Yeah, you saw the red ember floating.
Yeah, when he was in the tunnel, because he used to go down the tunnel to get a good drag off of it.
Oh, Good times. Really, really good times. When we do come on back, we'll let you know what is on the docket for tonight. We obviously know that the 49ers, they got a lot of time and all the time that they need to prepare for a team that, Kyle's got a lot of good success against. There is no doubt. 7-3 against Sean McVay. How it's happened, why it's happened, I don't know if anybody's got the answer. But past results do not indicate future performance. So you can throw that out, and we're going to have ourselves a hell of a football game on Monday. And Ray and I are going to be down there. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Not the drive down there. It's like going to Tijuana. But, I do like an atmosphere. It's been a while since I've been around a football game day at the NFL. It's been years. Because of kids at home, I kind of sat out COVID. I've not been to a Niner game. I've not been to an NFL game. God, in the last 2 seasons. Talk about something that I would have never thought possible. Yeah, it'll be a couple of years before I get back to a football game. But COVID and location did not help Levi Stadium in my mind.
Well, even whether you stay or whether you go, it's going to take you 2.5 hours to get home.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm going to stay. If I'm going to make the journey, we're going to plant the flag.
Oh, not me. My window of opportunity is literally as soon as the show is over. Because that's when nobody's going out of the stadium.
That will be good getaway time. You're right about that. Middle of the first quarter is a great way to powder out. Anyway, riddle me that. I like me some sports. Looking forward to a little in-person sports. When we come on back, a quick call, a quick thought or two, and a tip of the cap here on 95.7 The Game. Make sure, by the way, you have downloaded the Odyssey app.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Employee onboarding?
Automated.
Customer support?
Automated.
What if you could automate all your company's routine operation tasks and do it easily?
Lead management.
Automated.
With Zapier, you can. Zapier is the leader in no-code automation. Connect over 5,000 apps, automate almost any workflow, and streamline your team's performance without hiring a developer and with no coding required. That's right. Zapier's templates make it simple for you to automate anything in minutes, no matter your level of expertise. Zapier eliminates routine tasks and frees your employees to focus on the bigger picture. And with Zapier's advanced security features and annual SOC 2 audits, your data is safe and secure. See why thousands of companies, including Slack, Salesforce, and HubSpot, trust Zapier to automate their businesses.
Even complex tasks?
Automated with Zapier.
Try Zapier for free today at zapier.com/radio. That's zapier.com/radio. Zapier.com/radio.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9. What are we doing at quarterback?
Yeah, but again, isn't that at the end of the day on Kyle?
He has to take
some
some accountability.
told us that he doesn't trust Jimmy like that.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Did you hear what Dibs said? He said bleep Jimmy and Trey, even though maybe you didn't say that.
I just mouthed, your teases suck, man.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
So we know how Kyle feels.
Maybe.
And that's why he said, night-night, bye-bye. He divorced this guy.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
This is a defense that you absolutely want to buy stock in right now. And the season is basically now in the hands of this defense.
The best of the game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
All right. It's almost time to put the finishing touches on this bad boy. Best of 95.7 The Game coming up at the top of the hour with our good friend Sterling hosting. Outstanding. Damon and Ratto wrapping it up. Ray, I'm going to get you out of here in 4 minutes. I'm going to be really good to you tonight. This is Adam in San Francisco. Hello, Adam. What do you got? Final call of the show.
I would just love to get your guys' opinions as to why it has been so hard for the Niners to find their quarterback over the last, and I'm going to say 40 years, because I was born in 92. I think Montana was drafted in, 80, 79, either way. Get Steve Young, and since then, you got sprinkles of Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith, Colin Kaepernick.
Hey, all I can tell you, Adam, is that the Chicago Bears are as old as football teams are allowed to be, and they've had 1.5 quarterbacks in their entire history. I mean, that's it. The reason why the Niners don't have their X-marks-the-spot quarterback is because there are never more than 3 of these guys on the planet at any one time. I mean, it's just, it's the hardest position to identify, scout, and have consistent year in, year out success with.
They had a Hall of Fame quarterback at the position for 18 consecutive years. And since then, their quarterbacks have been average to above average for the most part. You know, they've had stretches where they haven't been very good. But for the most part, if you wanted to list the 32 teams and say, how many times did you have a quarterback that was league average or better? The 49ers would be near the top.
Yes.
So it's not why you haven't had a quarterback in 40 years. You're not getting it. You got to look at the other 31 teams and see not just extreme cases like the Bears, who haven't had a quarterback since Sid Luckman, but the Lions. And the Lions, you know, Matthew Stafford couldn't make that work. I mean, granted, that was them failing to give him a running back, but Matthew Stafford was a slightly better than ordinary quarterback. But before that, they had long stretches where they had less than ordinary. So these positions are hard to fill. They're hard to fill twice in a row.
Very, very hard. As we are tipping our cap, I do guess I need to let you know that the Giants are starting their final home game of this wildly frustrating season. Final homestand. Rockies tonight against the Giants. Logan Webb looking to win his 15th game of the season, so we'll see if he can do that. The A's are at the Angels. The A's can only afford 2 more losses before they become just the second Oakland A's team to ever reach 100 or more losses. So if you're firmly on the side of Team Katse, root for them to win tonight. And since they're playing Anaheim, and they will be running into Shohei Ohtani as a starting pitcher, I believe, in the third and final game of this trip down to Anaheim, I need to let you know that as everyone's talking about, you know, Aaron Judge is your presumptive MVP, flirting with a Triple Crown, a home run milestone. Like, I get it. But lordy, Shohei Ohtani currently has 14 wins, a 2.47 ERA with an 11.94 strikeout. He's averaging 11.94 strike, basically 12 strikeouts over 9 innings is what he's averaging, strikeouts for over 9 innings. The only players all time in the history of Major League Baseball to do that are Pedro Martinez in 99 and Randy Johnson in 97. We're talking 2 of the greatest pitch seasons of all time. Shohei Ohtani is as good as any pitcher maybe of all time, and he can hit in the middle of your lineup too. It's insane. He's also got 34 home runs and 97 RBI. If you don't give it to Aaron Judge this year, I guess there can never be a year where anyone but Ohtani gets it as long as he's an active player and he's doing things like this.
Nobody will get a first place vote other than those 2 guys. And I think Judge will get most of them. But I think you'll find out that Shohei Ohtani has an excellent chance of winning the Cy Young, which I think he'd probably take.
You'd be happy to take the Cy Young. Most people are happy with their Cy Young awards, should they go out and win them. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Thank you to Peter King for walking us down memory lane, updating current NFL anxiety lane. Lane had a cigarette in it and a Modelo. Fred Warner is going to be joining us tomorrow as we go inside the 49ers locker room. He will be on the air at 5 o'clock. We're looking forward to that. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Thank you to everyone who weighed in on the Comcast Business text line, all you YouTubers on the chat. Appreciate it, too. Thanks to Peter King stopping on by. For Lucas and Grandy, my big teddy bear, Ray Ratto, who actually zipped up his jacket during the commercial break. That's the professional you become.
59.
Sports 54. Don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone. Watch 95.7 The Game on Twitch and YouTube.